With Lawrence in Arabia, written by Lowell Thomas, narrated by Lomakayu. Introduction. I first learned of Thomas Edward Lawrence, 1888 to 1935, when I was just 6 years old. My family and I went to see the larger-than-life movie Lawrence of Arabia in Hollywood. Though it was a long film, well over 3.5 hours. I was mesmerized by the heroic actions of Lawrence and how he became embedded in Arabic culture. It was only many years later that I began a more serious study of T.E. Lawrence, starting with his magisterial autobiography, 7 Pillars of Wisdom, which I found in my mother's personal book collection. She had a rare first edition. Lawrence's adventures during World War I are, of course, the very stuff of legend, even if he may have put himself front and center in the action and embellished certain elements along the way. Nevertheless, it is a breathtaking undertaking, and no less a critic than Winston S. Churchill praised the text. It ranks with the greatest books ever written in the English language. As a narrative of war and adventure, it is unsurpassable. Lowell Thomas's 1924 book about T.E. Lawrence's exploits helped solidify the British officer's legend. This was the printed culmination of Thomas's earlier 1919 lecture film series about the Arab Revolt and Lawrence's key participation in it. These well-received presentations throughout America and later in London, England, brought much notoriety to Lawrence and were instrumental in making this diminutive soldier, who measured 5'5", into a larger-than-life character. A close examination of T.E. Lawrence's life shows a man of great intelligence, determination, and force of will. However, he also seems to have been a somewhat tortured soul, who had a masochistic streak which he surprisingly revealed when he was beaten during the war and confessed, "A delicious warmth, probably sexual, was swelling through me." Matthew Beard, writing for The Independent, raises questions about Lawrence's past. An unexpurgated version of T.E. Lawrence's 7 Pillars of Wisdom has fueled claims that the author was a sadomasochist. The original 1922 edition of the wartime masterpiece, to be published next month, includes a lengthy account of Lawrence of Arabia's rape by Turkish forces, which scholars believe may have been invented for his own delectation. Much of Lawrence's life is the subject of debate, but signs of his alleged sexual deviancy first emerged when letters showed he paid a man to beat him with birches. Philip Knightley, a Lawrence expert, believes the rape scene in the latest version, which is 200 pages longer than the 1926 original, bears the hallmarks of a fantasist. Because Lawrence himself was a prolific writer, he carried on a voluminous correspondence with several notables, including Bernard Shaw. There is a treasure trove of information about him and his activities, even if he was reticent about certain aspects of his personal life, including his sexual predispositions. What I found most interesting, however, about Lawrence was his intellectual acumen and his remarkable ability to absorb massive amounts of information within a short period of time. Couple this with his remarkable capacity for sustained study, work, and travel, and it is little wonder that T.E. Lawrence is still widely read and known today a century after his most famous exploits. Lowell Thomas, 1892 to 1981, the author of this most readable of narratives, survived Lawrence, for whom he always held the highest regard by nearly 50 years. David Christopher Lane, Professor of Philosophy. Chapter 1. A Modern Arabian Night. One day, not long after Allenby had captured Jerusalem, I happened to be in front of a bazaar stall on Christian Street, remonstrating with a fat old Turkish shopkeeper who was attempting to relieve me of 20 piastres for a handful of dates. My attention was suddenly drawn to a group of Arabs walking in the direction of the Damascus Gate. The fact that they were Arabs was not what caused me to drop my tirade against the high cost of dates, for Palestine, as all men know, is inhabited by a far greater number of Arabs than Jews. My curiosity was excited by a single Bedouin, who stood out in sharp relief from all his companions. He was wearing an agal, a kafiyeh, and abbas such as are worn only by Near Eastern potentates. In his belt was fastened the short curved sword of a prince of Mecca, insignia worn by descendants of the Prophet. Christian Street is one of the most picturesque and kaleidoscopic thoroughfares in the Near East. Russian Jews with their corkscrew curls, Greek priests in tall black hats and flowing robes, fierce desert nomads in goatskin coats reminiscent of the days of Abraham, Turks in balloon-like trousers, Arab merchants lending a brilliant note with their gay turbans and gowns. All rub elbows in the narrow lane of the bazaars, shops, and coffee houses that leads to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Jerusalem is not a melting pot. It is an uncompromising meeting place of East and West. Here are accentuated, as if sharply outlined in black and white by the desert sun, the racial peculiarities of Christian, Jewish, and Mohammedan peoples. A stranger must indeed have something extraordinary about him to attract attention in the streets of the Holy City. But as this young Bedouin passed by in his magnificent royal robes, the crowds in front of the bazaars turned to look at him. It was not merely his costume, nor yet the dignity with which he carried his 5'3", marking him every inch a king or perhaps a caliph, in disguise who had stepped out of the pages of the Arabian Nights. The striking fact was that this mysterious prince of Mecca looked no more like a son of Ishmael than an Abyssinian looks like one of Stephenson's red-haired Eskimos. Bedouins, although of the Caucasian race, have had their skins scorched by the relentless desert sun until their complexions are the color of lava. But this young man was as blond as a Scandinavian, in whose veins flow Viking blood and the cool traditions of fjords and sagas. The nomadic sons of Ishmael all wear flowing beards, as their ancestors did in the time of Esau. This youth, with the curved gold sword, was clean-shaven. He walked rapidly with his hands folded, his blue eyes oblivious to his surroundings, and he seemed wrapped in some inner contemplation. My first thought as I glanced at his face was that he might be one of the younger apostles returned to life. His expression was serene, almost saintly, in its selflessness and repose. "Who is he?" I turned eagerly to the Turk profiteer, who could only manipulate a little tourist English. He merely shrugged his shoulders. Who could he be? I was certain I could obtain some information about him from General Storrs, governor of the Holy City, and so I strolled over in the direction of his palace beyond the old wall near Solomon's Quarries. General Ronald Storrs, British successor to Pontius Pilate, had been Oriental Secretary to the High Commissioner of Egypt before the fall of Jerusalem, and for years had kept in intimate touch with the peoples of Palestine. He spoke Hebrew, Greek, Latin, Arabic, with the same fluency with which he spoke English. I knew he could tell me something about the mysterious blonde Bedouin. Who is this blue-eyed, fair-haired fellow wandering about the bazaars wearing the curved sword of a prince of— The general did not even let me finish the question, but quietly opened the door of an adjoining room. There, seated at the same table where von Falkenhayn had worked out his unsuccessful plan for defeating Allenby, was the Bedouin prince, deeply absorbed in a ponderous tome on archaeology. In introducing us, the governor said, "I want you to meet Colonel Lawrence, the uncrowned king of Arabia." He shook hands shyly, and with a certain air of aloofness, as if his mind were on buried treasure, and not on the affairs of this immediate world of campaigns and warfare. And that was how I first made the acquaintance of one of the most picturesque personalities of modern times, a man who will be blazoned on the romantic pages of history with Raleigh, Drake, Clive, and Gordon. During the period of the World Wars, years crammed with epic events, among others, two remarkable figures appeared. The dashing adventures and anecdotes of their careers will furnish golden themes to the writers of the future, as the lives of Ulysses, King Arthur, and Richard the Lion-Hearted did to the poets, troubadours, and chroniclers of other days. One is a massive, towering, square-jawed six-footer, that smashing British cavalry leader, Field Marshal Viscount Allenby, commander of the 20th century Crusaders who gained world fame because of his exploits in driving the Turks from the Holy Land and bringing to realization the dream of centuries. The other is the undersized, beardless youth whom I first saw, absorbed in a technical treatise on the cuneiform inscriptions discovered on the bricks of ancient Babylon, and whose chief interest in life were poetry and archaeology. The spectacular achievements of Thomas Edward Lawrence, the young Oxford graduate, were unknown to the public at the end of the World War. Yet quietly, without any theatrical headlines or fanfare of trumpets, he brought the disunited nomadic tribes of Holy and Forbidden Arabia into a unified campaign against their Turkish oppressors, a difficult and splendid stroke of policy which caliphs, statesmen, and sultans had been unable to accomplish in the centuries of effort. Lawrence placed himself at the head of the Bedouin army of the Sharif of Mecca, who was afterward proclaimed king of the Hejaz. He united the wandering tribes of the desert, restored the sacred places of Islam to the descendants of the Prophet, and drove the Turks from Arabia forever. Allenby liberated Palestine, the holy land of the Jews and Christians. Lawrence freed Arabia, the holy land of millions of Mohammedans. I had heard of this mysterious man many times during the months I was in Palestine with Allenby. The first rumor about Lawrence reached me when I was on my way to Italy to Egypt. An Australian Navy officer confided to me that an Englishman was supposed to be in command of an army of wild Bedouins somewhere in the trackless desert of the far-off land of Omar and Abu Bakr. When I landed in Egypt, I heard fantastic tales of his exploits. His name was always mentioned in hushed tones because at that time the full facts regarding the war in the land of the Arabian Nights were being kept secret. Until the day I met him in the palace of the governor of Jerusalem, I was unable to picture him as a real person. He was to me merely a new Oriental legend. Cairo, Jerusalem, Damascus, Baghdad, in fact all the cities of the Near East, are so full of color and romance that the mere mention of them is sufficient to stimulate the imagination of matter-of-fact Westerners, who are suddenly spirited away on the magic carpet of memory to childhood scenes familiar through the tales of the 1001 Nights. So I had come to the conclusion that Lawrence was the product of Western imagination, overheated by exuberant contact with the East. But the myth turned out to be very much of a reality. The 5'3" Englishman standing before me wore a keffiyeh of white silk and gold embroidery held in place over his hair by an agal, two black woolen cords wrapped with silver and golden thread. His heavy black camel's hair robe, or abba, covered a snow-white undergarment fastened at the waist by a wide gold brocaded belt in which he carried the curved sword of a prince of Mecca. This youth had virtually become the ruler of the Holy Land of the Mohammedans and commander-in-chief of many thousands of Bedouins mounted on racing camels and fleet Arabian horses. He was the terror of the Turks. Through his discovery that archaeology held a fascination for me, we became better acquainted during the following days in Jerusalem before he returned to his Arabian army. We spent many hours together, although I did not suspect that it might possibly be my good fortune to join him later in the desert. When we were in the company of officers whom he had just met, he usually sat in one corner, listening intently to everything that was being said but contributing little to the conversation. When we were alone, he would get up from his chair and squat on the floor in the Bedouin fashion. The first time he did this, he blushed in his peculiar way and excused himself, saying that he had been in the desert so long that he found it uncomfortable sitting in a chair. I made many unsuccessful attempts to induce him to tell me something of his life and adventures in the desert, where few Europeans except Sir Richard Burton and Charles Doughty ever dared venture before him. But he always adroitly changed the subject to archaeology, comparative religion, Greek literature, or Near Eastern politics. Even concerning his connection with the Arabian army, he would say nothing, except to give credit for everything that happened in the Desert Campaign to the Arab leaders, or to Newcomb, Joyce, Cornwallis, Dawney, Marshall, Stirling, Hornby, and his other British associates. Surely destiny never played a stranger prank than when it selected as the man to play the major role in the liberation of Arabia, this Oxford graduate, whose life ambition was to dig in the ruins of antiquity and to uncover and study long-forgotten cities. Chapter 2. In Search of a Lost Civilization. When we first met in Jerusalem, and later on in the solitude of the desert, I was unable to draw Lawrence out about his early life. So after the termination of the war, on my way back to America, I visited England in the hope of being able to learn something concerning his career prior to 1914, which might throw light on the formative period when destiny was preparing him for his important role. The war had so scattered his family and early associates that I found it difficult to obtain aught but the most meager information about his boyhood. County Galway, on the west coast of Ireland, was the original home of the Lawrences. This may partly account for his unusual powers of physical endurance, for the inhabitants of Galway are among the hardiest of a hardy race. But in his veins there also flows Scotch, Welsh, English, and Spanish blood. Among his celebrated ancestors was Sir Robert Lawrence, who accompanied Richard the Lion-Hearted to the Holy Land 730 years ago and distinguished himself in the Siege of Acre, just as the youthful T.E. Lawrence accompanied Allenby to the Holy Land and distinguished himself in its final deliverance. The brothers, Sir Henry and Sir John Lawrence of Mutiny fame, pioneers of Britain's empire in India, were among his more recent predecessors. His father, Thomas Lawrence, was at one time the owner of estates in Ireland and a great sportsman. Losing most of his worldly possessions during the Gladstone period, when the bottom fell out of the land values in Ireland, he brought his family across the Irish Sea to Wales, and Thomas Edward Lawrence was born in Carnarvon County, not far from the early home of Mr. Lloyd George, who is today one of his warmest friends and admirers, and who once told me that he too regards Lawrence as one of the most picturesque figures of modern times. 5 years of his boyhood were spent on the Channel Isle of Jersey. When he was 10 years of age, his family migrated to the north of Scotland, remaining there for 3 years. They next moved to France, where young Lawrence attended a Jesuit college, although all the members of the family belonged to the Orthodox Church of England. From the continent they went to Oxford, and that center of English culture which has been their home ever since has left its indelible mark on Lawrence. There Ned, as his boyhood companions called him, attended Oxford High School and studied under a tutor preparatory to entering the university. One of his school chums relates that although not a star athlete, he had a daring spirit and was filled with the love of adventure. Underneath Oxford, this companion tells us, runs a subterranean stream bricked over, the Trill Mill Stream. Ned Lawrence and another boy carrying lights and often lying flat to scrape through the narrow culverts navigated the whole of that underground water passage. Oxford is a great boating center. Every stream that joins the Thames is explored as far as any slender craft will float. But the River Cherwell, above Islip, is said by the guidebooks to be nowhere navigable. To say that is to challenge boys like Ned Lawrence to prove the statement untrue, and that is what he and his companion did. They trained their canoe to Banbury and came right down the part of the stream that was nowhere navigable. He was fond of climbing trees and scrambling over the roofs of buildings where none dared to follow. It was, on such an occasion, one of his brothers informed me, that he fell and broke a leg. His relatives attribute his smallness of stature to that accident. He seems never to have grown since. All his life he has been as irregular in his ways as the wild tribesmen of the Arabian desert. Although he completed the required 4 years' work for his bachelor's degree in 3 years, he never attended a single lecture at Oxford, so far as I have been able to discover. He occasionally worked with tutors, but he spent most of his time wandering about England on foot or reading medieval literature. In order to be alone, he frequently slept by day and then read all night. He was entirely opposed to any set system of education. The aged professor who angrily admonished Samuel Johnson when a student at Oxford, "Young man, ply your book diligently now and acquire a stock of knowledge," would have been equally displeased with young Lawrence. The idea of obtaining a university education in order to take up a conventional occupation did not please him at all. His unconscious credo from earliest youth, like Robert Louis Stevenson's, seems to have been that pleasures are more beneficial than duties, because, like the quality of mercy, they are not strained, and they are twice blessed. As part of his early reading, he made an exhaustive study of military writers, from the wars of Sennacherib, Thomas, and Rameses down to Napoleon, Wellington, Stonewall Jackson, and von Moltke. But this he did voluntarily and not as a part of any required work. Among his favorite books was Marshall Fusher's Principles of War, but he remarked to me on one occasion in Arabia that his study of Caesar and Xenophon had been of more value to him in his desert campaign because in the irregular war which he conducted against the Turks, he found it necessary to adopt tactics directly opposed to those advocated by the great French strategists. As for his Oxford thesis, Lawrence chose the military architecture of the Crusades, and so absorbed did he become in this work that he urged his parents to allow him to visit the Near East so that he might gain first-hand knowledge of the architectural efforts of the early knights of Christendom. In this he was encouraged by the distinguished Oxford scholar and authority on Arabia, Dr. David George Hogarth, curator of the Ashmolean Museum, a man who has had an important influence over his entire life down to the present day, and who even came out to Egypt during the war and acted as his intimate counselor during the Arabian campaign. Lawrence's mother was reluctant to have him leave home, but after many weeks of pleading, gave her consent to his visiting Syria as a Cook's tourist and allowed him £200 for the trip. His family was certain that he would return home after a few weeks, satisfied to settle down for the rest of his days and ready to forget the heat, the smells, and the inconveniences of life in the Orient. But on reaching the Near East, he scorned tourist comforts and the beaten track. He entered Syria at Beirut, and shortly after landing, adopted native costume and set out barefoot for the interior. Instead of traveling as a tourist, he wandered off alone along the fringe of the great Arabian desert and amused himself studying the manners and customs of the mosaic of peoples who dwell in the ancient corridor between Mesopotamia and the Nile Valley. 2 years later, when he finally returned to Oxford to hand in his thesis and receive his degree, he still had £100 left. There were 5 boys in the Lawrence family, of which Thomas Edward was the second youngest. The eldest, Major Montague Lawrence, was a major in the RAMC. The second, William, a schoolmaster at Delhi in India. The third, Frank, who finished Oxford and wandered off to the Near East with Thomas. And the youngest, Arnold, a star track athlete at Oxford who is also interested in archaeology and for a time took his brother's place in Mesopotamia. Both William and Frank gave their lives to their country on the battlefields of France. Since the war, Major Montague Lawrence has taken up work as a medical missionary in China, far up on the Tibetan frontier. Their mother has also gone to this remote corner of Central Asia, while her youngest son is roaming around the museums of the world on a traveling fellowship from Oxford, studying the sculpture of the period of the decadence of Grecian art. Several years before the war, an expedition from Oxford, headed by Lawrence's friend Hogarth, the great antiquarian and archaeologist, began excavating in the Euphrates Valley, hoping to uncover traces of that little-known ancient race, the Hittites. Because of his intimate knowledge of their language and his sympathetic understanding of their customs, Lawrence was placed in charge of the digging gangs of unruly Kurds, Turkomans, Armenians, and Arabs. This expedition eventually succeeded in uncovering Carchemish, the ancient capital of the Hittite Empire, and there amid the ruins of that long-forgotten city, Lawrence amused himself studying inscriptions on pottery and joining up the various stages of Hittite civilization. He and his associate C. Leonard Woolley, director of the expedition, actually uncovered ruins which proved to be the missing link between the civilizations of Nineveh and Babylon and the beginnings of Greek culture in the islands of the Mediterranean, which extend back for 5,000 years. The Ashmolean Museum at Oxford contains many exhibits presented by T. E. Lawrence before he was 20 years of age. An American traveler and director of missions in the Near East happened to visit the camp of these lonely excavators. He gives us a vivid picture of his visit and an indication of how Lawrence received the training which enabled him to gain such an amazing hold over the desert tribes when the Great War overtook him. It was in 1913, says Mr. Luther R. Foley, Easter vacation at the American College in Aintab had given us the opportunity to make the 3-day trip by wagon to Kurfa, the ancient Edessa. After Kurfa, we had visited Huraun, a few miles to the south, whither Abraham migrated from Ur of the Chaldees. Our return trip to Aintab was by the road farther to the south, which brought us to the Euphrates River at Jerablus, over which the Germans were building their great railway bridge, an essential link in the Berlin to Baghdad dream. On the western bank, a few hundred yards from the bridge, was the site of Carchemish, and there we found the quiet British scholar who, under the stress of the war, was soon to turn from his digging among the ancient ruins beside the Euphrates to become a sharif of Mecca and leader of a vast Bedouin host in a successful war to throw off the Ottoman yoke. Mr. Woolley, the archaeologist in charge of the work of excavation at Carchemish, had just come from the diggings, clad in his business dress of gray flannel shirt and golf trousers. Lawrence, his youthful associate, also fresh from the works, was stepping lightly across the mounds of earth, clad in what we Americans would call a running suit and wearing at his belt the ornate Arab girdle with its bunch of tassels at the front, the mark of an unmarried man. But he was out of sight in a moment, and when we gathered for supper, the freshly tubbed young man in his Oxford tennis suit of white flannel bordered with red ribbon, but still wearing his Arab girdle, launched into the fascinating story of the excavations, of relations with the Kurds and Arabs about them, of his trips alone among their villages in search of rare rugs and antiquities that gave opportunity for cultivating that close touch and sympathy with them that subsequently was the basis of his great service in the time of his country's need. The meal was delicious and was served by a powerful swarthy Arab in elegant native dress, with enough daggers and revolvers in his girdle to supply a museum. Soon he entered with the coffee, delicious as only Turkish coffee rightly made can be, and our British friends, who were hardly able to find interest in the Roman nut dishes, merely a couple of thousand years old and part of the rubbish to be cleared away before reaching the Hittite ruins, pointed out with pride that our little brown earthenware coffee cups were unquestionably Hittite, and probably not far from 4,000 years old. I should not say buildings or even building, but rather room, for we learned that the British government, because of an understanding with the Turkish authorities, had given permission to build only one room. Accordingly, Woolley and Lawrence had built a room of 2 parallel walls, about 10 feet apart, extending 50 feet south, then 35 feet westward, and again 50 feet north. Closed at both ends, this giant letter U was indeed a room, and although somewhat astonished, the Turkish government had to concede the fact. Of course, the honorable inspector could not object if little partitions were run across to separate the sleeping portions from the dining room and office, and in due time convenience demanded that doors be opened from various parts of the structure into the court. Thus it was that when we first saw it, on the right was a series of rooms for the storage of antiquities and for photographic work. On the left were the sleeping rooms of the excavators and their guests, and in the center was the delightful living room with open fireplaces, built-in bookcases filled with well-worn leather-bound volumes of the classics with which a British scholar would naturally surround himself, and a long table covered with the current British papers, as well as the archaeological journals of all the world. Around the fireplace we learned much of the good faith and friendship that existed between these 2 lone Englishmen and the native people around them. They insisted that they were safer on the banks of the Euphrates than if they had been in Piccadilly. The leaders of the 2 most feared bands of brigands in the region, Kurdish and Arab, were faithful employees of the excavators, one as night watchman, the other in a similar position of trust. Of course there was no stealing and no danger. Had not these men eaten of the Englishman's salt? Moreover, the even-handed justice of the 2 Englishmen was so well known and respected that they had come to be judges of various issues of all sorts between rival villages or in personal disagreement. Never abusing their prerogatives, their decisions were never questioned. Lawrence had recently been out to a village to settle the difficulties arising out of the kidnapping of a young woman by the man who wished to marry her and who had been unable to overcome her father's objections. Could any training have been better for the part he was to play in the great Arab awakening than these experiences among the native people? In the living room was an ancient wooden chest, which may once have held the dowry of a desert bride, but which now served as a money box and safety deposit vault. Larger than a wardrobe trunk, there it stood, unlocked and unguarded. It was full of silver money with which to pay the 200 men working on the excavations. But such was the unwritten law of the community, such the love of the workers for their leaders, and so sure and summary the punishment which they themselves would mete out to any of their number taking advantage of this trust, that the cash could not have been safer in the vaults of the Bank of England itself. All this contrasted sharply with the methods and experiences of the German engineers half a mile away, building the Baghdad railway bridge across the Euphrates. They and their workers seemed fated to mutual distrust and hatred. The Teuton could not see why the Arab should not and would not accept his regime of discipline and punishment. The Germans were always needing more laborers, while the Englishmen, a few hundred yards away, were overwhelmed with them. Once when the latter were forced to cut down their staff, they tried in vain to dismiss 50 men. The Arabs and Kurds just smiled and went on with their work. They were told they would get no pay, but they smiled and worked on. If not for pay, they would work for love of it and of their masters. And so they did. Nor was the excavation without interest to those simple men. They had caught the enthusiasms of their leaders, who had taught them to share in the joy of their work, Their digging was not meaningless toil for foreign money, but rather was a sharing of the joy of archaeology. We retired for the night, our minds filled with the stories of the East, in which Christian and pagan, Hittite, Greek, and Roman, the great past and the sordid present of these regions were mingled with the background of energetic German effort and the calm achievement by two modest and capable representatives of the British breed of men. We slept long and well on the familiar folding cots in our clean, mud-walled room, nor were our slumbers troubled by our bed-covers. Damascus yorgans of cloth of gold, upon which a rare arabesque on its background of dull red invited the eye to journeys without end. These ancient covers were some of Lawrence's treasures, brought back from his frequent trips to the Arab villages, when for weeks his whereabouts were unknown. It was during these journeys that he in native garb joined in the conversation of the village elders on the shady side of a tent, or came to understand and admire the Arab in quiet intercourse before an open fire, where sitting cross-legged on the floor, when the coffee had been made and silently drunk, one and another spoke. While 40 German engineers were building their bridge, which was to enable them to coerce these people in case they would not obey, one broad-minded, kindly Englishman was unconsciously preparing to become the man who, in the great crisis, was to lead these people, not only to destroy the Teuton dream of conquest, but to break the centuries-old political servitude of the Turk. After breakfast we were examining the mosaic floor of the dining room, a Roman fragment that these men had taken out whole rather than destroyed in their search for the Hittite antiquities hidden below. But just then word came of excitement at the works. We hurried over to find the Arabs and Kurds closely packed around a large excavation. A Greek foreman was removing the age-old earth about a dark stone several feet square, and by the time Mr. Woolley had reached his side, he had determined which was the real face of the block. With practiced hand, Mr. Woolley began to remove the last crust of soil which covered the treasure underneath. There was no one to command those peasants to go back to their work, for the spiritual fruits of discovery belonged to all. To the Englishman, no more than to the water boy who left his donkey to find the Euphrates alone, while he joined the breathless group whose eyes were glued on Woolley's jackknife deftly doing its work. A burst of applause greeted the first appearance of something in relief on the hard rock. It was a hand. No, a corner of a building. A lion, a camel. Guess and conjecture flew about, to be greeted by approval or derision, always followed by quick, tense silence, while the jackknife did its work. Soon Woolley's trained eye revealed to him that it was a large animal standing in a perfect state of preservation, and that he was uncovering its head. His feint to begin at the other end of the figure was greeted by a babble of protest from his workmen, not yet sure what the figure was. Woolley's quick smile acknowledged the reception of this little joke, and back he went to the spot already uncovered. Soon head, chest, legs, body came to light, and the exponents of the various theories, cow, horse, sheep, were still backing their claims in musical gutturals when Woolley's hand returned to the head of the animal, and with a few quick motions lifted off the earth which covered the perfect tracery of a magnificent pair of antlers, alive with the undying art of 40 centuries. There stood revealed before us a superb stag. Such a discovery was worth a celebration. An unwritten law had ordained the nature of it, for the excavator nodded in response to the Greek's whispered query, and as he gave the awaited signal, 200 boys from 15 to 65 emptied all the chambers of their revolvers in the air. I wonder what the Germans thought as they heard the volley from their bridge, for as I found out a few weeks later when I galloped over for another visit with the Englishman, shots at the German place meant something far different. Today, perspiring as much because of their intense excitement over the discovery of the Hittite stag as from their labors. The Arabs laughingly sat down to smoke cigarettes, which ended these celebrations, while the water boy started wildly in search of his donkey, followed by the vigorous epithets of his thirsty friends, who knew that the full flavor of a cigarette comes only with the drink of cold water. Noon came all too soon. It was Thursday, the payday. Friday was the Muslim Sabbath, and these Englishmen were too Christian in their relations with their Muslim workers to make them labor on their chosen day. Our drive to Aintab was short, and so we delayed to see the men paid off, on Lawrence's assurance that it would be interesting. A table was set in the open court of the room, and Woolley handed out the piastres to a line of workers. That was simple, but the men had learned to bring their discoveries in on paydays, and they received cash rewards for everything turned in. Of course, the result was exceeding care on their part, to lose or break no fragment in their work. And in fact, rare discoveries were sent in from all the countryside on these paydays. The excavators would glance at the article offered. One man would receive a 10-piastre bonus for what he brought in, perhaps more to encourage him than because it had any real worth. Another would have a fragment of pottery smilingly returned to him by the judge, while his companions laughed at him for trying to pass off on the alert Woolley part of a modern water jar. Never did the Englishman say, "I can pay you nothing for this, but I will keep it just the same." It was either paid for or returned to the owner. Occasionally a gold coin, bright as the Arab's eyes, would reward some happy man, but whether he got the gold or laugh, never was the decision of his master and friend questioned. As we tinkled across the plain to the rhythm of the bells on the horses' necks, we had food for thought in what we had seen. If Britain governs much of the world, we wondered if it did not because of the merit, capacity, and good sense of her sons in all lands. Impressions of this chance visit to Carchemish was deepened by residence in Constantinople throughout the World War, where we watched the German play for the big stake of which the Euphrates bridge was but an accident, and the German lost because of the way he went after it. Thomas Lawrence worked another way. His extraordinary achievement was wonderful beyond measure, but it was not a miracle. It was but the outworking of intelligence, imagination, sympathy, character. Robert Louis Stevenson, in An Apology for Idlers, deplores that many who have plied their book diligently know all about some branch or other of accepted lore, come out of the study with an ancient and owl-like demeanor, and prove dry, stockish, and dyspeptic in the better and brighter parts of life. But in Lawrence, Stevenson would have found a kindred spirit. Though scholar and scientist, he is neither bookish nor owlish. During the early days of the Arabian Revolution, a Captain Lloyd, now Sir George Lloyd, recent governor of Bombay, was in the desert with him for a short while. He once said to me, "It is difficult to describe the delight of intimate association with such a man. I found him both poet and philosopher, but possessor of an unfailing sense of humor." Mr. Luther Fowle's description of the U-shaped room at Carchemish is an illustration of this same sense of humor which makes Lawrence so thoroughly human, and which saved his life on more than one occasion. Major Young of the Near Eastern Secret Corps, who in pre-war days had known Lawrence in Mesopotamia, relates another incident. Representatives of England, Germany, France, Russia, and Turkey met in 1912 and agreed to an arrangement which gave the Germans control of the important strategic harbor of Alexandretta, and also permission to continue the railway which they had long wanted to extend through from Berlin to Baghdad in order to open up a direct route to the treasure vaults of Hindustan and Far Cathay. Lawrence, with his intimate knowledge of history, saw in this a bold Prussian threat against British power in Asia. Upon learning of the agreement, he immediately hurried down to Cairo, demanded an audience with Lord Kitchener, and asked K why Germany had been permitted to get control of Alexandretta, the vital port to which Disraeli referred when he said that the peace of the world would one day depend on the control of that point on the coast of Asia Minor toward which the finger of Cyprus pointed. Kitchener replied, "I have warned London repeatedly, but the Foreign Office pays no attention. Within 2 years there will be a world war. Unfortunately, young man, you and I cannot stop it, so run along and sell your papers." Although deeply chagrined because Britain, wrapped in slumber, had allowed Germany to extend her sphere of influence all the way from the Baltic to the Persian Gulf, Lawrence decided to amuse himself by pulling the leg of the German engineers who were working with feverish haste on the Berlin to Baghdad railway. Loading sections of drainage pipe on the backs of mules, he transported them from Carchemish to the hills which looked down on the new railroad right-of-way. There he carefully mounted them on piles of sand. The German engineers observed them through their field glasses, and as Lawrence had hoped, they mistook these harmless, innocent pipes for British cannons. Frantically they wired to both Constantinople and Berlin, declaring that the British were fortifying all the commanding positions. Meanwhile, Lawrence and Woolley were laughing up their sleeves. At Jedda, northeast of Aleppo, the Germans were at work on a great bridge over the Euphrates. In their typically German way, they painted numbers on the coats of their native workmen as a means of identifying them. They never even attempted to learn their names. They even committed the folly of allowing blood enemies to dig together. Of course, instead of digging holes for bridge piles, they dug holes in each other. This went on for a time, and then the 700 Kurd workmen turned on their German masters and attacked them. 300 of the digging gang at Carchemish joined their relatives and started a simultaneous attack from the rear. Fortunately for the Kaiser's myrmidons, Lawrence and Woolley arrived on the scene in time to prevent a massacre. As a result of their heroism, both archaeologists were awarded the Turkish Order of the Mecidiye by the Sultan. That was early in 1914, before the Great War found Lawrence. One of his first expeditions in the Near East was for the Palestine Exploration Fund. Lawrence and Woolley attempted to follow the footsteps of the Israelites through the wilderness. Along with other discoveries, they found what is believed to be the Kadesh Barnea of the Bible, the historic spot where Moses brought water gushing from the rock. First, they located a place in the Sinai Peninsula with the Bedouin called Ein Kadis, where there was one insignificant well, and perhaps it was there that the Israelites began complaining to Moses regarding the shortage of water. If that really was the place, remarked Lawrence, one could hardly blame the Israelites for grousing. Some 5 miles distant, the two archaeologists came upon a number of fine springs in a little valley called Gudarat, and they are of the opinion that this was where Moses succeeded in regaining the confidence of the children of Israel by quenching their thirst with the sparkling waters of these springs. Later on, Woolley and Lawrence wrote a small book concerning this expedition entitled The Wilderness of Sin. In it they tell of finding traces of a civilization dating back to 2500 BC, the oldest traces of human habitation ever discovered in the Sinai Peninsula. Woolley has written a delightful book published by the Oxford University Press entitled Dead Towns and Living Men, in which he describes the archaeological experiences of Lawrence and himself before the World War. One story throws considerable light on the differences between the methods of these two men in dealing with the natives and the tactics of the Germans at work on the Berlin-Baghdad line. A houseboy, Ahmed, was coming back one day from shopping in the village. and passed a gang of natives working on the railway whose foreman owed him money. Ahmed demanded payment of the debt. The foreman refused, and a wordy wrangle followed. A German engineer on his rounds saw their work was being hindered by an outsider, but instead of just ordering him off, he called up the 2 soldiers of his bodyguard, seized the unfortunate Ahmed, and without any inquiry as to the origin of rights of the dispute had him soundly flogged. Ahmed returned to the house full of woe, and as I was away, Lawrence went up to the German camp to seek redress. He found Consen, told him that one of his engineers had assaulted our house servant, and must accordingly apologize. Consen pooh-poohed the whole affair. When Lawrence showed him that he was in earnest, however, he consented to make inquiries and sent for the engineer in question. After talking to him, he turned angrily on Lawrence. "I told you the whole thing was a lie," he said. "Herr X never assaulted the man at all. He merely had him flogged." "Well, don't you call that an assault?" asked Lawrence. "Certainly not," replied the German. "You cannot use these natives without flogging them. We have men thrashed every day. It's the only method." "We've been here longer than you have," Lawrence retorted, "and have never beaten one of our men yet, and we don't intend to let you start on them. That engineer of yours must come down to the village with me and apologize to Ahmed in public." Consen laughed. "Nonsense," he said, and then, turning his back, "The incident is closed." "On the contrary," replied Lawrence, "if you don't do as I ask, I shall take the matter into my own hands." Consen turned round again. "Which means," he asked, "that I shall take your engineer down to the village and there flog him." "You couldn't and you daren't do such a thing," cried the scandalized German. But Lawrence pointed out that there was good reason for assuming that he had both dared and could, and in the end the engineer had to make his apology coram publico, to the vast amusement of the villagers. For 7 years Lawrence wandered up and down the desert, often accompanied by Woolley, but more frequently alone in native garb. At one time the British Museum sent him on a short expedition to the interior of the island of Sumatra, where he had escapes from headhunters almost as thrilling as his adventures in Arabia. But of these we could never persuade him to speak. Some day perhaps he may tell us of them in his memoirs. I had often wondered why he had chosen Arabia as the field for his archaeological work instead of Egypt, which is the Mecca and Medina for most men who love to dig among the ruins of antiquity. His reply was typical of him. He said, "Egypt has never appealed to me. Most of the important work there has been done, and most Egyptologists today spend too much of their time trying to discover just when the third whisker was painted on the scarab." Chapter 3. The Archaeologist Turned Soldier. Lord Kitchener's advice and his own personal observations led Lawrence to believe that a crash was imminent. When it came, he had once attempted to enlist as a private in the ranks of Kitchener's mob. But members of the Army Medical Board looked at the frail, 5'3" tow-headed youth, winked at one another, and told him to run home to his mother and wait until the next war. Just 4 years after he had been turned down as physically unfit for the ranks, this young Oxford graduate, small of stature, shy and scholarly as ever, entered Damascus at the head of his victorious Arabian army. Imagine what the members of the medical board would have said if someone had suggested to them in 1914 that 3 or 4 years later, this same young man would decline knighthood and the rank of general, and would even avoid the coveted Victoria Cross and various other honors. After his rejection, Lawrence returned to his ancient ruins and toiled lovingly over inscriptions that unlocked the secrets of civilizations that flourished and crumbled to dust thousands of years ago. But with many other scientists, scholars, and a few young men of exceptional ability, such as Mark Sykes, Aubrey Herbert, Cornwallis, Newcomb, and others, He was summoned to headquarters in Cairo by Sir Gilbert F. Clayton. Though he was then only 26 years old, he was already familiar with Turkey, Syria, Palestine, Arabia, Mesopotamia, and Persia. He had lived with the wild tribesmen of the interior, as well as with the inhabitants of principal cities such as Aleppo, Mosul, Baghdad, Beirut, Jerusalem, and Damascus. In fact, his knowledge of some parts of the Near East was unique. He not only spoke many of the languages, but he knew the customs of all the different nationalities and their historical development. To begin with, he was placed in the map department, where generals spent hours poring over inaccurate charts, discussing plans for piercing vulnerable spots in the Turkish armor. After working out a scheme, they would turn not infrequently and ask the insignificant-looking subaltern if, in view of his personal knowledge of the country, he had any suggestion to offer. Not infrequently his reply would be, "While there are many excellent points in your plan, it is not feasible except at the expense of great loss of time in building roads for transport of supplies and artillery, and at needless expense of lives in maintaining lines of communication to the territory of hostile native tribes." Then, as an alternative, he would point out a safer and shorter route, with which he happened to be familiar because he had tramped every inch of it afoot, while hunting for lost traces of the invading armies of Assyrians, Greeks, Romans, and Crusaders. The most staid old army officers on the staff put their confidence in this quiet-voiced junior lieutenant, and, in a short time, he had established a reputation for himself at GHQ. Later on in Arabia, Lawrence frequently outwitted the Turks because of this same superior knowledge of the topography of the country. He was better acquainted with many distant parts of the Turkish Empire than were the Turks themselves. From the map department he was transferred to another branch of the intelligence service, which dealt mainly with affairs inside the enemy lines. It was his duty, as one of the heads of the Secret Corps, to keep the commander-in-chief informed of the movements of various units of the Turkish army. Sir Archibald Murray, then head of the British forces in the Near East, had told me how highly he valued the knowledge of this youth, under whom were the native secret agents who passed back and forth through the Turkish lines. It was in the summer of 1915 that the Hejaz Arabs broke out in revolt against their Turkish masters in that part of the Arabian Peninsula, which lies mainly between the forbidden city of Mecca and the southern end of the Dead Sea, known as Holy Arabia. In order to understand the reasons for the outbreak of this revolution, and in order to appreciate the delicate and complicated problems which Lawrence was to face upon his arrival in Arabia after the Arabs had won a few initial victories and were confronted with the probability of their revolt collapsing, let us digress for a moment and glance in retrospect through the pages of Arabian history and refresh our memories regarding the romantic story of this historic peninsula and its picturesque peoples. Legend tells us that Arabia was the home of our common ancestors Adam and Eve, and the land of Queen Sheba, home of the heroes of the Arabian Nights, and a country peopled with a race that lived and hoped and loved before even the prehistoric mound builders dwelt on the plains of North America, and before the Druids in Woad built their rock temples in Britain. Tradition tells us that it is a land whose peoples founded empires centuries before Moses led the children of Israel out of Egypt, perhaps before even Khufu built the Great Pyramid. Archaeologists who have risked their lives to solve Arabia's mysteries tell us that great cities flourished and fell there long before the days of Tutankhamun, and that in one distant corner of the country the great King Hammurabi formulated his code of justice long before Buddha taught on the banks of the Ganges and before Confucius enunciated the principle of the Golden Rule. Jazirat-ul-Arab, the peninsula of the Arabs, is larger than England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, Holland, Belgium, France, and Spain, all combined. The Greeks and Romans traded, fought, and studied there, and divided it into 3 geographical parts: Arabia Petraea to the north, Arabia Deserta to the east, and Arabia Felix, Arabia the Blessed, to the west. Although some scholars believe it to have been the birthplace of the human race, we have better maps of the North Pole. In fact, we have better maps of Mars than we have of some of the parts of the interior of Arabia, from whence came many of the fighting men of Lawrence's army. The distance from the city of Aleppo, at the extreme north, to the city of Mecca, halfway down the western coast of Arabia, is as great as the distance from London to Rome. Yet Lawrence and his men trekked all the way from Mecca to Aleppo on the backs of camels, and over country as barren as the mountains of the moon. In order to keep from becoming confused by the strange Arabic names, it would be well for the reader to keep in mind that the Arabian campaign opened at Mecca and moved steadily north to Akaba, and then on to Damascus and Aleppo in Syria. Each event described in this account is a little farther north than the last. Although some authorities on the Near East estimate that there is a total population of 20 million people in the whole of Arabia, for centuries a large portion of them have been held together only by loose travel alliances, like those which existed between the Red Indian tribes of America 100 years ago. The peoples of Arabia since time immemorial have been divided into 2 distinct classes: those who dwell in villages and cities, and those who wander from place to place with all their worldly possessions in their camel bags. Both classes are called Arabs, but the wandering nomads are referred to as Bedouins whenever it is desired to differentiate between them and their kinsmen of the cultivated areas. The true Bedouin knows nothing about the cultivation of land, and his only animals are his camels and horses. The Bedouins are the more admirable of the two. They are the Arabs who have preserved the love of freedom and the ancient virtues of this virile race. Foremost of all Arabian travelers was an Englishman, Charles M. Doughty, poet, philosopher, and author of that great classic, Arabia Deserta, written in quaint Elizabethan style. With the exception of Colonel Lawrence, he was the only European who ever spent any considerable length of time traveling about the interior of Holy Arabia without disgusting himself as a Mohammedan. Doughty found what all who know them have discovered, that the Bedouins are kind hosts if visited in their camps, but frequently the stranger who falls into their hands in the desert under circumstances which, according to their unwritten law, do not cause them to regard him as a guest, finds them ruthless. In savage wantonness, the Shamar Arabs may even cut his throat. There is a proverb in the desert that a man will slay the son of his mother for old shoe leather, but despite this, their hospitality is so sweeping that it has become proverbial throughout the world. The Bedouin says, "Be we not all guests of Allah?" Then adds Doughty, "After the guests eat the bread and salt, there is a peace established between them for a time, that is counted 2 nights and a day in the most whilst their food is in him." The word Arab comes from Araba, the name of a small territory in an ancient province south of Hejaz, which is said to have been named after Yarab, the son of Qatan, the son of Abais, the son of Shala, the son of Arphaxad, the son of Shem, the son of Noah, who say was the first to speak Arabic, the tongue of the angels. They are a Semitic people of the same race as the Jews. The world owes much to the Arabs. Not only did they invent many of our boyhood games, such as the humming top set spinning by pulling a cord, but they made great strides in medicine, and their materia medica was but little different from the modern. Their highly skilled surgeons were performing difficult major operations with the use of anesthetics in the day when Europe depended entirely upon the miraculous healing of the clergy. In chemistry, we have them to thank for the discovery of alcohol, potassium, nitrate of silver, corrosive sublimate, sulfuric acid, and nitric acid. They even had experimented in scientific farming and understood irrigation, the use of fertilizers, and such things as grafting of fruit and flowers. They were world-famous for their tanning of leather, their dyeing of cloth, their manufacture of glass and pottery, of textiles, and of paper, and for their unsurpassed workmanship in gold, silver, copper, bronze, iron, and steel. The richest part of Arabia, excluding Mesopotamia, always has been and still is the province of Yemen in the extreme southwestern corner, a mountainous region just north of Aden. Famous these thousands of years for its wealth, its delightful climate, the fertility of its valleys, and is the home of mocha coffee. Strabo, the Greek geographer, tells us that Alexander the Great, shortly before his death, planned to return from India and there establish his imperial capital. Many scholars believe this rich region to have been the original habitation of man and the country whence the early Egyptians came. Beginning earlier than 1000 BC, highly organized monarchies existed here, such as the Minian, the Sabian, and the Himyariti. After the destruction of Jerusalem by Titus, many Jews fled here, and their quaint descendants still reside in Yemen. But when Ptolemies introduced the sea route to India, the Yemen became less important, and for centuries the best-known part of Arabia has been the province of Hejaz on the Red Sea, north of Yemen, bounded on the east by the Central Arabian region known as Nejd, and on the northeast by North Syria, the Dead Sea, Palestine, and the Sinai Peninsula. The word Hejaz, or Hijaz, means barrier. The fame of this particular waterless country is due to its two chief cities, Mecca, the birthplace of Muhammad, in old times called Makaraba, and Medina, the ancient Yathrib, where the Prophet spent the last 10 years of his life, where he was interred. It is the duty of all Muslims who can afford it to make a pilgrimage to these sacred cities, just as it was the duty of the people to journey here in idolatrous pre-Islamic times. About 1,000 years before Columbus discovered America, a boy was born in the city of Mecca. This boy was destined to shape very materially the history of the world. As a youth, he herded goats and sheep on the hills around Mecca, and then as a young man he hired himself out as a camel driver to a rich widow in Mecca. He used to drive her camel caravans up to Syria to trade with rich merchants there. In Syria he became better acquainted with the religions of the Jews and the Christians and became convinced that his fellow Arabs, who were worshippers of idols, did not possess a true religion. So this camel driver appropriated some of the tenets of Christianity, some of the principles of Judaism, a few scraps of philosophy from the Persian fire worshippers, a sprinkling of Arabian tradition, then threw in a number of his own ideas for good measure, and established a new religion. He encouraged his followers to regard Adam, Abraham, Moses, and Christ as prophets of Islam. Today, however, they are looked upon as infinitely less important than Muhammad himself, whose teachings are regarded as a later and final revelation of the will of God. Nearly every family in Arabia has at least one child named after the prophet. There are more men in the world bearing the name given Muhammad than there are with such names as John and William. Is it so strange, after all, that the desert should be the old homestead of three of the world's greatest religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Mohammedanism? The Arabs call the desert the Garden of Allah. They say there is no one in the desert but God. Out in the deserts of Arabia, even more than in any other parts of the world, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no striving in the desert to amass wealth for wealth's sake. There is no mad rush to get ahead of one's fellow men. One of the curses of our modern civilization is that we do not have time to think or meditate. The desert is a fitting place for one to ponder over man's destiny and to meditate upon the things that moth and rust do not corrupt and that thieves do not break through and steal. Muhammad, the camel boy of Mecca, was the first man to bind together in any sort of unity the peoples of Arabia. He came at the opportune time when a great leader was needed to drive out foreign domination. It was by his amazing evangelization that he succeeded in uniting the Arabs. To an even greater degree than most leaders of men, this camel boy of Mecca had the monarch mind, the mystery of commanding, the birth-hour gift, the art of Napoleon, of wielding, molding, gathering, welding, bending, the hearts of thousands till they moved as one. Following the death of Muhammad came the great wave of fanatical fury when the Arabian peoples, filled with religious fervor, swept out of the desert, overran a great part of the world, and built up the huge Muslim empire, which was even greater than the empire of the Romans. In those triumphant days of Islam, the Arabs supplied the dominant religious, political, and military leaders for all the countries they conquered. They seemed irresistible. When the Arabs, who had fed on locust and wild honey, once tasted the delicacies of civilization in Syria and reveled in the luxurious palaces of the Khosroes, writes El-Tabiri, the Muslim historian, they said, "By Allah, even if we cared not to fight for the cause of God, yet we could not but wish to contend and enjoy these, leaving distress and hunger henceforth to others." Within a century after the death of Muhammad, the Hejaz Arabs had built up an empire vaster than either that of Alexander or of Rome. Islam swept across the world like a whirlwind. But the vast empire reached its zenith in the 7th century of this era, and its decline dates from the Battle of Tours, A.D. 732, when the Arabs were defeated in France by the Christians under Charles Martel. Many of the Arabs remained in the lands they had conquered. As merchants and missionaries, they have carried the crisp, brief creed of Muhammad from Arabia to Gibraltar, Central Africa, Central China, and the islands of the South Seas. Unlike followers of other faiths, they shout their creed from the minarets and housetops of every land where they are to be found. La ilahu illa Allah, Allahu Akbar. And even today, we find thousands of Arabs occupying positions of affluence in far-off Hong Kong, Singapore, the East Indies, and Spain. And others drifted back to their old life in the Arabian desert. Once more, Arabia stood isolated from the world by the barren mountain ranges which fringe its coast and by its trackless belts of shifting sand. In the 12th century, the descendants of Saladin, who was half Kurd, conquered the fringes of Arabia. Then 3 centuries later, a new tribe swept down from the unknown plateaus of Central Asia. They were of the tribe of Uthman, forefathers of the modern Turks, and they attempted to govern the Arabs as though they were a people of an inferior race. The Turks claimed possession of Arabia for 400 years simply because they were able to maintain a few garrisons along the coast. A few of these garrisons were successful in holding out to the very end of the Great War, but at last they surrendered, leaving Arabia once again in the undisputed possession of its freedom-loving inhabitants. The Hejaz tribes have never acknowledged the sovereignty of any foreign ruler. They have preserved their liberty with but little interruption since prehistoric times, and consequently they regard their personal freedom above all else. Great armies have been sent against them, but not even the Assyrians, the Medes, the Persians, the Greeks, or the Romans were able to conquer them. Ever since the decline of the Arabian Empire, more than 1,000 years ago, generals, sultans, and caliphs have attempted to unify the peoples of Arabia, and particularly of the province of Hejaz, because it contains the two sacred Mohammedan cities. None were successful, but where they failed, Thomas Edward Lawrence, the unknown unbeliever, succeeded. It remained for this youthful British archaeologist to go into forbidden Arabia and lead the Arabs through the spectacular and triumphant campaign which helped Allenby break the backbone of the Turkish Empire and destroy the pan-German dream of world dominion. The way in which he swept the Turks from Holy Arabia and temporarily built the mosaic of peoples into a homogeneous nation, now known as the Kingdom of Hejaz, is a story that I should have failed to believe had I not visited Arabia and come into personal contact with Lawrence and his associates during their campaign. Perhaps no factor played a greater part in simplifying Lawrence's task in Arabia than the existence of an ancient desert fraternity, which has been called the cult of the blood of Muhammad. We must know something about this cult and its present-day leaders in order to understand the diplomacy and strategy of Colonel Lawrence, which we are to follow during the Desert War. Chapter 4. The Cult of the Blood of Muhammad. During the long centuries of uncertain Turkish rule, there had persisted in the sacred cities of the Hejaz the cult of the blood of Muhammad, with its membership limited to descendants of the Prophet. These people were called sherifs, or nobles, by the other Arabs, and they had never lost their hatred for the Turks, whom they regarded as intruders. So powerful was this cult that the Ottoman government could not destroy it. However, when sherifs, living within reach of the string of fortified Turkish posts along the fringe of the desert, protested openly against the Ottoman tyranny, the Sultan usually invited them to come and reside near him in Constantinople. There they would either remain as virtual prisoners or quietly be put out of the way. Abdul Hamid, the last great sultan, was an expert in following this private policy of his predecessors, and among the prominent Arabs he found it the better part of discretion to have near him, at the Sublime Porte, was one Sharif Hussein of Mecca. He was the oldest living descendant of Muhammad and was therefore believed by many to be the man really entitled to the caliphate, the spiritual and temporal head of Islam. The title of caliph had originally been given only to the lineal descendants of Muhammad, but later had been usurped by the Turks. No people in the world take more pride in their ancestry than the Arabs. The births of all the leading princely families are recorded in Mecca at the mosque built around the black stone which millions of people regard as the most sacred spot in the world. Here, on a scroll of parchment, is inscribed the name of Hussein ibn Ali, direct lineal descendant of Muhammad, through his daughter Fatima and her eldest son Hassan. When King Hussein was young, he had too much spirit to live tamely with his family in Mecca. Instead, he roamed the desert with the Bedouins and took part in all their raids and tribal wars. His mother was a Circassian, and much of his vigor is inherited from her. Abdul Hamid, the Red Sultan, received many disturbing reports regarding the wild life led by this independent Sharif. Abdul had two ways of dealing with the man whom he feared or distrusted. He would either tie him in a sack and throw him in the Bosporus or keep him in Constantinople under close personal observation, although he was afraid that Hussein might conspire against him. The fact that Hussein was a direct descendant of Muhammad made it difficult for old Abdul to chuck him into the Bosporus, so he gave him a pension and a little house on the Golden Horn, where the Sharif and his family were compelled to live for 18 years. When the revolution of the Young Turks came in 1912 and Abdul was overthrown, all political prisoners were released from Constantinople, and Hussein and other Arab nationalist leaders thought they saw the dawn of a new era of freedom and liberty. In fact, they too had assisted the Young Turks in overthrowing the old regime. But their hopes were soon dispelled, for the new Committee of Unity and Progress rashly set out to Ottomanize all the peoples of that complex of races which made up the Turkish Empire. They even went so far as to insist that the Arabs should give up their beautiful language, the tongue of the angels, and substitute the corrupt Ottoman dialect. It was not long before Hussein discovered that the Committee of Unity and Progress, headed by Enver Talaat and Jemal, was far more tyrannical than old Abdul in his bloodiest moments. They now looked back on the villainous Abdul as a harmless old gentleman in comparison with his successors. The Young Turks even suggested that in the Quran, Turkish heroes should be substituted for the ancient patriarchs. Words of Arabic origin were deleted from the Turkish vocabulary. In Mecca, the exaggerated story was told that the Turks were reverting to the ancient heathenism of Uthman, and that soldiers in Constantinople were required to pray to the white wolf, a deity of the barbaric days before the Ottoman horde left its early home in the wilds of Central Asia. Although the Arab leaders despaired of seeing a happier day for their country, Sharif Hussein and his sons concealed their hatred for the autocratic triumvirate in the whole Young Turk party. Because of the help he had given to the triumvirate before he was disillusioned as to their real aims, they granted him the title of Keeper of the Holy Places of Islam over the 66th Emir of Mecca in the Ottoman period. Miss Gertrude Bell, the only woman staff captain in the British Army and one of the foremost authorities on Near Eastern affairs, in a letter to the Times of London declared that the Arab nationalist movement was given vitality by the Young Turks, who as soon as they came into power changed their whole attitude. Liberty and equality are dangerous words to play with in an empire composed of divergent nationalities, wrote Miss Bell. Of these Arabs, adaptable and quick-witted, proudly alive to their traditions of past glory as founders of Islam, and upholders for 700 years of the authority of the Khilafat, were the first to claim the translation of promise into performance. And in the radiant dawn of their constitutional era, the Arab intelligentsia eagerly anticipated that their claim would be recognized. If the Turks had responded with a genuine attempt to allow Arab culture to develop along its own lines under their aegis, the Ottoman Empire might have taken on new life. But their inelastic mentality precluded them from embracing the golden opportunity. Moreover, Prussian militarism made to them a peculiarly powerful, and if the political configuration of their empire be considered, a peculiarly dangerous appeal. The Committee of Union and Progress was determined to hack its way through the sensibilities of subject races, and not content with this formidable task, by neglecting the cautious diplomatic methods of Abdul Hamid, it found itself involved in a disastrous and debilitating struggle with its neighbor states in Europe. Before the War of 1914 broke out, not only were the Arab provinces filled with hatred and desire for vengeance. In the luxurious atmosphere of the Ottoman metropolis, Hussein's 4 sons quite naturally had grown up more like young Turkish bloods than Arab youths. They had spent most of their time rowing on the Bosporus and attending court balls. For 6 years, Prince Faisal had acted as a private secretary to Abdul Hamid. When the Grand Sharif returned to Mecca, he immediately summoned his 4 sons and informed them that they were altogether too effete and too accustomed to the soft ways of Stamboul. Constantinople and its accursed life of luxury are now behind thee, praised to be Allah. Henceforth thou art to make thy home under the canopy of heaven with thy brothers of the black tents, in order that the glory of our house may not be disgraced. Allahu Akbar. So, saying, the aged emir fitted the deed to the word and ordered them out to patrol the pilgrim routes. These routes are mere camel tracks across the burning sands connecting the Red Sea coast with Mecca and the Holy City, and the summer capital of Taif. And between Medina and Mecca, with each of his sons he sent a company of his best fighting men. They were not even permitted to use tents, but were compelled to sleep in their cloaks. They spent their days chasing robbers. The worst robbers in the desert are the men of the Harith clan. Some 100 outlaws, nearly all of them banished members of Sharifian families. These men of Harith have entrenched themselves in a naturally fortified village 50 miles northeast of Mecca. Expeditions against them and other bandits developed Hussein's sons into self-reliant, capable leaders. That Emir Faisal is such a prominent figure in the Near East today is not entirely because of his royal blood, but partly because he excels in ways which make for leadership in the Arabian desert. These are not a knowledge of Bridge or Browning. Ali, the eldest son, is a small, thin, well-groomed prince. He has delightful manners, great personal charm, and is an accomplished diplomat. He is deeply religious, the essence of generosity, and a martinet on all questions of morality. Like the other members of his family, he has far-reaching views and aspirations for his country, but he has no personal aspirations beyond the emirate of Mecca, to which he will, in all probability, fall heir at the death of his father. Abdullah, the second son, is ambitious and vigorous, but is not quite such an idealist. At the termination of the war, he became the ruler of Transjordania, with a famous English traveler by the name of St. John Philby as his advisor. The youngest member of the family, Prince Zaid, is half Turk. There is not so much of the Oriental about him, and when the revolt was at its height, he still lacked the seriousness of his older brothers. This youth left such solid enthusiasms as Arab nationalism to the rest of his family and devoted himself to fighting and to the lighter joys of life, as one would expect from a normal prince in his early 20s. He is nevertheless rich in common sense. Zaid loves hunting, riding, and dancing. After the Arabs and Anzacs took Damascus, he jazzed all over the city until Faisal convinced him that he should conduct himself with greater dignity. He also is a man of considerable charm, and if his ambition to attend Oxford is realized, may yet prove himself the ablest of an illustrious family. Faisal, third and best known of Hussein's 4 sons, is an idealist. Although modest and reserved, he is a man of great personality. Every Arab is a born diplomat, and Faisal is well above the average. Children of the desert have few games. They do not know how to play as our Western children do. Life is a serious and sober affair from the moment the Arab baby opens his eyes on the woman's side of the black tent. As soon as he is able to crawl, he comes into the tribal council. His only school is the coffee hearth. His only education consists in the handling of men and camels. Emil Faisal began life as a dirty little shepherd boy. His mother was an Arab girl of Mecca and a cousin of his father. When Faisal was a little baby, Sharif Hussein sent him into the desert to live with the Bedouin tribe, because it is considered more beneficial for a boy to grow up in the open desert than in a city or village. Later in Constantinople, Faisal contracted consumption, but since then the desert has cured him. He is still very thin, however, and measures only 21 inches around the waist. He smokes cigarettes day and night and eats sparingly. Among the tribes, he is considered an unusually fine shot and good horseman and an excellent camel rider. Faisal is enlightened and thoroughly modern in his views, and Colonel Lawrence, who knows him better than anyone else, declares that he is as honest as daylight. His people follow him not through fear, but because they admire him and love him. He is much too kind and liberal-minded to rule as an Oriental despot of the old school. Given the opportunity, he may be depended upon to do his utmost to usher in an entirely new order of things for his people. Certain statesmen of world prominence choose detective stories for their moments of relaxation. Prince Faisal, in the lull between campaigns, refreshed himself for renewed battle and the cares of state with classical Arabic poetry. His favorite poet is Imr el-Qais, the most renowned of all Arab bards, who lived just before Muhammad, and who wrote about camels, the desert, and love. Among Faisal's other favorites are Ibn Isham, Ibn el-Ali, Zuhair, Zarafa, al-Harith, and Mutanabbi, great writers of the Middle Ages, when Arabian learning and culture penetrated to the most remote corners of Europe. Mutanabbi's couplet must have struck a responsive chord in Faisal's heart. Night and my steed and the desert know me, and the lance thrust and battle, and parchment and pen. I also saw him frequently reading the works of Antara, the famous poet who wrote a huge epic of his own life filled with the tales of raids and love lyrics. The recent War of Liberation inspired many new poets to arouse the people by means of patriotic songs. Even the humblest camel driver improvised songs built around Lawrence, Faisal, and that celebrated warrior Auda Abu Tayyi. Poetry, song, and proverb all exalt the virtue of hospitality among the Arabs. An Arab, from Hussein down to the humblest of his subjects, will risk his own life rather than allow any harm to befall a guest, even if the latter happens to be his worst enemy. For many months prior to the outbreak of the Arabian Revolution, Sharif Hussein and his sons were secretly preparing for it, while leading the Turks to believe that they were mobilizing against the Allies. Emir Faisal happened to be in Damascus during this period as the guest of Jemal Pasha, the Turkish viceroy of Syria and Palestine. His father sent word to him that he had succeeded in gathering together a large number of tribes for an attack on the Turkish garrison at Medina. So Faisal excused himself on some pretext and said he must return south. Jemal urged him to delay his departure for a few days, saying that he and Enver Pasha would like to accompany him to Medina. When Faisal arrived at Medina with Jemal and Enver, they attended a review of over 5,000 Arab tribesmen who whirled by on camels and horses, firing their rifles into the air. The two members of the Turkish triumvirate were delighted with the warlike display and told Faisal that his men would be of great assistance to the Sultan and his illustrious fellow Mohammedan ruler, Kaiser William Pasha, in their war against the unbeliever. That night, during the usual banquet, Ali ibn Hussein of the Rabr Harith clan and a number of other sharifs and sheikhs stole upon Faisal and whispered, "We have the palace surrounded and are going to kill these Turkish dogs." Realizing that his followers were in dead earnest, Faisal waved them aside for a moment and, turning to Jemal and Enver, said, "Now, gentlemen, according to our custom, after a banquet of this kind, you must spend the night in my house." Faisal then established his guest in his own room and slept outside the door all night. Without leaving them for a single moment, he took them to the train the next morning and accompanied them on their 3-day journey to Damascus. This required no little nerve, for if Jemal and Enver had suspected that anything was wrong in Medina, and that the Arabs did not intend to cooperate with Turkey and Germany in the war, they would either have killed Faisal or held him as hostage to guarantee the good behavior of his father. An Arabian banquet is an occasion to be remembered. After the war, King Hussein entertained at the Beladia, the town hall of Jeddah, in honor of Prince Georges Lotfallah of Egypt. Rows and rows of small tables were placed end to end and then piled high with food until they groaned under the weight. 80 guests were served at one sitting, and the waiters walked up and down on top of the tables looking down at you. If your plate was not full, they would slice off a slab of sheep or goat and then step over the cake and attend to your neighbor. After the first 80 had dined, the next sitting was served in like manner. Chapter 5. The Fall of Jeddah and Mecca. When the World War pulled Turkey into the maelstrom, with Great Britain, France, and Russia and Italy pitted against her, it was the hour of opportunity for Arabia. Unable to obtain sufficient funds and ammunition, Sharif Hussein was compelled to let many months pass by without declaring himself. Then came the news of the surrender of Kut el-Amara by General Townsend. This was a serious reverse for the Allies and an important victory for the Turks. Hussein could no longer hold his followers. He sent word to the British government that he could not stand by and permit his people to remain subject to the Turks. He asked for assistance, but before receiving a reply, with all the pent-up fury and hatred of 500 years of oppression and dishonor, the Arabs of the Hejaz leaped at the throats of the Turks. From all parts of the desert came the swarthy, lean, picturesque sons of Ishmael to avenge and free themselves at last. Hussein and his 4 sons had worked out all the details of their plan for the revolution, but kept them secret until a few weeks before they touched off the fuse. They did not even dare to trust their close associates, because in Turkish territory plots were usually discovered before they matured, and no man knew whom he could trust. Not only were there spies, but innumerable spies on spies. Early in 1916, when Lieutenant Lawrence was making a reputation for himself with the Secret Corps, in Cairo, Grand Sharif Hussein sent word to all the tribes of Holy Arabia to be ready at a moment's notice. Then, on June 9th, he gave the signal. At the same instant, he himself publicly denounced Enver, Talaat, Jamal, and their infamous Committee of Unity and Progress. Simultaneous attacks were launched against Mecca, Jeddah, the seaport to the Holy City, and Medina, 3 of the least known and most interesting cities in the world. And before we continue to the point in the Arab Revolt, where Lawrence made his entrance, let us stop and see these centers of life in the Hejaz, whence came so many of Lawrence's associates. When you land at Jeddah, you blink your eyes and pinch yourself to see if you are awake. The Quran forbids the use of intoxicating liquors, but either the architects who designed this city were not faithful Muslims, or most of the buildings were constructed before Muhammad introduced prohibition into Arabia. The streets of Jeddah are a bewildering maze of narrow, zigzag canyons between tall, tottering houses, which look as though they have been joggled about by incessant earthquakes. Many of the houses are 5 and 6 stories and are used only for the accommodation of pilgrims who pass through on their way to Mecca during the Ramadan, a time when the population of the city increases from 20,000 to perhaps 100,000. The most fitting way I can think of describing this weird Arabian seaport is to say that it looks like any ordinary Oriental city might look to a man suffering from delirium tremens. The Leaning Tower of Pisa would be in an appropriate setting if it were transferred to Jeddah. Symmetry seems to be an unknown quantity in this part of the Near East. It is said that an Arab carpenter cannot draw a right angle, and an Arab waiter never puts a tablecloth on square. The sacred shrine of the Mohammedans in Mecca, known as the Kaaba, meaning cube, has none of its sides or angles equal. Arab streets are seldom parallel, and even the street that is called straight in Damascus is not straight. Jeddah, with its inebriated buildings, its crazy fragile balconies, its leaning minarets, its lazy Arab merchants squatting cross-legged on top of tables in front of chaotic shops, its fantastic arcaded bazaars covered with patchwork roofs, pieced together like the sails of a Chinese junk, is the nearest approach to a futuristic paradise of any city in the world. Arabia is indeed a topsy-turvy land. Where we might measure most of our liquids and weigh most of our solids, they weigh their liquids and measure their solids. Where we use knives and forks and spoons, they use their hands. Where we use tables and chairs, they recline on the floor. Where we mount from the left, they mount their camels and horses from the right. We read from the left to the right, while they read from right to left. The desert dweller keeps his head covered in the summer and winter alike, and his feet usually unprotected. Where we take off our hats in entering a friend's house, they take off their shoes. In addition to its Arab population, Jeddah is inhabited by the remnants of 1,000 pilgrimages, descendants of pilgrims who had sufficient money to enable them to reach Mecca, but not enough to enable them to leave Arabia after fulfilling their religious vows. Many of them are poverty-stricken and barely able to eke out a living at the odd jobs which they get during the short pilgrimage season each year. Among them are Javanese, Filipinos, Malays, representatives of a dozen different Indian races, Kurds, Turks, Egyptians, Sudanese, Abyssinians, Senegalese, tribesmen from Sahara, Zanzibaris, Yemenites, Somalis, and numerous others. One afternoon, accompanied by Major Goldie, an officer attached to the British mission, which had its headquarters there during the campaign, I rode out through Mecca Gate to the Abyssinian quarter. The dwellings of those primitive people are round huts with conical thatched roofs surrounded by high corral fences made of rusty petrol and preserved meat tins. We pulled up our ponies in front of a hut where a Negro woman was busy tanning a hide. The moment she saw us, she began screaming, "Oh, why have you come to destroy my home? Oh, why are you going to carry away my child? Oh, what have I done that you should want to shoot me?" Although Goldie did his best to reassure her, she continued this wail until we rode out of hearing. On either side of Jeddah, a few miles distant, are small ports which foreigners scrupulously avoid visiting. Tourists have never been welcome because these villages for many years have been slave-trading centers. Here Negroes, smuggled across from the African coast, were sold to wealthy Arabs. The Turkish government winked at this vicious commerce, but King Hussein is vigorously endeavoring to stamp it out. As a result of Hussein's stand on the slavery question, the price of a well-built young Negro has advanced from the pre-war quotation of £50, £300, or even as high as £500. Although the trade may continue surreptitiously for a short time, the king and his sons are so bitterly opposed to it that it is only a question of months until they will have it driven out. Beyond the north gate of the Jeddah wall, Major Goldie took me to see what thousands of Mohammedans believe to be the tomb of the common ancestor of us all. There is a century-old tradition to the effect that it was here, near Jeddah, that the ark grounded after the Great Flood. According to one version of the story, on his 601st birthday, not long after the waters had abated, Noah and his 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, were walking along the beach when they came to a depression in the sand. This depression seemed to resemble a human form. It was about 300 feet long. Ham asked his son what he thought it could be, and the venerable patriarch replied, "Ham, my lad, that is the last resting place of Mother Eve." Of course, there are many educated Mohammedans who laugh at this legend, but nevertheless a wall, 300 feet long, has been built round the supposed depression, and within this enclosure is a white mosque where thousands of women worship every year. They believe Mother Eve was 300 feet in height. Just think how the rest of us must have degenerated. But the city takes its name from this tomb, for the word Jedda means grandmother or ancestress. Since the time of Muhammad, no Jews, Christians, followers of Zoroaster, or other unbelievers have been welcome anywhere in Hejaz except along the coast. None but the faithful are even allowed to go beyond the Jeddah wall through the east gate, which leads in the direction of Mecca. The British officers who were stationed in Jeddah from the outbreak of the revolution until the end of the war scrupulously observed this unwritten law. During the campaign, no Allied representatives ever visited the forbidden capital of the King of Hejaz. At any rate, not officially or for publication. King Hussein even went so far as to request the British authorities to instruct all officers piloting seaplanes attached to warships cruising in the Red Sea under no circumstances to profane the air by flying over either Mecca or Medina. This very day, millions of Muslims are turning their faces 5 times toward Mecca and declaring over and over again, La ilaha Allah wa Muhammad ar-Rasul Allah. There is but one God, Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet. Mecca and Medina, its sister metropolis of the desert, are the 2 most mysterious cities in the world. Any man in the vicinity of either who declared that Christ was the Son of God would be torn to pieces. Since the time of Muhammad, Mecca and Medina have been forbidden to all but Muslims. In fact, the fanatical followers of the founder of Islam would destroy any intruder whom they even suspected of being an unbeliever. For this reason, all conferences between King Hussein and the representatives of the British and French governments were held in Jeddah. We have a record of only a dozen or so Christians who have visited Mecca during the past 1,000 years and lived to tell the tale. The most celebrated of these, of course, was Sir Richard Burton. Fewer still have visited Medina. At the end of the 18th century, a puritanical and fanatical sect from Central Arabia called the Wahhabis overran the Hejaz and captured Mecca. They were driven out by an Egyptian army under Muhammad Ali, and for a time an adventurer and ex-sergeant in the Black Watch had the unique honor of acting as governor of Medina and the guardian of the tomb of the Prophet. Not only do all Mohammedans turn toward Mecca to pray, because it was the birthplace of their prophet, but many of them build their houses and even their outhouses facing Mecca, and when they die, they are buried facing Mecca. Muhammad enjoined his followers to make pilgrimages to Mecca. He advocated this in order to satisfy the pagans of Arabia who had been doing it for centuries. The city has no economic importance, but the pilgrims who go there each year during the month of Zul-Hajj are a source of income to its 150,000 inhabitants. Tens of thousands of pilgrims visit Mecca annually, although for many who come from far-off lands 2 years are required to make the trip. The region about Mecca is all holy. Pilgrims are not permitted to disturb the wild animals nor even to cut the thorns or desert herbs. The holy city of Islam is located in a narrow pocket between the hills where 2 valleys join. 3 forts frown down upon Mecca from the heights and were occupied by Turkish troops until King Hussein's followers drove them out. In the center of Mecca is the Great Mosque, which was built as a place of pagan worship many centuries before the birth of Muhammad. It is known as the Mosque of the Kaaba, or Masjid al-Haram, which means the sacred temple. Within the courtyard is a small, shaped building, the famous Kaaba. It is covered over with a gorgeous, holy carpet of black silk with a wide border of gold lettering text from the Quran. The roof is supported by pillars of aloe wood. Around the edge, in a spout of gold which carries off rainwater. Embedded in one of the walls is the most sacred object in the world to more than 200 million of people. It is the black stone of meteoric origin which the Mohammedans believe was tossed down from heaven by the angel Gabriel to Father Abraham. They say it was once whiter than milk, but that it has turned black by the sins of the people who have kissed it. Others say that it derived its color from Adam's tears. It has been broken in 7 pieces, and its parts are now held together by a background of cement surrounded by a silver band studded with silver nails. The followers of the Prophet believe that this cube-shaped building rests directly beneath the throne of God. They say it was lowered down from heaven at the request of Adam, and that it is an exact duplicate of one that he had seen in paradise before his expulsion, called Beit al-Mamur, and frequented by angels. Very few people ever enter the Kaaba, but those who do keep their eyes down in an attitude of reverence and humble submission to divine power. If a pilgrim from Syria enters it, for the rest of his life he never goes barefoot, because he believes that his skin has touched holy ground and therefore must never be placed on profane earth again. The holy carpet which covers the Kaaba is replaced each year by a new one. Formerly there were 2 sent each year, one of which came down from Damascus from the Sultan of Turkey, while the other was made in Cairo and presented to the mosque by the Sultan of Egypt. When a new one is put up, the old one is cut into bits by the pilgrims who take the pieces home for souvenirs. According to the tradition, from the dawn of creation to Judgment Day, at least one pilgrim is always supposed to be engaged in walking 7 times around the Kaaba. But about every 20 years, great floods come and fill all the streets of Mecca, including the mosque, and when these floods occur, men are hired to swim around it day and night in order that the ceremony may never be interrupted. The pilgrims kiss the black stone, run around the building 7 times, take a drink from a holy well called Zemzem, and kiss the stone again. Sir Richard Burton said that when he tried to kiss the black stone, he found himself in a milling throng of religious devotees, each of whom was trying to force his way through the crowd in order that he might press his lips against the most sacred object in the world. He said that these religious enthusiasts were all calling out their prayers in loud voices, and between sentences of their prayers they would stop and curse the man who was elbowing them away from the black stone. The most important well in Mecca is this well of Zemzem in the courtyard of the mosque. The water in it is slightly brackish, but is said to be delightful when one becomes accustomed to using it. The well is 8 feet wide and quite deep. According to Muslim tradition, one of the direct routes to heaven is through the bottom of this well. The pilgrims from India who take such superstitions literally frequently threw themselves into the well, making the water undrinkable for days. In fact, so many people tried to shortcut to paradise that it became necessary to stretch a net over the bottom to break their fall. There is an ancient tradition among Mohammedans that the approach of the day of resurrection will be indicated by the sun rising in the west and by the appearance of a monster which will rise out of the earth in the courtyard of Masjid al-Haram. This beast is to be 60 cubits in height, just twice as high as the Lord commanded Noah to make the ark. It is to be a complex combination of 11 different animals, having the head of a bull, the eyes of a hog, the ears of an elephant, the horns of a stag, the neck of a giraffe, the breast of a lion, the color of a tiger, the back of a cat, the tail of a ram, the legs of a camel, and the voice of an ass. She is to bring with her the rod of Moses and the seal of Solomon. So swift will be this monster that none will escape. With the rod of Moses she will smite all true believers on the cheek, branding them with a mark which will indicate that they are of the faithful. Unbelievers will be stamped with the seal of King Solomon. It is also believed that this strange beast will speak Arabic. After the appearance of this mammoth creature, all mortals who have inhabited the earth since the dawn of creation will be required to cross a valley on a hare, from which the iniquitous will tumble off into the fires of hell, while the pure in heart will cross safely into paradise. There are many different versions of this tradition which were believed in by the adherents of other religions long before the time of Muhammad. Among other signs believed by some to be indications of the approach of the day of resurrection are war with the Turks, the advancement of the meanest to positions of dignity and power, the coming of Antichrist from Khorasan, mounted on an ass and followed by 70,000 Jews, the return of Jesus, who certain Mohammedans believe will embrace the Mohammedan religion, marry a wife, slay Antichrist, and rule the earth in peace and security, and the bestowal of power of speech on all animals, birds, fishes, reptiles, and inanimate things. Until recently, Mecca was perhaps the most evil and licentious city in the world. The holier the city, the wickeder its people, runs the Arab proverb. A block away from the holy Kaaba stands the slave market, which was closed not long ago by Hussein. There were in the city of Mecca, until recently, and perhaps still are, many women who are legally married and divorced almost monthly and sometimes semi-monthly. A pilgrim arriving at Mecca before King Hussein's puritanical regime could be legally married during the time he was a resident and performing his religious rites. He could then have his marriage legally dissolved when he left the city. The people of Mecca do not share those fine primitive virtues and simplicity of taste which have made the Bedouins famous. Since olden times, those born there have been distinguished from other Arabians by 3 scars on the cheek, a trademark of viciousness, say visitors to Mecca. The language of the Meccans is the most salacious to be found anywhere in the dissolute East. The city is filled with unspeakable diseases and practices. Travelers have described scenes occurring in the great mosque as licentious as any reported to have occurred in the most dissolute days of ancient times. But to get back to our story of the capture of the holy cities by the Arabs, the aged Grand Sharif supervised the attack on Mecca, while Faisal and Ali were in command of the force directed against Medina. The Grand Sharif was successful at Mecca. The forts on the 3 hills overlooking that forbidden and sacred city were garrisoned by the Sultan's most faithful Circassian mercenaries and by picked Turkish troops. On the day of the attack, the Arabs swept through the gates and captured the main bazaar, the residential section, the administration buildings, and the sacred mosque of Holy Kaaba. For a fortnight the battle raged around the 2 smaller forts, which were finally taken. During all this fighting, the aged Sharif remained in his palace directing operations in spite of scores of Turkish 3-inch shells that riddled his residence. The Turks might have been able to hang on for many months had it not been for their own folly. The Ottoman seems to be a Mohammedan in theory only, occasionally adhering to the ritual and even less frequently adhering to the spirit of the Quran. Heedless of the deep-set religious feelings of their enemies and the core religionist, they suddenly began to bombard the mosque of the Kaaba, the most sacred shrine of all Islam. One shell actually struck the black stone, burning a hole in the holy carpet and killing 9 Arabs who were kneeling in prayer. Hussein's followers were so enraged by this impious act that they swarmed over the walls of the great fort and captured it after desperate hand-to-hand fighting with knives and daggers. Both Mecca and the nearby seaport of Jedda were captured during the first month's fighting. Jeddah was taken in 5 days as a result of the cooperation of the 5 small British merchantmen under Captain Boyle, a daring red-headed Irishman who was second in command to Sir Rosalind Wemyss, then admiral of the Near Eastern Fleet. More than 1,000 Turkish and German prisoners were taken to Jeddah. The bombardment of this port of entry to the holy city of Mecca nearly started a revolution in India. The 80 million Mohammedans living in India are the most fanatical of all Islam in many respects. They erroneously charged the British with having bombarded one of their holy places. As a matter of fact, Jeddah, being merely the port to Mecca, has never been regarded as a holy city by the Arabs themselves and is the one city in the Hejaz to which unbelievers have always been admitted. At Medina, the Bedouins, under Sharifs Faisal and Ali, were less successful. The tribesmen in northern Hejaz, who had rallied around the Sharifian flag, swept out of the desert mist early on the same morning in June on which the attack was launched against Mecca. Occupying the palm groves which extend for miles around the outskirts, they drove the Turkish outposts from the gardens of the Medina palaces, fabled for their sparkling fountains, apricot, banana, and pomegranate orchards. The troops of the garrison withdrew inside the city walls. There they knew they had the additional protection afforded by the tomb of Muhammad, the tomb which causes Medina to be regarded as the second holiest city of Islam. Although Faisal and Ali could have brought up cannon from Jeddah and perhaps taken the city by storm after bombardment, Hussein refused to permit this for fear of causing the destruction of the Prophet's tomb, a catastrophe which would have incurred the anger of every one of the 250 million Mohammedans in the world. Medina is the city to which Muhammad made his hejira, or flight from Mecca, in July 622 A.D., to save himself from the daggers of assassins hired by his religious enemies. All Mohammedans count time not from the birth of Christ, but from the date of that flight. Muhammad was buried in Medina, and on one side of him rests his favored daughter, Fatima, and on the other side the second of the great Arabian rulers, Caliph Omar. But between the graves of Muhammad and Omar, a space was left. So the Muslims say that Christ, upon his second coming and death, may be buried by the side of the Prophet. So Medina, in addition to being a sacred city of considerable commercial importance, is a great pilgrimage center. Shortly after the war, the Turks, in order to facilitate the movement of troops to quell possible uprisings in Arabia, but ostensibly to make it easier for pilgrims to reach Medina from the north, built a single-track railway line all the way down from Damascus. One of the first acts that the attacking Bedouin hordes committed when they approached Medina was to tear up several miles of rails with their bare hands in order to isolate the garrison. After surrounding the town, the Arabs sat down to await its surrender. But the Turks, encouraged by their inactivity, slipped out of the gates at dawn, surprised some of the Arabs who were camping in the suburb of Awali, and set fire to all the houses. Large numbers of women and children were shot down by machine guns, and scores of others were burned alive in their homes. This so enraged the Bedouins and the thousands of Arab townsmen who came out of Medina to join Faisal and Ali that they immediately assaulted the great Turkish fort just outside the walls of the city. But the Turks opened fire with their heavy artillery and mowed great gaps in the tightly packed whirling mass of frenzied Arabians. Never having encountered artillery fire before in their lives, the frenzy soon turned to panic, and the mob fled to the shelter of a nearby hill. Seeing this, the Turkish commander sent out a force of picked men to cut them to pieces. Sharif Faisal saw the plight of his men and dashed up on his horse, utterly regardless of the bursting shrapnel and machine gun fire from the fort, which raked the intervening open ground. The Bedouins, whom he had brought up to help him rescue the broken, panic-stricken forces that had made the original attack on the fort held back, reluctant to face the enemy fire that formed such a deadly barrage between them and their comrades. But Faisal laughed and rode on alone. To give his followers confidence, he even made his horse walk across the open space. Unwilling to be put to shame by their fearless commander, the relieving force gave a wild desert cry and charged, the name of Allah on the lips of every warrior. The two forces then combined and made a second attempt to storm the fort. Their ammunition was nearly exhausted. Night, which comes in Arabia with a suddenness suggestive of an electrician switching off the sun's light, dropped down like a black curtain just in time to save them from annihilation. On the morrow, Faisal and Ali called all the tribal chieftains to a conference at their pavilion, and it was agreed that for the present it was futile to continue the attack. So they retired into the hills 50 miles to the south and camped aside the pilgrim road to prevent any Turkish forces from attempting to retake Mecca. The Turks at once repaired the railway line connecting them with Damascus, drove the 30,000 civilian Arabs living in Medina out into the desert, brought down reinforcements from Syria, and fortified the city to resist all future attacks. After the war, refugees from Medina were found all over the Turkish Empire, in Jerusalem, Konya, Damascus, Aleppo, and Constantinople. The Arabs, however, were still in undisputed possession of Mecca, and with the possible exception of the capture of Jerusalem, and later on the combined capture of Damascus, Beirut, and Aleppo by Allenby's army and the Arabs, the fall of Mecca is sure to rank in history as one of the greatest disasters ever suffered by the descendants of Uthman. To her control of the city of Mecca, Turkey largely owed her leadership of the Mohammedan peoples of the world. Then came a long pause. The Arabs were unable to go on with their revolution because they had expended all their ammunition. Sharif Hussein again appealed to the Allies, and the British responded. At that critical moment, young Lawrence appeared on the Arabian stage. Chapter 6. The Gathering of the Desert Tribes. Chafing under the red tape of army regulations, certain slight differences had arisen between the chiefs at GHQ and independent young Lawrence. His aversion to saluting superiors, for instance, and his general indifference to all traditional military formalities did not exactly increase his popularity with some of the sterner warriors of the old school. In the Arab uprising, Lawrence saw an avenue of escape from his Cairo straitjacket. Ronald Storrs, then Oriental Secretary to the High Commissioner of Egypt, was ordered to make a trip down the Red Sea to Jeddah, with messages to Emir Hussein, instigator of the Mecca Revolt. Although he had played no part in starting the Hejaz Revolution, Lawrence had long realized the possibility of the Arabs helping prick the Kaiser's imperialistic bubble, so he asked permission to take a fortnight's vacation, and he has been on that leave of absence ever since. Some of his superiors at the Savoy Hotel in Cairo were delighted at the prospect of getting rid of this altogether too obstreperous upstart, shaved-tail lieutenant, and his request was granted with alacrity. But Lawrence, contrary to the custom of war-worn veterans on leave, did not go sailing down the Nile to the races at Alexandria, or upstream to Luxor to while away his holiday at the Winter Palace. Instead, he accompanied Ronald Storrs down the Red Sea. On arrival at Jeddah, Lawrence succeeded in getting permission from the Grand Sharif Hussein to make a short camel journey inland to the camp of Emir Faisal, third son of the Grand Sharif, who was attempting to keep the fires of revolution alive. The Arab cause looked hopeless. There were not enough bullets left to keep the army and gazelle meat, and the troops were reduced to John the Baptist's melancholy desert fare of locust and wild honey. After exchanging the usual Oriental compliments over many sweetened cups of Arabian coffee, the first question Lawrence asked Faisal was, "When will your army reach Damascus?" The question evidently nonplussed the emir, who gazed gloomily through the tent flap at the bedraggled remnants of his father's army. "Insha-Allah," replied Faisal, stroking his beard. "There is neither power nor might save in Allah, the High, the Tremendous. May He look with favor upon our cause. But I fear the gates of Damascus are farther beyond our reach at present than the gates of paradise. Allah willing, our next step will be an attack on the Turkish garrison at Medina, where we hope to deliver the tomb of the Prophet from our enemies." A few days with Emir Faisal convinced Lawrence that it might be possible to reorganize this rabble into an irregular force which might be of assistance to the British army in Egypt and Sinai. So absorbed did he become in working out this idea that when his 2 weeks' furlough came to an end, he stayed on in Arabia without even sending apologies to Cairo. From then onward, Lawrence was the moving spirit in the Arabian Revolution. When Lieutenant Lawrence arrived, the situation was critical. The Turks had rushed an army corps down from Syria to strengthen Medina, and they had sent down mule and camel transport, armored cars, aeroplanes, cavalry, and more artillery with which to stamp out the revolution. An expeditionary force from Medina was already on its way south to recover Mecca and hang the rebel leaders higher than Haman. To be sure, this advancing army had 250 miles of desert to cross, but they would have crossed it had not strange events occurred causing them to hurriedly revise their plans. As the Arab chroniclers recount, the host of Othman, the minions of the usurper caliphs, advanced defiantly, but God was not with them. Praise be to Allah, the protector of all those who trust in Him. Lawrence had no definite plan, but the thought was in his mind to devise a way of harassing the Turk and attracting the attention of the portion of the Ottoman forces opposing the British to the north in Sinai. He had startled Faisal with the remark that he believed his troops would be in Damascus within 2 years. "If Allah wills," had replied the emir with a dubious smile, as he stroked his beard and gazed at his riff-raff army lowly in the shade of the date palms. But something in Lawrence's quiet manner impressed him with confidence, and he accepted the offer to cooperation. To the young archaeologist turned soldier, the thought of participating in a desert war appealed greatly. Here he saw an opportunity not only of beating the Germans, but of testing the theories of the great military experts whose books had so fascinated him. Once he had made up his mind to help the Arabs, Lawrence was immediately transformed from a scholarly student of the metaphysical and philosophical side of war to a student of the stern realities of war. To reach Mecca, he thought the Turkish expedition would first attempt to drive Faisal's force out of the hills in order to capture Rabig, the tiny but strategically important Red Sea port 100 miles north of Jeddah. Here, behind coral reefs, under a picturesque grove of palm trees, were excellent wells. Lawrence's first plan was to supply the Bedouin irregulars in the hills between Medina and the Rabig with modern rifles and plenty of ammunition, in hope that they would be able to hold up the advancing Turks in the narrow defiles until a regular army of Arab townsmen, more amenable to discipline, could be whipped into shape. Next, he planned to entrench them outside Rabig, where they could cooperate with the British fleet and give battle to the enemy when the latter finally broke through the hills. The Turks, however, upset this scheme with alarming speed. Much sooner than anticipated, and without warning, they pushed straight through the hills as though the Bedouin irregulars were not there. The situation now was even more precarious than when Lawrence first arrived. It seemed to the Arabs as though the maker of the sun and moon and stars were guiding the destiny of the enemy. It was at this stage in the campaign that Lawrence decided to disregard Foch's dictum that the object of modern war is to locate the enemy army and annihilate it. He came to the conclusion that to win a war against the Turks or any other well-trained troops in the desert, it would be better to imitate the tactics of Hannibal and other military leaders of pre-Napoleonic wars. He realized that in a stand-up fight against the better disciplined Turks, the Arabs would be doomed. On the other hand, he figured that if Hussein's followers confined themselves exclusively to the hit-and-run type of guerrilla warfare to which they were so thoroughly accustomed, the Turks would be helpless to retaliate. The failure of his first plan opened Lawrence's eyes, and the situation as he now saw it resolved itself to this. Sharif Hussein's followers had captured Mecca, the most important city of the Hejaz. They also had taken Taif and Jeddah, and had swept the hated Turk from the whole of their country with the exception of the city of Medina and the fortified posts protecting the Hejaz railway, connecting Medina with Damascus. In other words, the Arabs were already in possession of all their country with the exception of a very small part. Furthermore, the Turkish garrisons at Medina and along the Hejaz railway could not move easily from their base without the consent of the Arabs, for they were surrounded by that mysterious element to which they were not accustomed, the unknown and unfathomable desert. An army corps of Turkish infantry would be as helpless in the desert as they would be at sea. On the other hand, the Arabs were at home among the shifting dunes. When a Bedouin tribe starts off on a raid, each man and his camel are a separate unit, each desert warrior as independent as a warship at sea. There are no lines of communication. Mounted on his racing camel, a Bedouin can cruise across the desert sands for weeks without returning to his base of supplies. The dictum of the Bedouin strategist is quite contradictory to the dictum of Marshal Foch. His theory is not to hunt out his enemy and fight it out to the finish, but to stalk his prey as a hunter stalks his game. At an unguarded moment, he sweeps down upon him, accomplishes his mission, and then, before his opponent has time to collect his wits, he vanishes, swallowed up by the trackless sands. This was the game Lawrence decided to play for all it might be worth. When he came to this decision, he was lying in his tent, stricken with a fever, and the Turkish expeditionary force was bearing rapidly down upon Rabeg. Instead of strengthening the system of trenches around the port and awaiting them, Lawrence and Faisal started north, leaving Sharif Hussein's youngest son, Zayd, with a small band of Bedouins to harass the enemy. This left Jeddah and Mecca practically unprotected and gave the Turkish army a clear right of way. What was Lawrence's scheme? To the north were two small ports, Yenbo and El Wej. These were still held by the Turks as a protection for the Hejaz railway, the life cord both of the Medina garrison and of the Turkish army marching south on Mecca. His plan was to capture both of these important posts, threaten the railway, and compel the enemy expeditionary force to return to Medina or run the risk of being cut off in the desert without supplies. The more Lawrence thought about this, the more he became convinced that if the Turkish expedition could be drawn back to Medina, the Arab war would be won. At any rate, won so far as the liberation of the Hejaz was concerned. He estimated that there were about 150,000 square miles of territory in the country, and that if the Turks wanted completely to subjugate it and to stamp out all revolution, they would need at least 500,000 soldiers. Since they had a maximum of only 100,000 troops for the purpose, Lawrence concluded that if he could succeed in welding the scattered inhabitants of the desert into an army, he might be able not only to drive the Turks from Holy Arabia, but to invade Syria as well. To do this, he must convince them that they should give up cutting each other's throats over century-old tribal disputes. He must convince them that instead, they must risk their lives for the freedom of their country and that they should die willingly for the liberation of the whole Arab world from Ottoman oppression. The general staff at headquarters in Cairo raised no objection to Lawrence's remaining in Arabia when he failed to return at the end of his furlough. General Sir Gilbert Clayton, head of the intelligence corps, knew that he could speak the language, that he understood the people, and indeed that he was something of a Bedouin at heart himself. GHQ merely hoped that he might encourage the Arabs a little and help keep the rebellion alive. They gave him complete freedom of action in order that he might make the most of any opportunities that might arise. That was in October 1916, and by October 1918, this youngster, not yet out of his 20s, had raised a formidable, vaporous, irregular army and had led it through the gates of Damascus. It was by the process of accretion that Lawrence and Faisal built up their army. With only 2 companions, the former started out across the desert. He stopped at every nomad encampment, and calling the head men together in faultless classic Arabic, he explained his mission. The fact that Lawrence was visiting them in the name of Sidi Faisal, the most beloved of Sharif Hussein's sons, ensured him against personal harm in spite of the fact that he was a Christian trespassing on sacred ground. At nightfall, after prayers, he would sit by the campfires before the black tents, discussing with his Bedouin hosts the past greatness of Arabia and her present condition of servitude, until he had every member of the tribe worked up to a high pitch of frenzy. Over roasted goat killed in his honor and cups of sweetened tea, in phrases more eloquent than the words of the tribal wise men, he would discuss with them the possibility of driving out the Turks. He convinced them that they would be flying in the face of Allah if they hesitated longer, since their ancient enemy was at the moment too busy fighting the British, French, Italians, and Russians to offer serious resistance to an Arab uprising. That he succeeded in persuading the Bedouins to renounce their blood feuds and unite against their common enemy was demonstrated by the fact that within 6 months he had united nearly all the tribes of the Hejaz into a loose alliance. The first 3 tribes won over were the Harb, who inhabit the desert between Medina and Mecca, the Juhayna, who dwell in the region between the Red Sea coast and Medina, and the people of the Bili tribe, who roam the country east of El Wej. The first of these includes over 200,000 people and is one of the largest tribes in all Arabia. Throughout the entire first phase of the Desert Campaign, the Arabs were given invaluable assistance by the British Navy. While Lawrence trekked north through the interior, encouraging and supervising the gathering of the clans, Faisal left the Mecca road undefended and started up the coast accompanied by every man available, except the few snipers who remained with Sharif Zaid. By the time Faisal had advanced within striking distance of Yenbo, the first port north of Rabeg, Lawrence had sent several thousand more tribesmen to his support. The Turkish garrison evacuated before the Arabs arrived, the guns of the British warships causing them to take to their heels. The entry into Yenbo was splendid and barbaric. Emir Faisal, as commander-in-chief of the Arabian army, rode in front dressed in robes as white as the snows of Lebanon. On his right rode another Sharif, garbed in dark red, his headcloth, tunic, and cloak dyed with henna. On Faisal's left rode Sharif Lawrence, in pure white robes, looking like the reincarnation of a prophet of old. Behind them were Bedouins carrying 3 large banners of purple silk, topped with gold spikes and followed by a minstrel twanging a lute and 3 drummers playing a weird march. After them came a bouncing, billowy mass of thousands of wild sons of Ishmael, on camels, all members of Faisal's and Lawrence's bodyguard. They were packed together in a dense throng as they passed down the corridor of palm trees under the minarets of the mosque. The riders were wearing robes of every color, and from their saddles hung gay trappings and rich brocades. It was indeed a resplendent cavalcade. All were singing at the tops of their nasal voices, improvising verses descriptive of the virtues of Emir Faisal and his fair-haired Grand Vizier. From Yenbo they had once pushed on north along the coast for another 200 miles toward El Wej, which was held by 1,000 Turkish troops. The name of this port recalls to mind another expedition. About 24 BC, Augustus Caesar sent Aelius Gallus to Arabia with 11,000 of the picked soldiers of Rome. After wandering for 6 months through the thirst-stricken land, they finally gave up their attempt to reach the frankincense country, and when they sailed back to Egypt from the same port of El Wej, there was but a sorry remnant left. They had learned to their grief what Lawrence already knew, that an army in Arabia must be able to endure much and live on little. By now Lawrence and Faisal had collected 10,000 men, and this force was divided into 9 sections. They converged at the village of Lej, about halfway. There they received fresh supplies from the British warships, with whom perfect liaison was maintained throughout the entire coastal operations. From Lej on the north, 120 miles of waterless desert lay before the Arab army. So barren was this region that there were not even thorns on which the camels might subsist. But an armed merchantman of the Indian Merchant Marine followed up the coast, ran the risk of ripping wide her hull on hidden coral reefs, and put into an uncharted bay with a small quantity of water for the mules, but none for the camels. Hundreds of the latter were lost, but the army reached the hills overlooking El Wej on January 25th, 1917, without the loss of a single man from hunger or thirst. El Wej stands at the southwestern corner of a small coralline plateau, bounded on the west by the sea, on the south by a dry wadi, and on the east by an inland plain. The British warships bombarded the Turks out of their main fortress by firing from 14,000 yards, which enabled them to keep far outside the range of the Turkish guns. After shelling them for a few hours, a landing party of Arabs who had been carried up by sea for the purpose went ashore and attacked the demoralized garrison. At that time, Lawrence and his men swept in from the desert and took a hand both in the street fighting and the looting. True to tradition, Lawrence's Bedouins made off with every movable object in El Wej. Admiral Sir Rosalind Weems directed the sea attack in person. To use the Arab phrase, Admiral Weems was the father and mother of the Arabian Revolution during its early stages. Much of the credit for the early successes of the Arabs should go to him. Whenever Lawrence wanted to stage a cinema show, as he described demonstrations made to impress the rather restive Arabs, who were too much inclined to revert to their old habit of fighting among themselves, he would simply notify the admiral, who would steam down from Suez in his huge flagship, the Euphrates, and engage in target practice with his 9-inch guns along the coast within sight of the Sharifian army. On 2 occasions the admiral anchored the Euphrates in Jedda harbor at critical moments, ostensibly to present his compliments to the Grand Sharif. There is no doubt that the mammoth size of the admiral's flagship was largely responsible for the impression which the aged monarch gained of Britain's power. "She is the great sea in which the fish, swim," he remarked on one occasion, "and the larger the sea, the fatter the fish." Chapter 7. The Battle at the Wells of Abu El Lissal. Simultaneously with Faisal's attack on the small red seaports of Yenbo and El Wej, his brother Abdullah appeared out of the desert several miles to the east near Medina. He was accompanied by a riding party mounted on she-racing camels. These raiders wiped out a few enemy patrols, blew up several sections of track, and left a formal letter tacked in full view on one of the sleepers and addressed to the Turkish commander-in-chief, describing in redundant and lurid detail what his fate would be if he lingered longer in Arabia. The Turkish forces advancing on Mecca received news of the fall of Yenbo and El Wej, more than 100 miles to the northwest of them, and of Sharif Abdullah's raids 100 miles to the northeast at almost the same moment. They were amazed and bewildered. For a few days previously, the Arab army had been sitting in front of them at Rabeg. Thanks to the sniping of Emir Zayd's handful of followers by day and to small raids by night, the Turks had been tricked into thinking the main Hejaz army still there. But now there appeared to be Arab armies on all sides of them. The relentless rays of the sun, beating down with blistering ferocity on the parched region where they encamped, not only increased their thirst, but stimulated their imagination as well. To their feverish, sunken eyes, every mirage now seemed to be a cloud of Bedouin horsemen. Each hour brought camel couriers with news of raids on El Ula, Medain Saleh, and other stations north of Medina, and of the capture of 2 more of their Red Sea garrisons at Dava and Muwela. Thoroughly frightened by the news of these unexpected reverses, as well as by the rumors of fictitious Arab victories circulated purposely among them by Lawrence's secret agents, the Turks, panic-stricken, fled back to defend their base at Medina and to defend the railway, which was their sole line of communication with Syria and Turkey. In the north of Holy Arabia, near the head of the Gulf of Akaba, the Turks had another garrison far more important than any as yet taken in the campaign, except the garrisons at Mecca and Jeddah. Before Faisal's followers could hope to sweep their ancient enemy out of all the Hejaz, excepting Medina, this important stronghold at the head of the Gulf must be accounted for. This accomplished, Lawrence had in mind a far bolder and vaster plan which he hoped to execute. Of all the strategic places along the west coast of Arabia north of Aden, the most important from a military standpoint is the ancient seaport of Akaba, once the chief naval base of King Solomon's fleet, and also one of the first places where the Prophet Muhammad preached and made his headquarters. For any army attempting to invade Egypt or strike at the Suez Canal from the east, Akaba must be the left flank, as it must be the right flank for any army setting out from Egypt to invade Palestine and Syria. From the beginning of the war, the Turks had maintained a large garrison there, both because they intended to wrest Egypt from the British and because it was essential to the security of the Hejaz Railway. It was Lawrence's intention to capture Akaba and make it the base for an Arab invasion of Syria. This was a truly ambitious and portentous plan. On June 18, 1917, with only 800 Bedouins of the Toweha tribe, 200 of the Sharat, and 90 of the Kawachiba, he set out from El Wej for the head of the Gulf of Akaba, 300 miles farther north. This force was headed by Sharif Nazir, a remote descendant of Muhammad and one of Faisal's ablest lieutenants. As usual, Lawrence went along to advise the Arab commander. He always made it a point to act through one of the native leaders, and much of his success may be attributed to his tact in making the Arabs believe that they were conducting the campaign themselves. The advance on Akaba is an illustration of how ably Lawrence handled Faisal's army in spite of his complete lack of military training and experience. In order to outwit the Turkish commander at Medina, he led a flying column nearly 1,000 miles to the north of El Wej. But instead of going right up the coast towards Akaba, he led them far into the interior, across the Hejaz Railway not far from Medina, where they blew up several miles of track on the way, then through the Wadi Siran famous for its venomous reptiles, where some of his men died of snake bite, then across the territory of the Howetat tribe of the Dead Sea, and still on, north, into the land of Moab. He even led a party of picked men through the Turkish lines by night, dynamited a train near Amman, the ancient Greek city of Philadelphia, blew up a bridge near Deraa, the most important railway junction just south of Damascus, and mined another several hundred miles behind the Turkish frontline trenches near the Syrian industrial city of Homs. It was possible for Lawrence to conduct raids on such a grand scale only because of the extraordinary mobility of his forces. With his camel corps, he could cruise across the desert for 6 weeks without returning to his supply base. As long as the members of his party kept to the desert and out of sight of the Turkish fortified posts along the frontiers of Palestine and Syria, they were as safe as though they were on another planet. When they saw an opportunity to dash in and make a surprise attack, they would do so, and then dash back into the desert, where the Turks dared not follow because they neither had the camels, the intimate knowledge of the desert, nor the phenomenal powers of endurance which the Bedouins possessed. During a 6 weeks expedition, Lawrence's followers would live on nothing but unleavened bread. Each man carried a half sack of flour weighing 45 pounds, enough to enable him to trek 2,000 miles without obtaining fresh supplies. They could get along comfortably on a mouthful of water a day when on march, but wells were rarely more than 2 or 3 days' march apart, so that they seldom suffered from thirst. For these expeditions far to the north and within territory occupied by the Turks, Lawrence divided his men into several different raiding parties in order to confuse and bewilder the enemy. After annoying them in the hills of Moab to the east of Jericho, and then a day or two later away up and around Damascus, he swept south again. It is 60 miles from Akaba to the Hejaz Railway, and in order to prevent the Turks from guessing that Akaba was his real objective, he made a feint against Ma'an, the most important fortified town on the railway between Medina and the Dead Sea. At the same time, 17 miles southwest of Ma'an, he swooped down upon Fuwela station and wiped out its garrison. When news of this reached the Turks at Ma'an, they dispatched one of their crack-mounted regiments in pursuit. But when the regiment reached the station, only the vultures were found in possession. Lawrence and his raiders had disappeared into the blue again, and so far as the Turks knew, had been swallowed up by the desert. But lest they should be forgotten, on the evening of the following day they reappeared out of the mist many miles distant. There they merrily planted more mines, demolished a mile of track, and destroyed a relief train. The heat during these July days was intense. In describing it, Lawrence remarked that the burning ground seared the skin from the forearms of the snipers, and the camels went as lame as the men did, with agony from the sunburned flints. By this time, Lawrence and Sharif Nasir had been joined by the Beni Atiyeh tribe, who supplied them with 4,000 fresh fighting men, and also by the Abu Tai section of the Hawitat tribe, made up of some of the finest warriors in Arabia under the leadership of Auda, a veritable human tiger who was Lawrence's intimate companion from then onward. The pursuing Turkish column decided to spend the night in the bottom of a valley near some wells at Abu El Lissal, 14 miles from Ma'an, where I camped with Lawrence and Faisal some months later. Lawrence in the meantime left his column and galloped off across the desert to see if he could locate the Turkish battalion. As soon as he found it, he hurried back for his men, brought them onto the heights around Abu El Lissal, and by dawn had the Turks completely surrounded. For 12 hours the Arabs sniped at the Turks from their positions on the hills around the wells, picking off many of them. The Sultan's forces were indeed in a tight corner. But Lawrence knew full well that if they were under capable and daring leaders, they could easily fight their way out through this thin line of Bedouins. The Turk commander, however, lacked the necessary courage. So at sunset, Auda Abu Tayi, with 50 of his fellow tribesmen, crept up to within 300 yards of the Turks and, after a moment's rest, boldly pushed out from under cover and galloped straight into the enemy camp. So surprised were the Turks by this audacity that when the old Bedouin chieftain crashed into their midst, their ranks broke, but not before bullets had smashed Auda Abu Tayi's field glasses, pierced his revolver holster, nicked the sword he was holding in his hand, and killed 2 horses under him. In spite of these incidents, the old Arab was delighted and maintained afterward that it was the best scrap he had had since Ramadan. Lawrence, who was watching from the hill on the opposite side of the basin, dashed down the slope as fast as his dromedary could carry him and charged into the midst of the now demoralized Turks, followed by 400 other Bedouins on camels. For 20 minutes, 1,000 Turks and Arabs were mixed together in a wild, frenzied mass, all shooting madly. In the charge, Lawrence accidentally shot his own camel through the head with his automatic. It dropped dead, and he was hurled from his saddle and lay stunned in front of it while his followers charged right over him. Had he not been thrown directly in front of his own mount, he would have been trampled to death by the onrushing camels. The Turks made their fatal error in scattering, just as Lawrence had surmised they would do, and the battle ended in a massacre. Although many escaped in the darkness, the Arabs killed and captured more than the total number of their own force. The next morning, more than 300 dead were counted around the waterhole. Most of the prisoners taken were rounded up by Sharif Nasir and Lawrence because the rest of the Bedouins dashed off to the Turkish tents, as usual, thinking of nothing but loot. The desire to loot is an all-consuming passion with the Bedouins and is not considered a form of stealing by them, but is listed among the cardinal virtues. So bitter were the Arabs that they wanted to kill their prisoners in retaliation for the atrocities the Turks had been committing against their women and children. They were also aching to avenge the death of Sheikh Belgawi of Karak, one of their leaders whom the Turks had harnessed between 4 mules and torn apart limb from limb. The Sheikh's tragic death had been the climax of a series of executions by torture which had so enraged the Arabs that they swore never to give quarter to another Turk. But Lawrence had other ideas. He wanted the rumor spread far and wide through the Turkish army that the Arabs were not only accepting prisoners but were treating them well, and so he finally prevailed upon his revengeful followers to treat these captives with special consideration. Just as he had hoped, this propaganda brought immediate results, and in the days following the Battle of Abu El Lissal, groups were constantly coming in holding their weapons above their heads and crying, "Muslim! Muslim!" in imitation of the German cry of Kamerad. Chapter 8. The Capture of King Solomon's Ancient Seaport. Lawrence had left El Wej, hundreds of miles to the south, with but 2 months' rations. After giving a part of his supplies to the captured Turks, the food situation became critical. Nevertheless, the half-starved Arab army, led by this youngster, continued its march through the jagged, barren mountains that bite the northern Arabian sky. The news of their victories traveled ahead of them, and when Lawrence arrived at Guerra, a Turkish post in King Solomon's Mountains, 25 miles from Akaba, at the entrance to an extremely narrow pass known as Wadi Etham, the Guerra garrison came out and laid down their arms without firing a shot. He then proceeded to march his Bedouins on down the Wadi Etham to Kathura, another outpost guarding the only land approach to Akaba. There Lawrence charged another garrison and captured several hundred more men. Trekking through the gorge, they came to an ancient well at Kadra, where 2,000 years before the Romans had constructed a stone dam across the valley, the remains of which can still be seen. The Turks had massed their heavy artillery behind that ruined wall. It constituted the outermost defense of Akaba. By the time the Sharifian army arrived in front of this final barricade, the Bedouins of the Amran Darausha and Newat tribes who lived in the desert near Akaba had heard of the great victories at Fuwela and Abu El Lissal, and were scampering across the lava mountains by the hundreds to join the advancing Arab forces. The overwhelming defeat of the Turkish battalion at Abu El Lissal was really the first phase of the Battle of Akaba. The second consisted in the spectacular maneuver when Lawrence accomplished what the Turks thought impossible and succeeded in leading his scraggly, undisciplined horde of Bedouins through the precipitous King Solomon Mountains, over the old Roman wall, right past the bewildered Turkish artillerymen, and down into Akaba on the morning of July 6, 1917. But to save the Akaba garrison from massacre, Lawrence and Nasir had to labor with their fierce followers from sunset to dawn. They would not have succeeded then, had not Nasir walked down the valley into no man's land and sat on a rock to make his men quit firing. Akaba is picturesquely located at the southern end of the wide Wadi Araba, perhaps the driest and most desolate valley in the world, which runs down from the Dead Sea to the Gulf of Akaba. Up this same wadi, Moses and the Israelites are believed to have made their way toward the Promised Land, and down this valley rode Muhammad, Ali, Abu Bakr, and Omar. It was here that Muhammad preached many of his first sermons. Behind a narrow semicircle of date palms which fringed the shore lie the blue waters of the now deserted Gulf where Solomon's fleets, Phoenician galleys, and Roman triremes rode at anchor. Behind Akaba loomed jagged volcanic arid mountains. Like most of the smaller towns of the Near East, the place itself is a chaotic jumble of mud huts. Awnings cover the narrow streets, and stalls in the bazaar are filled with brocades, shabby prayer rugs, cones of cane sugar swarming with flies, piles of dates, and dishes of glistening brass and hammered copper. The Turks and the Germans were so paralyzed and bewildered by the unexpected achievement of the Arabs in getting across the mountains and through the passes that they surrendered without further ado. Immediately after the entrance into Akaba, a German officer stepped up and saluted Lawrence. He spoke neither Turkish nor Arabic, and evidently did not even know there was a revolution in progress. "What is all this about? What is all this about?" "Who are these men?" he shouted excitedly. They belonged to the army of King Hussein. The Grand Sharif had by this time proclaimed himself king, who is in revolt against the Turks, replied Lawrence. "Who is King Hussein?" asked the German. "Emir of Mecca and ruler of this part of Arabia," was the reply. "Akimel, and what am I?" added the German officer in English. "You are a prisoner." "Will they take me to Mecca?" "No, to Egypt." "Is sugar very high over there?" "Very cheap." "Good." He marched off, happy to be out of the war, and happier still to be heading for a place where he could have plenty of sugar. This time the plans of Emir Faisal's youthful British advisor went through true to form. From now on the Turks were kept on the defensive. They were obliged to weaken their army by splitting it into two parts. One half remained in Medina, and the other defended the pilgrimage railway. If he had wanted to do so, Lawrence could have dynamited the railway in so many places that the Turks would have been completely cut off at Medina. Then, by bringing up a few long-range naval guns from the Gulf of Akaba, he could have blown Medina off the map and compelled the garrison to surrender. But he had an excellent reason for not attempting this, as we shall soon see. In his mind he had worked out a far finer and more ambitious scheme, the successful carrying out of which demanded that the Turks should be inveigled into sending down more reinforcements to Medina, and as many guns, camels, mules, armored cars, aeroplanes, and other war materials as they could be compelled to part with from their other fronts. He hoped they would keep a huge garrison there until the end of the war, which would mean so many less Turks opposing the British armies in Palestine and Mesopotamia, and the supply trains, which would necessarily have to be sent down from Syria, might be made a constant source of supply for the Arabs. If Medina were captured and the Turks all driven north, it would deprive Lawrence of this magnificent opportunity of maintaining his army on Turkish supplies. That was far more to his advantage than occupying Medina. After the capture of Akaba, Lawrence and his men lived for 10 days on unripe dates and on the meat of camels which had been killed in the battle of Abu El Lissal. They were compelled to kill their own riding camels at the rate of 2 a day to save themselves and their hundreds of prisoners. Then, in order to keep his army from starving, Lawrence jumped on his racing camel and rode her continuously for 22 hours across the uninhabited mountains and desert valleys of the Sinai Peninsula. Completely worn out after his record ride, which came at the end of 2 months' continuous fighting and 1,000 miles of trekking across one of the most barren parts of the earth, and living on soggy, unleavened bread and dates, and without having a bath for more than a month, he turned his camel over to an MP at one of the street corners in Port Tawfiq, Suez, walked a little unsteadily into the Sinai Hotel, and ordered a bath. For 3 hours he remained in the tub with a procession of Berberine boys serving him cool drinks. That day, he declares, was the nearest approach to the Mohammedan idea of paradise that he ever expects to experience. From Suez, he went on to Ismailia, the midway station on the canal. Lawrence's arrival in Arabia had been unheralded. Even GHQ in Cairo were ignorant as to his movements. His exploits first became known when he met General Allenby at Ismailia. On the arrival of this new leader, who had just been assigned to take over command of the Egyptian expeditionary forces. The incident was dramatic in its simplicity. Allenby had been sent out from London to succeed Sir Archibald Murray as commander-in-chief. He had just landed and was at the railway station in Ismailia, walking up and down the platform with Admiral Weems. Lawrence, standing nearby in Arab garb, saw the important-looking general with the admiral. "Who's that?" he asked of Weems' flag lieutenant. "Allenby," was the reply. "What's he doing here?" queried Lawrence. "He has come out to take Murray's place." Lawrence was frightfully pleased. A few minutes later, Lawrence had an opportunity to report to Admiral Weems, who had been the godfather of the Arab show. He told him that Akaba had been taken, but that his men were badly in need of food. The admiral immediately promised to send ships, and a moment later he told Allenby what Lawrence had said. The general sent for him at once. The station was crowded with staff officers and a throng of vociferous natives who welcomed Allenby, when out of the mob stepped this barefooted, fair-faced boy in Bedouin garb. "What news have you brought?" asked Allenby. In even, low tones, without any more expression on his face than if he were conveying compliments from the Grand Sharif, Lawrence reported that the Arabs had captured the ancient seaport at the head of the Gulf of Akaba. He gave all the credit for the victory to the Arabs, making no reference to the part he himself had played in the affair. He conveyed the impression that he was acting as a courier, although, as a matter of fact, the capture of that important point was due entirely to his own leadership and strategical genius. The general was immensely pleased because Akaba was the most important point on his right flank and the principal Turkish base on the western coast of the Arabian Peninsula. Then, when Lawrence explained in more detail the plight of the Arab troops, Admiral Weems promised to send a vessel filled with food to Akaba. But Sir Rosalind went even beyond that and acted in a way that will immortalize him in Arabian history. The Arabs were afraid lest the Turks should return with reinforcements and capture Akaba. So the admiral moved his office, all his personal effects, and his staff ashore to a hotel in Ismailia, and sent his flagship round Sinai to Akaba for a whole month to bolster up the morale of the Arabs. The presence of this huge, floating fortress encouraged the Bedouins and convinced them that they were not going to be obliged to play a lone hand against the Turkish Empire. The British flagship was more tangible evidence of the strength of Britain than these desert nomads had ever seen before. Admiral Weems also lent Lawrence and his Arabs 20 machine guns from his ships and several naval guns. The latter are still somewhere in Arabia, probably mounted on the rooftop of Abu Tayyib's mud palace. Several months after the termination of the war, Lawrence received a letter from the Admiralty asking him kindly to return one of their long-range guns, which had been taken ashore for the Arab show. He replied that he was very sorry, but that he had mislaid it. As a result of Lawrence's victory at Akaba and his visit to Egypt, the British decided to back the Arabs to the limit in their campaign to win complete independence. The young archaeologist was sent back to Akaba with unlimited resources, and within a few months he had conducted the campaign in such a brilliant manner that he was raised in rank from lieutenant to lieutenant colonel, despite the fact that he hardly knew the difference between right incline and present arms. The Germans and Turks were not long in finding out that there was a mysterious power giving inspiration to the Arabs. Through their spies, they discovered that Lawrence was the guiding spirit of the whole Arabian Revolution. They offered rewards up to £50,000 for his capture, dead or alive. But the Bedouins would not have betrayed their leader for all the gold in the fabled mines of Solomon. The fall of Akaba, next to the capture of the holy city of Mecca, was the most significant event of the Arabian Revolution because it unified the Arabs whom Lawrence had already won over to the cause of the revolution and gave them confidence in themselves. After winning his victory, Lawrence was shrewd enough to take full advantage of it. Although his own strategy and personal bravery had played an important part in the success of these operations, he was astute enough to give all the credit to the principal Arab leaders under him, such as Abu Tayyib and Sharif Nasir. Like children, these doughty old warriors were not at all reticent about accepting it, and of course, from then on, they were Lawrence's sworn friends. Anxious to make the most of this initial success, Lawrence sent couriers to all the tribes of the desert, although the news of the battles of Abu El Lissal and the advance on Akaba seemed to travel as though flashed about Arabia by radio. He realized the tremendous importance of propaganda and sent some of his cleverest Arab lieutenants through the enemy lines to spread the news of the fall of Akaba far and wide to the remote corners of the Turkish Empire. So it was that this young Briton, just down from Oxford, away in a long-forgotten corner of the earth, captured the ancient seaport of Solomon, where a battle had probably not been fought for 1,000 years and more, thereby winning the second important victory of the war in the land of the Arabian Nights and paving the way for an invasion of Syria. From a mere local squabble, Lawrence's victory at Akaba transformed the Hejaz revolt into a campaign of far-reaching importance directed against the heart of the Turkish Empire. And from that day, his undisciplined rabble of swarthy desert brigands became the right wing of Allenby's army, and from then on, this second lieutenant played the role of a lieutenant general. Chapter 9. Across the Red Sea to join Lawrence and Faisal. Emir Faisal and Colonel Lawrence had got as far as Akaba with their campaign when Mr. Chase and I arrived from the Palestine front with our battery of cameras. It was by no means an easy matter even to get to the Arab base camp, and our adventures in doing so may even justify another digression from the story of Lawrence and his associates, in order to better illustrate how remote this campaign really was from the rest of the World War. Shortly after I had met Lawrence in Jerusalem, while lunching with General Allenby and the Duke of Connaught, The name of the archaeologist turned soldier came up during the conversation. Out of curiosity, I asked the commander-in-chief why the Arabian campaign and Lawrence's exploits had been kept such a secret. He replied that it had been considered advisable to say as little as possible, because they hoped that large numbers of the conscript Arabs fighting in the Turkish army might desert and join Sharif Hussein in his fight for Arabian independence. They were afraid lest the Arabs of Syria, Palestine, and Mesopotamia, whom the Turks had conscripted, should get the mistaken idea that the Allies were inspiring the Hejaz revolt and hence erroneously conclude that it was not a patriotic rebellion. For this reason, the Allies were anxious that the campaign should appear in its true light as an independent Arabian movement. But so successful had been Lawrence's efforts that Allenby said it was no longer quite so necessary to maintain such strict secrecy, adding that if I happened to be interested in what was going on in Arabia, he would be glad to have me join King Hussein's army and afterward tell the world a little of what the Arabs had done toward helping to win the Great War. This was exactly what I had often thought of asking permission to do. But I had been warned that because of the secrecy with which the campaign was being conducted, there was not the slightest chance of receiving the commander-in-chief's consent. I, of course, lost no time in accepting and jumped at this opportunity of going on what I was sure would be an adventure of a lifetime. We were told that it would be practically impossible to make the journey overland from Palestine to Arabia, or at any rate it could only be done by going through the Turkish lines in disguise. We had neither the time, nor the inclination, nor the necessary knowledge of the country and the language to attempt this, so, accompanied by Mr. Chase, my artist colleague, I returned to Egypt to consult the heads of the Arab Bureau in Cairo. There we were told, "You can get as far as Akaba in a cargo boat, but next to Timbuktu it is the most out-of-the-way place in the world. You will find no hotel porters at the dock to receive you, and you will have to be content with a block of coral for your pillow and a date palm for your shelter." In pre-war days, a tramp windjammer returning from Borneo or the Solomon Islands with a cargo of copra would occasionally lose its way in a storm and drive up the Gulf of Akaba. But apart from rare occasions like that, almost no one had visited the place for 1,000 years. "You will get nothing to eat but unleavened bread, dates, and perhaps a few fried locusts," remarked one general, on whose advice we bought many little luxuries, including 50 bars of milk chocolate. A colonel cheerfully warned me, "If you value your lives, take plenty of cigarettes for the Bedouins." So we filled every crevice of our outfit with gaspers, which proved worth their weight in sovereigns. On the day we landed in Arabia, the thermometer happened to register above the melting point of chocolate, and when I opened my kit bag, I found a semi-fluid mass of bullets, matches, cigarettes, pencils, notebooks, and chocolate. On our way to Arabia, we followed a roundabout route sailing 1,500 miles up the Nile into the heart of Africa to Khartoum, and then across the Nubian Desert for 500 miles to Port Sudan on the Red Sea, where we hoped to get accommodation on a tramp vessel of some sort. Our first stop up the Nile was at Luxor, where we were given a welcome that had not been equaled since. Teddy Roosevelt stopped there on his way back from hunting big game in East Africa. A swarm of haggard guides, who had been waiting 4 long years in vain for American tourists, mobbed us from sheer joy. Our welcome resembled a battle royale, and the runners from the Luxor Hotel eventually succeeded in dragging us into their ramshackle gharry, and off we careened through the streets lined with deserted tourist shops, with the rest of the crowd howling and gyrating behind us like dancing dervishes. Our visit to the 100-gated Thebes, the Temple of Karnak, and the tombs of the kings the following day was rather spoiled by a pitiful tale that our guide poured into our ears. "American tourists, he no come no more. Oh, we guide starve. Oh, whoa, whoa." Well, this melancholy old Arab, me guide here, 35 years, and so help me, Allah, the only real tourist in the world is you Americans. The English, German, and French spend all their time counting their centimes. If Americans see something, he want to say how much. You tell him and praise to Allah no matter what is the price, he say, all right, wrap her up. All us best guides specialize on Americans. Before the war, me no more bother guiding anybody but American than you bother to shoot baby elephant if you see a big one. Why President Wilson no stop the war, and why? He added in a pleading voice, you Americans send money and food to Armenians, and nothing to us poor starving guides of Egypt. On the first evening after arrival in Khartoum, we were dining with the chief of the Central African Intelligence Department at the house of the Hippopotamus Head, when suddenly I noticed his face turned pale. Glancing at the sky to the east, I saw the reason. Coming straight toward Khartoum was a great black wall that looked like a range of mountains moving down upon us. It was the dread Habub, a terrific African sandstorm. The dinner party broke off abruptly, and the other guests raced for their homes. Jumping on a donkey which was awaiting me in the outer court, I made a dash for the Charles Gordon Hotel half a mile away. It was a glorious moonlight night with stars twinkling radiantly all round to the northwest and south. But straight ahead, to the east, I could see the mountain wall of sand churning toward me. It looked as though the crack of doom was approaching. Soon it was only a few hundred yards away, and then it broke over us. Flying sand stung my face like needles and blinded me. Leaning forward over the neck of the diminutive mount, I tried to offer as little resistance to the storm as possible. But it was all we could do to fight our way against the whirling mass of sand and reach the hotel. The heat indoors was so unbearable that everyone tried sleeping with his windows open, and the sand threatened to bury us, beds and all. When I closed the doors, the atmosphere was stifling, and the sand still swept in sheets through the crevices. The storm raged for hours. There was not a house in Khartoum that the sand did not penetrate. I have been through cyclones, cloudbursts, Arctic blizzards, fierce gales in the Southern Ocean, monsoons, typhoons, and Sumatras, but none of them could hold a candle to that Habub. In Alaska, when a newcomer, or Chichako, remains in the far north, through the long winter he becomes a sourdough and is admitted to the fraternity of Arctic pioneers. In the Sudan, there is a similar saying that he who survives the Habub forthwith becomes a Puka African. But 70 below in the Yukon is preferable to 100 above in the Sudan Habub. One afternoon, a representative from the British Intelligence Office took me a few miles distant from Khartoum to call on the holiest man in the Sudan. So rich had the natives grown from the war that they were refusing to sell their grain supplies, which were badly needed by the armies in Palestine and Arabia. I had expressed a desire to meet this holy man, and it occurred to the authorities that a visit from a foreigner might flatter him and put him in a sufficiently pleasant frame of mind to enable them to wheedle him into selling his store of grain, which would cause the other natives to follow suit. We set out in the governor's gharry, a picturesque Victoria drawn by high-spirited white horses. Our driver was a wild-eyed, fuzzy-wuzzy with a mop of crinkly hair full of mutton fat with long wooden skewers sticking out at all angles. Off we galloped across the desert to the village of Beri, where we found Sharif Yusef el-Hindi, the holy man, awaiting us at the gate of his mud-brick palace. The Sharif, a tall, thin-faced, distinguished-looking Arab with hypnotic eyes, garbed in sandals, a robe of green and white silk, and green turban, ushered us into his garden, where we were invited to review the most bewildering array of drinks that I have ever seen. There were concoctions of everything from pomegranate juice to sloe gin, and from rosewater to a horse's neck. They were of every shade from mauve to taupe. They were served in every sort of container, from cut glass tumblers to silver goblets. Fortunately, custom only required us to take a sip of each. Otherwise, the result would have been catastrophic, for many were of subtle potency. I remember that afternoon call as a series of surprises, of which the first was the beauty of the garden inside the ugly adobe outer walls of the Sharif's palace. The second was the variety of fluid refreshment placed before us. Surely Sharif Yusef el-Hindi must have one of the genii from the Arabian Nights mixing drinks in his palace. Even in pre-prohibition days, when assigned to cover a national college fraternity convention, never was I invited to pass through such an ordeal by drink as I faced at Sharif Yusef el-Hindi's oasis. The third surprise came when I saw the attractive interior of his palace as we passed through on our way to a Moorish balcony near the roof, where we were confronted with another relay of drinks. But the climax came when I discovered that my host, instead of being an African witch doctor, was a savant. His library even contained Arabic translations of the speeches of Mr. Lloyd George, Lord Balfour, Theodore Roosevelt, and Woodrow Wilson. In fact, I found that this Sudanese holy man knew more about the history of my own country than I did. We discussed religion, and I was impressed by his spirit of tolerance. "I believe, as do all Muslims who deserve to be called educated," said he, "that the fundamental principles underlying the world's greatest religions, Judaism, Christianity, Buddhism, and Mohammedanism, are the same. That there is but one God, and that He is supreme, and that we should be tolerant of the opinions of others. That all men should live together as brothers and do unto others as we would have others do unto us." It was not difficult to understand why Sharif Yusef el-Hindi was looked upon as a holy man by his ignorant, half-civilized fellow countrymen. His princely manners, his dignity and poise, his musical bell-like voice, his large, lustrous, hypnotic brown eyes, and his wisdom would have won him distinction in any country. He is not an Ethiopian, but is a descendant of the Arabian tribe of Quraysh, to which Mohammed belonged. Being a holy man in the Sudan is a lucrative profession. Sharif Yusef el-Hindi spends most of his time naming babies. When a child is born, the father comes running to him, prostrates himself at Sharif's feet, and says, "O noble one, what name shall I bestow upon my child?" Whereupon the holy man replies, "O faithful one, arise, go thy way, and return again upon the morrow." Then when the father returns the next day, the Sharif intones, "Allah be praised. In a vision last night the prophet appeared and revealed to me that your faith should be rewarded, and your child blessed with the name of his own daughter, Fatima. $5, please." From Khartoum, we crossed the Nubian desert to Port Sudan on the Red Sea. Here, as we had hoped, we found a tramp steamer bound for the Arabian coast. She was a much-torpedoed cargo boat which had been transferred from the British Indian Coastal Service to the Mediterranean, where during the first 5 years of the war she had survived several harrowing years serving as a target for the Kaiser's U-boats. On board with us were 226 Sudanese sheep, 150 horses and mules from America and Australia, 67 donkeys from Absinthia, 98 deserters from the Turkish army, 82 Egyptian fellahin laborers, 34 Gordon Highlanders, 6 British officers, and 2 obsolete aeroplanes. Our crew consisted of Hindus, Javanese, Somalis, Berberines, and Fuzzy Wuzzies. The skipper of this modern ark was a rotund, jovial Scottish Irishman by the name of Rose. I doubt whether Captain Kidd in the palmiest days of the Caribbean piracy ever put sea with such a motley cargo and crew. The different nationalities on board segregated themselves into little racial colonies and did their own cooking in various parts of the main deck. It would be impossible to imagine what the good ship Ozarda looked like after we had been at sea for a few days, and what she smelled like. Some of the Sudanese were from the Nubian desert, where it is difficult enough to get water for drinking purposes, to say nothing of water for bathing. Some of them had never had a real bath in their lives. But there was one of them whom the Highlanders nicknamed Bathing Bert. This man insisted on having his tub out of a bucket 5 times each day. The Egyptian laborers entertained us incessantly with their fantastic ceremonial dances. There was not room enough for all of them to dance at a time, and so they went at it in relays. Some of them danced until they collapsed on the deck from exhaustion. Fainting, to them, was merely a sign that their spirits had been transported to heaven for a few minutes' sojourn with the Almighty. There was no passenger accommodation, so that we had to sleep out on the deck with the donkeys and mules. I bunked beside a mouse-colored mule from Hannibal, Missouri, the home of Mark Twain. She was very pessimistic. She seemed to be worrying about something back home and didn't sleep well. Neither did I. Mark Twain would have lost his sense of humor if he had been in my place. We had a British officer on board who was bound for the Persian Gulf. He was laboring under the erroneous impression that he had fallen heir to the mantle of George Robey or Harry Lauder. He used to tell a story until we were almost bored to extinction. I am going to repeat one of his tales, not because I think it is funny, but because I know it is not funny. I want to show you the sort of thing we had to endure. He said that he was out hunting lions once in Central Africa. None of us doubted that, for he had knocked about all over the world from Kamchatka to the Cameroons. He said that one day a lion jumped at him out of the bush, but that he ducked just in time, causing the lion to go right over his head. Some minutes passed, and as the lion failed to return, he crawled along on his stomach to reconnoiter. Coming to an open space, he peered cautiously through the tall grass, and there he saw that same lion, practicing low jumps. One day we hit upon the idea of giving cigarettes to the Turkish deserters who could understand only a few words of English, in order to get them to listen to his stories. They would laugh when he laughed, and it satisfied him and certainly relieved the rest of us. When we finally arrived at the ancient and long-deserted seaport of King Solomon at the head of the Gulf of Akaba, our ark anchored half a mile offshore. We eventually pushed off, bound for the distant fringe of palm trees at the base of King Solomon's Mountains, on aboard a lighter loaded down with donkeys and mules. One unlucky donkey was kicked overboard by a nervous mule. Immediately 2 sharks appeared and attacked him afore and aft. One seized a front leg and the other the poor donkey's rump, and literally they pulled him in 2. We were told by the skipper of our ark that there are more sharks in the Red Sea than in any other waters of the globe. When we grounded on the coral beach, we were greeted by several thousand Bedouins, who welcomed us by blazing into the air with their rifles and pistols. This firing had begun when we were still far off, and Mr. Chase and I thought we were arriving in the midst of a battle. So fantastic and full of color was the palm-fringed coral shore, and so picturesque were the Bedouins with their flowing beards, their gorgeous robes, their strange headdress, and their array of ancient and modern weapons of every sort, that it all seemed like some bizarre oriental pageant. And these were some of Colonel Lawrence's modern Arabian Nights. King Solomon's long-forgotten port had been turned into a great base camp, and enormous piles of supplies lay stacked in the sand and under the palms. Several British officers who were in charge of the receiving of supplies at Akaba took us to a nearby tent and slaked our growing thirst, and a few hours later Lawrence himself came down the Wadi Etham, returning from one of his mysterious expeditions into the blue. With Lawrence, no 2 days in the desert were ever the same, so that it would be impossible to describe a typical one. But the camp routine at the headquarters of the Arabian army, when no Gazu raid was in progress, followed some such program as this. At 5 a.m., as the first rays of dawn fell on the jagged peaks of Sinai, the army imam would climb the highest sand dune and give the morning call to prayer. He was a chap with such astonishing vocal powers that his nasal chant woke every man and animal in Akaba, and immediately after he had finished calling the Arabian proletariat, Emir Faisal's private imam would softly intone the morning call at the door of his tent. "Praise be to Allah who makes days succeed the night." Miss Gertrude Bell, the famous Syrian traveler, who, although a woman, served on the intelligence staff in the Near East during the war, has written a vivid description of the glorious intoxication of a desert morning. To wake in the desert dawn is like waking in the heart of an opal. To my mind, the saying about the Bay of Naples should run differently. See the desert on a fine morning and die, if you can. Surely a fascinating book of adventure and romance could be written about the wartime experience of Miss Bell in the Mesopotamian desert. As a staff officer, she did everything required of any man but wear a spine pad and shorts. A few minutes after the call to prayer had aroused the camp, a cup of sweetened coffee would turn up, brought in by one of Faisal's slaves. The emir had 5 young Absinthian blacks, slaves who were the acme of fidelity, because the emir did not treat them as slaves, nor regard them as such. Whenever one of them desired money, Faisal ordered him to help himself to whatever he needed from his bag of gold. No matter what was taken, he never complained, and as a result, the thought of robbing never seemed to occur to them. At 6 a.m., Lawrence was in the habit of breakfasting with Faisal in the emir's tent, squatting Bedouin fashion on an old Baluchi prayer rug. Breakfast on lucky days included a many-layered pastry of richly spiced puffed bread called Mecca cakes and cooked dura, a small round white seed, rather nasty stuff. Then, of course, there was the inevitable dates. After breakfast, little glasses of sweetened tea were produced. From then until 8 a.m., Lawrence would discuss the possible events of the day either with the British officers or with some of the more prominent Arab leaders. At that time, Faisal worked with his secretary or talked over private affairs in his tent with Lawrence. At 8 a.m., Faisal would hold court and grant audiences in the Diwan tent. According to the regular procedure, it was customary for the emir to sit at the end of a great rug on a dais. Callers or petitioners sat in front of the tent in a half-circle until they were called up. All questions were settled summarily and nothing was left over. One morning I was in the tent with Lawrence when a young Bedouin was hauled in charged with having the evil eye. Faisal was not present. Lawrence ordered the offender to sit at the opposite side of the tent and look at him. Then for 10 minutes he regarded him with steady gaze, his steel blue eyes seeming to bore a hole into the culprit's very soul. At the end of the 10 minutes, Lawrence dismissed the Bedouin. The evil spell had been driven off by the grace of Allah. Another day a member of Lawrence's bodyguard came to him with a complaint that one of his companions possessed the evil eye. Said he, "O sea of justice, yonder fellow looked at my camel, and straightway it went lame." Lawrence settled this difficulty by putting the man charged with the evil eye on the lame camel and giving the defendant's camel to the man who brought up the charge. Blue eyes terrify the average Arab. Lawrence possesses 2 that are bluer than the waters of the Mediterranean, and so the Bedouins decided there was something superhuman about him. They themselves nearly all have eyes like black velvet. Whenever Faisal was present, Lawrence would step aside and decline to decide disputes. He had no ambition to become the ruler of Arabia himself, and he knew that it would be far better for the future of the Arabs and for Emir Faisal if their differences were handled in the usual way by one of their own people. In fact, Lawrence never did anything himself that he could delegate to an Arab who was capable of handling it successfully. Usually at 11:30 a.m., Faisal rose and walked back to his living tent, where a little lunch would be served. Lawrence, in the meantime, would spend half an hour or so reading the inevitable Aristophanes or a favorite English poet. He carried 3 books all through the campaign: the Oxford Book of English Verse, Mallory's Morte d'Arthur, and Aristophanes, which shows his Catholic taste. Lunch usually consisted of dishes such as stewed thorn buds, lentils, unleavened bread cooked in the sand, and rice or honey cakes. I ate with a spoon, although the Arabs used their fingers, as did Lawrence. After lunch there followed a short relay of general talk, rounding out the conversation of the luncheon hour, and in the meantime black, bitter coffee and sweetened tea would be served. In drinking tea and coffee, the tribesmen would make as much noise as possible. It is the polite way of indicating that you are enjoying your drink. The emir would then dictate letters to an Arab scribe or enjoy a siesta, while Lawrence, absorbed in Wordsworth or Shelley, squatted on a prayer rug in his own tent. If there were afternoon cases to be disposed of, Sharif Lawrence or Sharif Faisal would again hold court in the reception tent. From 5 until 6 p.m., Faisal would usually grant private audiences, and at such times Lawrence sat with him, since the discussion nearly always would have to do with the night's reconnaissance and future military operations. Meanwhile, behind the servants' tent, a fire would be started with a pile of thorns. Another sheep's throat would be cut in the name of Allah, the merciful and compassionate, and put on to roast. At 6 p.m. would come the evening meal, much like lunch, but with large fragments of mutton crowning the rice heap, after which would follow intermittent cups of tea until bedtime, which for Lawrence was never any fixed hour. At night, Lawrence would have many of his most important consultations with the Arab leaders, but occasionally Faisal would entertain his intimate associates with stories of his adventures in Syria and Turkey during the 18 years when his family lived at the Sublime Porte under the wary eye of the Red Sultan. The rest of us would often read well into the night. Before leaving Egypt, I had picked up second-hand copies of the records of a few great Arabian travelers, such as Buckhart, Burton, and Doughty. With the exception of Doughty's monumental masterpieces, I found none of the books in my haphazard collection more fascinating than Miss Bell's The Desert and the Sown. My interest in it was stimulated by the stories which Colonel Lawrence related to me of the wartime adventures of the brilliant authoress. This extraordinary English woman had been wandering about remote corners of the Near East for a number of years prior to the war. She was a scholar and a scientist, not an idle traveler in quest of notoriety. With a lone Arab companion or two, she had trekked for hundreds of miles along the fringe of the great Arabian desert, visiting the wild tribes and studying their language and customs. So vast was her knowledge that the heads of the British intelligence department in Mesopotamia asked her to accept a staff appointment, and she played no small part in winning the friendship of some of the most bloodthirsty tribesmen residing in the Tigris and Euphrates valleys. In her book, The Desert and the Sown, Miss Bell throws much interesting light on the life of the desert dwellers. The fortunes of the Arab are as varied as those of a gambler on the stock exchange. One day he is the richest man in the desert, and the next morning he may not have a single camel foal to his name. He lives in a state of war, and even if the surest pledges have been exchanged with the neighboring tribes, there is no certainty that a band of raiders from hundreds of miles away will not descend on his camp in the night, as a tribe unknown to Syria, the Beni Awej, fell 2 years ago on the lands southeast of Aleppo, crossing 300 miles of desert, Marduf, 2 on a camel, from their seat above Baghdad, carrying off all the cattle and killing scores of people. How many thousand years this state of things has lasted? Those who shall read the earliest records of the inner desert will tell us, for it goes back to the first of them, that in all the centuries the Arabs have bought no wisdom from experience. He is never safe, and yet he behaves as though security were his daily bread. He pitches his feeble little camps 10 or 15 tents together over a wide stretch of undefended and indefensible country. He is too far from his fellows to call in their aid, too far as a rule to gather the horsemen together and follow after the raiders, whose retreat must be sufficiently slow, burdened with the captured flocks, to guarantee success to a swift pursuit. Having lost all his worldly goods, he goes about the desert and makes his plaint, and one man gives him a strip or two of goat's hair cloth, and another a coffee pot. A third presents him with a camel, and a fourth with a few sheep, till he has a roof to cover him and enough animals to keep his family from hunger. There are good customs among the Arabs, as Namrud said, so he bides his time for months, perhaps for years, until at length opportunity ripens and the horsemen of his tribe with their allies ride forth and recapture all the flocks that have been carried off, and more besides, and the feud enters another phase. The truth is that the Gazu raid is the only industry the desert knows and the only game. As an industry, it seems to the commercial mind to be based on a false conception of the laws of supply and demand. But as a game, there is much to be said for it. The spirit of adventure finds full scope in it. You can picture the excitement of the night ride across the plain, the rush of the mares and the attack, the glorious popping of rifles, and the exhilaration of knowing yourself as a fine fellow as you turn homewards with the spoil. It is the best sort of fantasia, as they say in the desert, with a spice of danger behind it. Not that the danger is alarmingly great. A considerable amount of amusement can be got without much bloodshed, and the raiding Arab is seldom bent on killing. He never lifts his hand against women and children, and if here and there a man falls, it is almost by accident, since who can be sure of the ultimate destination of a rifle bullet once it is embarked on its lawless course? This is the Arab view of the Gazu. Chapter 10. The Battle of Sail el-Hassa. As they pushed northward from the head of the Gulf of Akaba, the Hejaz forces were joined by Ibn Jazi Hawitat and the Beni Sakir, two of the best fighting tribes of the whole Arabian desert. About the same date, the Juhayna and the Atiba and the Anazay came riding in on their camels to join Faisal and Lawrence. After the fall of Akaba, Lawrence had made several trips to Palestine to confer with Allenby. From that time, the British in Palestine and King Hussein's army were in close cooperation. The Arab army had been divided into two distinct parts, one known as regulars and the other as irregulars. The regulars were all infantrymen, and there were not more than 20,000 of them. They were either deserters from the Turkish army or men of Arab blood who had been fighting under the Sultan's flag and who had volunteered to join the forces of King Hussein after being taken prisoner by the British in Mesopotamia or in Palestine. At first they were used mainly for garrisoning old Turkish posts captured by the advancing Sharifian horde. Later on, after they had been thoroughly trained, they were used as storm troops in attacking fortified positions. The Arab regulars were under an Irishman, Colonel P.C. Joyce, who next to Lawrence perhaps played a more important part in the Arabian campaign than any other non-Muslim. The irregulars, who were by far the most numerous, were Bedouins mounted on camels and horses. In all, Lawrence had now over 200,000 fighting men available. The Battle of Sail el-Hassa illustrates the manner in which he handled King Hussein's forces. A Turkish regiment under the command of Hamid Fakhri Bey, composed of infantry, cavalry, mountain artillery, and machine gun squads, was sent over to the Hejaz railway from Karak, southeast of the Dead Sea, to recapture the town of Tafile, which had fallen into the hands of the Arabian army. The Turkish regiment had been hurriedly formed in the Hauran and Aman and was short of supplies. When the Turks came in contact with the Bedouin patrols at Sel el-Hassa, they drove them back into the town of Tafile. Lawrence and the Sharifian staff had laid out a defensive position on the south bank of the great valley in which Tafile stands, and Sharif Zayd, youngest of the 4 sons of King Hussein, occupied that position during the night, with 500 regulars and irregulars. At the same time, Lawrence sent out most of the baggage of his army off in another direction, and all the natives of the town thought the Arab army was running away. "I think they were," Lawrence remarked to me. Tafile was seething with excitement. Sheikh Diab el-Auran, the amateur Sherlock of the Hejaz, had brought in reports of growing dissatisfaction among the villagers and rumors of treachery. So Lawrence went down from his housetop before dawn into the crowded streets to do a bit of necessary eavesdropping. Dressed in his voluminous robes, he had no difficulty in concealing his identity in the dark. There was much criticism of King Hussein, and the populace was not over-respectful. Everyone was screaming with terror, and the town of Tafile was in a state of tumult. Homes were being speedily vacated, and goods were being bundled through the lattice windows into the crowded streets. Mounted Arabs were galloping up and down, firing wildly into the air and through the palm branches. With each flash of the rifles, the cliffs of Tafile Gorge stood out in momentary relief, sharp and clear against the topaz sky. Just at dawn, the enemy bullets began to fall, and Lawrence went out to Sharif Zayd and persuaded him to send one of his officers with 2 fusil mitrailleurs to support the Arab villagers, who were still holding the southern crest of the foothills. The arrival of the machine gunners revived their spirits and stimulated the Arabs to attack again. With a mighty shout calling upon the Prophet of God, they drove the Turks over another ridge and across a small plain to the Wadi el-Hassa. They took the ridge, but were held up there and found the main body of Hamid Fakhri's Turkish army posted just behind it. The fighting became hotter now. On both sides, men were dropping thickly. Continuous bursts of machine gun fire and heavy shelling checked the ardor of the Arabs. Zayd hesitated to send forward his reserves, and so Lawrence hurriedly rode to the north of Tafile for reinforcements. On his way, he met his machine gunners returning. 5 true believers had been sent to paradise. 1 gun had exploded, and they were out of ammunition. Lawrence sent back urgent messages to Zayd to rush forward a mountain gun, more ammunition, and all other available machine guns to one of his reserve positions at the south end of the little plain between El-Hassa and Tafile Valley. Then Lawrence galloped back to his front line on the ridge, where he found things in a precarious state. The ridge was being held by just 30 Ibn Jazi Hawitat mounted men and a handful of villagers. He could see the enemy working through the pass and along the eastern boundary to the ridge of the plain, where 20 Turkish machine guns were concentrating their fire. An attempt was being made to flank the ridge which the Arabs were holding. The German officers directing the Turks were also correcting the fusing of the shrapnel, which had been grazing the top of the hill and bursting harmlessly over the desert plain. As Lawrence sat there, he began to spray the sides and top of the hill with steel splinters, and with startling results, and he knew that the loss of the position was but a matter of minutes. A squadron of Albatross scouts flew up and helped to minimize the chances of the Sharifian forces by bombing them heavily from the air. Lawrence gave his Mutalga horsemen all the cartridges that he could collect, and the Arabs on foot ran back over the plain. He was among them. Since he had come straight up the cliffs from Tafile, his animals had not caught up with him. The mounted men held out for 15 minutes more and then galloped back unhurt. Lawrence collected his men in the reserve position on a ridge about 60 feet high, commanding an excellent view of the plain. It was now about noon. He had lost 15 men and had only 80 left. But a few minutes later, several hundred Ajel and some of his other men with Hotchkiss automatic machine gun came up. Letfi el-Assi, a Syrian, arrived with 2 more machine guns, and Lawrence held his own until 3 o'clock, when Sharif Zaid came up with mountain artillery and more machine guns and with 50 cavalrymen and 200 Arabs on foot. Meanwhile, the Turks had occupied his old front lines. Fortunately, Lawrence had their exact range. He had coolly paced it off while his followers were retreating pell-mell to the reserve position. He then rushed all his artillery to the top of the ridge and dispatched the cavalry to the right to work up beyond the eastern boundary ridge. These mounted men were fortunate enough to get forward without being seen until they had turned the Turkish flank at 2,000 yards. There they made a dismounted attack, dancing forward with white puffs of smoke rippling from their rifles. Meanwhile, more than 100 Arabs of the Aimi tribe, who had refused to fight the previous day because they were not satisfied with the amount of loot they were receiving, came up and joined Lawrence. There are few Bedouins who can resist the temptation to participate in a good fight when they see one coming on. He sent them to his left flank, and they crept down behind the western ridge of the plain to within 200 yards of the Turkish Maxims. The ridge which the Turks occupied at that time was a flint-like rock, so that entrenchment was impossible. The ricochets of the shells and shrapnel as they struck the flint boulders and glanced off were horrible, causing heavy losses among the enemy. Lawrence ordered the men on his left flank to fire an unusually heavy burst from their Hotchkiss and Vickers machine guns at the Turks manning the Maxims. These were so accurate that they completely wiped out the latter. Then he ordered his cavalry to charge the retreating Turks from the right flank, while he also moved forward from the center with his infantry and banners waving defiantly. Horse and man, the Turks collapsed and their attack crumpled. At the sun's decline, Lawrence occupied the Turkish lines and chased the enemy back past their guns into the Hassa Valley. It was dark before his followers gave up the pursuit, exhausted from the lack of sleep and food. "Allahu Akbar!" cried the weary men as they fell upon their knees with their faces toward Mecca, giving praise to Allah for their victory. Lawrence had to put to flight a whole Turkish regiment. Among the slain lay Hamid Fakhri. Chapter 11. Lawrence, the Train Wrecker. Fate never played a stranger prank than when she transformed this shy, young Oxford graduate from a studious archaeologist into the leader of 100 thrilling raids, creator of kings, commander of an army, and world's champion train wrecker. One day Lawrence's column was trekking along the Wadi Theme. Behind him rode 1,000 Bedouins mounted on the fleetest racing camels ever brought down the Negb. The Bedouins were improvising strange war songs describing the deeds of the Blan Sharif, whom General Storrs had introduced to me as the uncrowned king of Arabia. Lawrence headed the column. He paid no attention to the song lauding him as a modern Abu Bakr. We were discussing the possibilities of ancient Hittite civilization forming the connecting link between the civilizations of Babylon and Nineveh and ancient Crete. But his mind was on other things, and suddenly he broke off to remark, "Do you know, one of the most glorious sights I have ever seen is a trainload of Turkish soldiers ascending skyward after the explosion of a tulip." 3 days later, the column started off at night in the direction of the Pilgrim Railway. In support of Lawrence were 200 Hawitat. After 2 days' hard riding across a country more barren than the mountains of the moon and through valleys reminiscent of Death Valley, California, the raiding column reached a ridge of hills near the important Turkish railway center and garrison town of Ma'an. At a signal from Lawrence, all dismounted, left the camels, walked up to the summit of the nearest hill, and from between sandstone cliffs looked down across the railway track. This was the same railway that had been built some years before to enable the Turkish government to keep a closer hand on Arabia through transport of troops. It also simplified the problem of transportation for pilgrims to Medina and Mecca. Medina was garrisoned by an army of over 20,000 Turks and was strongly fortified. Lawrence and his Arabs could have severed this line completely at any time, but they chose a shrewder policy. Trainload after trainload of supplies and ammunition must be sent down to Medina over that railway. So whenever Lawrence and his followers ran out of food or ammunition, they had a quaint little habit of slipping over, blowing up a train or two, looting it, and disappearing into the blue with everything that had been so thoughtfully sent down from Constantinople. As a result of the experience he gained on these raids, Lawrence's knowledge of handling high explosives was as extensive as his knowledge of archaeology, and he took great pride in his unique ability as a devastator of railways. The Bedouins, on the other hand, were entirely ignorant of the use of dynamite, so Lawrence nearly always planted all of his own mines and took the Bedouins along merely for company and to help carry off the loot. He had blown up so many trains that he was as familiar with the Turkish system of transportation and patrols as were the Turks themselves. In fact, he had dynamited Turkish trains passing along the Hejaz Railway with such regularity that in Damascus seats in the rear carriage sold for 5 and 6 times their normal value. Invariably, there was a wild scramble for seats at the rear of a train, because Lawrence nearly always touched off his tulips, as he playfully called his mines, under the engine, with the result that the only carriages damaged were those in the front. There were 2 important reasons why Lawrence preferred not to instruct the Arabs in the use of high explosives. First of all, he was afraid that the Bedouins would keep on playfully blowing up trains even after the termination of the war. They looked upon it merely as an ideal form of sport, one that was both amusing and lucrative. Secondly, it was extremely dangerous to leave footmarks along the railway line, and he preferred not to delegate tulip planting to men who might be careless. The column crouched behind great chunks of sandstone for 8 hours until a number of patrols had passed by. Lawrence satisfied himself that they were going at intervals of 2 hours. At midday, while the Turks were having their siesta, Lawrence slipped down to the railway line, and walking a short distance on the sleepers in his bare feet, in order not to leave impressions on the ground which might be seen by the Turks, he picked out what he considered a proper spot for planting a charge. Whenever he merely wanted to derail the engine of a train, he would use only a pound of blasting gelatin. When he wanted to blow it up, he would use from 40 to 50 pounds. On this occasion, in order that no one might be disappointed, he used slightly more than 50 pounds. It took him a little more than an hour to dig a hole between the sleepers, bury the explosive, and run a fine wire underneath the rail, over the embankment, and up the hillside. Laying a mine is a rather long and tedious task. Lawrence first took off a top layer of railway ballast, which he placed in a bag that he carried under his cloak for that purpose. He next took out enough earth and rock to fill 2 5-gallon petrol tins. This he carried off to a distance of some 50 yards from the track and scattered along so that it would not be noticed by the Turkish patrols. After filling the cavity with his 50-pound tulip seed of dynamite, he put the surface layer of ballast back in place and leveled it off with his hand. As a last precaution, he took a camel's hair brush, swept the ground smooth, and then, in order not to leave a footprint, walked backward down the bank for 20 yards, and with the brush carefully removed all trace of his tracks. He buried the wire for a distance of 200 yards up the side of the hill, and then calmly sat down under a bush right out in the open and waited as nonchalantly as though tending a flock of sheep. When the first trains came along, the guards stationed on top of the cars and in front of the engine with their rifles loaded saw nothing more extraordinary than a lone Bedouin sitting on the hillside with a shepherd's staff in his hand. Lawrence allowed the front wheels of the engine to pass over the mine, and then, as his column lay there half paralyzed behind the boulders, he sent the current into the gelatin. It exploded with a roar like the falling of a 6-story building. An enormous black cloud of smoke and dust went up. With a clanking and clattering of iron, the engine rose from the track. It broke squarely in two. The boiler exploded, and chunks of iron and steel showered the country for a radius of 300 yards. Numerous bits of boiler plate missed Lawrence by inches. Instead of provisions, this train carried some 400 Turkish soldiers on the way to the relief of Medina. They swarmed out of the coaches and started in a menacing manner toward Lawrence. All this time the Bedouins, lining the tops of the hills, were popping at the Turks. Evidently one Turkish officer suspected that the lone Arab was the mysterious Englishman for whom rewards up to £50,000 had been offered. He shouted something, and the men, instead of shooting, ran toward Lawrence with the evident intention of taking him prisoner. But before they had advanced 6 paces, Lawrence whipped out his long-barreled Colt from the folds of his abba and used it so effectively that they turned and fled. He always carried a heavy American frontier model weapon. Although very few persons actually saw him, it was well known among the British officers that he spent many hours at target practice, with the result that he had made himself an expert shot. Many of the Turks dodged behind the embankment and began shooting through the carriage wheels. But Lawrence, in anticipation of this, had posted 2 Lewis machine guns just around a curve in the track, where they covered the opposite side of the railway embankment behind which the Turks had taken refuge. The gun crews opened fire, and before the Turks knew what had happened, their line was raked from end to end, and every man behind the embankment either killed or wounded. The rest of the Turks who had remained on the train fled panic-stricken in all directions. The Arabs, who were crouching behind the rocks, popping away with their rifles, charged down, tore open the carriages, and tossed out everything on board that was not nailed down. The loot consisted of sacks of Turkish silver coin and paper currency and many beautiful draperies which the Turks had taken from the private houses of the wealthy Arabs in Medina. The Bedouins piled all the loot along the embankment, and with shouts of glee commenced dividing it amongst themselves, while Lawrence signed the duplicate waybills and playfully returned one copy to a wounded Turkish guard whom he intended to leave behind. They were just like children around a Christmas tree. Occasionally 2 men would want the same silk Kermani rug, and began fighting over it. When that happened, Lawrence would step between them and turn the rug over to some third man. Early in September, accompanied by 2 sheikhs of the Agilat Beni Atiyah from Mudawara, Lawrence left Akaba and trekked up to the multicolored sandstone cliff country which the tribesmen called Rum. In less than a week he had been joined by a force of 116 Tawiha, Zuwida, Darusha, Dumania, Togatka, Selibani, and Hawitat. The appointed rendezvous was a small railway bridge near Kilo 587 south of Damascus. Here Lawrence buried his usual bit of tulip seed between the rails and stationed Stokes and Lewis guns at vantage points 300 yards or so distant. The following afternoon, a Turk patrol spotted them. An hour later, a party of 40 mounted Turks put out from the fort at Haret Amar to attack the mine-laying party from the south. Another party of over 100 set forth to outflank Lawrence from the north, but he decided to take a chance and hold his ground. A little later, a train with 2 engines and 2 boxcars moved slowly up from Haret Amar. Machine guns and rifles spitting lead from the roofs and from the loopholes in the cars as the train advanced. As it passed, Lawrence touched his electric switch and exploded a mine directly under the second engine. The jar was sufficient to derail the first, demolish the boiler, as well as smash the cab and tender of the second, upend the first boxcar, and derail the second. While the Arabs swarmed around looting the wrecked train, Lawrence fired a box of gun cotton under the front engine, completing its destruction. The boxcars were full of valuable baggage and the Arabs went wild with joy. In all, 70 Turks were killed, 90 taken prisoner, and an Austrian lieutenant and 13 Austrian and German sergeants blown up. Every fourth or fifth man of the famous fighting Hawitat tribe is a sheikh. Naturally, the head sheikh has but little power. Frequently these men would accompany Lawrence on a raid. On one such expedition to the railway near Bir Shedia, he had to adjudicate for them in 12 cases of assault with weapons, 4 camel thefts, 1 marriage settlement, 14 feuds, a bewitchment, and 2 cases of evil eye. He settled the bewitchment affair by counter-bewitching the hapless defendant. The evil eye cases he cleverly adjusted by sending the culprits away. On still another occasion, during the first week of the following October, Lawrence was sitting out in the open near Kilo 500. His Bedouin followers were concealed behind him in a broom brush. Along came a heavy train with 12 coaches. The explosion following the turning on of the electric current shattered the firebox of the locomotive, burst many of the tubes, hurled the cylinders into the air, completely cleaned out the cab, including the engineer and fireman, warped the frame of the engine, bent the 2 rear driving wheels, and broke their axles. When Lawrence put in his official report on this raid, he humorously added a postscript to the effect that the locomotive was beyond repair. The tender and first coach were also demolished. Azmi Bey, a general of the Turkish General Staff who happened to be on board, fired 2 shots out of the window of his private car with his Mauser pistol, which then evidently jammed. Although it appeared advisable for him to take to the camels in the distant hills, Lawrence and his band swooped down on the train, captured 8 coaches, killed 20 Turks, and carried off 70 tons of foodstuffs without suffering any losses. His only European companion on some of his wildest train-blowing parties was a daring Australian machine gunner, Sergeant Yells by name. He was a glutton for excitement and a tiger in a fight. On one occasion, when out with a raiding party of Abu Tayi, Yells accounted for between 30 and 40 Turks with his Lewis gun. When the loot was divided among the Bedouins, Yells, in true Australian fashion, insisted on having his share. So Lawrence handed him a Persian carpet and a fancy Turkish cavalry sword. Sharifs Ali and Abdullah also played an important part in the raids on the Hedjaz Railway and in the capture of great convoys of Turkish camels near Medina. In 1917, Lawrence and his associates, in cooperation with Faisal, Ali, Abdullah, and Zaid, blew up 25 Turkish trains, tore 15,000 rails, and destroyed 57 bridges and culverts. During the 18 months that he led the Arabs, they dynamited 79 trains and bridges. It is a remarkable fact that he participated in only one such expedition that turned out unsatisfactorily. General Allenby, in one of his reports, said that Colonel Lawrence had made train wrecking the national sport of Arabia. Later in the campaign, near Deraa, the most important railway junction south of Damascus, Lawrence touched off one of his tulips under the driving wheels of a particularly long and heavy armed train. It turned out that Jamal Pasha, the commander-in-chief of the Turkish armies, was on board with nearly 8,000 troops. Jamal hopped out of his saloon and, followed by all his staff, jumped into a ditch. Lawrence had less than 60 Bedouins with him, but all were members of his personal bodyguard and famous fighters. In spite of the overwhelming odds, the young Englishman and his Arabs fought a pitched battle in which 125 Turks were killed and Lawrence lost a third of his own force. The remainder of the Turks finally rallied around their commander-in-chief, and Lawrence and his Arabs had to show their heels. At every station along the Hedjaz Pilgrim Railway were one or two bells which the Turkish officials rang as a warning to passengers when the train was ready to start. Nearly all of them now decorate the homes of Lawrence's friends. Along with them are a dozen or more Turkish mileposts and the number plates from half the engines which formerly hauled trains over the line from Damascus to Medina. Lawrence and his associates collected these in order to confirm their victories. While in Arabia, I often heard the half-jocular, half-serious remark that Lawrence would capture a Turkish post merely for the sake of adding another bell to his collection. And it was no uncommon thing to see Lawrence or one of his officers walking stealthily along the railway embankment between patrols searching for the iron post marking Kilo 1000 south of Damascus. Once found, they would cut it off with a tulip bud, a stick of dynamite. When not engaged in a major movement against the Turks or in mobilizing the Bedouins, Lawrence usually spent his time blowing up trains and demolishing track. So famous did this young archaeologist become throughout the Near East as a dynamiter of bridges and trains that after the final defeat of the Turkish armies, when word reached Cairo that Lawrence would soon be passing through Egypt en route to Paris, General Watson, GOC of troops, jocularly announced that he was going to detail a special detachment to guard Qasr el-Nil, the Brooklyn Bridge of Egypt, which crosses the Nile from Cairo to the residential suburb of Gazire. It had been rumored that Lawrence was dissatisfied at having finished up the campaign with the odd number of 79 mine-laying parties to his credit. So the story spread up and down along the route of the Milk and Honey Railway between Egypt and Palestine that he proposed to make it an even 80 and wind up his career as a dynamiter in an appropriate manner by planting a few farewell tulips under the Qasr el-Nil just outside the door of the British military headquarters. Chapter 12. Drinkers of the Milk of War. While Lawrence was traveling from sheikh to sheikh and from sharif to sharif, urging them, with the eloquence of all the desert dialects at his command, to join in the campaign against the Turks, squadrons of German aeroplanes were swarming down from Constantinople in a winged attempt to frighten the Arabian army with their strange devil birds. But the Arabs refused to be intimidated. Instead, they insisted that their resourceful British leader should get them some fighting swallows, too. Not long after a particularly obnoxious German air raid over Akaba, a royal courier galloped up to Lawrence's tent on his racing dromedary. Without even waiting for his mount to kneel, he slid off the camel's hump and delivered a scroll on which was inscribed the following: O faithful one, thy government hath aeroplanes as the locust. By grace of Allah, I implore thee to ask thy king to dispatch us a dozen or so. Hussein. The people of Arabia are exceedingly ornate and poetical in expressing themselves. They swear by the splendor of light and the silence of night and love to talk in imagery as rich as colors in their Turkoman prayer rugs. An American typewriting concern startled some people by advertising that more people use the Arabic alphabet than use either the Roman or Chinese characters. They are very proud of their language and call it the language of the angels. They believe it is spoken in heaven. It is one of the most difficult languages in the world to master. According to our way of thinking, the Arabs begin at the end of a sentence and write backward. They have 450 words meaning line, 822 words meaning camel, and 1,037 words meaning sword. Their language is full of color. They call a hobo a son of the road, and a jackal a son of howling. Arab dispatched writers penned their accounts in picturesque vein. "The fighting was well worth seeing," wrote Emir Abdullah to Colonel Lawrence. "The armed locomotives were escaping with the coaches of the train like a serpent beaten on the head." Inspired by a squadron of antiquated bombing and reconnaissance planes which Lawrence had brought down from Egypt, the Arabs won an important victory over the Turks in the desert just south of the Dead Sea. Thereupon, the commander of the Arabian army sent this message to King George: "To His Majesty, the King of England. Our victorious troops have captured one of the enemy's divisions near Tafile. The truth follows by post. Faisal." Another Arab chieftain, in writing an account of an engagement, said, "I sallied forth with my people, drinkers of the milk of war. The enemy advanced to meet us, but Allah was not with them." During the war, the British government ran telephone and telegraph wires from Jeddah on the Red Sea to the king's palace in the Forbidden City. The lines were strung by Mohammedans from Egypt, not by Christians. In spite of his abhorrence of all modern inventions, the king permitted the installation merely because he realized the urgent importance of being able to keep in touch with his allies. As he insisted on living in the Forbidden City, the telephone and telegraph were a military necessity. There are about 20 branch phones on this official telephone system. One day, a British general telephoned to His Majesty from Jeddah to discuss some urgent military and political question with him. In the middle of the conversation, the king overheard other voices on the line and shouted angrily down the wire to the exchange, "I command thee to cut off every telephone in Hejaz for 1 hour. It is I, the king, who speaks." And so it came to pass that the entire Arabian telephone system was tied up by a royal command. If you ever happen to be in Arabia and want to telephone King Hussein, Caliph of Islam and Commander of the Faithful, all you have to do is ask Central to give you Mecca number 1. Shortly after the capture of Jeddah, Lawrence, in company with Colonel C.E. Wilson, the governor of Port Sudan, Mr. Ronald Storrs, and Emir Abdullah, for their amusement, made the Turkish band which they had captured a few days before play Deutschland, Deutschland über alles, the Hymn of Hate, and other German songs. The king happened to ring up in the middle of the concert. Hearing the medley of discord, he requested that the receiver be left down, and for half an hour he sat in his palace in Mecca, chuckling with glee while the band did its worst. The British aviators who came down to Arabia not only had to wear Arab headdress, but they had to fly at a considerable height to avoid being shot at by the Bedouins, who have an irresistible desire to shoot anything that is moving fast. They peppered an armored car on one occasion and then sent around profuse apologies. They admitted they knew it was a friendly machine, but said it was going so fast they simply could not resist the temptation to see if they could hit it. Colonel Lawrence and his associates introduced the first motor cars in Holy Arabia, and Emir Faisal used a 1-ton truck as his royal limousine. I went with him on one of his journeys from Akaba to the frontline outpost at Waheda in the desert, north of the Turkish stronghold at Ma'an on the Hejaz Railway. We camped for a day on the summit of a high hill amid the ruins of an old Turkish fortress. That noon, Faisal gave a dinner in our honor. We sat around on empty boxes instead of squatting on the ground, Arab fashion, and a table was improvised for our special benefit. The others present were General Nuri Pasha, Malud Bey, and old Aouda Abu Tayyi. Before the meal they served us with cups of sweetened tea. Then for dinner, a great plate of rice crowned with chunks of lamb and goat was placed in the center of the table. Besides this, there was another dish of rice mixed with pieces of meat, beans with tomato sauce, lentils and peas and pomegranates, dried dates and figs, and a sort of candy made from sesame seed and sugar, resembling raw asbestos, heaped the groaning banquet board. For dessert, we were to have a tin of California pears. They had been sent down from Egypt as a gift for the emir. Old Aouda Abu Tayi had never seen such delicious-looking pears in his life, and the temptation to sample them so sorely tried his patience that he was unable to await the end of the meal. Disregarding the food before him and throwing formality to the winds, he attacked them at once and devoured all of them before the rest of us were through with the first course. At the end of the meal, small cups of coffee, flavored with cardamom and Indian seed with a minty taste, were served to us, and a bowl of water was solemnly passed around in order that we might remove remnants of gravy still lingering in our beards. Then the emir's Abyssinian slaves brought cigarettes, and we strolled out with our field glasses to watch the battle in progress a few miles distant in the hollow of the land around Ma'an. Both before and after lunch, scores of Arabs filed into the tent to kiss Faisal's hand. He never allowed them to touch it with their lips, but pulled it away just before they had the opportunity to kiss it, to show them how reluctant he was to be treated with special deference. Both Faisal and Lawrence owed much of their authoritative leadership to their recognition of the traditional independence of the tribes. The gallant old brigands who had roamed freely all their lives over the vast stretches of Arabia, making little private wars of their own, were not to be commanded or conscripted. They had to be gently cajoled into the bigger war and made to feel the sense of their own importance. Chapter 13. Aouda Abu Tayi, the Bedouin Robin Hood. By the grace of Allah, I, Aouda Abu Tayi, warn you to quit Arabia before the end of Ramadan. We Arabs want this country to ourselves. Unless this is done by the beard of the Prophet, I declare you proscribed, outlawed, and fair game for anyone to kill. This was the official and personal declaration of war issued by Aouda Abu Tayi, the Hawitat chief, the greatest popular hero of modern Arabian history, the most celebrated fighting man the desert has produced in 4 generations. The proclamation was addressed to the Sultan of Turkey, to Jamal Pasha, the Viceroy of Syria, Palestine, and Arabia, and to the Mutesarif of Kerak, who was the Ottoman government of the important district on the edge of the desert near the southern end of the Dead Sea where Aouda lived. The Arabian Revolution appealed to the Bedouin Robin Hood, largely because it furnished him with an ideal excuse to declare personal war against the Turkish government. When Aouda heard that Sharif Hussein had started a revolt against the Turks, he and his fearless Hawitat followers jumped into their saddles, galloped across the desert sands to Faisal's headquarters, and swore on the Quran that they would make the Sharif's enemies their enemies. Then they all sat down to a banquet in honor of the occasion. Suddenly old Aouda uttered a potent Muslim oath and reminded himself and his friends that he was wearing a set of Turkish false teeth. Cursing the Turkish dentist who had made them, he dashed out of the tent and smashed them on a rock. For 2 months he was in agony and could eat only milk and boiled rice. When Lawrence came down from Egypt, Aouda's mouth was giving him so much trouble that he had to send to Cairo for a British dentist to make the old brigand a special set of allied teeth. His undying loyalty and friendship proved a most valuable asset to Hussein and the Allies in the Arabian campaign. Besides, he offered his rich and rare experience in the kind of warfare suitable to his country. With the exception of Lawrence, he has been the greatest raider of modern Arabia. During the last 17 years, he has killed 75 men in hand-to-hand combat, all of them Arabs, for he does not include Turks in his game book. I do not think that his claim is far wrong, for he has been wounded 22 times and in his battles has seen all his tribesmen hurt and most of his relatives killed. His right arm is so stiff that he can't scratch himself and has to use a camel stick. Although the Hawittat territory is situated inland near the Gulf of Akaba, Auda has led expeditions 600 miles south to Mecca, north as far as Aleppo, and 1,000 miles east to Baghdad and Basra. Occasionally the tables are turned on him. One year while he was leading an expedition against Ibn Saud, the ruler of Central Arabia, the Drusas came down from Jebel Hauran in the hills south of Damascus and spirited away all his camels. Auda took his loss calmly and philosophically, but word of his misfortune reached the ears of his friend Nuri Shah Alan, emir of Jauf, ruler of north-central Arabia. In accordance with one of the unwritten laws of the desert, Nuri Shah Alan immediately sent Auda half of all his possessions. Old Auda prides himself on being the quintessence of Arabian tradition. 100 successful raids have taken him from his home near the Dead Sea to all parts of the Arabian world. His loot he dispenses in staggering hospitality. He talks long, loud, and abundantly, in a voice like a mountain torrent. Although Auda has probably captured more loot on his raids than any other Bedouin chieftain, he is a comparatively poor man as the result of his lavish hospitality. The profits of 100 successful raids have provided entertainment for his friends. One of his few remaining evidences of transitory wealth is an enormous copper kettle around which 25 people can gather at a meal. His hospitality is sometimes very inconvenient except to guests in the last stages of starvation. One day when he was helping me to a heaped portion of rice and mutton from the copper kettle, I was discussing the subject of camels with him and mentioned the fact that we had none in my country except in the zoos. The old Bedouin couldn't understand this and insisted on presenting me with 20 of his prized dromedaries to take back to America to start a camel industry. It required all Lawrence's persuasive eloquence to convince him that it was impossible for me to accept the regal gift on account of the difficulty of transporting his camels halfway around the world. In May 1918, the Turks sent a large number of camels down from Syria. They put them into an impromptu corral at Ma'an railway station. Auda heard of this, and at the head of a small party of 12 of his tribesmen, he dashed boldly into Ma'an. There were thousands of Turkish soldiers all around, but before they realized what had occurred, Auda had rounded up 25 of the camels and had driven them off at a 25-mile-an-hour gallop. He was full of such pranks as this, and recounted his adventures afterward with great gusto. One of the most amazing bits of brigandage in Auda's long and lurid career was when he held up his intimate friend and prince. Faisal was on his way across the desert on an expedition and had 4,000 pounds in gold coin. Unluckily, his route lay through Auda's country, and somehow the latter got to know about the treasure. So he insisted that Faisal and retinue remain as his guest until they had given the old pirate 3,000 out of the 4,000 sovereigns. Auda, of course, did not use force. He merely intimated that he was entitled to the gold. Auda Abu Tayyi is a handsome old chieftain, a pure desert type. He is tall, straight, and powerful, and although 60 years of age, as active and sinewy as a cougar. His lined and haggard face is pure Bedouin. He has a broad, low forehead, high, sharp, hooked nose, greenish-brown eyes inclined to slant outward, black pointed beard, and mustache tinged with gray. The name Auda means father of flying, which recalls the day on which he made his first aeroplane flight. Instead of showing any fear, he urged the pilot, Captain Furness Williams, to take him higher and higher. The old hero is as hard-headed as he is hot-headed. He receives advice, criticism, or abuse with a smile as constant as it is charming. but nothing on earth would make him change his mind or obey an order or follow a course of which he disapproves. He is modest, simple as a child, honest, kind-hearted, and affectionate, and warmly loved even by those to whom he is most trying, his friends. His hobby is to concoct fantastic tales about himself and to relate fictitious but humorously horrible stories concerning the private life of his host or guest. He takes wild delight in making his friends uncomfortable. One time, he strolled into the tent of his cousin, Mohammed, and roared out for the benefit of all present how villainously his kinsman had behaved at El Wejh. He told how Mohammed had brought a beautiful necklace for one of his wives. But alas, Mohammed met a strange woman, a very beautiful strange woman in El Wejh, who was as fascinating as starlight, and succumbing to her charms, he presented her with the necklace. It was a wonderful necklace with gems that sparkled as the stars, with blues that recalled the seas and reds of desert sunsets. Most eloquently, Aouda discoursed on the lady's charms. On the other side of the partition, the women of Mohammed's household heard of their lord and master's perfidy. Although the tale was mischievously fabricated, there was a great commotion in the household of Mohammed, and his life was made unbearable for several weeks. Aouda's home is on a mud flat 80 miles east of Akaba. During his association with Lawrence in the Arabian campaign, he picked up many interesting details of life in Europe. His eyes sparkled at tales of hotels, cabarets, and palaces, and he was suddenly fired with the determination to abandon his tent for a house as splendid as any cité Lawrence had known in London. The first problem that confronted him was the question of labor. This was solved by raiding a Turkish garrison and taking 50 prisoners, whom he put to work digging wells. After he had finished that job, he promised them their liberty if they would build him a beautiful house. They constructed one with 40 rooms and 4 towers, but on account of the scarcity of timber in the desert, no one could figure out how to roof such an enormous building. Aouda, keen as a steel trap, immediately worked out a plan. Summoning his warriors, he started out across the sands to the Pilgrims' Railway, overpowered the passing Turkish patrol, and carried off 30 telegraph poles, which now formed the framework of his desert palace. Even a 40-room palace is none too large for Aouda, who has not been strictly abstemious in his nuptial aspirations. In fact, he is noted throughout Arabia for his reckless polygamy. Every Mohammedan is permitted to have 4 wives at one time, if he can support them. Aouda has been married 28 times and is ambitious to raise that record to 50 before he dies. But in spite of his numerous marriages, he has only 1 son living. All others have been killed in raids and feuds. Young Mohammed Abu Tayi was 11 years old when I saw him, but so undersized that his father could pick him up by the scruff of his neck and swing him into the saddle on his camel with one hand. When the caravan was on the march at night, his father, afraid that Mohammed, when asleep, would fall off the camel, often picked him up and stuffed him into one of his own saddlebags, where the boy would spend the night. The youngster fought beside his father and Colonel Lawrence through the whole Arabian campaign. Aouda's enthusiasm in making the Turks his enemies to the nth power, pouring into the cause all the hatred he had reserved for personal feuds, brought many of the tribes to Lawrence's personal standard. Lawrence once remarked that Aouda was somewhat like Caesar in his ability to keep around him a free country of faithful friends, and around that a great ring of enemies. Even the renowned Nuri Shalalan, as well as many other powerful chiefs friendly to Aouda, were in constant terror lest they should offend him. The Hawitat tribe was formerly under the control of Ibn Rashid and his tribe, which long roamed the North Arabian desert. Later, under the leadership of Ibn Jazi, the tribe broke up into discordant sections. The Abu Tayi subsection is the joint work of Auda, the fighting man, and Muhammad el-Daylan, the thinker. Ibn Jazi mistreated a Sharari guest of Auda's, and the proud and hospitable chief was infuriated. In the 15-year feud that followed, Anad, Auda's eldest son and the pride of his heart, was killed. This feud between the two sections of the Hawitat was one of Faisal's greatest difficulties in the operations around Akaba and Ma'an. It drove Hamed el-Arar, the Ibn Jazi leader of today, into the arms of the Turks, while Seham Abu Tayi and the rest of the sub-tribe went to El Wedge to join Lawrence and Faisal. Auda made peace with his sworn enemies at the request of Faisal, and it was the hardest thing the old man ever had to do in his life. The death of Anad killed all his hopes and ambitions for the Abu Tayi and has made his life seem a bitter failure. But Faisal ruled that his followers were to have no more blood feuds and no Arab enemies except the adherents of Ibn Rashid in North Arabia, who have carried on perpetual and bitter warfare with all the other tribes of the desert. Faisal's success in burying the innumerable hatchets of the Hejaz is pregnant with promise. In all Arab minds, a Sharif now stands above tribes, men, sheikhs, and tribal jealousies. A Sharif now exercises the prestige of peacemaker and independent authority. Chapter 14. Knights of the Black Tents. After Auda, Muhammad el-Daylan is the chief figure of the Abu Tayi. He is taller than his cousin and massively built, a square-headed, thoughtful man of 45, with a melancholy humor and a kind heart carefully concealed beneath it. He acts as a master of ceremonies for the Abu Tayi, is Auda's right-hand man, and frequently appears as his spokesman. Muhammad is greedy, richer than Auda, deeper and more calculating. Allah has endowed him with the eloquence of an Arabian Demosthenes. His tribesmen address him as Father of Eloquence. In a tribal council, he can always be relied upon to persuade his audience to accept his views. He can wield a sword right lustily, too, and is a drinker of the milk of war, second only in prowess to the mighty Auda. Za'al-Ion Mutlug is Auda's nephew. He is 25, something of a dandy with polished teeth, carefully curled mustache, and a trimmed and pointed beard. He, too, is greedy and sharp-witted, but without Muhammad's mentality. Auda has been training him for years as chief scout to the tribe, so that he is a most daring and acceptable commander in a ghazu. Nuri Shala'an, emir of Jauf, is not such a picturesque character as his friend and kinsman, Auda Abu Tayi, but as ruler of the Ruala Nazi tribe, 200,000 strong, the largest single tribe in the desert, occupying nearly all the territory between Damascus and Baghdad. He is one of the great men of Arabia. His friendship was most vital to Hussein and Lawrence in the taking of Daraa and Damascus, and might have been of tremendous weight to Faisal now that he had been placed on the throne of Mesopotamia, had he not sold himself to the French in Syria in 1919, after the war. Lawrence would not let Nuri declare war on the Turks until the last minute, because Nuri's allegiance would have meant too many mouths to feed. Nuri Shala'an was the deadly enemy of Ibn Rashid, who cooperated with the Turks but who since the Great War has lost his portion of Arabia to Sultan Ibn Saud of Nejd. At one time, Nuri Shala'an wanted an armorer. He captured Ibn Bani of Hayl, Ibn Rashid's armorer, the most skilled man of his craft in Arabia, and put him in prison with his own smith, Ibn Zari. He gave them both forges and tools and declared that they should languish in prison until Ibn Zari could make swords and daggers that could not be distinguished from those of Ibn Bani. They sweated and worked, and the forges were kept burning until late every night. And finally, after many weeks, Ibn Zadi produced a wonderful dagger with an edge that could almost cut the wind. Nuri was satisfied. He released his 2 prisoners and sent Ibn Bani back to his country with rich presents. Nuri Shala'an was an old man of 70 when the Arab Revolution broke out. He was always ambitious and determined to be a leader. 30 years ago he killed his 2 brothers and made himself chief of the tribe. He ruled his people with a rod of iron, and they were practically the only Bedouins who obeyed orders. If they fail him, he has had their heads cut off. But in spite of his cruelty, his followers all admire and are proud of him. Most Arab sheikhs talk about magpies, but Nuri remains silent in the tribal council and settles everything with a few clean-cut words of decision. Until the end of the war, he had preferred tent life to that of all the palaces from Baghdad to Bosporus, and kept great state in the largest black goat's hair tent in the desert, where sheep were slaughtered every few minutes for the endless stream of guests. He owned the best wheat land in Syria and the finest camels and horses. He is so rich he does not know how to measure his wealth. Modlog ibn Jamayan, sheikh of the Beni Atiyeh, south of Ma'an, added 4,000 fighting men to King Hussein's forces. He is hard-working and brave as a lion. He helped Lawrence blow up trains near Ma'an and was in the thick of the fray whenever there were railway stations to be captured or any other little jobs of a particular dangerous nature. During the scouting around Ma'an, 2 of Lawrence's officers were trying to find an ancient Roman road in the desert. Modlog, always eager for adventure, went with them. In the deep sand their Ford careened madly from left to right, and then at one point swerved so sharply that Modlog was thrown on his head. The officers jumped out of the car and ran back to pick him up and apologized to him, thinking he would be very angry. But the old sheikh brushed off the sand and said ruefully, "Please, don't be offended with me. I haven't learned to ride one of these things yet." He regarded riding in a motor car as an art that had to be mastered just like riding a camel. The robber Harith clan may not have been in the good graces of Hussein before the war, but their Sharif, Ali ibn Hussein, a youth of 19, was responsible for converting nearly the whole of Hauran to the revolt. He was the most reckless, most impertinent, and jolliest fellow in the Arabian army. The fastest runner in the desert, he could catch up with a camel in his bare feet and swing into the saddle with one hand while holding his rifle with the other. When Ali went into battle, he took off all his clothing except his drawers. He said it was the cleanest way to get wounded. He had a wild sense of humor and made jokes about the king in his presence. He was one of the 2 Sharifs in the Hejaz who did not stand in terror of King Hussein. The other was Sharif Shakir, a cousin of Faisal and the richest man in the Hejaz. He was the only big Sharif who plaited his hair, and in addition, he encouraged lice in it to show his respect for the old Bedouin proverb, "A well-populated head is a sign of a generous mind." His home was in Mecca, but he spent most of his time in the saddle with the Bedouin tribesmen. These are a few of the leading chieftains, and some of whom enthusiasm for Arabian nationalism had to be kindled, others cajoled by appeals to their vanity, and almost all inflamed with the zest for war on a big scale, the game they had known and played at from childhood. When they had once sworn allegiance, they were as true as steel. Without their loyalty and dauntless courage and epic love of blood-curdling adventure, the Arabian campaign would have been a dream on paper, fabricated by an impractical young archaeologist. In his dealings with Aouda and other Arab chiefs, Lawrence found their rich sense of humor an important asset. Make an Arab laugh, and you can persuade him to do most things. Arabic is a solemn language, full of ceremony and stateliness, and Lawrence, who had an unusual knowledge of the various dialects spoken in Arabia, made the discovery that the direct translation into Arabic of ordinary colloquial English spiced with wit delighted his hearers. Another highly useful weapon in Colonel Lawrence's mental armory was the faculty of mastering the unexpected with some inspired improvisation. Time and again, he happened upon a desperate situation from which there was no obvious means of escape. In the space of a few seconds, his alert brain would work out some seemingly fantastic but really brilliant method of dealing with the emergency. Such an incident was one of his many adventures in the Syrian desert. He was at the town of Azraq, among the shifting sand dunes southeast of Damascus, when a courier brought news that some Turkish spies were in a caravan of Syrian merchants which was on its way to the Arabian army supply base at Akaba, 300 miles to the south. He immediately decided that in order to draw the teeth of the spies he must reach Akaba, either in company with the caravan or soon after its arrival. Normally the journey from Azraq to Akaba is 12 days by camel, and already the Syrian caravan had a start of 9 days. Realizing that his followers could not stand the forced pace at which he meant to travel, Lawrence took with him but one man, a half-breed Haurani, who was famous in the North Arabian desert for his endurance. The pair were racing over the ridges between Azraq and Bayir, 80 miles south of the camp from which they started, when suddenly a dozen Arabs appeared over the edge of a sand dune and galloped their camels down the slope to cut off the strangers. As they approached, the Arabs shouted a request that Lawrence and his companion should dismount, and at the same time announced themselves as friends and members of the Jazihewatat tribe. When only 30 yards away, they themselves dismounted by way of encouraging the lone couple to do likewise. But Lawrence had recognized the Arabs of Beni Sakir, allies of the Turks and blood enemies of most of the Bedouin tribes that were fighting for King Hussein and Emir Faisal. It was known to Beni Sakir that gold passed up and down the caravan route, and they were out looking for loot. This particular sector was the only wartime trade route between Syria and Arabia, along which the merchants of Syria had for many months journeyed to Akaba for the purchase of Manchester cotton. Lawrence used cotton both as an aid to propaganda and as a means of getting as much gold as possible from Syria and Turkey. The Ottoman Empire needed cotton urgently, and for this reason the military authorities allowed traders to pass back and forth through the lines. When they reached Akaba, Lawrence and the Arab leaders would make converts among them by preaching Arab nationalistic doctrines. At the same time, they would collect much valuable information regarding conditions in Turkey. The merchants were also useful in smuggling down to Akaba German field glasses which Lawrence needed for the equipment of his desert troops. Meanwhile, the dismounted marauders of Beni Sakir stood on the sand and fingered their rifles expectantly while still passing friendly greetings. Of a sudden, Lawrence grinned so genially that they became mystified. "Come near, I want to whisper something to you," he said to their leader. Then, bending down from the saddle of his camel, he asked, "Do you know what your name is?" The Sikh looked speechless and rather amazed. Lawrence continued, "I think it must be Terrace, procurer. This is the most terrible insult that one can offer a Bedouin." The Beni Sakir leader was dumbfounded and rather nervous. He could not understand how an ordinary traveler would dare say such a thing to him in the open desert when numbers and arms were on his side. Before the sheik had time to recover himself, Lawrence remarked pleasantly, "May Allah give you peace." Quietly telling the Haurani to come along, he swung off across the sand. The men of Beni Sakir remained half bewildered until the pair had ridden about 100 yards. Then they recovered their senses and began shooting, but the blond prince of Mecca galloped over the nearest ridge and escaped. Bullets, by the way, have but little immediate effect on a camel that is traveling at 25 miles an hour. Both Lawrence and his Haurani nearly killed their camels during the journey. They rode on the average of 22 hours a day. From dawn to setting sun, they crossed the burning sands, only stopping then for a moment's rest for their camels. When they reached Auda Abu Ta'i's country, east of the southern end of the Dead Sea, they exchanged their mounts for fresh beasts. They covered the whole distance of 300 miles in just 3 days, a record for fast camel trekking that should stand for many years. This weird adventure was but one of 100 that befell Lawrence. I heard of another which explains why he always carried a Colt revolver of an early frontier model. Some years ago, while wandering in Asia Minor, near Marash, a fever came upon him, and he made for Birgik, the nearest village. He happened to meet a Turkoman. They are a semi-nomadic crowd of Mongol descent, men with crooked eyes and faces that look as though they had been modeled in butter and then left out in the sun. He was not sure of his directions and asked the Turkoman to point out the way. The reply was, "Right across those low hills to the left." As Lawrence turned away from him, the Mongol sprang on his back, and they had a bit of a dogfight on the ground for a few minutes. But Lawrence had walked more than 1,000 miles, and apart from the fever, was nearly done up. Soon he found himself underneath. "He sat on my stomach and pulled out my Colt," said Lawrence, "pressed it to my temple and pulled the trigger many times. But the safety catch was on." The Turkoman was a primitive fellow and knew very little about revolver mechanism. He threw the weapon away in disgust and proceeded to pound my head with a rock until I was no longer interested. After taking everything I had, he made off. I went to the village and got the inhabitants to help me chase the scoundrel. We caught him and made him disgorge the things he'd relieved me of. Since then, I have always had a profound respect for a Colt, and have never been without one. Chapter 15. My Lord the Camel. No knowledge that could increase his influence over the peoples of Arabia was neglected by Lawrence. He even made a minute study of the beast of mystery, the camel, the character and quality of which few Arabs are altogether familiar with, although it plays such an all-important part in their lives. Lawrence is the only European I have ever met who possesses camel instinct, a quality that implies intimate acquaintance with the beast's habits, powers, and innumerable idiosyncrasies. Audu Abitai, the Bedouin Robin Hood, had this instinct developed to an unusually high degree. There are 6 different species of camels found in Central Arabia, from whence come the finest breeds. The Bedouin call their country the mother of the camel. Arabian camels have but one hump. In fact, most of the Arabs have never even heard of the 2-hump variety, which is found only in Central Asia, to the northwest of Persia, chiefly in the Gobi Desert. The 2-hump breed is slow and of little use except as a beast of burden. The 1-hump camel is the dromedary, which is the Greek word for a camel that runs. The chief unit of wealth in Arabia is the camel. A man is not spoken of as owning so many apartment houses or country estates, but as owning so many camels. From biblical down to modern times, wars have been waged in the desert for the possession of camels. One tribe will swoop down upon another and steal all its camels. Then that tribe will mount its horses, dash across the desert, and drive off all the camels of another tribe. So in the course of 12 months, one camel may become the stolen property of half a dozen different tribes. The very existence of human life in the desert depends upon the camel. The Arabs use it not only as a beast of burden. They drink its milk and use its hair for making cloth, and when it becomes old they kill it and use its flesh for food. Camel steak in Arabia is regarded much as blubber is among the Eskimos, but the average European would prefer to worry along on caviar and pâté de foie gras. The camel is practically the only animal that can exist on the scant vegetation of the desert. Its teeth are so long that it can chew cactus without the thorns pricking either its lips or the roof of its mouth. Although camels can go for long periods without water, when they do drink, they more than make up for lost time. It takes a half hour to water them, but each camel can accommodate a nice little swallow of 20 gallons. It is very irritating when suffering from thirst in the desert to hear your camel drawing on the copious reserve of water inside its body. At such times, the Arabs, when in dire straits, will kill a camel and drink the water in its stomach. The water is of a greenish color and has a greenish taste, but one can't be too fastidious when perishing from thirst. In judging a camel, some of the many things to be considered are the length of the inside of the belly, the way the beast lifts its feet, the way it carries its head, the depth of the neck, the length of the front leg, the length of the front and back shoulders, and the girth and shape of the hump. A very long leg is particularly desirable, as is a small circumference around the waist. A camel should be neither too fat nor too thin. The hump, which should be of a hard, fatless muscle, is of paramount importance. The dromedary actually seems to live on its hump, and if it be worked too hard, the hump gradually disappears. If it has no hump, or a low one, or a thin one, or a fat one, the animal is of little value and will break down in a short time. Age is judged by the teeth, as with the horse. Camels usually live for about 25 years, being in their prime between the ages of 4 and 14. Over good ground, first-class Arabian dromedaries can trot up to 21 miles an hour, canter up to 28 miles an hour, and gallop up to 32 with their legs going like huge pistons. For a whole day's travel, however, the most desirable pace is a jog-trot of 7 miles an hour. The ordinary speed for a long journey of many days across the desert is only about 4.5 miles an hour. And if the journey extends over hundreds of miles, it is advisable always to keep the camel at a walk. Lawrence's feat in making a forced trek of 300 miles in 3 days was therefore looked upon by his followers as almost a miracle. A good camel makes absolutely no sound when it walks, a trait which is of great assistance both to the Bedouins during their night raids and to the desert traders who fear assault. The Arab teaches his mount not to whine, and a whole caravan can pass within 20 yards of a tent without being heard by the occupants. The winter of 1917-18 was a severe month for the camels. Lawrence's army was at Tafile in January, at an altitude of 5,000 feet. The snow drifted to a depth of 4 feet, impassable for the camels, unless their riders dismounted and dug a path with their hands. Many of them, both camels and Arabs, perished from the cold. Lawrence sent a request to headquarters, Cairo, for heavy clothing and boots for his men. Instead of receiving them, he got a wireless message telling him that Arabia was a tropical country. One morning, an Arab column awoke on a hillside to find that snow had drifted over their crouching camels. They dug them out with iron spoons which are used for roasting coffee beans. But all were dead. Lawrence and his men had to walk barefoot through the snow for miles before they reached a military encampment. Another time, 34 men started from Akaba to Tafile on camels, and only one man succeeded in getting through alive. The Arab army had plenty of camels at this time, thanks partly to Prince Zayd. Some months previous, the Turks had sent a large caravan of supplies toward Medina from Hil, Ibn Rashid's capital in Central Arabia. Zayd and his men surprised it at Hanakiyeh, killed 30 Turks, captured 250 more, and also 3,000 camels, 2,000 sheep, 4 mountain guns, and several thousand rifles. Although the camel is an intricate animal and calls for skilled labor in the handling, according to Colonel Lawrence, she yields a remarkable return. We had no system of supply. Each man was self-contained and carried on the saddle from the sea base at which the raid started 6 weeks' food for himself. The 6 weeks' ration for ordinary men was a half bag of flour, 45 pounds in weight. Luxurious feeders carried some rice also for variety. Each man baked for himself, kneading his own flour into unleavened cakes and warming it in the ashes of a fire. We carried about a pint of drinking water each, since the camels required to come to water on the average every 3 days, and there was no advantage in our being richer than our mounts. Some of us never drank between wells, but those were hardy men. Most of us drank a lot at each well, and had a drink during the intermediate dry day. In the heat of summer, Arabian camels would do about 250 miles comfortably between drinks, and this represents about 3 days' vigorous marching. The country is not so dry as it is painted, and this radius was always more than we needed. Wells are seldom more than 100 miles apart. An easy day's march was 50 miles. An emergency march might be up to 110 miles in a day. The 6 weeks' food gave us a range of over 1,000 miles out and home. And that, like the pint of water, was more than ever we needed, even in so large a country as Arabia. It was possible for me, the camel novice in the army, painful was a better word, to ride 1,500 miles in a month without revictualling, and there was never a fear of starvation, for each of us was riding on 200 pounds of potential meat, and when food lacked we would stop and eat the weakest of our camels. Exhausted camel is poor food, but cheaper killing than a fat one, and we had to remember that our future efficiency depended upon the number of good camels at our disposal. They lived on grazing as we marched. We never gave them grain or fodder. And after their 6 weeks on the road they would be worn thin, and have to be sent to pasture for some months' rest, while we called out another tribe in replacement, or found fresh riding beasts. Tradition says that the horse originated in Arabia. The most beautiful and symmetrical horses are found there. They do not, however, have the greatest powers of endurance, neither are they the fleetest. The Arabs are very fond and proud of their horses. They are really domestic animals, and it is by no means uncommon for them to occupy the same tent as their master. The pedigrees of some of them can be traced back to the 5th century, and registered mares are seldom sold, although stallions are sometimes given away to distinguished foreigners. It is maintained that a female, whether horse or camel, has much more highly developed powers of endurance. The Arabs oil the hoofs of their horses to keep them from slipping on the hot sand, and feed them on boiled goat's meat to give them staying powers. They are seldom given all the water they desire to drink. Even as colts, they are continually stinted of water so that they may become inured to thirst and suffer as little as possible when crossing the dry parts of the Arabian desert. Many of the water holes of the desert are 5 days' travel apart. A horse, of course, cannot go so long without water. A camel can, however, and so an Arabian horse will travel by the side of a camel and drink the camel's milk, and in that manner make the distance from one water hole to another. The foregoing is but a small fraction of the horse and camel lore familiar to a Bedouin expert. After years of careful study in the Arabian-Syrian deserts, Lawrence confessed to me that often he could not size up his dromedary correctly. Chapter 16. Abdullah the Pockmarked and the Story of Faraj and Daoud. Abdullah the Pockmarked, undersized, fiery little Bedouin who commanded Lawrence's personal bodyguard, although in appearance a dried-up stick of a man, is one of the most daring and chivalrous sons of Ishmael that ever rode a dromedary. He would take keen delight in tackling 10 men by himself. Apart from his fearlessness, he was a valuable lieutenant because he knew how to deal with unruly members of the bodyguard. Lawrence would urge his followers on with the promise of extravagant rewards, gold, jewels, and beautiful clothes, if they succeeded. Abdullah would promise them a sound beating if they failed, and the certainty that he would fulfill his threat carried at least as much weight with the bodyguard as did Lawrence's milder method. As for Abdullah himself, his most frequent boast was that he had served under all the princes of the desert, and had been imprisoned by every one of them. The English Sharifah's personal bodyguard, consisting of 80 carefully picked men, was the corps d'élite of the desert. All its men were famous fighters who possessed powers of endurance which would enable them to ride hard for a day and a night on end if necessary. They were required to be ready for a raid on the Turks at any moment, and always to keep up with their leader on the trek. No man was accepted who could not, with one hand free, leap into the camel's saddle at the trot while carrying a rifle in the other. Taking it all round, the bodyguard was an extraordinary collection of meddlesome, gay-spirited, good-natured scallywags. Its members were devoted to their Anglo-Bedouin Sharif, but to guard against the possibility of a conspiracy among them, never more than 2 men were selected from each tribe, so that the intertribal jealousy might prevent any group from plotting against their leader. Nearly every man in the Hejaz army wanted to belong to the bodyguard, because Lawrence took it on all of his raiding, bridge-blowing, and train-wrecking expeditions, stunts which provided much loot and many thrills, gifts dear to the heart of the Bedouin. Then, too, the pay was greater than that given to any of the other volunteers in the Arabian army. Furthermore, they received a liberal allowance for costly raiment, for they spent all their money on clothes, and when gathered in a body they produced an effect similar to that of an oriental flower garden. A familiar saying among them was that they might as well spend their gold on clothes in a good time, since Allah might take them to paradise at any moment. Among Colonel Lawrence's personal retinue, the percentage of casualties was far greater than among other regulars and irregulars of Faisal's army, for they were continually being sent across the desert on dangerous missions. Frequently they were dispatched through the Turkish lines to act as spies, a service for which the bodyguard was especially suitable, since it contained at least 1 man from each district between Mecca and Aleppo. Lawrence always arrogated to himself more than his full share of these hazardous missions. To accompany Lawrence and his bodyguard on an expedition was a fantastic experience. First rode the young Sharif, incongruously picturesque with his Anglo-Saxon face, gorgeous headdress, and beautiful robes. Likely enough, if the party were moving at walking pace, he would be reading and smiling to himself over the brilliant satire of Aristophanes in the original. Then, in a long, irregular column, his Bedouin sons followed in their rainbow-colored garments, swaying to the rhythm of the camel gait. And whether they were passing over the sands east of Akaba, or the stone hill country of Edom and Moab, they always sang and jested. At either end of the cavalcade was a warrior poet. One of them would begin to chant a verse, and each man all along the column would take his turn to cap the poet's words with lines of the same meter. There were war songs and songs that caused the camels to lower their heads and move at a faster pace. Often in the verses the men commented on each other's love affairs, or on Emir Faisal or Sidi, Lord Lawrence. "I wish he would pay us another £1 a month." This, decorated with rhetorical flourishes in Arabic, was the theme of the bodyguard's song one day. Another time it was, "I wonder if Allah has seen the headcloth which has the good fortune to cover our Lord Lawrence's head. It is not a good headcloth. The Lord Lawrence should give it to me." As a matter of fact, the headcloths that Sharif Lawrence wore were more resplendent than any they had ever seen. His playful sons coveted them. The harmonic scale of Arabian music is different from ours, so that to Western ears, unused to it, Arabian singing sounds like a medley of discords. Yet the Bedouin delighted in Western music churned out by a phonograph that Lawrence brought from Cairo. Its success encouraged a Scotch sergeant in Akaba to provide some instruments and organize a band. He helped the Arab bandsmen to create an Arabian national anthem and taught them to play Annie Laurie and Old Lang Syne, after a fashion. The Scotch airs we could stand for a time, even though every instrument was out of tune and every man chose his own key. but whenever the Arabs practiced their own national anthem around the camp, we preferred swimming and left at once for a deserted island down the Gulf for a dip in the surf, just below the ruin of a Crusader castle, where Godfrey de Bouillon and his knights had bathed 1,000 years before us. The Bedouin bodyguard's sense of humor sometimes took the form of practical jokes. If one of their number fell asleep in his saddle, a companion would charge his camel straight at the slumberer and knock him off. Whenever their lord left them for a visit to Cairo or to Allenby's headquarters, most of his bodyguard managed to get themselves imprisoned by Emir Faisal as a result of their wild humor and general unruliness. Nobody but Lawrence could handle his devils, as they were called. Once, having just returned to Akaba from Egypt, he wanted to set out on a secret mission without delay. As usual, he found the majority of his personal followers in the lockup. Among the prisoners were two specially daring men named Faraj and Daoud. Lawrence immediately sent for Sheikh Youssef, the civil governor of Akaba, and asked what had happened. Youssef laughed and cursed, then laughed again. "I had a beautiful white camel," he said, "and one night she strayed away. Next morning I heard a great commotion in the street, and when I went out I found everyone in the bazaar laughing uproariously at an animal with blue legs and a red head. Not without difficulty I recognized it as my camel. Faraj and Daoud were found at the waterfront washing red henna and blue indigo dye off their arms, yet they denied all knowledge of my beautiful white camel. Allah will pardon me for doubting them." Faraj and Daoud were well known as inseparable in a land where lonely desert and the need for mutual protection called for close friendship. David and Jonathan were not more intimate than Faraj and Daoud, until, as an Eastern storyteller might say, there came to them the destroyer of delights and the garnerer of graveyards. Daoud died of fever in Akaba, whereupon Faraj became intensely miserable and soon afterward committed suicide by galloping his camel headlong into the Turks. Occasionally members of Lawrence's bodyguard accompanied him to Cairo. Those thus honored would don their most vivid robes, rouge their lips, darken the hollows under their eyes with kohl, and saturate themselves with bottles of scent. Then, bristling with weapons, they swaggered contemptuously past the town Arabs of Cairo, ogling the veiled ladies, buying richly brocaded garments, and causing much excitement in which they reveled. Abdullah, the lieutenant of the bodyguard, once traveled with his leader to General Allenby's headquarters at Ramleh. While Lawrence was in consultation with the commander-in-chief, the Arab lieutenant roamed off alone. 6 hours passed, and he did not return. Then Lawrence was informed by telephone that the assistant provost marshal had arrested the fiery little Arab because he looked like a hired assassin who might be prowling around with the intention of shooting General Allenby. Abdullah said the assistant provost marshal had explained through an interpreter that he was one of C.D. Lawrence's sons, and demanded a ceremonious apology for having been arrested. Meanwhile, he was eating up all the oranges in the quarters of the head of the military police. Punishment for the misdeeds of the various members of the bodyguard was difficult, for a nomad Arab can scarcely be imprisoned on his camel, and he cares not for words of reproof. A conscientious beating from Abdullah was perhaps the most effective solution. A common form of punishment among the Bedouins is to throw at a man's head a short dagger, so that it will chop through the hair and cause a superficial but very painful scalp wound. Bedouins who are conscious of transgression sometimes wound themselves in this manner, and then with blood streaming over their faces, crave pardon of the person they have wronged. Chapter 17. An eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth. In Arabia, the Old Testament law of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life, still holds true. Complicated feuds drag on for centuries. A murderer can rarely escape the death penalty. It is almost impossible for him to avoid being found by the murdered man's relatives somewhere in the desert sooner or later. His only chance is to relinquish tent-dwelling and become a townsman. And since the Bedouin regards people who live in villages and cities as greatly inferior to him, he can seldom bring himself to such an indignity. A peculiar feature of Arabian unwritten law is that for purposes of retribution, no distinction is drawn between accidental and intentional manslaughter. If one Bedouin kills another, whether by chance or design, it is customary for him to flee and send regrets and explanations back by courier. Lawrence's bodyguard was involved in an affair of this sort. During a raid, an Arab climbed through the window of a railway station and attempted to open the door from the inside. Meanwhile, some of his companions were trying to batter it open from without. One of them fired his rifle through a panel, and when the door finally was forced, the man who had entered through the window was lying dead. The Bedouin who had fired the shot immediately dashed through the crowd, jumped on a horse, and galloped off. Now, it is the custom that the slayer may avoid the penalty of death by paying damages if the lost man's relatives are willing to accept money in lieu of life. In this case, the guards collected among themselves a sum of £100, which they sent to the relatives, and all was well. The rate of exchange on an ordinary life varies from £100 to £500. This particular fellow was rather a bad lot, and so his companions of the bodyguard thought £100 was ample. Sharifs, members of the Prophet's family, have a far higher blood value than other Arabs. Having killed one of them, a slayer must forfeit not less than £1,000, unless he has arranged a bargain price with his victim's family before committing the deed. Lawrence never met a case of treachery against himself among tribes with whom he established friendly relations, and even among unfriendly tribes he encountered only one serious violation of the laws of hospitality. Alone he had passed through the Turkish lines for a tour of inspection among the enemy's camps. He called on a chieftain of the Beni Sakir, a tribe which had been cooperating with the Turks and Germans. The sheikh broke the unwritten law of the desert and attempted to double-cross his guest. He sent a courier to some Turkish forces that were 10 miles distant, and in the meantime attempted to persuade Lawrence to remain in his tent. His intention was to betray his valuable visitor and claim the £50,000 reward offered for the capture of the uncrowned king of Arabia. But Lawrence's uncanny insight into the minds of Orientals caused him to surmise that there was villainy afoot, and he hurriedly left the Beni Sakir camp. The fate that befell the sheikh of the Beni Sakir is instructive. Although he was one of the leaders of a tribe considered hostile to the Arabs cooperating with Lawrence, his own people gave him a cup of poisoned coffee because he had been treacherous to a guest. The people of Beni Sakir felt themselves disgraced by the act of their sheikh. The strict observance of the rules of desert hospitality is almost a religion. If in his own district an Arab has a man at his mercy and is about to kill him, the victim can usually save himself by saying, "Dakilat," an Arab word implying, "I have taken refuge with you," or "I am in your tent and at your coffee hearth as your guest." Among the Bedouins, the protection is a sacred obligation. The meaning of this magic word, dakilat, is one of the points of difference between the nomads of Arabia and the town Arabs of Syria. The Syrian uses it as a variation of please, which to a Bedouin is a ghastly breach of etiquette. In the gigantic task that he set himself, Lawrence had to win the adherence not only of the wandering tribesmen, but of the less reliable Arabs of the towns and villages. He accomplished this by taking into account the many differences between the two types, and using correspondingly different methods. The Bedouin is of a pure breed and today lives in much the same manner as he did 3,000 years ago when Abraham and Lot were wandering patriarchs. The townsman, a mixture of all races in the East, has many a bar sinister in his racial ancestry. The nomad is a sportsman, a lover of personal liberty, and a natural poet. The villager is often indolent, dirty, untrustworthy, and entirely mercenary. There are even differences in the everyday observances of life. In the form of salutation, for instance, the townsman shows his respect for sharifs and other notables by kissing the hand, but the Bedouin considers such action undignified and only performs it when he wishes to convey the deepest reverence. Although Lawrence received support from many town Arabs, it was primarily the Bedouin who, under the guidance of Lawrence and Faisal, carried the Arabian Revolution from small, localized beginnings to glorious success. The Bedouin passion for raiding and looting was a valuable asset in the guerrilla campaign against the Turks. But the true Bedouin is nearly always content with booty and abhors the sight of blood. He will rob but will not otherwise abuse a stranger. The pure Arabs of the desert belong to a race that has one of the oldest forms of civilization. They had a philosophy and literature when the inhabitants of the British Isles were undeveloped savages. They are one of the few peoples of the world whom the Romans failed to conquer. Their primitiveness is due to the necessity of leading a nomadic life, as they are obliged to follow their herds from place to place in search of grass and water. They are wanderers on the face of the earth, creatures who trek behind their camels across the sand dunes, who sleep under starry skies, and who live as their forefathers lived when the human race was young. Both the regulars and the irregulars in the Arabian army were paid wages just the same as other allied troops in other parts of the world. They received their pay in gold coin, all of which was supplied by the British government. Lawrence usually had a bag or two of sovereigns in his tent, and whenever a sheikh came in and asked for money, Lawrence would tell him to help himself. He allowed them to keep all that they could take out of the bag in one handful. A swarthy, two-fisted Hawaiian giant dropped in for a cup of coffee and a cigarette one morning. In the richly ornamented language of the people of the black tents, he reminded Lawrence of the valuable assistance that he had been rendering King Hussein. Lawrence took the thinly veiled hint, and pointing to his gold bag in one corner, he asked his guest to help himself. The sheikh broke all records by picking up 143 sovereigns in one hand. The nomad tribes are amazed at the sordid lack of hospitality in the towns. They despise their settled kinsmen for their selfishness. In older times, just as today, the Arabs prided themselves on four things: their poetry, their eloquence, their horsemanship, and then hospitality. Among Arab legends are many which glorify and keep alive the tradition of hospitality. One concerns three men who were disputing in the sacred mosque of the Kaaba as to who was the most liberal person in Mecca. One extolled the virtues of a certain Abdullah, the son of the nephew of Ja'far, the uncle of Muhammad. Another praised the generosity of Qais ibn Sa'id. The third proclaimed Araba, the aged sheikh, to be the most liberal. At last a bystander, to end the discussion and avoid bloodshed, suggested that each should go and ask for assistance from the one whose liberality he had extolled in return to the mosque, where the evidence would be weighed and judgment given. This agreed upon, they set forth. Abdullah's friend, going to him, found him mounting his dromedary for lands beyond the horizon, and then accosted him. "O son of the nephew of the uncle of the apostle of Allah and father of generosity, I am traveling and in dire necessity." Upon which Abdullah bade him take his camel with all that was upon her. So he took the camel and found on her some vest of silk and 5,000 pieces of gold. The second went to Qais ibn Sa'id. The latter's servant told him that his master was asleep and desired to know his mission. The friend answered that being in want he came to ask Qais's assistance. The servant protested that he himself preferred to supply the necessity rather than wake his master. So saying, he gave him a purse of 10,000 pieces of gold, all the money in his master's house. and likewise directed him to go to the caravanserai with a certain token and take therefrom a camel and a slave. When Qais awoke, his servant informed him of what had occurred. Qais was so much pleased that he gave the servant his freedom, at the same time upbraiding him for not arousing him. "By my life," he said, "would that thou hadst called me, that I could have given him more." The third man went to Araba, and met the old sheikh coming out of his house on his way to noonday prayers at the Kaaba. His eyesight having failed him, he was supported by 2 slaves. When the friend made known his plight, Araba let go the slaves, and clapping his hands together in the name of Allah, loudly lamented his misfortune in having no money, but he offered to give him his 2 slaves. The man refused his offer, whereupon Araba protested that since he would not accept them, he must give them their liberty. Saying this, he left the slaves and groped his way along the wall. On the return of the adventurers, a unanimous judgment was rendered in favor of Araba as the most generous of the 3. "May Allah reward him!" cried they with fervor. This legend may well be founded on fact, for one sees many examples of this spirit of liberality, a liberality which increases one's admiration for these children of Allah. Lawrence, recognizing generosity to be a cardinal virtue with the Arabs, made it a point to excel them in this as well as in bravery, physical endurance, and nimbleness of wit, which they so much admire. After the first successes which enabled him to gain the confidence of his own government, he brought caravans laden with presents rich and rare, and bewildered them with a prodigality surpassing even the legends in the classic poems recited round their campfires and extolling the generosity of the caliphs of old. The Bedouins were all particularly fond of wristwatches, revolvers, and field glasses, so that Lawrence used to take 2 or 3 camels laden with trinkets of that sort to give away. He also gave his men from 50 to 100 pounds of ammunition each day, and they always shot it off in the air regardless of whether they were fighting or not. In most armies, if a man fires off a single round of ammunition without the permission of his commanding officer, he is court-martialed. The Arabs shot at every sparrow they saw, and one day when a false rumor came in to us at Akaba that Ma'an had been captured by Faisal's chief of staff, General Nuri Bey, thousands of rounds were fired wildly into the sky. If the Bedouins who came into the supply bases along the Red Sea coast happened to see a British officer strolling along with nothing but a riding crop or a stick, they would shake their heads, stroke their beards, and say, "Mad Anglesey, Mad Anglesey." But if the officer were wandering about with a rifle blazing away at every rock or bird in sight, they would remark in the Arabian equivalent, "I say, these blighters are not such silly asses after all. Really, they are quite sane, don't you know?" Like the sepoys of India in the days of Clive, the Bedouins refused to clean their rifles with grease made from pork simply because the Mohammedan religion teaches them that pork is unclean. So Lawrence either had to clean all the rifles in the Arabian army himself, or provide rifles that did not have to be cleaned. He solved this problem by equipping them with German nickel-steel rifles, which Allenby had captured on the Palestine front, rifles that could survive a year's service without being cleaned. The freedom of the desert has been his for thousands of years, so naturally the Bedouin is independent by nature. Discipline and obedience are unknown words to him. Probably none of Lawrence's men would have made a high record in the senior examinations at Sandhurst or West Point, but they did know how to fight the Turks and how to whip them. They regarded themselves as of equal rank with any general. These, then, were the men Lawrence had to mold from an inchoate, intertribal conglomeration into a large army capable of defeating highly trained and well-officered forces. All the organization had to be improvised on original lines. There was no commissariat department. When the Bedouin irregulars started off on an expedition, each man carried a small bag of flour and some coffee. Every meal was the same. the entire army lived and fought on unleavened bread baked in ashes. The Arabs could eat a pound or two at a time, but Lawrence usually carried a chunk in the folds of his gown and nibbled at it as he rode at the head of a column. The Bedouin looked upon tinned food as a dubious institution. One day, when Major Maynard was accompanying us on a journey over the desert northeast of Akaba, he handed a tin of bully beef to each of the men with us. They took the meat reluctantly and seemed to regard it as unholy. It was then we discovered how suspicious the Arab was of things in tins, but from religious, not hygienic, motives. It is customary for an Arab, when he cuts the throat of a sheep or of any other animal, to say as he inserts the knife, "In the name of Allah, the merciful and the compassionate." When they opened the tins, they repeated these same words, fearful lest the Chicago packers had not performed the ceremony according to the law of the Prophet. Apart from a few such formal observances, the average Bedouin is by no means a religious fanatic. He refuses to take notice of the three cardinal principles of Mohammedanism. He never fasts, for, says he, "We never have enough to eat as it is." He rarely bathes, using the excuse, "We have not even enough water to drink." He seldom prays, for he maintains, "Our prayers are never answered, so why bother?" But with all his looting and his lack of religion, the Bedouin is a man of honor and a man of humor. Chapter 18. A Rose-Red City, Half as Old as Time. One of the most colorful and romantic episodes of the war in the land of the Arabian Nights was a battle fought in an ancient deserted city that had been asleep for 1,000 years, only to wake to the booming of big guns and the spirited clash of Turks and Arabs. Here, among the immemorial and the perfect ruins of a lost civilization, Lawrence the archaeologist and Lawrence the military genius merged in one. To the few travelers who have ventured into that hidden corner of the Arabian desert, it is known as the Rose-Red City, half as old as time, carved out of the enchanted mountains of Edom. It lies deep in the wilderness of the desert, not far from Mount Hor, where the Israelites are believed to have buried their great leader, Aaron. The battle took place on October 22nd, 1917, shortly after the fall of Akaba. It was important from a military standpoint because it definitely decided that the uprising against the Turks in Holy Arabia was to develop into an invasion of Syria, an affair of worldwide importance destined to revolutionize the history of the Near East. In this battle, Lawrence and his Bedouins fought the Turks on the same mountaintops from which Amaziah, king of Israel, hurled 10,000 of the inhabitants to the canyons below. Lawrence successfully defended the city against the Turks in much the same way that the Nabateans defended it against the armies of Alexander the Great 300 years before Christ. He trapped the Turks in the same narrow gorge that resounded to the tramp of Trajan's conquering legions 2,000 years ago. After hearing Lawrence's enthusiastic description of the palaces carved out of the living rock, where he had camped with his Bedouins, I asked Emir Faisal if he would permit me to do a bit of exploring among the mountains of Edom. He not only granted the request, but gave us a picked band of his wildest brigands as a bodyguard to protect us from robbers and enemy patrols. From Akaba, we trekked 38 miles through the Wadi Ithim to one of Faisal's outposts at Jedda. The Wadi Ithim is a narrow gorge hemmed in by jagged granite mountains crisscrossed with black lava veins from 22,000 feet wide caused by volcanic eruption ages ago. This weird wadi pours out onto a mud plain, which reminded us of the Badlands of Dakota and the high central plateaus of Baluchistan. Here we occupied a deserted bell tent for several days before continuing our trek across arid mountain ranges and sandy desert stretches. Up and up we went, over a precipitous rocky zigzag trail, where our camels time after time stumbled to their knees. Reaching the summit of the Nagb, The camel track led across a grassy plateau to the battlefield around the wells of Abu El Lissal. General Nuri Pasha, one of the commanders of Faisal's army, turned out his troops to welcome us. We stopped a few minutes for coffee, and as I left the general's tent, he picked up the princely Persian lamb rug on which we had been sitting and threw it over my camel's saddle, insisting, in spite of all my protests, that I should take it along and use it as a cushion. He also lent me a hippopotamus hide cane, presented to him by the king of Abyssinia, with which to guide my dromedary. A few miles beyond Abu El Lissal, a courier from Faisal caught up with us and handed me a letter of introduction from the emir to his commander at Busta. The courier was a swarthy rascal who looked like Captain Kidd, with his flashing black eyes and fierce upturned mustachios. His red head cloth was embroidered with huge yellow flowers, and his robes flashed as many colors as Joseph's coat. At his belt were a pearl-handled revolver and 2 wicked-looking daggers. To my amazement, he spoke typical New York Bowery English and dropped such remarks as, "Say, Kulu, will you slip me the can opener?" He informed me that he had lived 14 years in America as a machine operator in a cigarette factory. He was born in the mountains of Lebanon, and his real name was Hassan Khalil, but in New York he was plain Charlie Kelly. At the outbreak of the war, he was working for Thomas Cook & Son in Constantinople and was immediately conscripted into the Turkish army. At the Second Battle of Gaza, he deserted and joined the Australian forces as an interpreter. After serving with the British in Egypt, he finally transferred to the Hejaz army. As soon as we became better acquainted, Charlie told me that he was not a Mohammedan, but an RC, which he explained in a whisper stood for Roman Catholic. But he begged me not to reveal his secret to any of the other members of the caravan, for he feared that he would be killed instantly by some of his overzealous Muslim companions, should they discover his apostasy. Charlie Kent entertained us around the campfire with detective yarns. He had several Arabic translations of Nick Carter in his saddlebags, and said the Egyptians believed Nick Carter to be the actual head of the American Secret Service. According to Charlie, Nick Carter is a bestseller in Egypt, where his exploits are regarded as authentic history. If an Egyptian cannot read himself, he hires a public reader to entertain him with one of these detective tales. Another member of our column was a silent Egyptian with an immobile face that might have been chiseled out of stone. We dubbed him Ramesses because he looked so much like the statues of that mighty potentate along the Nile. The rest of our picturesque bodyguard was made up of Lawrence's Bedouins. All these beaux bramels used coal sticks under their eyebrows and rouge on their lips and cheeks. The Prophet Muhammad is said to have remarked on one occasion that there were 2 things no true believer should ever lend to his brother: his coal stick and his wife. Every morning Charlie had to help Chase, who was a little man, mount his camel. Practically every camel Chase rode died in its tracks before the end of the journey. He was singled out as the special object of attraction by all the insects of the desert. Several mornings when we crawled out of our sleeping bags, we found scorpions and centipedes between Chase's blankets. One morning, Chase handed a treasured can of bacon to one of the members of our bodyguard with instructions to cook him a breakfast that would remind him of home. But he ended by frying his own bacon. As soon as the can was open, the Bedouin cook dropped it in horror and backed off, aghast that his Muslim nostrils had been profaned with the aroma of unclean meat. Like all Mohammedans, Arabs will not use pork in any form. They cook their food in butter made from goat's milk. That day we passed a flock of white sheep, all of them fat as butter, with thick curly wool and cute little corkscrew horns. A Bedouin shepherd sat nearby on a lump of basalt, strumming an ancient Arab love song on his lute. Some of these uplands of the Hejaz are carpeted with barely enough grass for sheep pasture, and a few of the more settled tribes tend flocks rather than breeding camels or horses. One schemer from Baghdad, hearing of the uprising in the Hejaz, was farsighted enough to realize that the Allies were bound to take an interest in the affair sooner or later, and that British gold pieces would supplant the Turkish sovereigns, which long had been the medium of exchange along the desert fringe. So, from lead gilded over, he made thousands of counterfeit British sovereigns. And as soon as the first gold began coming into the Hejaz from Egypt, but before the Bedouins were familiar enough with it to detect the spurious from the genuine, he trekked across the country, buying all the sheep he could find. Instead of the normal price of £1 for each animal, he offered 2 of his counterfeit pieces. Then, before the Bedouins had time to get into Jeddah, Yenbo, and Wedged to spend their gold in the bazaars, the Baghdadi drove his sheep north to Palestine and sold them at £2 a head to the British Army. When the hoax was discovered, he had vanished into the blue. The distances in Arabia are not gauged by miles, but by water holes. The night after our unfortunate bacon incident, just as we had finished putting up our pup tent at Third Water, otherwise known as Busta, 20 Arab regulars came along mounted on Peruvian mules. The mules were camel shy, and as soon as they saw our caravan, they bolted at top speed in all directions, some of them bucking off their riders and disappearing into the mountains of Edom. These soldiers, who hailed from Mecca, sat up all night shouting and singing around our campfire and firing their rifles into the dark. The Turkish lines were only a few miles away, and I had a presentiment that a Turkish patrol would slip up during the confusion and put a finish to the hilarity by scuppering the lot of us. Nothing happened, however, and after trekking 80 miles across country without a single skirmish with the Turks to make the expedition more lively, we came out on the top of a high plateau. Spreading off to the northwest before us were magnificent ridges of white and red sandstone. About 20 miles to the north lay the valley of the Dead Sea, and beyond, disappearing in purple and gray haze, the central Arabian desert. The peaks ahead were the sacred mountains of Edom. Our problem was to penetrate that massive range of sandstone before us. We descended from the high plateau into a valley 12 miles wide that narrowed to 12 feet, a mere defile through the mountain wall. Through this gorge, or sik, as it is called by Arabs, our camels and horses scrambled over boulders and pushed their way through thousands of oleander bushes, while the Arabs popped away with their pistols at the lizards creeping across the stones. As we wandered through this rent in the rock, we marveled at its beautiful walls towering hundreds of feet above us, at times almost shutting out the sky. On each side, aloft and wild, huge cliffs and toppling crags were piled. Hassan Morgani, one of our Bedouins, who wore a purple jacket trimmed in green and a pair of cavalry boots that he had taken from a dead Turkish officer, told us that the gorge was the Wadi Musa, the Valley of Moses. Charlie Kelly confirmed this with the assertion that it was here that Moses brought the water gushing from the rock. Today, every Arab family in this region has its little Moses. Through the narrow gorge, a brook plunged in and out among the great boulders, the oleanders, the wild fig trees. High above, the sun warmed the tops of slender cathedral rocks to a wonderful rose red. After pushing our way through the gorge for more than an hour, we suddenly rounded the last bend and stood breathless and speechless. There, in front of us, many miles from any sign of civilized habitation, deep in the heart of the Arabian desert, was one of the most bewildering sights ever revealed to the eye of man. A temple, a delicate and limpid rose carved like a cameo from a solid mountain wall. It was even more beautiful than the Temple of Theseus at Athens or the Forum at Rome. After trekking nearly 100 miles across the desert to come suddenly face to face with such a marvelous structure, fairly took our breath away. It was the first indication we had that we had at last reached the mysterious city of Petra, a city deserted and lost to history for 1,400 years, and only rediscovered during the last century by the famous Swiss explorer, Burckhardt. The secret of the enchantment of this first temple we saw lies partly in its position at one of the most unusual gateways in the world. The columns, pediments, and friezes have been richly carved, but it is difficult to distinguish many of the designs, which have been disfigured by time and Mohammedan iconoclasts. At one side are two rows of niches, evidently the traces of ladders used by the sculptors who carved their way down. These artisans used a toothed tool that they might get the maximum effect out of the colored strata, which seemed to form a perfect quilt of ribbons and swirl like watered silk in the morning sunlight. Although the temple is wonderfully preserved, it shows the effects of the sandblast of the centuries. The auditorium within is almost a perfect cube, 40 feet each way. The architecture is of a corrupt Roman Grecian style. The temple was carved from the cliff almost 2,000 years ago, during the reign of the Roman Emperor Hadrian, who visited Petra in AD 131. The desert Arabs who were with me said it was called El Khazne, or the treasury, because of the great urn that surmounts the edifice, which the Bedouins believe is filled with gold and precious jewels of the pharaohs. Many attempts have been made to crack the urn, and it has been chipped by thousands of bullets. My bodyguard also fired away at it, but fortunately it was nearly 100 feet above their heads. Colonel Lawrence is of the opinion that the building was a temple dedicated to Isis, a goddess popular during the reign of Hadrian. One traveler had carved his name in letters a foot high on one of the pillars of the temple, but Lawrence ordered his men to polish it out. The city lay farther down on the plain of an oval valley, 1.5 miles long and 0.5 mile wide. How populous it was there is no way of telling, but several 100,000 people must once have lived there. Only the more insignificant buildings have perished, and even of these some striking ruins remain. The upper part of the valley is the site of ancient fortresses, palaces, tombs, and amusement resorts, all carved out of the solid rock. The lower part was apparently a water circus where the people indulged in aquatic sports and tournaments. Petra is a huge excavation made by the forces of nature. From the 9,000-foot plateau from which we first saw the mountains of Edom, we have dropped down to an altitude of 1,000 feet when we entered the ruined city. All the travelers who have visited Petra have marveled at the wonderful tints of its sandstone cliffs. It is carved from rock, the colors of which beggar description at certain hours of the day. In the morning sunlight they are like great rainbows of stone flashing out white, vermilion, saffron, orange, pink, and crimson. Time and the forces of nature have played the magician, painting the different strata in rare tints and hues. In places the layers of rock dip and swerve like waves. At sunset they glow with strange radiance before sinking into the somber darkness of the desert night. We wondered at times whether we were really awake or whether we had not been transported to fairyland on a magically colored Persian carpet. Stairs carved from the rock, some more than 1 mile in length, run to the top of nearly all the mountains around Petra. We climb one great staircase ascending to a height of 1,000 feet above the city to the temple, which the Arabs call El Der, or the convent, a most impressive gray facade, 150 feet high, surmounted by a gigantic urn and decorated with heads of Medusa. Most of the steps cut into the mountains lead to sacrificial altars, where the people used to worship on the high places thousands of years ago. An even greater staircase winds up to the Mount of Sacrifice, an isolated peak that dominates the whole basin. On the summit are 2 obelisks and 2 altars. One altar is hollowed out for making fires, and the other is round and provided with a blood pool for the slaughter of the victim offered to Dushara and Alat, the chief god and goddess of ancient Petra. One of my Bedouin companions insisted upon taking off his raiment and bathing in the rainwater which I collected in the pool. The average Bedouin needs a little encouragement along these lines, and so we did not reprimand him for this sacrilegious act. Lawrence told me that it was supposed to be the most complete and perfect example in existence of an ancient Semitic high place. Near the altars are the two great monoliths, each about 24 feet high, which the people of Petra carved out of the solid rock and used in their phallic worship, one of the oldest forms of worship known to man. The names of these monoliths and the nature of the worship do not admit of description. The mountaintop commands a view of all the surrounding valleys and mountains, as well as most of the ruins of the city. The outlook is sublime. It is a scene to stir in one's heart those emotions which have ever led man to worship his Creator. On a peak nearby are the broken remains of a crusader's castle. Further off, to the left, rises a black lava mountain. On its summit, glistening beneath the burning rays of the Arabian sun, we saw a small white dome. White like the bleached skeletons we passed in crossing the desert between Akaba and the mountains of Edom. This peak is Mount Hor, and the dome a part of a mosque built by the Bedouins over the traditional tomb of Aaron, high priest of the Israelites and brother of Moses. We spent a day ascending it, and upon reaching the summit found a Turkish flag flying over Aaron's tomb. As a propitiation before any important event takes place, the desert Arabs climb Mount Hor with their sacrifice of a sheep and cut its throat before the tomb of Aaron. Although no news of it reached the outside world at the time, the far-flung battle lines of the Great War reached even to the slopes of Mount Hor. All the buildings of this city of ghosts have elaborate facades, but within they are simple and austere. The magnitude and beauty of them even now strikes one with awe. How much more they must have meant to beauty worshippers in the days when the city pulsed with life. Most of the stone is rose-colored when the sun falls upon it, and shot with blue and porphyry. The deserted streets are rich with laurels and oleanders, whose hues seem copied from the rock itself. In fact, the only inhabitants of this rose-red city for hundreds of years have been the countless millions of brilliant wildflowers that flourish in the cracks of the hundreds of former palaces and temples and wind themselves around half-ruined columns. Petra's mighty men and beautiful women have passed on to that undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns. It is indeed a scene to impress one with the evanescence of all life. The worldly hopes men set their hearts upon turn ashes or they prosper, and a none like snow upon the desert's dusty face, lighting a little hour or two, are gone. In the center of the city, surrounded on all sides by temples and palaces and tombs, is a great amphitheater, cut out of the base of the same mountain that leads to the great high place of sacrifice. Tiers and tiers of seats face the mountain avenues of tombs. The diameter of the stage is 120 feet, and the theater is the one symbol of life and mirth in all this mysterious deserted city. The laughter and cheers of thousands once rang here across this hollow cemetery of ancient hopes and ambitions. Here, thousands of years ago, the Irvings and Carusos of that bygone age performed and received the plaudits of their admiring thousands. Where now are all the gay throngs who occupied these tiers on feast days and watched the games? The lizards are crawling over the exquisitely colored seats tonight, and the only sounds that have been heard in the theater for centuries have been the desolate howls of jackals. Little did the ancient Edomites or Nabateans imagine that a people called Americans from an unknown continent would one day wander among the ruins of their proud city. It seems no work of man's creative hand by labor wrought as wavering fancy planned, but from the rock as if by magic grown, eternal, silent, beautiful, alone, all rosy red, as if the blush of dawn that first beheld it were not yet withdrawn, the hues of youth upon a brow of woe which man deemed old 2,000 years ago, match me such marvel save in oriental clime, a rose-red city, half as old as time. By Dean Burgon, Fellow of Oriel and afterward Vicar of St. Mary's. Prize poem, Newdigate, 1845. The presence of Egyptian architecture and symbols indicates that Petra must have been built by a race that had come in contact with the culture of the peoples who carved the Sphinx and piled up the pyramids. Even the desert traditions of nomenclature support the belief that Petra was at some time identified with Egypt. The nomads believed that these rocks were carved by jinn, under the order of one of the pharaohs, and not only are they certain that the great urn on El Kazne contains the wealth of the old Egyptian tyrants, but they believe they actually lived in Petra and call a ruined temple down in the valley Khazra Firaun, the palace of Pharaoh. But nobody knows when or by whom Petra was built. Some think that it had its beginning long before the time of Abraham and was an old city when the Israelites fled from Egyptian bondage. As we stand there, amid the ruins of this forgotten city, we are reminded that, when you and I, behind the veil, are past, oh, but the long, long while the world shall last, which of our coming and departure heeds, as the seven seas shall heed a pebble cast. The region around Petra was known as Mount Seir in the time of Abraham, and it is said that Esau, with his followers, came to this country after he had lost his birthright. We read in the Old Testament about Petra. It is called Selah, which is Hebrew for rock. It is believed that when the children of Israel were wandering in the wilderness, they came upon Petra and asked for permission to enter and rest. But the people of Petra refused, and Israel's prophets predicted its desolation. Obadiah accused it of being proud and haughty, saying, "Though thou mount on high as the eagle, and though thy nest be set among the stars, I will bring thee down from thence, saith the Lord." In the time of Isaiah, it was a proud and voluptuous city of which the stern old Jew predicted destruction. The Nabateans, an ancient Arab tribe, conquered Edom, and by 100 BC had created a powerful kingdom extending north to Damascus, west to Gaza and Palestine, and far into Central Arabia. Lawrence told me that the Nabateans were great pirates who sailed down the African coast and made devastating raids on the Sudan. They had reached a high stage of civilization, did beautiful glasswork, made fine cloth, and modeled pottery. They frequently visited Rome and Constantinople. Both King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba had employed the Nabateans, who rivaled even the Palmyreans in organizing a rich caravan trade and made Petra their principal commercial center in Arabia. Antigonus visited Petra in 301 BC and found there large quantities of frankincense, myrrh, and silver. The Greeks, knowing of this fortress city impregnable in its mountains, were the first to name it Petra, which means rock. Tradition says that Alexander the Great conquered all the then-known world and wept because there were no more worlds to conquer. But tradition is wrong. Here is one city that Alexander the Great failed to conquer. Diodorus Siculus tells that Alexander considered Petra of such importance that he sent Demetrius with an army to conquer it. Demetrius tried to force his way into it by the same narrow defile through which we had entered, but the inhabitants shut themselves up in their mountain fastness and successfully defied both siege and assault. Although the city refused itself to the visitor who came with the sword, it welcomed him who came with the olive branch. As the capital of the Nabateans, it rose to its zenith in the 2nd century before Christ. Greek geographers of those days called the land of Edom by the name Arabia Petria. Under Euphrates III, surnamed Phihellene, or friend of the Greeks, the first royal coins were struck, and Petra assumed many of the aspects of Greek culture. Even in the gold age of Rome, when Augustus sat on the throne of the Caesars, the fame of this faraway city had reached Europe. It was a Mecca for tourists from all over the world, and it must have had a population of several 100,000 souls. It was a seat of arts and learning, to which Praxiteles, the Michelangelos, and the Leonardo da Vinci's of that day repaired. Its hospitality was a byword among the ancients. It opened its doors to the early Christians, who were permitted to have their houses of worship there, side by side with the temples of Baal, Apollo, and Aphrodite. Petra was to this part of Asia what Rome was to the Romans and Athens to the Greeks. In AD 105, one of Trajan's generals conquered Petra and created the Roman province of Arabia Petrea. But the city continued to flourish as a trade center under the strong peace of Rome. In those days, Petra was the focusing point on the caravan routes from the interior of Arabia, Persia, and India to Egypt, Palestine, and Syria. It was a great safe deposit of fabulous wealth, fortressed by frowning cliffs. Both Strabo and Pliny described it as a great city. But when Roman power waned, the Romanized Nabateans were unable to withstand the desert hordes. The caravan trade was diverted through other channels. Petra declined in importance and ultimately was forgotten. In the 12th century, the Crusaders under Baldwin I sent an expedition through the locality and built many castles. They were expelled by Saladin. There are many indications that Petra was a pleasant and pleasure-loving city. Its wealthier classes must have lived in luxury such as even the luxurious East has not known in many centuries. With its concert halls, its circuses, its mystic groves, its priests and priestesses of many sensual religions, its wealth of flowers, its brilliant sunshine, and its delightful climate, it must have been at the same time the Paris and Riviera of Asia Minor. But, except for its immortal sculpture and the few casual tributes to it by writers from alien lands, it has not left a single record of its manner of living, or handed down the name of a single one of its Homers or its Horaces. Rose-red there lies, and vivid in the sun, a magic city hid in Araby. Of her no ancient legend has been spun, and all her past the silent years have won to the deep coffers of antiquity. About her brooding stillness there blow the scarlet windflowers as a carpet flung upon the stones, and oleanders grow where in the night the morning jackals go a-prowl through the temples of a god unsung. And so she stands, and centuries have kept her old in secret, tragic, or sublime. Without her gates what tides of men have swept, within her portals race of kings have slept. The rose-red city half as old as time. Was there no poet's voice to chant her pride, to clarion her magic down the years? No warrior famed to set her valorous stride? No splendid lovers who for love's sake died, gifting to song their passion and their tears? Was there no storied woman's golden face to glimmer down the unnumbered years to come? No prophet's vision to foretell her place? Mysterious city of forgotten race. Only her beauty speaks, and it is dumb. And so she stands, while time holds jealously her old and secret, tragic or sublime. Her sorrows, joys, her strength, her frailty are in the coffers of antiquity. This rose-red city, half as old as time. By Mona Mackay, Christchurch, New Zealand. A little more than a century ago, John Louis Burckhardt, a Swiss traveler who had heard rumors of a great city of rock lying far out on the fringe of the Arabian desert, penetrated the gorge and found once more this wonderful old city of Petra, which had not been mentioned in any literary record since AD 536. In the century or more since Burckhardt wrote of his discovery of the rock city in the letter from Cairo, Only a comparatively few travelers and archaeologists from the West have visited Petra. The danger of violence from the Bedouin nomads was so great that many had not the zeal to attempt it. The lion and the lizard kept the court where Jamshid gloried and drank deep, until Lawrence brought his fighting Bedouins into the city of tombs and empty palaces. Chapter 19. Bedouin Battle in a City of Ghosts. The possession of Petra is necessary to the holding of Akaba, the most important strategical point on the west coast of Arabia, where the great fleets of King Solomon rode at anchor 3,000 years ago. But Lawrence's battle was the first fought in Petra in the last 700 years. The Crusaders, with their flashing spears and pennants, blazoned with the coat of arms of half the medieval barons of Europe, were the last warriors to clank an armor through the ribbon-like gorge. Lawrence, the archaeologist, garbed in Arab kit, had wandered over this country before the war and knew every foot of the region from the driest waterhole to the most dilapidated column in Petra. After he had forced the Turks to surrender at Akaba, he was determined to capture all the approaches to the high plateau which begins 50 miles inland from the head of the Gulf of Akaba and crosses Arabia to the Persian Gulf. At the same time, the Turks realized that they must either recapture Akaba or reconcile themselves to the loss of all Holy Arabia. So they brought 10,000 fresh troops from Syria and stationed them at the various strategical positions on this plateau. But Lawrence was certain that the Turks would never be able to retake Akaba because there is only one feasible avenue of approach for an army by land to that ancient seaport, down the Wadi Itham. To be sure, he had marched his own irregular army through the same gorge a few weeks before, but he had caught the Turks napping and swept down on Akaba before they were aware of their danger. He had no intention of giving the Turks a similar opportunity. The Wadi Itham is one of the most formidable passes in the world for an armed force to enter. It is as difficult of access as the famous Khyber Pass between India and Afghanistan. It penetrates the barren volcanic range called King Solomon's Mountains, which extends along the eastern shore of the Gulf of Akaba and rises a sheer 5,000 feet on either side of the pass. An invading army, if attacked from the tops of the peaks crowning its sides, would have no protection. Lawrence would have annihilated any Turkish force attempting to advance on Akaba through the Wadi Itham. From July until the middle of September 1917, the Turks were quiet. Then they made several reconnaissances around Petra in an effort to dupe Lawrence and the Arabs into believing they were going to attack Petra, although their real intention was to advance direct on Akaba. The last of these 3 reconnaissances was a gloomy affair for the Turks. Lawrence and his men cut off and wiped out 100 of the scouting party. 15 miles northeast of Petra, an old Crusader castle frowns down on the desert from a steep hill of white chalk. It is known as Shobek. Baldwin I, king of Jerusalem, built a great wall all the way around the crest of the mountain in the days of the Crusaders. Both the castle and the modern Arab village are within the wall, and the only approach to the summit is up a winding, precipitous trail. Shobek was still in the hands of the Turks, but Lawrence's spies brought him word that the garrison was made up entirely of Syrians, all men of Arabian blood, in sympathy with the new nationalist movement. So Lawrence sent Malud and 10 of his lieutenants to Shobek by night, followed by Sharif Abd el-Mu'in and 200 Bedouins. The Syrians in a body transferred their allegiance to him. Next morning, the combined Syrian and Arabian forces descended the chalk mountain and destroyed 300 rails on a sideline of the Damascus-Medina railway near Aneza. They also tried to capture the terminus of this spur, where 700 Armenian woodcutters whom they wanted to rescue were at work. But this time the Turks had erected such strong fortifications around the terminus that although the Arabs and Syrian deserters took the Turkish outposts, they were unable to capture the main positions. The Turks, badly frightened, sent couriers to Ma'an and Abu El Lissal asking for reinforcements. By weakening their garrison at Abu El Lissal, the Turks played directly into Lawrence's hands, for as soon as the Turkish reserves arrived, Lawrence called his men back to Petra from the railway. After the desertion of the entire Shobek garrison and Lawrence's bold sortie against the railway terminus, Jamal Pasha, commander-in-chief of the Turkish armies in Syria, Palestine, and Arabia, decided against the advice of Field Marshal von Hockein, then German generalissimo in the Near East, that before he could hope to recapture Wira and Akaba, it would be necessary to retake Petra. Jamal transferred a crack cavalry regiment, an infantry brigade, and several organizations of light artillery from Palestine down to the Hejaz Railway to Ma'an. This was a clever strategic coup for Lawrence. First, the Germans and Turks had to diminish their forces opposing Allenby in the Holy Land. Secondly, they were walking into the trap which had been set for them, because it was Lawrence's belief that if a battle were fought by his irregular Bedouin troops in the mountain fastnesses of ancient Edom, the superior mobility of his army would eventually enable him to defeat any division of methodically trained regulars in the world. Malud Bey, Lawrence's first in command at the Battle of Petra, was one of the most interesting figures of the Arabian Revolt, as well as one of the most picturesque. He wore very high purple-topped Kaffir boots, like Jack the Giant Killer must have worn, also spurs that jangled musically as he strode about, a long medieval sword, and a long mustachio, which he tugged like the villain of a melodrama. But there was no more charming and gallant officer in the whole Arabian army. He was a son of a Bedouin sheikh and a Circassian concubine, and from boyhood had been an ardent Arab nationalist. He made a thorough study of modern military science in order that someday he might help to overthrow the Turk. And he even went so far as to spend 3 years studying at the Turkish Staff College before they discovered his revolutionary leanings and expelled him. Then he went into the desert and became secretary to Ibn Rashid, one of the potentates of Central Arabia. Then Malud participated in scores of raids and earned such a reputation as a fighter that the Turks forgave him his past sins and invited him to return and join their cavalry. At the outbreak of the World War, he was raised to the rank of captain, but was later court-martialed and imprisoned for taking part in a conspiracy against the Sultan. After his release, he fought the British in Mesopotamia and was captured by them near Basra. Eventually, he was allowed to join Faisal. He was wounded in every single engagement in which he took part because he was so foolhardy that he would not hesitate to charge the Turkish army by himself. Jamal Pasha selected Ma'an, the most important station on the Hejaz Railway between the Dead Sea of Medina, as the starting point for 3 columns comprising over 7,000 men, several units of light artillery, and a squadron of German aeroplanes. One column made the Crusaders' castle at Shobek its base. Another came up from the south by the way of Abu El Lissal and Busta, and the third moved direct from Ma'an on the east. The Turks directed the movements of their columns so that they would all converge on Petra on October 21st. In the meantime, Lawrence and his Bedouins were comfortably and safely lodged in the ancient capital of the Nabateans, behind those mighty rocky ramparts which had defied the armies of Alexander the Great. For the first time in many centuries, the silent avenues throbbed with life. Campfires were lighted on the old altars of the gods, and sentinels stationed on the ancient great high places watched for the coming of the Turks. In the vast echoing chambers of the tombs, the Arabs sat around in circles until late at night, telling interminable stories and singing old chants of epic battles. Lawrence himself occupied princely headquarters, the Temple of Isis, El Kazne, the rose-tinted palace at the entrance of the gorge. If he wished, he could have used his archaeological imagination and repeopled the gloomy hall with the vision of handmaidens of Isis dancing before the shrine of their goddess. Instead, he sent for Sheikh Khalil of Elji, a neighboring village, and told him it would be necessary to summon all the able-bodied women for miles around to help reinforce his troops. Arabian women may not have gone in for Red Cross work in Women's Motor Corps or canteen service as their Western sisters did during the war, but they have always encouraged their men to fight. In the incessant tribal warfare, they are often in the rear, encouraging their men with praise, chanting songs of Bedouin heroes, and shrieking words of blame if their own menfolk are not gallantly charging into the thick of the fray. A few centuries ago, the fighting forces of the desert always had 2 or 3 of their women dressed in resplendent robes to act as standard-bearers. This, however, was the first time in Arabian history that armed battalions of women actually engaged in battle. The Bedouin women living in the vicinity of Petra rose magnificently to the emergency. They dropped their butter-making and their weaving and thronged to Lawrence's headquarters under the leadership of Sheikh Khalil's wife. No smart uniforms with braid and buttons for the Bedouin Amazons. Barefooted, with long blue cotton robes, wearing gold bracelets and rings in their ears and noses, they gathered from all quarters to form their battalion of death. Rallying to the call of Lawrence, who had few men at his disposal, they fought with as great valor as their husbands and brothers and played a vital part in routing the Turks. Lawrence, remembering the stout defense put up by the old Nabatean kings when Alexander's army failed to capture Petra, stationed the Bedouin women at the narrow gorge opposite the Temple of Isis to defend the city. The women were fierce in their enthusiasm and needed no coaching to make them capable musketeers. They hid behind the pillars of the temple, some of them with their half-grown children, and covered with their rifles the gorge, which was so narrow that only a few Turks and Germans could march through abreast. The women held their ground and were not even panic-stricken when German aeroplanes swooped down over the rock temples and dropped bombs on the streets, theater, and water circus. They clutched their rifles only the more tightly when one German bomb made a direct hit on an Arabian machine gun, causing the Maxim and its crew to vanish as though spirited away. Throughout the whole battle, Lawrence commanded from the top of the North Ridge. He had with him a force of 50 Bedouin youths who were selected for their speed as runners and who proved most valuable as orderlies. They could sprint like hares and clamber about the rocks with the agility of the oryx. If one had viewed the battle from the Arabian positions and seen only the women and the Bedouin men dressed in every conceivable desert costume, mounted on horses and camels without saddles, and using nearly every weapon invented by man from the dawn of time, if one could have eliminated the modern note provided by the trench helmets and commonplace lead-colored uniforms of the Turks, and by their squadron of aeroplanes, one might easily have mistaken the Battle of Petra for the clash between the ancient Edomites and the kings of Israel. Lawrence had only 2 mountain guns and 2 machine guns, but with these he held the first ridge 5 miles south of Petra for over 6 hours and killed 60 Turks, with practically no casualties on his side. Then, when the enemy attack had fully developed, when the Turks and Germans were advancing straight up the ridge in spite of the fire of the Arabs, Lawrence vacated it and sent half his men to occupy a ridge a little nearer to Petra to the south, and the other half to a ridge on the opposite side of the valley on the north. Between his 2 companies ran the wide part of the Wadi Musa, a mile distant from the point where it narrows down and becomes a mere cleft through the mountain wall south of the city. The Turks, elated at having captured the trenches on the first ridge, were certain that they had decisively beaten Lawrence's forces. So they charged, enthusiastically, over the summit and down into the valley, thinking the Arabs had surely retired all the way into Petra. Meanwhile, Lawrence and his men were hiding in ambush on the hills of Petra. He permitted at least 1,000 of the enemy's troops to push headlong into the gorge before he gave the order to fire. When he had the Turks wedged into the narrowest part of the gorge, near the entrance to the city, one of his aides fired a rocket into the air as a signal for the Arabs to attack. A moment later, pandemonium broke loose in the mountains of Edom. The Arabs poured in a stream of fire from all sides. The crack of rifles seemed to come from every rock. With shrill screams, the women and children tumbled huge boulders over the edge on the heads of the Turks and Germans hundreds of feet below. Those stationed behind the columns of the Temple of Isis kept up a steady fire. Utterly bewildered, the invaders became panicky and scattered in all possible directions, while the Arabs on the ridges continued to devastate their broken ranks. A few minutes before the sun declined behind the rose-colored mountains, Lawrence and Malud Bey sent up a second signal to their followers. "Up, children of the desert!" shouted Malud. Crouching figures sprang from behind the rocks on all sides. "Allah! Allah!" came the answer from the throats of hundreds of Bedouins as they swept down the ridges into the valley. The Arabs captured the entire Turkish transport, a complete field hospital, and hundreds of prisoners. One body of over 1,000 Turks, who succeeded in retreating to Busta in fair order, fought their way back several days later to Abu El Lissal and to Ma'an. After the battle, Lawrence slipped through the Turkish lines in disguise and returned with a copy of the Turkish communique describing the battle. It brought roars of laughter from the victorious Arabs. It ran, "We have stormed the fortifications of Petra, losing 12 killed and 94 wounded. The Arab losses are 1,000 dead and wounded, and we counted 17 British officers among the bodies." The only British officers except Lawrence who were in that part of Arabia at the time were many miles away, at Akaba. Lawrence himself had worn his Arab robes. His losses were 28 killed and wounded. The Turks had made a little error of 972 in their estimate. Chapter 20. The Relative in My House. Perhaps the reason why women played such a small part in the war in the land of the Arabian Nights, explained Colonel Lawrence, was because their menfolk wear the skirts and are prejudiced against petticoats. Then adding, philosophically, perhaps that is one of the reasons why I am so fond of Arabia. So far as I know, it is the only country left where men rule. But Colonel Lawrence denies the assertion made by another authority on Arabia that man is the absolute master and woman a mere slave. Although she is the object of his sensual pleasures, a toy with which he plays whenever, however he pleases, although knowledge is his, ignorance is hers, although the firmament and the light are his, darkness and the dungeon are hers, and although his is to command, hers is to blindly obey, she still wields a vast indirect influence. But one sees and hears very little of her. Arabia is one country, indeed, where the equal suffrage propaganda of Mrs. Cat and Mrs. Pankhurst have made little headway. Although the king of the Hejaz figures in the cable news, his queen Gilaleta el-Malika is never mentioned. Emir Faisal attended the Versailles Peace Conference as the head of the Arabian delegation, but his wife, who shortly afterward became the first queen of a new dynasty in Baghdad, did not accompany him. Hussein ibn Ali's capital is one city where European and American diplomatists and their wives are not welcome. Just imagine how dull life in London and New York would become if the customs of Mecca were suddenly adopted. There would be no charming stenographers, no coquettish mininettes, no dancing in hotels and restaurants, no charity bazaars, and no feminine politicians. Where we rise when a woman enters the room, an Arab never does. In fact, he will not even eat with a woman, but of course she is expected to serve him. When an Arab prince goes out to smell the air on his camel, his wife does not accompany him. In fact, the women of the towns rarely leave the harem oftener than once a week. In Jeddah, for instance, on Thursday afternoon they stroll outside the city wall to the tomb of Mother Eve. But in spite of their secluded lives, many a veiled beauty of Arabia has played a subtle part in politics and has by no means been satisfied with conquests of love. Many, indeed, have been the successors to the Queen of Sheba, who, by their wisdom as well as by their charm, have made their lords and masters kiss the dust beneath their feet. The Quran permits a man to have 4 wives at a time, but a Muslim usually marries only one unless he is rich enough to provide a separate house for others. Of course, this only refers to the townsmen. Hard as it may be to believe, it is nevertheless true that the average Muslim actually finds it difficult to get along peacefully with 4 wives all under the same roof. The Quran also conveniently permits him to have as many concubines and slave girls as his right hand can hold. Muhammad himself is said to have had 11 wives and several concubines. And although it may be difficult for a stream to rise higher than its source, it is nevertheless a fact that among the more intelligent city dwellers of today, polygamy, concubinage, and slavery are dying out. King Hussein, King Faisal, Emir Ali, and Sultan Abdullah Transjordania, and most of the prominent present-day leaders in Arabia have but 1 wife each. An Arab woman can be divorced for not having a son. She not only can be, but frequently is. An Arab seldom speaks of a woman as his wife. He calls her the relative in my house, or the mother of my son Ali. Girl babies are usually not very welcome. But when a child is born, no matter what the sex, the first precaution taken is to protect the babe from the influence of the evil eye. This is done by hanging a charm about its neck. Mothers also have a prejudice against curly hair and do everything possible to straighten out any stubborn kinks in a baby's locks. In some parts of the desert there is an unwritten law that if a girl is attacked by a man between sunrise and noon, the man shall be flogged severely. If between noon and sunset, he is merely fined, and if during the night, when all are supposed to be in their tents under the protection of their families, the man is not subject to punishment. A man usually marries between the ages of 20 and 24, and a woman any time after she is 12. Professional matchmakers in Arabia do not perform their services gratuitously and unsolicited as they do in Europe and America. When a Muslim wants to take unto himself a helpmate, he hires the services of a matronly lady who is an arranger of marriages by profession. He pays a certain sum for his bride. How much is always a matter of spirited argument. He never sees his fiancée until after the orange blossoms and old shoes, and then it's too late. The bride's mother doesn't call in the neighbors and a professional dressmaker to study the trousseau patterns in Vogue or the Ladies' Home Journal. She merely borrows a cashmere shawl for her daughter. One of the few careers open to a woman of the Near East today is that of acting as a professional mourner. Often the mourners wail for days, and the wail, which sounds like the cry of a lost soul, usually ends in a piercing shriek which makes your blood run cold. The customs of immediate burial often result in complications. There is a bizarre story told in Jeddah to the effect that a Scot who was stationed there early in the war passed away as a result of some mysterious malady. He was carried a short distance outside the city and buried in the sand near the shore, wrapped in nothing but a Union Jack. A few hours before the funeral, a boat left Jeddah harbor, and it carried an official memorandum to the government of London telling of the death of the officer. After the ceremony, the mourners were returning to the city when suddenly they heard shouts and, turning, were panic-stricken to see the corpse running toward them, swathed in the Union Jack. It seemed that the Scot had merely been in a trance, and a few moments after he was buried in the loose sand, land crabs attacked him and brought him back to life. But not satisfied at letting the yarn go at this, They tell how the Scot was afterward arrested in London for impersonating himself when he called at his bank to cash a check. Between a nomad woman of the tents and the townswoman, there is even more difference than between a wiry desert patriarch and his corpulent city cousin. Townswomen are fat and white, while the Bedouin women are thin and tanned. Many Bedouin sheikhs have 4 wives at a time. Some of the richest chieftains have as many as 50 wives during a lifetime, but never more than 4 at once. One reason why they so frequently indulge themselves the luxury of 3 or 4 is because it means easier housework. Bedouin women all live in the same tent, too, and strangely enough, jealousy is uncommon. They do not regard a husband as exclusive property as we do. Bedouin women are much more ignorant and prejudiced than their men folk, and they spend no small part of their time urging the men to fight. It is they who keep the century-old blood feuds alive. The desert nomads have no way of marking time. No Sundays, no Mondays, no 1924s, and no 1925s. They are born. It is the will of Allah. Then they grow up, and after a while they die. It is the will of Allah. That is all there is to it. It is the will of Allah. So it isn't bad form to ask a Bedouin woman her age, for she doesn't know whether she is sweet 16 or Mrs. Methuselah. They are all frightfully talkative, and whenever we're seated on the men's side of the thin partition which divides a goat's hair home of a Bedouin sheikh, talking about Western customs, such as women walking along city streets unveiled, or attending the theater in company with their gentlemen friends, or playing golf, his wives would pop their heads up over the partition and remark, "How disgusting, how vulgar, how beastly." Despite the examples set by the Arabs themselves, Colonel Lawrence scrupulously avoided free talk about women. It is as difficult a subject as religion. On one occasion, when seated in Sheikh Aouda Abu Taï's tent, Lawrence was in an unusually talkative frame of mind and was giving his host a racy description of cabaret life in London. Every few minutes, Aouda would slap his knee and roar, "By Jove, I wish I were there." Then his wives would break in and upbraid him bitterly. The Bedouin women usually retain their beauty until their 30s, but after that, they are all short and thin. They take all their pleasures in their tents. The Bedouin women of the desert are not veiled, but they tattoo their faces and paint their lips blue. On all occasions they wear a garment of dark blue cotton and keep their hair covered. Muhammad objected to women exposing their hair in public. All Arabs are fond of buying pearls or trinkets of hammered gold for their women. Some of their wives wear gold ornaments worth 1,000 pounds or more. According to the unwritten law of Arabia, all ornaments are the personal property of a woman, and if divorced, she keeps them. If an Arab wants to divorce his wife, he simply says 3 times before witnesses, "I divorce thee, I divorce thee, I divorce thee." Consequently, all the women are foresighted enough to insist on having their possessions in portable form. The training of the Bedouin women is entirely in the tents. They spend much of their time milking their camels and goats and making butter. To do the latter, they get the milk in curds, which they squeeze in their hands and put on the tent roofs until all the moisture drops out. When it dries, it becomes hard as a rock. In fact, their butter is so hard that it will even turn the edge of a knife. Lawrence would pulverize it between stones and mix it with water until it resembled malted milk. Many Bedouins regard women as the source of all evil and say that hell is full of them. The verses of a few desert poets breathe hatred for women rather than love. Here is a verse from one of Sir Richard Burton's translations. "They said, 'Marry.' I said, 'I am free.' Why take into my bosom a sack full of snakes? May Allah never bless womankind." It is a simple matter for a Bedouin woman to clean house or move. The tribe leaves one bit of the desert as soon as the pasturage in the vicinity is exhausted. The most aristocratic Bedouins have neither sheep nor goats, only camels and horses. They limit themselves to the least possible amount of possessions and refuse to be tied down to any one spot. They have the fewest wants and are the freest of all the peoples of the earth. Sheikh Nuri Shila'an once asked to be told something about European customs. "Well, if you come to my house in England," said Lawrence, "my women will serve you with tea." Whereupon Nuri clapped his hands, for one of his wives ordered her to make tea and invited Lawrence into the women's quarters to drink it, an act entirely contrary to the unwritten law of the desert. The Bedouins are exceedingly courteous, and no matter how appalling your Arabic, they will never presume to correct you. When you call at a Bedouin tent, you make all of your polite speeches right away, and then when you leave, you may get up and brush off without saying a word of farewell. I have seen Bedouins call on Lawrence in his tent when he was reading. He would greet them, and then they would crouch down on their heels, and he would resume his book. After a while, they would get up and silently walk out. But Lawrence himself would never leave so long as a guest was there. Al-Ghazali, the great theologian of Islam of the 11th century, said, "Marriage is a kind of slavery, for the wife becomes the slave of her husband, and it is her duty, absolutely, to obey him in everything he requires of her, except in what is contrary to the laws of Islam. Wife-beating is allowed by the Quran. All female slaves taken in war may become the private property of the man who wins them. There is an old tradition that a lie is excusable in 3 circumstances: in war, to reconcile friends, and to women. To the average Arab, heaven is an oasis with date palms, sparkling fountains, and racing camels, where every male angel may have as many concubines as he desires. So is it any wonder that the Arab and the Turk are splendid fighters when they realize that if they die in battle against the unbeliever, they will go direct to such a paradise? In that land of romance and mystery, of palm trees, camels, and veiled women, custom, founded on the teachings of the Prophet, relegates the gentler sex to an inferior position, not only in this world, but in the hereafter as well. But despite this, there are many Arabs who make love just as ardently as their enslaved brethren in other lands, and nearly all Arabian poets draw their inspiration from the loveliness of woman. My heart is firmer than the roots of mountains, my fame pervasive as the smell of musk. My pleasure is in hunting the wild lion, the beast of prey I visit in his den. Yet all the while a gentle fawn has snared me, a heifer from the pastures of Kazam." Chapter 21. Through the Turkish Lines in Disguise. Nearly all Arabs carry some sort of good luck charm, and the belief in jinn or genii is still common. The talisman which Aouda wore around his neck was probably one of the most extraordinary to be found in all Arabia. The amulet was a diminutive copy of the Koran, about 1 inch square, for which he paid more than £200. One day he displayed it with great pride, and Lawrence discovered it had been printed in Glasgow, and according to the price marked inside the cover, had been issued as 18 pence. So far as he could make out, the only things the Bedouins are afraid of are snakes, and they believe that the sole protection against them is such a charm worn around the neck. There are thousands of reptiles in certain parts of the desert. The worst snake belt in the Near East extends from Jauf to Azraq along a chain of shallow wells in the North Arabian desert, where one finds, usually near water, Indian cobras, puff adders, black whip snakes, and hosts of others, nearly all deadly. Lawrence once started out on an expedition with 18 men, 5 of whom died on the way from snakebite. Instead of relying on the usual alcoholic antidote, he, like his nomad companions, put his faith in Allah. In Arabia, a snake will often snuggle up to a sleeping Bedouin at night for warmth, but it will not bite, unless the sleeper is unlucky enough to roll over and frighten it. Although their consciences are by no means clear, nearly all Bedouins, fortunately, are sound sleepers. Whenever Lawrence and his men reconnoitered in the snake belt at night, they put on boots and were careful to beat every foot of ground and every bush in front of them. When an Arab is bitten, his friends read certain chapters of the Quran over him. If they happen to choose correct passages, he lives. But if they have no Quran, the unfortunate one in all likelihood dies. 'Tis the will of Allah. Although Arabs knew Lawrence was a Christian, once he had gained their confidence, they often invited him to pray with them. This he did only when he felt inclined to humor them, but he had completely memorized all the important Mohammedan prayers so as to be prepared for any unforeseen emergency when his declining to pray might cause embarrassment to Emir Faisal or King Hussein in the presence of members of strange tribes. Fortunately, no such emergency ever arose. But when he did pray with his Bedouins on several occasions, just to please them, the procedure was as follows. Lawrence and his bodyguard would kneel on their prayer rugs with their faces toward Mecca. Then, with one of the sheikhs acting as leader, they would go through a ceremony consisting of rhythmic prostrations and the repetition in unison of passages from the Quran. A certain number of bows are made in the morning, so many at noon, and still a different number at sunset, although the words repeated each time are much the same. At the end of all prayers, Lawrence and his men would turn their heads to the right and then to the left before rising. Lawrence explained to me that 2 angels were supposed to be standing beside each person while praying. One angel records good deeds, and the other bad deeds, and it is customary to salute them both. All good Muslims have 5 prayer services daily, but Lawrence and his men usually cut them down to 3 by telescoping 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Otherwise, the Arab army would have spent more time praying than fighting. Lawrence overcame the 2 greatest prejudices of the Bedouins, namely that he was a foreigner and a Christian. Most of the foreigners these nomads had met were Turks whom they despised as barbarians, for the Arabs are intellectual snobs. The only Christians they know are the native Christians of the Syrian coast and the Armenians, who are more accustomed to show the other cheek than to show courage. The Arabs loathed them. It suited them for the most part to ignore the fact that Lawrence was a Christian, because they consider it a disgrace that any Christian should outdo them at the very things at which they ordinarily excel. Occasionally, however, they actually invited him to recite his Christian prayers aloud, which he did most eloquently. Charles M. Doughty, the traveler and poet, as far as I know, was the only man other than Lawrence who ever wandered openly up and down Holy Arabia as a Christian. All other explorers in the forbidden country of the Prophet have disguised themselves as Muslims. Doughty had at least a score of narrow escapes from death, and that he escaped at all was due to the fact that he always went unarmed and did nothing covertly. He took no money with him, and he made his way about by healing the sick with simple remedies and by vaccinating Arabs. An old man and a great scholar, he now lives at a watering place on the south coast of England. He and Lawrence are close friends, and the younger man gives his predecessor full credit for breaking the ice and making it possible for him and his associates to work with the Bedouins during the war. In fact, Doughty's Arabia Deserta was both Lawrence's Bible and military textbook during the campaign. The magnificent Bedouin clothes that Lawrence wore were not theatrical garb. They were part of his carefully worked-out plan to gain complete mastery over the Arabs. Although he did not attempt to disguise either his religion or nationality, outwardly he was an Arab, except in certain areas. He found that being known as a British officer and a Christian was less of a hindrance than full disguise. Had he desired to pass himself off as a Bedouin, he would have had to grow a beard, a feat he could not have achieved even if the fate of the British Empire had depended on it. However, on a few occasions he did disguise himself as a Bedouin woman and made his way through the Turkish lines. But to other British officers who desired to visit a tribe, he recommended simply the Arab headcloth, to be worn out of courtesy and not as a disguise. Bedouins have a malignant prejudice against the hat and believe our persistence in wearing it is founded on some irreligious principle. If you were to wear this season's smartest Piccadilly Derby or Austrian velours in Mecca, your friends and relatives would disown you. Adopt the kaffieh, agal, and abba, and you will acquire the confidence and intimacy of the sons of Ishmael to a degree impossible in European garb, was a Lawrence maxim. But to don Arab kit has its dangers as well as its advantages. Breaches of etiquette excused in a foreigner are not condoned if he is in Arab clothes. You are like an English actor appearing for the first time in a German theater. Even that is not a parallel because you are playing a part day and night and for an anxious stake. Complete success comes when the Arab forgets your strangeness and speaks naturally before you. So far as I know, Colonel Lawrence is the only European who was ever accepted by the Arabs as one of themselves. His advice was that if you wear Arab dress, you should always wear the best for the reason that clothes are significant among the tribes. Dress like a sharif. If the people agree to it, and if you use Arab costume at all, go the whole length. Leave your English friends and customs on the coast, and rely entirely on Arab habits. If you can surpass the Arabs, you have taken an immense stride toward complete success. But the effort of living and thinking a foreign language, the rude fare, strange clothes, and stranger ways, with a complete loss of privacy and quiet, and the impossibility of ever relaxing your watchful imitation of others for months on end, proves such an added strain that this course should not be taken without serious thought. Whenever Colonel Lawrence was not engaged in conducting major military operations or planting tulips along the Hedjaz Railway, he would disguise himself as an outcast Arab woman and slip through the enemy lines. This was the best disguise for a spy, for the Turkish sentinels usually considered it beneath their dignity to say, "Stop, who goes there?" to a woman. Time and again he penetrated hundreds of miles into enemy territory, where he obtained much of the data which finally enabled Field Marshal Allenby's Palestine Army and Emir Faisal's Arabian forces to overwhelm the Turks in the most dazzling and brilliant cavalry operation in history. Lawrence once had a spare fortnight in which to make things lively for the Turks while he was waiting for Auda Abu Tayyib to assemble his Hawitat warriors. Accompanied by a lone Bedouin of the Anazat tribe named Dami, he passed through the Turkish lines in his customary female disguise and made his way toward Palmyra, where he hoped to find an influential Bedouin sheikh who was in sympathy with the Arabian Revolt. This chief was 1,000 miles away on the Euphrates, and so Lawrence and Dami turned their camels toward Baalbek. In the desert near the ancient Syrian city, famous for its ruined temples, which rival the Acropolis at Athens, lives a tribe of semi-nomads, the Medawile, who are friendly to King Hussein and Emir Faisal, although they were compelled to cooperate with the Turks. Lawrence wanted to visit these Medawile to assure himself of their assistance some months later when the final advance would be launched and when he expected the Hedjaz forces and Allenby's troops to push the Turks north through Syria. His plan was to arouse all the nomad tribes in Syria so that they would be constantly harassing the Turkish army from within their own lines. 2 miles outside of Baalbek, Lawrence slid down from his camel, took off his Arab costume, and swaggered boldly into the little town in the uniform of a British officer without insignia. At this time, Baalbek was still several hundred miles north of the line dividing Allenby's forces from the Turks. The British were only a few miles north of Jerusalem. The Turkish troops on the streets of Baalbek saluted Lawrence as though he had been a German officer. But there was nothing unusual in this, for if a Prussian officer of the Death's Head Hussars had passed Whitehall in London during the war, he no doubt would have received the salute of the Horse Guards. Lawrence's theory was that it was a much simpler matter to go boldly and openly in uniform in rural Turkey than to dodge about in a suspicious manner. After hurriedly glancing over the fortifications around Baalbek, Lawrence attempted to visit the Turkish military school, where thousands of young officers were being trained. But when he reached the gates, he observed that officers barred the way, and so he decided it would be safer to retreat without exacting a salute. Resuming his disguise, Lawrence went on to the tents of Medawile, where he pulled aside his veil and revealed his identity. The sheikhs gathered around the new English Prince of Mecca and clamored for a Syrian revolution at once. Lawrence explained that the time was not yet ripe and tried to encourage them to future action by glowing accounts of the victories farther south in the Hejaz. However, he found the Medawile so keen for a raid or a lark of some kind that he was prevailed upon to join them in what he always referred to as a cinema show. In his contact with the peoples of the desert, he made the discovery that noise is one of the best forms of propaganda. So that night, followed by every able-bodied man, woman, and child in the tribe, Lawrence went down to the main line of the Turkish railway, which runs from Constantinople and Aleppo through Baalbek to Beirut. He selected one of the largest steel and concrete bridges in the Near East as the object of the evening's diversion. After planting his tulips under both ends of the bridge and all its bastions, he carried an electric wire connecting all charges to the summit of a nearby hill, which the people of Medawile were occupying as a grandstand. Then, at the psychological moment, he threw in the switch and sent the great bridge skyward in a mass of flame and smoke. The Medawile to the last man were convinced of the might of the Allies and swore oaths by Allah, the Most High, and by the Holy Quran, that they would join King Hussein's faithful. From here, Lawrence and his solitary Bedouin companion trekked across Syria to Damascus. They rode through the bazaars by night to the palace of Ali Riza Pasha, who was acting as military governor for the Turks. Ali Riza, although one of the Sultan's highest officials in Syria, secretly sympathized with the Arabian nationalist movement. That evening at dinner, over innumerable cups of sweetened coffee, Ali Riza informed Lawrence that the growing dissension between Turkish and German officials would assure the ultimate success of the Allies in Palestine and Arabia. The Germans had become so high and mighty in their own estimation that they were treating the Turks like dogs. Consequently, feeling against the Germans had become so bitter that whenever the German General Staff gave an order, the Turks would do their best to prevent its execution. According to Ali Riza, Falkenhayn a few weeks previously had advised the Turks to abandon both Palestine and Arabia and retire to a line across Syria to the Mediterranean from Daraa, the important railway junction south of Damascus. The German field marshal had given the Turks sound and valuable advice, but the latter were as reluctant to accept it as they were to accept Field Marshal Falkenhayn himself as their commander-in-chief. As a result of their having spurned his counsel, they were so overwhelmed a little later by the combined British and Arabian forces that they not only lost all the region which Falkenhayn had advised them to abandon, but they also lost the city of Damascus and the entire territory of Syria, which they otherwise might have saved. After a bountiful dinner and this illuminating interview with the Ottoman governor of Damascus, Lawrence and Dami slipped into the desert and made their way south into Hauran, the country of the Druses, a people who pitched their tents around a high mountain called Jebel Druz. The Druses owe much of their tribal solidarity to their peculiar religion, which is a secret faith built up around the worship of Hakim, a mad sultan of Egypt of the Middle Ages. The Turks have always had great difficulty in getting this quarrelsome, independent tribe to recognize Ottoman authority or pay taxes to the Sultan. Most of the desert Arabs have carried on perpetual blood feuds with them, but Lawrence called their chieftains together, and with his inimitable gift for winning friends succeeded in convincing them that they should swear allegiance to Faisal and hold themselves ready to cooperate with his army when it approached Damascus. There would have been no quarter for Lawrence had he made a single false step. With his companion Dami and Talal, a Bedouin sheikh known to the far corners of Arabia, he rode all around Damascus, Del Ra'ah, and the Hauran, making a reconnaissance of the Turkish lines of defense. He explored the Turkish railway on 3 sides of the junction at Jedda, and took a mental note of important points on the lines north, south, and west of the junction, which would be necessary for him to cut when he made his ultimate advance against Damascus. All this was walking right into danger, and only the perfection of his disguise and his command of the dialects of the country saved him from being suspected by the Turks and shot as an ordinary spy. He had one extremely narrow escape. When strolling nonchalantly along the streets of Dera'ah, dressed as Sheikh Talal's son, 2 soldiers of the Sultan's army stopped him at a bazaar and arrested him on the charge of being a deserter from the Turkish army. Every able-bodied Arab in the Ottoman Empire was supposed to be under arms. They took him to headquarters and flogged him until he fainted. Then they threw him out more dead than alive and fearfully bruised. Some time later he regained consciousness and barely able to crawl, he made his escape under cover of night. Masquerading as a woman also entailed many difficulties. At Amman in the hills of Moab, east of the Jordan, Lawrence went through the Turkish lines disguised as a Bedouin gypsy. He spent the afternoon prowling about the defenses surrounding the railway station, and after deciding that it would be futile for his Arabs to attempt to capture it, on account of the size of the garrison and the strength of the artillery, he started toward the desert. A party of Turkish soldiers who had been looking with favorable eyes at the Bedouin woman started in hot pursuit. For more than a mile they followed Lawrence, trying to flirt with him and jeering at him when he repulsed their advances. One of the most important Turkish strongholds on the border of the Arabian desert was the town of Karak, near the south end of the Dead Sea. One night Lawrence, disguised as a Bedouin, went through the Turkish lines with Sheikh Trad ibn Nueris of the Beni Sakr tribe and found that there happened to be only 300 Turks in the garrison at that moment. Lawrence and the Sheikh banqueted that evening with one of Trad's Karak friends. In honor of their distinguished visitors, the Arab villagers dragged sheep and goats into the streets, built large fires, and feasted and circled in wild war dance until the witching hour. The members of the Turkish garrison were so frightened by this bold demonstration that they locked themselves in their barracks. After the celebration, Lawrence and his companion left Karak and returned to Akaba. The result of this unimportant little episode was that 2,000 more Turkish troops were withdrawn from the forces opposing Allenby in Palestine and sent down to Karak. Lawrence had attained the 2 objects that he had in mind in making this extended and adventurous tour of enemy territory. He had spread broadcast propaganda for the cause of Arabian nationalism among the tribes that were still under Turkish jurisdiction, and he had obtained information enough to fill a book regarding the plans of the German High Command. He went over the territory behind the Turkish lines so thoroughly that during the final drive of the campaign, he knew that part of the country almost as intimately as the Turks themselves. Chapter 22. The Greatest Hoax Since the Trojan Horse. With the capture of the ancient seaport of Akaba, which transformed the Sharifian revolt into an invasion of Syria, and with the official recognition of the Hejaz army as the right wing of Allenby's forces, it became imperative that all Lawrence's movements should fit in with Allenby's plans. Allenby by this time was in possession of all southern Palestine up to a zigzag line extending across the country from the Jordan Valley to the shores of the Mediterranean, just south of Mount Carmel, the peak which since earliest times has been known as the Mountain of God. His first drive in the autumn of 1917 had resulted in the liberation of the Beersheba, the ancient home of Abraham and Lot, of Gaza, the capital of the Philistines, where Samson was betrayed by Delilah, and of Hebron, where Abraham, Isaac, Sarah, Rebekah were buried in the cave of Machpelah. It had also resulted in the deliverance of Jaffa, the chief port of Palestine since the days of David and Solomon 3,000 years ago, of the plains of Philistia and the plains of Sharon, and more important still, had resulted in the liberation of the sacred cities of Bethlehem and Jerusalem in the Ottoman yoke. But the ancient land of Samaria, the city of Nazareth, and all Galilee, the coastal plain of northern Palestine, and all of Syria still remained in the hands of the Turks, so that the campaign was only half completed. There were now two courses open to Allenby, either to push the Turks north by degrees or to crush Turkish power in the east with one sweeping blow. The commander-in-chief elected to take the big risk, and he chose the latter. He decided to launch his final attack north of Jaffa and Jerusalem in July 1918. But in June, when Ludendorff was making his last drive toward Paris and the Channel ports, the Allies were so hard-pressed in Western Europe that they were compelled to call upon Allenby to send many of his divisions to reinforce them in France. This completely disrupted all Allenby's plans. It now became necessary for him to create a new army. The unexpected necessity for a complete reconstruction of the forces in the Holy Land was a staggering blow. But England's modern Coeur de Lion was not in the least disheartened and immediately set to work to form a new army made up largely of Indian divisions of Mesopotamia, hitherto untried in the war, and from his veteran Anzac cavalry under Light Horse Harry Chavel, the Australian general whom he had placed in command of the largest body of mounted troops that ever participated in modern warfare. Instead of attacking the Turks in northern Palestine in June or July, it now seemed impossible for him to launch his final thunderbolt before October or November. Lawrence was convinced that such a long delay would make it difficult for him to give much assistance to the right flank. By then his restive Bedouins would be wanting to migrate with their flocks to their winter pastures on the Central Arabian plateaus. And in addition, his many years' experience in the country led him to believe that autumn rains would impede any military operation attempted during that season. He explained this to the commander-in-chief, who immediately grasped the situation and by superhuman effort whipped his new army into shape so that his new divisions were ready to take the field within 8 weeks from the date of their arrival from Mesopotamia. Toward the end of August, he dispatched an aeroplane to Arabia with a welcome message for Lawrence, the announcement that he would be ready for a joint attack early in September instead of October or November. Allenby, fully aware of the inexperience of most of his troops, realized that the Turks would have to be defeated by strategy rather than by force, so he decided to dupe the Turks with a colossal hoax, a sort of moving picture of the British army pushing straight up along the Jordan River from the Dead Sea toward Galilee. But it was to be a bogus army. In preparing this hoax, Allenby's first move was to shift all his camel hospitals from southern Palestine to the Jordan Valley within 15 miles of the Turkish lines. Next, he had hundreds of condemned and worn-out tents shipped up over the milk and honey railway from Egypt and pitched them on the banks of the Jordan. Then he hauled all his captured Turkish cannons down into the Jordan Valley and started them blazing away in the direction of the Turks encamped in the hills of Moab. 10,000 horse blankets, were thrown over bushes in the valley and tied up to look like horse lines. 5 new pontoon bridges were flung over the river. The sacred valley of the Jordan was filled with all the properties for a sham battle of the ages. Never, since the Greeks captured Troy with their famous wooden horse, has such a remarkable bit of camouflage been put over on a credulous enemy. When the German reconnaissance aeroplanes flew over the Jordan, they buzzed back to Turkish headquarters with the important news that Allenby had placed 2 new divisions in this sector. This camouflage army, arranged largely by General Bartholomew of Allenby's staff, was so realistic that the Germans and Turks never dreamed that it might all be a fake. And fortunately, the lines were so carefully guarded that not a single German or Turkish spy got through. Lawrence also lent a helping hand in duping the Turks. Shortly before the date arranged for the big push, 300 members of the Imperial Camel Corps came down from Palestine to help him. They were under the command of Colonel Robin Buxton, a born soldier, who before the war was a prominent Lombard Street banker. Under the guidance of his tent mate, Major W.E. Marshall, RAMC, the fighting bacteriologist, Lawrence sent the Camel Corps to attack an important Turkish garrison at Mudawara, where a spectacular 20-minute battle was fought on August 8th. After the Battle of Mudawara, Lawrence led a combined force of Camel Corps and Arabs against Amman, just east of the Jordan, Amman. This was merely a feint, but it confirmed the Turks in the belief that the valley of the historic Jordan River was swarming with the bulk of Allenby's forces. Lawrence sent one of the most prominent chiefs of the Beni Sakir toward Damascus with 7,000 pounds in gold to buy barley. The sheikh bought recklessly in every town and village on the eastern border of Syria. The Turks, knowing well that Emir Faisal's Bedouin cavalry could not use such vast quantities of grain, immediately decided that the barley must be intended for Allenby's forces in the Jordan Valley. Lawrence also started the rumor through the Arab army that Emir Faisal's host intended to launch its main attack against Dera'ah railway junction between Amman and Damascus. As a matter of fact, Lawrence remarked, we had every intention of attacking Dera'ah, but we spread the news so far and wide that the Turks refused to believe it. Then, in deadly secrecy, we confided to the chosen few in the inner circle that we really were going to concentrate all our forces against Amman, but we were not. This secret, of course, leaked out and was betrayed to the Turks, who immediately shifted the greater part of their forces to the vicinity of Amman, exactly as Allenby and Lawrence had planned. When the advance of the Arab army actually started, none but Emir Faisal, Colonel Joyce, and Colonel Lawrence knew that the attack was to center on Dera'ah. Early in September, Lawrence started north from the head of the Gulf of Akaba to help Allenby in his historic final drive. But instead of taking his Bedouin followers from the Hejaz, with the exception of his personal bodyguard, Lawrence recruited a new army from the tribes of the North Arabian Desert, and Joyce kept adding to his rapidly increasing mob of deserters from the Turkish ranks. When it started up the Wadi Araba from the head of the Gulf of Akaba, Lawrence's caravan consisted of 2,000 baggage camels, 450 Arab regulars mounted on racing camels, 4 Arab machine gun units, 2 aeroplanes, 3 Rolls-Royce armored cars, a demolition company of picked men from the Egyptian Camel Corps, a battalion of Gurkhas from India mounted on tall camels from the Sindh Desert, and 4 mountain guns manned by French Algerians. In addition, he had his resplendent private bodyguard of 100 picked Bedouins. His total force amounted to 1,000 men mounted on camels. Lawrence's motto on this expedition, as on all others, was no margin. He faced a march of 500 miles across unmapped desert under stupendous transport difficulties. During one stage, they marched 4 days from one waterhole to another, carrying their entire water supply with them and suffering from thirst. When they reached the new waterhole, they drank copiously, only to discover that the water was filled with leeches. These leeches fastened themselves on the inside of their nasal membranes and proved most painful. But the column made the trek in a fortnight. They were hurrying north to cut 3 Turkish railway lines and all the telegraph wires around Jedda. Lawrence's primary mission being to prevent the Turks from communicating with Damascus, Aleppo, and Constantinople when Allenby started his advance. The camouflage army of the Jordan was a complete success. As a matter of fact, there were only 3 battalions of able-bodied troops in that part of the Holy Land, 2 of which were made up of newly arrived Jewish troops from the British Isles and the United States. If the Turks had known the truth, they might have sent down 1 brigade, pushed up behind Allenby's lines, and recaptured Jerusalem. Allenby was taking enormous chances, but great men usually do. The commander-in-chief supplied his troops in the Jordan Valley with but 3 weeks' rations in order that they might use all of the transport for his main army. His supply people were frantic. They said the troops along the Jordan must be given 8 weeks' food. But Allenby knew he was perfectly safe so long as his plan for one smash went through without a hitch. Allenby felt that it would not be safe to engage the Turks in a pitched battle with his small and inadequately trained army, and so his sole object was to lure all the Turkish reserves to the wrong place, the Jordan Valley. Allenby's sham attack from near Jericho had been scheduled for September 18th. The British Intelligence Corps carefully allowed this secret to get out, and of course the Turks were ready to meet it. Allenby's real attack was made not on the 18th, but on the 19th, and when they woke up and discovered how they had been fooled, the war in the Near East was over, and most of them were British or Arab prisoners. Furthermore, it was not made in the Jordan Valley, but away on the other side of Palestine to the north of Jaffa, on the Mediterranean coast. He had transferred nearly all his infantry and cavalry there by night, and they remained concealed in the orange groves until the day of the real battle, the battle that broke the backbone of the Ottoman Empire. Chapter 23. A cavalry naval engagement in Lawrence's last great raid. All the Turkish ammunition and food had to be brought down from northern Syria over the Damascus-Palestine-Amman-Medina railway. Lawrence's plan was to swing out across the unmapped sea of sand, get clear around the eastern end of the Turkish lines, unexpectedly appear out of the desert, dash up behind the Turks, and cut all their communication round Jedda. One of Lawrence's most difficult problems during this maneuver was to keep his column supplied. Even his armored cars and aeroplanes could not carry enough petrol to pull through. From Akaba to the oasis of Azarak is 290 miles across burning desert. There were wells at only 3 places where the camels could be watered, and the little band had to live from hand to mouth. On its way, the column rested at Tafile, a village of 6,000 inhabitants, near which the most unusual episode of the whole campaign had taken place. A body of Bedouin horse under Abu Irgeg of Beersheba, under cover of darkness, rode up to a small enemy naval base near the southern end of the Dead Sea, not far from the ancient cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. The so-called Turkish Dead Sea Fleet, consisting of a few ancient arks and motor-driven craft, armed with light guns, was moored alongshore. The officers were having breakfast in a Turkish army mess nearby, utterly unaware of the approach of a hostile force. Abu Irgeg saw at a glance that the decks were deserted except for a few sentries, so he ordered his followers to dismount. With a rush, they clambered on board like Barbary corsairs, scuppered the crews, scuttled the boats, remounted their snorting thoroughbreds, and vanished into the desert haze before the dazed Turks had time to realize what had happened. This is perhaps the only occasion in history in which a naval engagement had been won by cavalry. Lawrence's original plan was to gather under his standard the enormous Ruala tribe, which fills a large part of the North Arabian desert, and then to send in force upon the Hauran Hill country to make a direct assault on Daraa. This came to naught because of a little difference which unexpectedly arose between King Hussein and General Jafar Pasha and the senior officers of the Northern Army, which ruffled the temper of an important part of Lawrence's forces. By the time harmony had been restored, it was too late, and as a result, Ruala never came together, making it necessary for Lawrence to modify his scheme. In the end, he decided to carry out a flying attack on the railways north, west, and south of Daraa, with his regular troops, assisted only by the wild Druses of Hauran and a handful of Ruala horse under Sheikhs Khalid and Trad Shala'an. Before starting this attack, Lawrence arranged for another feint to be made on the 18th against Amman and Esalt, and for this purpose he sent word to the members of the Beni Sakir tribe to mass in the desert near Amman. The rumor of this, confirmed by Allenby's mobilization of his great camouflage army in the Jordan Valley, kept the eyes of the Turks fixed constantly on the Jordan instead of on the Mediterranean coastal region to the north of Jaffa. On the oasis of Azarak is a magnificent old castle that dates from somewhere between the 6th and 14th centuries, and is turreted and loopholed like the fortress of a Scottish baron. Evidently it was an outpost of the far-flung Roman Empire, for Colonel R.V. Buxton of the Imperial Camel Corps found a carved stone in the ruins on which there was an inscription stating that 2 legions of Antonius Pius had been stationed here. So far as is known, no other force visited it until Lawrence and his men came. The Arabs refuse to go near it because they say it is haunted by the mad hunting dogs of the shepherd kings that prowl round it on nights. Lawrence at one time thought he would like to retire there and make Azarak Castle his home after the war. On the 13th, Lawrence, accompanied by the small but mobile force which he had organized for his big attack on Daraa, left the oasis of Azarak and marched into the Esalt foothills. 2 days later they arrived at Umtaye, 13 miles southeast of Daraa. With a male population of nearly all the villages of the Hauran joined the Sharifian army in a body, Among them was Sheikh Dalal el-Haridin of Tafas, the finest fighter in the Hauran, who had accompanied Lawrence on some of his spying expeditions behind the Turkish lines. He acted as a guide for the expedition from this point and sponsored Lawrence's cause in every village. Lawrence declared that if it had not been for this man's courage, energy, and honesty, some of the tribes of the country through which they passed, who were blood enemies of King Hussein and Emir Faisal, might easily have wrecked all their plans. Probably 20 or 30,000 Arab villagers and nomads joined Lawrence at different points in this grand finale of the Near Eastern campaign. In addition to severing the lines of communication, it was Lawrence's intention to place himself and his troops between the vital railway junction at Daraa and the Turkish armies in Palestine so as to lure the enemy into reinforcing the thus isolated garrison at Daraa with troops from the Palestine front, who otherwise would be free to help stem Allenby's advance. At the same moment, it was also necessary for Lawrence to cut the railway to the south and west of Daraa in order to add color to the belief of the enemy that the entire Allied attack was coming against the Turkish Fourth Army in the upper Jordan Valley. The only unit available for putting the railway out of business consisted of the armored cars. The cars, plus Lawrence, whizzed gloriously down the railway line and captured one post before the open-mouthed Turks were aware of their danger. This post commanded an attractive railway bridge 149 kilos south of Damascus, on which was inscribed a flattering dedication of the bridge to old Abdul Hamid, the Red Sultan. Lawrence planted tulips containing 150 pounds of gun cotton at both ends and in the center, and when he touched them off, the bridge faded away on the autumn breeze. This job completed, the cars started on again at top speed but became stranded in the sand, where they were delayed for several hours. On their way back to rejoin the army in Hauran, they crossed the railway 5 miles north of Deraa, where Lawrence suppressed another post, wiped out a Kurdish cavalry detachment, blew up another bridge, and ripped up 600 pairs of rails. After blowing up enough of the railway in the vicinity of Deraa to throw the whole Turkish service of supply into complete chaos, Lawrence and his men ascended a high promontory called Mount Tel Ara, which commanded a panoramic view of Deraa 4 miles away. Through his field glasses he made out 9 planes on the enemy's aerodrome. During that morning, the German aviators had had it all their own way in the air. They had been playing mischief with Lawrence's troops by dropping their eggs and raking the Arabs with their machine guns. The Sharifian forces tried to defend themselves from the ground with their light artillery, but they were getting the worst of it, until Lawrence's one surviving machine, an antiquated old bus piloted by Captain Junior, came trundling up from Azraq and sailed square into the middle of the whole German squadron. Lawrence and his followers watched this fracas with mixed feelings, for each of the 4 enemy 2-seaters and 4 scout planes were more than the equal of the one prehistoric British machine. With both skill and good luck, Captain Junior cruised right through the German birdmen and led the whole circus off to the westward. 20 minutes later, the plucky Junior came tearing back through the air with his attendant swarm of enemy planes and signaled down to Lawrence that he had run out of petrol. He landed within 50 yards of the Arab column, and his BE flopped over on its back. A German Halberstadt dived on it at once and scored a direct hit with a bomb that blew the little British machine into bits. Fortunately, Junior had jumped out of his seat a moment before. The only part of his BE that was not destroyed was the Lewis machine gun. Within half an hour, the plucky pilot had transferred it to a Ford truck and was tearing around outside Deraa, raking the Turks with his tracer bullets. Meanwhile, Lawrence dashed off to join the detachment of troops he had sent on in the direction of Mezarib. An hour after reaching it, he helped them cut the main Turkish telegraph lines between Palestine and Syria. It would be difficult to overestimate the importance of this, because it completely cut the Turkish armies off from all hope of relief from northern Syria and Turkey proper. At Mezarib, several thousand more natives of the Hauran joined the Arab forces, and the following day Lawrence and his column marched on along the railway toward Palestine, right into the heart of the Turkish back area. They spent most of that day planting tulips, and near Nasib, Lawrence blew up his 79th bridge, a rather large one with 3 fine arches, thus bringing to a close his long and successful career of demolition. Knowing it might be his last, he planted twice as many tulips under it as necessary. The column slept soundly at Nasib on the night of the 18th after a good day's work. The next morning, bright and early, Lawrence marched his camels, horses, and Arabs off to Umtaye, where he was joined by the armored cars. During the morning, another enemy aerodrome was sighted near the railway, and Lawrence with 2 of the armored cars sped across open country for a near view. They found 3 German 2-seaters in front of the hangars. Had it not been for a deep gully intervening, the 2 armored cars would have rushed them. As it was, 2 of the Germans took off and circled around like great birds, pouring streams of lead down on the Rolls-Royce machines, while at the same time Lawrence and the crews inside the turrets finished the 3rd aeroplane with 1,500 bullets. As the armored cars started back to Umtaye, the Germans swooped down on them 4 times, but all their bombs were badly placed, and the cars escaped unhurt except for a bit of shrapnel that wounded the colonel in the hand. Speaking of his impression of armored car work, Lawrence remarked that he considered it fighting deluxe. This same day, the Arab regulars under Jafar Pasha and the armored cars in French detachment and the Ruala horse under Nuri Shilan gave a fine account of themselves. Jafar Pasha, who also slashed his way brilliantly through this engagement, comes of a rich and noble Baghdad family. His history is full of romantic vicissitudes. At the outbreak of the war, Ja'far el-Askari, as a general on the Turkish staff, was sent across in a submarine from Constantinople to North Africa to organize an uprising in the Sahara among the Senussi Arabs. He led the Senussi in their short but spectacular campaign against the British. In the first battle, he defeated the British. The second battle was a draw, and in the third he was badly wounded, defeated, and captured by the Dorset Yeomanry at Agagia, near Solium, and imprisoned in the great citadel at Cairo. In trying to escape at the end of 3 months, he broke his ankle and was recaptured in the moat under the citadel. He was as fat as a barrel, full of the joy of life, and such a gentlemanly, likable fellow that a little later the British put him on parole and allowed him to wander around Cairo. Being an Arab himself, he sympathized with the Arab nationalist cause and one day asked his British captors to permit him to volunteer as a private with Faisal. His request was granted, and he did such remarkable work that before many months had passed he had risen to the post of commander-in-chief of Faisal's regular army, which was composed mainly of deserters from the Turkish ranks who had known Ja'far as general in Turkey. Ja'far Pasha had received the Kaiser's Iron Cross at Dardanelles and the Turkish Crescent for his work in the Senussi campaign, and after he had been with the Arabs for a while, he was made a commander of the Order of St. Michael and St. George by the British. Allenby accorded him this last honor at his Ramleh headquarters in Palestine. The guard of honor on this occasion was the same Dorset Yeomanry that had captured the Pasha just a year before. Ja'far was tremendously pleased and amused at this subtle touch of humor on Allenby's part. Nuri Said, Ja'far Pasha's brother-in-law, played an equally brilliant part in the war. He was Emir Faisal's chief of staff and remained in this position when Faisal became king in Damascus and later in Baghdad. Like Ja'far, he had attended the Turkish Staff College. In the Balkan War, he was an aviator. Afterward, he acted as secretary of the Arab Officers' Secret Society, which plotted to overthrow the Turks. He is reckless and loves a hot fight. In fact, the hotter the action, the cooler was Nuri Said. He was one of the few Arab townsmen whom the Bedouins admired and respected. All had gone well with the preliminary plans for Allenby's drive in Palestine. But until 24 hours before the attack was launched on the 19th, the commander-in-chief himself was not certain whether he was going to succeed or not. If the Turks and Germans had discovered his real plan and had not been deceived into thinking that both the British and Arabian forces were concentrating on Amman, with the intention of attempting to push north up the Jordan Valley, and if the enemy had withdrawn its right wing only about halfway across Palestine, from the Mediterranean coast and the river Auja to the hills of Samaria, which would merely have been a retirement of 10 miles along the entire front, the Turks could have played safe. Allenby's whole blow would have been wasted, and Lawrence's brilliant operations around Daraa would have been all in vain. Lawrence did not even have sufficient supplies to last his column for 2 extra days, so that failure would have been nothing short of a catastrophe for him. Of course, neither Allenby nor Lawrence would have suffered heavy losses, but on the other hand they would not have rung the curtain down in Arabia and Palestine so soon. The entire World War might have dragged on for several months longer, and an additional 100,000 lives or more might have been sacrificed on the Western Front. But there were no ifs. The enemy walked in to the prepared trap like lambs to the slaughter. Chapter 24. The Downfall of the Ottoman Empire. On the whole, this last joint operation of the British and Arabian forces was one of the most marvelous pieces of staff planning in all military annals. It was a game of chess played by experts on an international board. Never before was there a similar campaign. It was a complete reversal of all Marshal Foch's principles. Allenby and Lawrence went back to the Napoleonic Wars, to the battles of the 18th centuries, when generals won by maneuver and strategy instead of by tactics, the term tactics referring to the science of handling men under fire. In this, the most brilliant and spectacular military operation in the world's history, Allenby and Lawrence lost only 450 men. And although they completely annihilated the Turkish army, captured over 100,000 Turks, advanced more than 300 miles in less than a month, and broke the backbone of the Turkish Empire. Part of the credit should go to Brigadier General Bartholomew, Allenby's colossal. He needs a needle-sharp man to complete him. He had such an officer and strategist in General Bartholomew. Allenby's complete plan, which involved the destruction of all the Turkish effectives with one sweeping blow, was known only to 4 people: the commander-in-chief himself, his chief of staff, Major General Bowles, General Bartholomew, and Colonel Lawrence. Not even Emir Faisal or King Hussein knew what was going to happen. At 5 o'clock in the morning of September 18, 1917, General Bartholomew came to his office at headquarters in Ramleh and anxiously said to the staff officer on duty, "Has there been any change?" "No, the Turks are still there," replied the latter. "Good," said Bartholomew. "We will take at least 30,000 prisoners before this show is over." He did not dream that the Allied forces would capture 3 times 30,000 Turks. The deception of the enemy had been perfect in every detail. When Allenby's forces entered Nazareth, which had been the German and Turkish Palestine headquarters, they found papers indicating that the German High Command had been certain the attack would take place in the Jordan Valley. Field Marshal von Sanders had been taken in down to the last point. Meanwhile, Lawrence, Joyce, General Nuri, and their associates had received no news of what was going on in Palestine, but they were busy day and night demolishing sections of the railway. One night, Lord Winterton, who played an active part in the final stage of the Desert Campaign, went out on a demolition expedition and placed some 30 parties at work along the line. The Earl himself dashed about in the dark from point to point in an armored car. While walking along the railway, he met a soldier who said, "How are things?" "Fine," replied Winterton. "We have 28 charges planted, and we will be ready to touch them off in a few minutes." The soldier remarked that this was splendid, and then disappeared. A moment later, machine guns blazed forth on all sides, and the Earl had to run for it. His questioner had either been a German or a Turk, and had the incident occurred an hour earlier, it might have spoiled Lord Winterton's work for the night. But the tulips were duly touched off, and the show was a success. The following day, Lawrence dashed back to Azraq in an armored car, and then flew across the desert and northern Palestine to Allenby's headquarters at Ramleh. A hurried conference with the commander-in-chief secured for him 3 more Bristol fighters, the best battle planes that the British were using in the Holy Land. He also brought back the astounding news that more than 20,000 prisoners had already been taken by Allenby's forces, that Nazareth, Nablus, and many other important centers had fallen, and that they were advancing toward Daraa and Damascus. That meant that the Arabian army would be called upon by Allenby to play a still greater part from now on, because it was the only force between the crumbling Turkish divisions and Anatolia, toward which they must retreat. Lawrence had flown to Palestine for aeroplanes because the Germans had 9 of them near Daraa, with which they were bombing Faisal's followers out of the ground. One of the pilots was Captain Peters, and another was a Captain Ross Smith, who later became world famous and was knighted for flying from England to Australia. Lord Winterton gave us a graphic picture of the events that morning in a scintillating article in Blackwoods. While El and the airmen were having breakfast with us, a Turkish plane was observed making straight for us. One of the airmen hurried off to down the intruder. This he successfully did, and the Turkish plane fell in flames near the railway. Then he returned and finished his porridge, which had been kept hot for him meanwhile. But not for him a peaceful breakfast that morning. He had barely reached the marmalade stage when another Turkish plane appeared. Up hurried the Australian again, But this Turk was too wily and scuttled back to Deraa, only to be chased by P on another machine, which sent him down in flames. That night the Germans burnt all of their remaining machines, and from that moment the British airmen had the air above North Arabia, Palestine, and Syria to themselves. That afternoon a giant Handley Page arrived from Palestine with General Borton, commander of Allenby's air squadrons, as the passenger and Ross Smith as the pilot. They brought 47 tins of petrol and also a supply of tea for Lawrence, Winterton, and companions. This was the first time that a great night-bombing plane ever flew over the enemy lines by day. The purpose was for propaganda, and so profoundly were the tribesmen impressed by this vast bird, which was several times larger than any they had thus far seen, that all the peoples of Hauran who had been reluctant to cooperate with Emir Faisal immediately swore allegiance to the Arab cause and galloped in on their horses, with their rifles popping off in the air, eager to charge the Turks, or at least make a noisy display of valor. The next day the infantry under General Jafar Pasha, the jovial commander-in-chief of Colonel Joyce's regulars, went down to have a look at the first bridge which Lawrence had dynamited in the vicinity of Deraa. They found it nearly repaired, but after a sharp fight they drove off its guards, who were persistent and game German machine gunners, destroyed more of the line, and then proceeded to burn the great timber framework which had been erected by the Turks and Germans during the intervening 7 days. In this rather sharp encounter the armored cars, the French detachment under Captain Pisani, and the Royal Horse under Nuri Shala'an plunged into the heart of things. Nuri is a quite retiring man of few words and plenty of deeds. He turned out to be unusually intelligent, well-informed, decisive, and full of quiet humor. Lawrence once remarked to me that he not only was the chief of the largest tribe in all the desert, but one of the finest Arab sheikhs he had ever met, and that the members of his tribe were like wax in his hands because he knows what should be done and does it. When Lawrence started his operations around Deraa, von Saunders did exactly what his opponents wanted him to do. He sent his last reserves up to Deraa, so that when Allenby's troops once smashed through the Turkish front lines, they had fairly clear going ahead of them. At the important railway junction of Afule, on the evening of the 19th, the Turkish motor lorries came streaming in for supplies, not knowing that all their great depots were in the hands of Allenby's men. As they rumbled into the supply station, a British officer remarked politely to one and all, "Would you mind going this way, please?" That lasted for 4 hours until the news spread through the Turkish back area that Allenby's troops had taken Afule, the railway junction in the center of the plain of Esdraelon, where the Turkish railway which connects with Constantinople, Damascus, and the Holy Land branches out, one line extending down into Samaria and the other east to Haifa on the Mediterranean. Afule was the main supply base of the whole Turkish army. After Allenby had occupied Afule for fully 6 hours, a German plane came down with orders to von Saunders from Heidelberg. The occupants of the plane did not discover their predicament until they left their machine and walked over to the local headquarters to report. To their chagrin, they found themselves turning over their orders to Allenby's staff. By September 24th, Allenby's forces had advanced so far that the entire Turkish Fourth Army, concentrated around Amman and the Jordan on the mission of attacking empty tents and horse blankets, had been ordered back to defend Deraa and Damascus. The Turkish Fourth Army generals were infuriated when they discovered that the railway line had been cut behind them, and attempted to retreat north along their motor roads with all their guns and transport. Lawrence and his cavalry did not intend to pave their retreat with roses. Stationed on the hills, they poured down such an incessant stream of bullets that the Turks were forced to abandon all their guns and carts between Mafraq and Nasib. Hundreds were slaughtered. The formal column of retreat broke up into a confused mass of fugitives who never had a minute's peace to reform their lines. British aeroplanes added the finishing touch by dropping bombs, and the Turkish Fourth Army scattered panic-stricken in all directions. Lawrence now decided to put himself between Daraa and Damascus, hoping to force the immediate evacuation of Daraa and thus pick up the sorry fragments of the cracked Turkish Fourth Army as it emerged from Daraa, and also harass other remnants of the Turkish armies in Palestine that might attempt to escape north. Accordingly, at the head of his camel corps, he made a hurried, forced march northward on the 25th, and by the afternoon of the 26th swept down on the Turkish railway near Gazale and Ezra on the road to Damascus. With him were Nasir, Nuri, Auda, and the Drusis, names with which to hush children even in the daytime, to quote Lawrence himself. His rapid maneuvers took the panic-stricken Turks completely by surprise. Just the previous day they had worked feverishly on the railway line and had reopened it for traffic at points where Lawrence had damaged it a week earlier. He planted a few hundred tulips, putting the line out of commission permanently, and penning 6 complete trains in Daraa. Fantastic reports of disaster spread like wildfire throughout Syria, and the Turks at once began the evacuation of Daraa by road. By dawn of the 27th, Lawrence and his cavalry were already out scouting the surrounding country and had captured 2 Austro-Turk machine gun companies placed across the road to oppose Allenby's approaching columns. Then Lawrence climbed to the summit of a high hill in the vicinity called Sheikh Saad, whence he could sweep the countryside with his glasses. Whenever he saw a small enemy column appearing on the horizon, he jumped on his horse and, accompanied by some 900 picked men only too eager for that kind of diversion, charged into the midst of them as if they had been tin soldiers and serenely took them all prisoners. If from his observation station on the hill he saw a column that was too large to tackle, he lay low and let it pass. About noon, an aeroplane dropped Lawrence a message stating that 2 columns of Turks were advancing on him. One, 6,000 strong, was coming from Daraa. The other, 2,000 strong, from Mazarib. Lawrence decided that the second was about his size. Sending for some of his regulars who were gathering stray Turks like daisies a few miles away, he dashed off to intercept the enemy near Tafas. At the same time, he sent the Hauran horsemen in the other direction to get around behind them and hang on the skirts of the column in order to annoy them. The Turks reached Tafas a short time before Lawrence and brutally mistreated all the women and children of the village. Sharif Bey, commander of the Turkish lancers, at the rear guard of the column, ordered all the people massacred, including the women and children. Talal, head sheikh of this village of Tafas, who had been a great tower of strength with Lawrence from the beginning and one of the boldest horsemen in North Arabia, was riding at the front of the Arab column with Lawrence and Auda Abu Tayi when he came upon the wives and children of his kinsmen, lying in pools of blood in the road. Several years after the war, one of Lawrence's poet friends in England got married, and when Lawrence expressed regret at not having enough money to buy an appropriate wedding present, the poet suggested that he might let him have a few pages of his diary instead. The wish was granted, and the poet disposed of the pages to The World's Work for publication in America. The portion sold happened to include Lawrence's story of the death of the gallant Sheikh Talal el-Haridin. We left Ab el-Mine there and rode on past the other bodies, now seen clearly in the sunlight to be men, women, and 4 babies, toward the village whose loneliness we knew meant that it was full of death and horror. On the outskirts were the low mud walls of some sheepfolds, and on one lay something red and white. I looked near and saw the body of a woman folded across it, face downward, nailed there by a saw bayonet whose haft stuck hideously into the air from between her naked legs. She had been pregnant, and about her were others, perhaps 20 in all, variously killed but laid out to accord with an obscene taste. the Za'agi burst out in wild peals of laughter, in which some of those who were not sick joined hysterically. It was a sight near madness, the more desolate for the warm sunshine and the clear air of this upland afternoon. I said, "The best of you brings me the most Turkish dead," and we turned and rode as fast as we might in the direction of the fading enemy. On our way we shot down those of them fallen out by the roadside who came imploring our pity. Talal had seen something of what we had seen. He gave one moan, like a hurt animal, and then slowly rode to the higher ground and sat there a long time on his mare, shivering and looking fixedly after the Turks. I moved toward him to speak, but Aouda caught my rein and stayed me. After some minutes, Talal very slowly drew his headcloth about his face, and then seemed to take hold of himself, for he dashed his stirrups into his horse's flanks and galloped headlong, bending low in the saddle and swaying as though he would fall, straight at the main body of the enemy. It was a long ride, down the gentle slope and across the hollow, and we all sat there like stone, while he rushed forward, the drumming of his horse's hoofs sounding unnaturally loud in our ears. We had stopped shooting, and the Turks had stopped shooting. Both armies waited for him. He flew on in this hushed evening, till he was only a few lengths from the enemy. Then he sat up in the saddle and cried his war cry, "Talal! Talal!" twice, in a tremendous voice. Instantly all their rifles and machine guns crashed out together, and he and his mare, riddled through and through with bullets, fell dead among their lance points. Aouda looked very cold and grim. "God give him mercy. We will take his price." He shook his rein and moved slowly forward after the enemy. We called up the peasantry, now all drunk with fear and blood, and sent them from this side and from that against the retreating column. Aouda led them like the old lion of battle that he is. By a skillful turn he drove the enemy into bad ground and split their column into 3 parts. The third part, the smallest, was mostly made up of German and Austrian gunners grouped round 3 motor cars which presumably carried high officers. They fought magnificently and drove off our attacks time and again, despite our desperation. The Arabs were fighting like devils. The sweat blinding our eyes, our throats parched with dust, the agony of cruelty and revenge which was burning in our bodies and twisting our hands about so that we could hardly shoot. By my orders they were to take no prisoners, for the first time in the war. This account of the death of Talal el-Haradin of Tafas, in Lawrence's own words, shows us what marvelous descriptive powers this young soldier scholar has at his command, and gives us a hint of the masterpiece that the world should one day receive from his pen. 2 German machine gun companies had resisted magnificently an escape with the Turkish commander-in-chief Jamal Pasha in his car in their midst. The Arabs wiped out the second section completely after a bitter hand-to-hand struggle. No prisoners were taken, because the Arabs were wild with rage over Tafas' massacre. 250 German prisoners had been captured during the day, but when the Arabs discovered one of Lawrence's men with a fractured thigh pinned to the ground with 2 German bayonets, they acted like enraged bulls. Turning their machine guns on the remaining prisoners, they wiped them out. After the encounter, Nuri Shala'an, at the head of the Ra'ula horse, rode straight into the main street of Jedda. There were 2 or 3 fights on the way, but they took the town in a whirlwind gallop. The next morning Nuri returned to Lawrence at Tafas with 500 infantry prisoners and the freedom of the town of Jedda. Some of Allenby's troops arrived in Jedda that day also. Lawrence and his army spent that night, and a very uneasy night it was, on Sheikh Saad Hill. He did not feel certain of victory, since there was always a risk of his small force being washed away by a great wave of the enemy in retreat. All that night the Hauran horsemen clung tenaciously to the great Turkish column from Jedda. made up of 6,000 men, which Lawrence had not dared engage in pitched battle. Instead of sleeping with the regular troops at Sheikh Saad, Lawrence spent part of the night helping the Hauran cavalry, and at dawn he rode off to the westward with a handful of men until he met the outpost of the 4th Cavalry Division of the British Army. After guiding them into Jedda and starting them off on their northward march toward Damascus, Lawrence galloped back full speed to Hauran cavalry. Although the Turkish column, when it left Jedda, was 6,000 strong, at the end of 24 hours only 5,000 remained. 1,000 had been picked off by the Bedouins. 18 hours more and there were 3,000, and after a point called Kisweh, where Lawrence headed off the remnant of the Turkish Fourth Army and flung them into one of Allenby's cavalry brigades coming from the southwest, only 2,000 remained. In all, Lawrence, Joyce, Jaffer, and Nuri, and their scattered force of wild Bedouins and the regular Camel Corps had killed about 5,000 of the Turks in this last phase of the campaign and captured more than 8,000 of them, as well as 150 machine guns and 30 cannons. In addition, the column of less than 1,000 men who had started north from Akaba with Lawrence, Auda, Abu Tai, and 200 of the best fighting men of the Hawitat tribe took part in Lawrence's war dance around Jedda. Also 2,000 Beni Sakir, the sons of Hawks, from east of the Dead Sea, 4,000 Ruella under Nuri Shala'an from the North Arabian Desert, 1,000 Druses from the Hauran, and 8,000 Arab villagers from the Hauran. In a letter which he wrote to me more than a year after the war, Colonel Sterling, who had played a prominent role in this final raid, summed up the effects of what the Arabs had done to help Allenby overwhelm the Turks. This, after all, wrote Colonel Sterling, was the main justification of our existence and of the money and time we had spent on the Arab revolt. The raid itself was really very dramatic in that we started out a small regular force of Arabs 400 strong and marched 600 miles in 23 days through unmapped Arabia and came in out of the blue, miles behind the Turkish main armies, and as an absolute surprise. 2 days before the British advance in Palestine began, we had cut 3 lines of railways and for 5 days allowed no trains to get through to the Turkish armies. The result was that when their retreat commenced, they found all their advanced food depots and ammunition dumps were exhausted. During these days, we, of course, led a somewhat precarious existence, generally shifting camp twice in a night to avoid being surprised. We were only a very weak force then, you see, though by the time we got out and rushed Damascus, something like 11,000 mounted Arabs had joined us. Some of the Arab horsemen rode right on that evening into Damascus, where the burning ammunition dumps turned night into day. Back at Kisweh, just a few miles south of Damascus, and not far from where Saul Tarsus was dazzled by the light that transformed him into Paul, the interpreter of Christianity, the glare of the fires from Damascus and the roar and reverberation of explosions kept Lawrence awake most of the night. He was completely worn out. From September 13th to 30th, he had caught only occasional snatches of sleep. Mounted on a racing camel or dashing about the country on an Arab steed, riding inside the turret of an armored car or flying about in one of the fighting planes, he had led the relentless existence demanded of him in this great emergency of the war. Now the end of the war was in sight in the land of the Arabian Nights, but sleep was difficult, because all night long the Turks and Germans were blowing up their ammunition dumps 8 miles north in Damascus. With each explosion, the earth shook. The sky went white, and splashes of red tore great gaps in the night as shells went off in the air. "They are burning Damascus," Lawrence remarked to Sterling. Then he rolled over in the sand and fell asleep. Chapter 25. Lawrence rules in Damascus and the treachery of the Algerian emir. The next morning they saw Damascus in the center of its gardens, as green and beautiful as any city in the world. The enchantment of the scene, like a dream that visits the light slumbers of the morning, a dream dreamed but to vanish, reminded Lawrence of the Arab story that when Muhammad first came here as a camel driver, upon seeing Damascus from a distance, he refused to enter, saying that man could only hope to enter paradise once. Coming out of the desert and beholding this view, than which there is none more enchanting and alluring in the world, it is no wonder Muhammad was sorely tempted and even trembled for his soul. Seen from afar, this oasis of verdure, rimmed round by yellow desert against a background of snow-capped mountains, is indeed a pearl in an emerald setting. So it is only natural that the desert dweller should look upon it as an earthly paradise. As the sun rays fell aslant, weaving a fairy gossamer veil over the minarets and cupolas of this dream city, Lawrence and Sterling drove into Damascus in their famous Rolls-Royce, the Blue Mist. They went straight to the town hall and there called a meeting of all the leading sheikhs. Lawrence selected Shukri ibn Ayyubi, a descendant of Saladin, to act as the first military governor under the new regime. Then he appointed a chief of police, a director of local transportation, and numerous other officials. These details arranged, Shukri, Nuri, Said, Auda Abu Tayi, Nuri Shala'an, and Lawrence, at the head of their Bedouin irregulars, proceeded through the streets of Damascus. The 29-year-old commander-in-chief of the greatest army that had been raised in Arabia for 5 centuries, who in less than a year had made himself the most important man in Arabia since the days of the great Caliph Harun al-Rashid, made his official entry into this ancient capital of the old Arabian Empire at 7 o'clock on the morning of October 31st. The entire population, together with tens of thousands of Bedouins from the fringes of the desert, packed the street that is called Straight as Lawrence entered the gate, dressed in a garb of a prince of Mecca. All realized that at last their glorious city had been freed from the Turkish yoke. Howling dervishes ran in front of him, dancing and sticking knives into their flesh, while behind him came his flying column of picturesque Arabian knights. For months they had heard of the exploits of Sharif Lawrence, but now for the first time they saw the mysterious Englishman who had united the desert tribes and driven the Turks from Arabia. As they saw him come swinging along through the bazaars on the back of his camel, it seemed as though all the people of Damascus shouted his name and Faisal's in one joyful chorus. For 10 miles or more, along the streets of this, the oldest city in the world that still remains standing, the crowds gave the young Englishman one of the greatest ovations ever given to any man. Dr. John Finley of the American Red Cross, who came north with Allenby, said in describing it that there were scenes of joy and ecstasy such as may never be witnessed on this earth again. The bazaars were lined with hundreds of thousands of people. The street that is called Straight was so packed that the horses and camels could hardly squirm through. The housetops were crowded. The people hung priceless oriental carpets from their balconies and showered Lawrence and his companions with silken headcloths, flowers, and attar of roses. Fortunately for the Arabs, Allenby had ordered Light Horse Harry Chauvel to hold his Australians back and let Faisal's advance guard enter the city first, and Allenby also had not given any arbitrary orders regarding the establishment of a temporary government in Damascus. So Lawrence was astute enough to see to it that representatives of the Arabian army entered just ahead of the British, thereby giving Emir Faisal first possession. Colonel Lawrence remained in Damascus only 4 days, but during the time he was the virtual ruler of the city, and one of his first moves was to visit the tomb of Saladin, where the Kaiser, back in 1898, had placed a satin flag and a bronze laurel wreath inscribed in Turkish and Arabic, "From one emperor to another." The wreath An inscription, adorned with the Prussian eagle, had irritated Lawrence on his pre-war visits to Damascus, and early in the campaign, when they were far south at Yenbo, Lawrence and Faisal had vowed that they would not forget Saladin's tomb. The bronze wreath now adorns the office of the curator of the British War Museum, while the Kaiser's flag returned with me to America. During Lawrence's brief rule of Damascus, the kaleidoscopic bazaars of that most orthodox of all Oriental cities were seething with excitement. Only his intimate acquaintance with the personal caprices of the conspirators behind the innumerable intrigues and counter-intrigues made it possible for him to control the situation. Even then, there were thrilling incidents and danger from assassins. On November 2nd, a riot broke out in Damascus, a disturbance that might easily have blossomed into a counter-revolution. The moving spirit in it was an Algerian emir, one Abd el-Kader, who had long been an arch-enemy of King Hussein and his sons. This black guard was the grandson of the celebrated Emir Abd el-Kadir, who for many years had fought the French in Algiers and when finally defeated, had fled to Damascus. His two grandsons, Emir Muhammad Said and Emir Abd el-Kader, played an unsavory part in the war in the Near East. The former served as an agent of the Germans and Turks in Africa, where he exhorted the Senussi of the Sahara to invade Egypt, while his younger and even more truculent brother, Abd el-Kader, as a super spy for Enver Pasha, joined the Sharifian army. A mock escape from Constantinople gave Abd el-Kader all the alibi needed for him to get into the good graces of the Arabs, and when he arrived across the desert at Faisal's headquarters in Akaba, he posed as an Arab nationalist. In fact, so plausible and eloquent was he, and so seemingly genuine were the promises of cooperation which he made, that even King Hussein welcomed him to Mecca and gave him an honorary title. Then when Allenby launched his first great drive, which resulted in the capture of Beersheba, Gaza, Jerusalem, and Jericho, Lawrence was asked to cooperate by destroying an important railway bridge between the Turkish army and its Damascus base. It so happened that Abd el-Kader was the feudal lord controlling much of the region round the bridge, and when Faisal discussed the project with him, he at once begged to be allowed to take part in the raid. But after accompanying Lawrence on his trek north for many days until the party was actually within a few miles of the bridge, Abd el-Kader and his cavalcade of followers galloped off into the desert night and delivered the details of Lawrence's plan to the German and Turkish staff. Although this left him with only a few men, Lawrence nevertheless made a desperate but unsuccessful attempt to destroy the bridge, an adventure from which he barely escaped with his life. The Turks at first suspected their Algerian spy of double-crossing them, and of really having turned pro-Arab, but they finally released him and then showered him with honors. Later on, when Allenby made his last great drive toward Damascus, Abd el-Kader was sent among the Syrian villagers to cajole them into remaining loyal to their Ottoman rulers. But when the cunning Algerian and his brother saw that the Turkish retreat was degenerating into a debacle, their enthusiasm for their friends Enver, Talaat, and Jamal vanished, and they galloped to Damascus several hours ahead of Allenby and Lawrence, hurriedly organized an Arab civil government with themselves as the heads, and prepared a triumphal welcome for the approaching British and Hejaz armies. But naturally they were a bit nonplussed to find the victors led by Colonel Lawrence, who peremptorily ordered them to resign and then appointed men of Emir Faisal's choice in their stead. This so upset and enraged the intriguing brothers that they drew their weapons and would have attacked Lawrence, had the others present at the council not disarmed them. Then these two unpleasant but immensely rich Algerian emirs collected together the members of their own personal bodyguard, who were mainly exiles like themselves, and paraded through the streets making impassioned speeches denouncing Emir Faisal and King Hussein as puppets of Lawrence and the British. They called upon the Damascenes to strike a blow for the faith and launch a new rebellion. Rioting soon broke out, and it took Lawrence's men 6 hours to clear the town. The rioting soon degenerated into pure looting, and it was necessary for Lawrence, General Nuri Pasha, Shukri Ayyubi, and the other leaders of the Sharifian force to resort to machine gunning in the central square of Damascus and impose peace by force, after killing and wounding a score or more. The two turbulent Algerian emirs managed to hide, and for a month they kept under cover while they planned a new rebellion. But Abd el-Kader's restless and impulsive spirit got the better of his discretion, and in a moment of passion he seized his rifle, leaped on his charger, and galloped down to Faisal's palace, shouting for Faisal to come out and fight him, and then started shooting. So persistent was he that one of the Arab sentries who had taken to cover sent a rifle ball through his head and thus abruptly ended the adventures of the Algerian emir. After the fall of Damascus, the combined British and Arabian forces occupied the Syrian seaport of Beirut, where the famous American university is located that has done so much to inoculate the Near East with the spirit of democracy. Here an incident occurred that warned the Arabs of the diplomatic troubles ahead of them. As in the case of Damascus, the Sharifian forces, through the local people, took over the reins of the government. But a few days later, a French representative, accompanied by a British officer, came along and demanded that the Arab flag be hauled down from the town hall so that the French tricolor could be raised in its stead. Whereupon the Arab governor laid his pistol on the table and said, "There is my revolver. You may shoot me if you like, but I will not take down the flag." However, after another 3 days, Allenby wired that no flag at all should fly over Beirut, and that a French officer should rule the city in the name of all the Allies. From that date, the Arabs had to fight an all-uphill battle on the field of diplomacy to keep from losing what they had fought for on the field of war. And once again their champion was young Lawrence. From Beirut, the united British and Arab forces pushed on north to Baalbek, the city of the sun, where in the days of the decline of the Roman Empire, men had erected the mightiest temple on the earth, the columns of which still remain one of the wonders of the world. Still unsatisfied, Allenby's armored cars and Faisal's racing camelmen under the dashing Arab general Nuri Said swept on north until they had driven the Turks out of Aleppo, one of the most important strategical points in the east so far as the Great War was concerned. And then, if the Turks had not put down their arms, they would have been driven north into the Golden Horn. When Allenby and Lawrence captured Damascus and Aleppo, and then cut the Berlin to Baghdad railway, the dream of the Kaiser and the Junkers for a Mitteleuropa reaching from the Baltic to the Persian Gulf vanished into thin air. When Turkey threw in her lot with the Kaiser, she asserted she could mobilize an army of over 1 million men. But of that million, some 50% were of Arab stock, and from the outbreak of the Arabian Revolution to the final collapse of Turkey, it is estimated that approximately 400,000 of them deserted. The phenomenal number of desertions was due mainly to 2 factors: the Arab nationalist propaganda, which Lawrence and his associates had spread throughout the Near East, and the brilliant success of the Arabian Revolution. In fact, the desertions alone more than repaid the Allies for backing the Sharifian cause. In our swift journey north from Akaba to Aleppo with Lawrence, we have made no reference to the sacred city of Medina and the fate of the important Turkish garrison there. Although Holy Arabia was now no longer under Turkish rule, Ottoman forces still occupied the city famed for the tomb of the Prophet. To be sure, Faisal's brother Emir Abdullah had long kept it surrounded with an army, and indeed the fact that the Turks had managed to hold on to Medina had proved it to be one of the blessings of Allah for the Arabs, because all the supplies required by the garrison were shipped down across the desert from Syria, and Lawrence had seen to it that a very considerable part went to the Arabs instead of the intended destination. In fact, Lawrence's crop of tulips, planted along the Damascus-Medina Railway, had brought forth a bountiful harvest of Turkish food supplies, ammunition, and other military stores. In explaining the reason for not driving the Turks out of Medina, writing in the Army Quarterly, Colonel Lawrence said, "We were so weak physically that we could not let the metaphysical weapon rust unused. We had won a province when we had taught the civilians in it to die for our ideal of freedom. The presence or absence of the enemy was a secondary matter. These reasonings showed me that the idea of assaulting Medina, or even starving it quickly into surrender, was not in accord with our best strategy. We wanted the enemy to stay in Medina and in every other harmless place in the largest numbers. The factor of food would eventually confine him to the railways, but he was welcome to the Hejaz Railway and the Transjordan Railway and the Palestine and Damascus and Aleppo railways for the duration of the war, so long as he gave us the other 999 thousandths of the Arab world. If he showed a disposition to evacuate too soon, as a step to concentrating in the small area, which his numbers would dominate effectively, then we would have to try and restore his competence, not harshly but by reducing our enterprises against him. Our ideal was to keep his railway just working, but only just, with a maximum of loss and discomfort to him. In fact, so little of what was sent down from Syria ever reached the garrison that for months prior to the armistice, this isolated Turkish force in Medina had been reduced to a diet of nothing but dates, gathered from the palms for which the oasis is celebrated. Even the roofs of all the houses in the city had been torn down and used for fuel. But still the garrison would not give in, for the commander, Fakhri ed-Din, was a courageous, determined, stubborn, and fanatical general. Even when the news reached him that the combined British and Arab armies had captured Damascus and Aleppo, and the Turkish forces in Syria had been completely overwhelmed and compelled to sign an armistice, even though Fakhri Pasha knew that it was futile for him to attempt to hold out any longer, since the war was all over and he and his garrison were isolated in the midst of the desert, 1,000 miles from Constantinople, still, this Turkish tiger refused to acknowledge defeat. Days went by and then weeks elapsed. The Medina garrison was now reduced to worse straits than the British at Kut el Amara before the surrender of Townsend. Of the 20,000 men who had made up the defending force, less than 11,000 now remained. But still, Fakhri Pasha swore on the Quran that rather than surrender to the Arabs and British, he would blow up the tomb of Muhammad and wipe out himself and all of his men. The British even guaranteed Fakhri that he and his troops would be protected from any possible rapacity of the Bedouin, but still the old tiger stood like adamant. His troops, however, were not so fanatical and longed to get back to their homes in Anatolia, so they finally mutinied, arrested their gallant commander-in-chief, and surrendered the city to Emir Abdullah on January 10, 1919, months after the war was over. Surely the name of General Fakhri ed-Din deserves a high place in Turkish history. For generations to come, Arab mothers of Medina will use it as a means of hushing their babes. After the dramatic surrender of Medina, Fakhri Pasha was no longer heard of in the Near East and seemed to have completely vanished from the picture. But some time afterward, when we were traveling in little-known parts of Central Asia, I encountered the defender of Medina in the city of Kabul at the court of the Emir of Afghanistan. He apparently had lost none of his fire, and in his capacity of Turkish ambassador to the Afghans, was reported to be doing his utmost to keep the Emir of Afghanistan from becoming friendly with the British in India. If Turkey had 1,000,000 fighting men with the fighting spirit of Fakhri ed-Din, she not only could regain all of her old provinces, but could conquer the Near East and build up an empire that would surpass the ancient glory of the great Moguls. Chapter 26. Tales of the Secret Corps. Although none played quite so spectacular a part as Lawrence, there were at least a score of other dashing officers who distinguished themselves in Arabia, and a volume might well be, and in fact should be, written about the exploits of each. All of Britain's cooperation with the Arabs was arranged by a Secret Service department, the Near Eastern Intelligence Corps, created in the days when Sir Henry McMahon was still High Commissioner for Egypt. Upon his retirement, the control of this branch of the service passed on to his successor, Sir Reginald Wingate, and to Sir Edmund, now Field Marshal Viscount, Allenby. Although these three distinguished men each personally encouraged the Arabs and took an active interest in the Sharifian revolt, no man amongst those who did not actually visit Arabia deserves more credit for the success of the revolution than Sir Gilbert F. Clayton, the organizer of this secret corps. During the early days of the operations in the Near East, General Clayton made his headquarters in Cairo. There he gathered together a group of brilliant men who were each intimately acquainted with some corner of the Near East and with some one particular group of its bewildering mosaic of peoples. Among them were students of political affairs, men like Mark Sykes and Aubrey Herbert. Then there was Hogarth, the famous antiquarian and geographer, Cornwallis and Joyce, veterans from the Sudan, Woolley and Lawrence, who were engaged in archaeology in Mesopotamia, and many others, including an engineer adventurer of reckless daring by the name of Newcomb, whom Lawrence described to me as the most devastatingly energetic person in the world. Although Colonel Lawrence had more trained demolitions to his credit than anyone else, he was not the man who first introduced the gentle sport of tulip planting in Arabia. That honor must go to Lieutenant Colonel S. F. Newcomb, who might even have exceeded Lawrence's record as a train wrecker and railway demolisher, had not his fearless spirit and love of fighting resulted in his spending the final stages of the war in a Turkish prison. Prior to 1914, Newcomb had earned the reputation of being the ablest engineer in the British Army. The railway line which crosses the Sudan Desert from the valley of the Nile to the Red Sea was one of his efforts. Always a pioneer, he had surveyed and blazed trails in Abyssinia, Persia, and various other regions that are mere blobs on the map to most of us. So engrossed did he become in each job that he also gained renown for his forgetfulness as well as for his daring. After the capture of El Wej, in the early days of the Hejaz Revolt, he was placed in temporary command of that port. Living with him were several other officials, but as the colonel happened to be the only one who had a servant, they were all obliged to depend upon him for mess arrangements. But Newcomb attended to this unimportant phase of his day's activity in the most casual manner, if at all. And when 1 o'clock came around and someone suggested, "Now for a bit of lunch," it usually developed that Newcomb had forgotten to give instructions, and as a result they would have to compromise by telescoping lunch and tea at 2 o'clock. Colonel Newcomb played a meteoric part in Arabian affairs for 7 months and initiated the methods of railway destruction which Lawrence afterward applied so effectively. Although he donned Arab garb, he was utterly an un-Oriental in his ways and plunged headlong into his work both day and night at such a furious pace that no one could keep up with him. Then, at the end of 7 months in the desert, he rejoined the British Army in Palestine and in the attack on Beersheba, carried out one of the most daring actions of the war. Allenby's cavalry and infantry were closing in on Beersheba from the west, south, and east. But to the north of that ancient home of Abraham runs the Beersheba-Hebron-Jerusalem road, in those days the main artery of the Turkish line of communications. Newcomb and 100 Australians who had volunteered to follow him crept through the Turkish lines by night just before the attack on Beersheba was launched. Their job was to attempt to cut the Hebron road. and hold up all Turkish supplies and reinforcements until Allenby and his army had routed the Turkish forces and taken Beersheba. It was a desperate thing to attempt, but for 3 days and nights Newcomb and his band of Australians remained astride that road and outfought 50 times their number. Eventually they were surrounded on a hilltop, and the few lucky enough to be still alive were captured. It happened that Colonel Newcomb was the highest-ranking British officer whom the Turks had thus far captured in Palestine, and so they made quite a fuss over him when he was paraded through the streets of Jerusalem on his way to prison in Anatolia. But months later, after having survived smallpox and all of the other luxuries of Turkish prison life, the colonel escaped from his cell in Constantinople through the aid of a beautiful Syrian girl, who then concealed him in her home. This was shortly before the Turkish collapse, and Newcomb, preferring the thrills of life in disguise in Constantinople to the monotony that might follow complete escape from Turkey, remained in Istanbul in order to start an underground bureau of propaganda right in the heart of enemy territory. So successful was he that eventually he got into touch with a group of prominent Turks who were opposed to the pan-German policy of Talat and Enver, and he even helped them arrange the armistice which resulted in Turkey's dropping out of the war. Then, as any born hero of melodrama would be expected to do as the climax to his romantic career, he married the beautiful Syrian girl who had helped him escape, and we hope lived happily ever after. Among the men most actively engaged in arranging British aid for the Arabs and in advising them on military matters were Colonel C. E. Wilson, Colonel K. Cornwallis, Lieutenant Colonel Alan Downey, and Commander D. J. Hogarth. Colonel Wilson was the governor of the Red Sea province of the Sudan when Sharif Hussein and his sons first overthrew the Turks in Mecca, and he engineered considerable surreptitious gun-running to keep the revolt alive until the Allies had time to make up their minds officially to help the Arabs. Colonel Wilson loaded British ships with ammunition and rifles at Port Sudan and then transferred them to sailing dhows in the middle of the Red Sea. These dhows then landed the supplies secretly along the Arabian coast, where they were distributed to the Bedouins. But after the fall of Mecca and Jeddah, he left his administrative work in the Sudan and crossed over to Jeddah, where he remained in charge of British activities in the southern Hejaz and as advisor to Sharif Hussein until the termination of the war. In fact, it was Colonel Wilson, in company with General Clayton and Ronald Storrs, the Oriental Secretary to the High Commissioner for Egypt, who opened up the first negotiations between Britain and the leaders of the Arab Revolt. In spite of poor health, Colonel Wilson did particularly fine work. Cornwallis, Downey, and Hogarth spent the most of their time at the headquarters in Cairo at what was known as the Arab Bureau. Colonel Cornwallis, who after the war was sent to Mesopotamia as one of the principal British advisers to Faisal, when that emir was proclaimed king in Baghdad, was in charge of the Arab Bureau. He personally superintended the political side of the work which cooperation with the Arabs entailed, such as official negotiations between Britain and the newly established government of the Kingdom of the Hejaz, and the important business of the subsidy which granted to King Hussein to enable him to continue his campaign. In addition, Colonel Cornwallis supervised the extremely important work of winning recruits for the Sharifian army from the Ottoman troops of Arab blood, who were in the prison camps of Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and Mesopotamia. Lawrence often referred to the genius of Cornwallis and seemed to regard him as indispensable to Arab success. Another brilliant officer who divided his time between the Arab Bureau in Cairo, the desert, and Allenby's headquarters in Palestine was Lieutenant Colonel Alan Downey of the Coldstream Guards. Although responsible for putting the Arabian campaign on a proper and efficient military basis for personnel and service of supply, Downey's main task was that of keeping Emir Faisal, Colonel Lawrence, and the other leaders in Arabia in constant touch with Allenby. Lawrence and he were intimate friends and worked in perfect harmony. Downey did everything possible to wangle the equipment and everything else that Lawrence required. He also saw to it that his own visits to Arabia allowed him enough time to take part in a few raids, for he, too, was an ardent tulip planter. But so unusual was the nature of the Desert War that it required the diplomatic genius of at least one man to act as an intermediary between Arabia and the imperial government in London. This delicate task was left to a scholarly man of international renown whose suggestions could therefore hardly be disregarded, even by a prime minister and his war cabinet. Sir Gilbert Clayton here again proved himself a genius at selecting men by choosing D. J. Hogarth, head of the Ashmolean Museum of Oxford, for this post. And in Hogarth he had not only picked a man famous as an antiquarian and archaeologist, but one who had long been looked upon as the foremost living authority on Arabia. Here again Lawrence was favored by fortune in being associated with one who could hardly have been more ideally qualified for Commander Hogarth. He was given an honorary naval commission to increase his official prestige. He had known Lawrence from childhood and had given him his start in the field of archaeology. Throughout the campaign, Commander Hogarth was looked upon by Lawrence and his colleagues as their counselor, philosopher, and mediator, whose delicate task was to justify the various steps taken in Arabia to the General Staff and the War Cabinet. He also edited the secret publication at headquarters in Cairo called the Arab Bulletin, of which only about 4 copies per edition were printed, one for Lloyd George and his cabinet, one for Allenby and staff, one for Lawrence and associates in the desert, and one for the file at the Arab Bureau. Chapter 27. Joyce and Company and the Arabian Knights of the Air. The forces of the King of the Hedjaz, as previously stated, included both regulars and irregulars. The latter were Bedouins mounted on camels and horses, while the former were deserters from the Turkish army, men of Arab blood conscripted into the Ottoman armies, and afterward captured by the British in Palestine and Mesopotamia. There were nearly 20,000 regulars specially trained as infantry to attack those fortified positions which could not be taken by Lawrence's irregulars. They were under the leadership of Lieutenant Colonel P.C. Joyce, who, like Lawrence, was an Irishman, and who next to Lawrence probably played a more important role in the campaign than anyone else. Unlike Lawrence, Joyce was a soldier by profession, an officer in the Connaught Rangers with a splendid record for service in the Boer War and in Egypt and the Sudan. Physically, there was a further difference between them, for while Lawrence barely stood 5 feet 3, his colleague loomed well over 6 feet 3. None but the largest ship of the desert could navigate under Joyce's bulk, so that he seldom mounted a camel, but when he did, it looked like one mountain on top of another. Colonel Joyce spent nearly a year building up an army to send against the strongly fortified city of Medina. It was to be under the leadership of Emir Ali. At last, when by the grace of Allah all seemed in readiness, a courier from Emir Ali handed a message to Joyce to be forwarded on to His Majesty the King in Mecca with all possible dispatch. The message read, "O Father of mercies and Lord of the earth, greetings from thy son. Thy heroic army awaits but for the command for its victorious advance upon the Turks. Yet for lack of one mere detail are we delayed. Our valorous officers swear that it would be futile for them to advance without swords. Wherefore I implore thee to send 30 of thy Damascus blades and scabbards of beaten gold in order that they may be satisfied. Thy slave." But fortunately, Colonel Joyce proved himself capable of coping with the 1,001 unexpected difficulties that arose. For in addition to his ability to speak Arabic, he had many other valuable qualifications. For instance, he was tactful and cool and utterly imperturbable. could not be hustled under any circumstances, was painstaking, and above all patient beyond the normal vanishing point of patience as practiced in the Occident. So while Lawrence spent his time with his Bedouin rabble, Joyce demonstrated his military ability by building up the auxiliary forces of regulars from the medley of Syrians, Palestinians, and Baghdadis who were attracted to the Sharifian banner. But he also now and then found time to join Lawrence on a raid or to lead a demolition expedition of his own. In fact, on one occasion, he destroyed 7 small bridges and tore up 2,000 rails on the Turkish railway between the stations of Tawera and Hediyah. There were a number of other officers who fought with the Arabs and took part in the fascinating game of planting tulips and blowing up the Turkish railway. Among those were Lieutenant Colonel W. F. Sterling, Major P. G. W. Maynard of the Irish Rifles, who had been a judge in a remote corner of the Sudan, Major H. W. Young, Major William E. Marshall, Captain E. Scott Higgins, Captain H. S. Hornby, and Lieutenant H. Garland, who taught demolition to the Arabs. Nearly all the men who fought in Arabia had annexed various military honors long before they were selected to play a part in the war in the land of the Arabian Nights. But none had been quite so generously decorated as Sterling, who not only was a veteran of the South African War, but had found time to serve with high distinction in the Royal Flying Corps before he crashed and nearly lost his life while on a reconnaissance flight over one of the most inhospitable corners of Arabia. Doomed to serve the remainder of the war on the ground, he was selected as the right type of man for the Hejaz show. He joined the Arabs just as they were about to invade Syria, and was with Lawrence when the latter reached Damascus. Young, formerly of the intelligence department in Mesopotamia, was another who reveled in the manipulation of high explosives. During the final stage of the campaign, he took over the all-important job of organizing the transport system. But among his numerous achievements, by no means the least, was the success he met in raising a silky beard that was the envy of his colleagues and which transformed him into an ideal sheikh. Perhaps the most universally liked both by British and Arabs of all the Europeans who took part in the Desert War was Lawrence's tent-mate and intimate friend, an optimistic Scot of the Royal Army Medical Corps with a Highland brogue thicker than Harry Lauder's, who divided his affections between his bacillus menagerie and tulip planting. Under him were 2 other medical men, Captains Ramsay and McKibben. But Major Marshall, although a quiet, shy man of science whose whole life had been devoted to the realm of test tubes, microscopes, and a search for mysterious microbes in the jungles of tropical Africa, had proved himself enough of a soldier to win the Military Cross in the Battle of the Somme and other honors in Arabia. When Lawrence was away on an expedition, Marshall would transform their tent at Akaba into a zoo for cholera, typhus, and plague bacilla. Incidentally, he usually managed to contract most of the diseases the mysteries of which he sought to solve. Then, on his trips into the desert, he would fill his stretchers with high explosives, and after a raid would throw out all the remaining dynamite and substitute the wounded. After inflicting casualties among the Turks, he would proceed to bandage them up. So successful was he as a combined medical officer and soldier that after the war he was appointed advisor to the King of the Hejaz and for several years remained at Jeddah as the British resident. But of all the tulip planters there was certainly none more daring than Captain H. S. Hornby, who like Newcomb had been an engineer. He had received his preliminary schooling in adventure on the Gold Coast in the heart of the Congo and in other out-of-the-way corners of the earth, and so reckless was he that even the wild Bedouins regarded him as stark mad. But his career as a dynamiter of trains came to an untimely end, when a part of a mine exploded in his face, leaving him partially blind and deaf. The Arabs who were with him had great difficulty in getting him back to Akaba alive, and from then on he spent his time in administrative work. At the base camp in Akaba were two other officers, Major T.H. Scott of the Inniskilling Fusiliers and Captain Raymond Gossett. Scott specialized in mirth and money, while Gossett dispensed everything from boots to flour. In Scott's tent were boxes of sovereigns, gold conscripted from every corner of the empire to help arouse enthusiasm in the breast of the temperamental Bedouins whenever the spirits of those rather fickle gentlemen began to flag. The only guardian of all these boxes of golden goblins was a dog about the size of a squirrel, which Major Scott called his Bulgarian weasel hound. His associate, Captain Gossett, was the czar of the supply and commissary department, excepting when Aouda Abu Tayi or some of Lawrence's other brigands could no longer resist the temptation of looting their own base camp. Then there were the officers in command of the armored cars and light mobile artillery, Captains Gilman, Dowsett, and Brodie, and Lieutenants Greenhill, Wade, and Pascoe. Although seriously handicapped by lack of roads, they somehow managed to scale the barren mountains and get into action on many occasions, and they were mixed up in innumerable thrilling adventures during the latter stages of the campaign. But of all the unpleasant jobs, surely the airmen, who were sent down to satisfy the Arabs, who insisted that their army, like the Turks, should have birds that laid explosive eggs, were the least to be envied. With Akaba as their base camp, they would sally forth to locate approaching Turkish patrols and bomb the enemy garrisons along the Damascus-Medina railway. Nowhere in the world have aviators ever taken greater risk except perhaps in East Africa and on the Afghan frontier. When a plane left Akaba, the pilot and observer knew full well that if they encountered engine trouble, they were for it, because they were constantly flying over unexplored, unmapped country as uninviting as the mountains of the moon. On one occasion when we were trekking across the mountains of Edom on our way to the rose-red city of Petra, we heard the drone of a battle plane overhead, and as we gazed about at that jagged, unfriendly landscape with the blue Arabian sky punctured everywhere by sharp lava mountains, our admiration for those reckless British Elijahs soaring thousands of feet above us increased appreciably. These shakes of the air were first under a Captain Harold Furnace Williams, although during the later stages of the campaign an embryo parson, Captain Victor Siddons, became the flight commander. On one occasion Furnace Williams flew from Egypt to Arabia by way of the Sinai Desert. Hung around the fuselage and back struts, he carried a precious cargo consisting of 4 dozen bottles of Bass, which his fellow sufferers in that thirsty land had commissioned him to bring. But under the eyes of his expectant friends, the unfortunate aviator made a bad landing. The plane turned over and every bottle was smashed. They told him that they would sooner have seen his blood soaking in the sands of the desert than that priceless liquid. Captain Furnace Williams and his associates spent a portion of their spare time in taking the Arabian chiefs for joyrides. They gave old Aouda Abu Tayi his first flip, and that cheerful chieftain who had already demonstrated his courage by marrying 28 wives, with the inborn poetic spirit of the desert, declared upon his return to earth that he deeply regretted he had failed to take his rifle aloft with him. Never, he said, had he had such a splendid opportunity for taking pot shots at all his friends in Akaba. Among the Arabian Knights of the Air were Lieutenants Divers, Makins, Oldfield, Sefi, and several others. But the only one of them who went right through the campaign to Damascus was Lieutenant Junior, who dropped bombs during nearly every Arab battle and survived to play a similar role on the equally wild Afghan frontier in India long after the World War. In the southern area were a number of other officers of whom I saw little or nothing, men like Colonel A.C. Parker, a nephew of Kitchener, who was on the Red Sea coast for a short time and then appointed governor of the vast mountain and desert region called the Sinai Peninsula, where the children of Israel wandered for 40 years. There also was Lieutenant Colonel J.R. Bassett, transferred to Arabia from the War Office in London, who was second in command to Colonel Wilson at Jeddah, and Major H.J. Goldie, who described his headquarters in Jeddah as so hot that nothing could live there but human beings, and they could just gasp. Over around Medina, where Emir Abdullah's army made things lively for the large Turkish garrison, were two more demolition experts, Majors W.A. Davenport and H. St. J. Garoud. But this brief enumeration of the other Europeans who played a part in the Desert War would not be complete without reference to the French. Early in September 1916, the French indicated their faith in the Arab cause by sending a mission to Jeddah under the leadership of a Colonel Bremont. The French were at a great disadvantage simply because their government could not give them sufficient backing, and the British had to furnish nearly everything for them. This made it difficult for them to get a strong hold over the Arabs, because the latter were aware of the circumstances. But Captain Pisani, who led a detachment of French Algerians throughout the campaign, had unlimited experience in the Moroccan desert and did splendid sporting work against the Turkish railway in 1917 and again in the final operations around Darara in 1918. The only other foreigners in the Hejaz were some mixed Egyptian troops and a Mohammedan machine gun section from India. One of the finest sporting achievements during the war in the Near East was accomplished by a British civilian official, a Mr. H. St. John Philby, who played no part in the Hejaz campaign, but who startled King Hussein one day by turning up in Bedouin costume at his summer capital of Taif. Philby had been sent on a secret mission to the court of Ibn Saud in the very heart of Central Arabia, and he had accomplished the remarkable feat of trekking right across Arabia from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea through a totally unknown region. Lawrence was so impressed with Philby's achievement and his skill in dealing with the Bedouins that after the war he was instrumental in having Philby appointed advisor to the Sultan of Transjordania. Perhaps the most genuine-looking brigand of all the Europeans who fought in the Arab Rebellion was the Earl of Winterton. He wore a huge beard and an Arab headcloth and rode a tall racing camel bedecked with gorgeous trappings. Lord Winterton turned out to be as much of a fire-eater in the field as he was back home in the House of Commons when, on one occasion, a member from the Whitechapel district interrupted him while he was making a speech. The Earl wheeled around, gave the disturber a withering look, and shouted, "Silence in the ghetto!" And the house simply howled. In the desert, the noble Earl managed to look as disreputable as possible, and in appearance was as successful a brigand as Aouda Abu Tayi himself. One day Lord Winterton, in his sheikh's regalia, came riding along on his camel on his way from Jaffa to Allenby's headquarters near Ramleh. There is a particularly attractive stretch of road between those two Palestinian cities, but during the war all natives on camels or donkeys or on foot were instructed to take a side path so that the road could be reserved for the interminable caravans of motor lorries and whizzing staff cars. Right up the middle of the sacred motor highway came Lord Winterton, ambling along on his camel on a mission from the Arab army to Allenby. A military police sergeant on point duty directing traffic saw him and shouted, "Get off the road, you black bounder!" Winterton placidly continued on his way. He was not accustomed to being addressed with such levity and naturally assumed that the sergeant was speaking to someone else. But the latter shouted again, "I say, you black beggar! Can't you hear me talking? I said get off the road and over there where you belong." Winterton pulled up his dromedary at this and replied as only one of his social standing could reply, "Evidently, old chap, you don't know who I am. I am a major, a member of Parliament, and an earl." Whereupon the sergeant nearly collapsed, but managed to salute weakly and stammer, "Proceed, my lord, proceed." or words to that effect. Most of the officers in Arabia were either colonels, lieutenant colonels, or majors, but rank made very little difference, and there was a freemasonry among them such as did not exist on any other front. Saluting was taboo, and in addressing each other, titles were dispensed with. Even when Lawrence had the opportunity to become a general, he declined the honor, and gave as his reason that he preferred not to be elevated in rank beyond his associates. Each man had his own task and went his own way. Each was a freelance and conducted himself with much the same freedom as did the knights of old. In a letter written home from Arabia during the latter part of the Desert War by Colonel R.V. Buxton, who was in command of the Camel Corps sent over from Palestine to cooperate with the Sharifian force, this army officer said of Lawrence, "He is the most wonderful of fellows and is our guide, philosopher, and friend. Although he is only a boy to look at and he has a very quiet manner, he is known to every Arab in this country for his exploits. He lives entirely with them, wears their clothes, and eats only their food. He always travels in spotless white, and in fact reminds one of the Prophet. He has practically started all this movement here and is a wonderful enthusiast." Chapter 28. Faisal and Lawrence at the Battle of Paris. After the fall of Damascus and the complete overthrow of the Turkish armies, and after he had helped establish a provisional government for his friend Emir Faisal, young Lawrence laid aside the curved gold sword of a prince of Mecca, packed his pure white robes and richly brocaded ones in which he had been received with all the honor due an Arab Sharif, and hurried to London. His penetrating eyes had pierced to the end of an epoch-making perspective involving empires and dynasties and a new balance of power in the Near East. He had achieved the seemingly impossible, had united desert tribes that had sworn eternal enmity to one another, had won them over to the Allied cause, and helped Allenby put an end to German and Turkish ambitions for Near Eastern mastery. But Lawrence realized that his work was not yet finished. He was determined that the great powers should not forget the promises made to their Arab allies. The Battle of the Peace Conference was still to be fought, so Lawrence returned to Europe to prepare for the arrival of the Arab delegates. An amusing incident occurred when Lawrence passed through Marseille, where he landed in order to travel overland to London. He stepped into the British Railway Transport Officers' headquarters at the station to inquire the time of the next through train to Le Havre. It was a dizzy day, and Lawrence was wearing a dingy trench coat without insignia over his uniform. Although Lawrence was a full colonel at this time, he still looked like an insignificant shave-tail lieutenant. The RTO happened to be a lieutenant colonel, a huge fellow with a fierce mustache. When his visitor asked quietly about trains, the RTO glanced up, gave Lawrence a withering look, and blusteringly told him that he couldn't be bothered and that Lawrence should see his assistant. Without a word, Lawrence walked out, but in the next room he took off his waterproof and strolled right back into the RTO's august presence again, and this time saying even more quietly than before, "What time did you say the next rapid leaves for Le Havre?" For the moment, the RTO looked up as though he would like to wring Lawrence's neck, but catching a glimpse of the crown and 2 stars on his caller's shoulder, he jumped to his feet, saluted, and stammered, "I beg your pardon, sir, I beg your pardon." Nothing delights Lawrence more than to take a self-important man down a peg or two. There is no fuss and flurry or pomposity in his own make-up, and it amuses him when he occasionally encounters a blusterer who tries to play up stage. Emir Faisal and staff were transported across the Mediterranean on board HMS Gloucester as the guest of His Imperial Britannic Majesty. The French were considerably perturbed when they heard that an Arabian delegation was on its way to the peace conference, and they objected to its being recognized. France coveted Syria and realized that Faisal and his persistent young British Grand Vizier would attempt to thwart them. But Faisal started for Paris despite the coolness of the French. Like all Orthodox Mohammedans, the emir never touches intoxicants, and complications were narrowly averted on board the Gloucester because of the fact that several of the members of Faisal's staff, unlike their prince, were not ardent prohibitionists. Although they could not regale themselves publicly for fear of incurring the emir's displeasure, they would spend half an hour or so in the wardroom with the ship's officers before dinner, and General Nuri Bey, who had been Faisal's foremost strategist during the Desert War, even ventured to take his glass to the table, and although he sat opposite the emir, he cleverly concealed it behind the water bottle so that Faisal could not see it. On the voyage from Alexandria to Marseille, the Arab delegation was accompanied by Lawrence's tent mate, Major Marshall, who wondered just how the French were going to receive his charges upon arrival in port. When the Gloucester steamed into Marseille, there was an official French mission on the dock, but no British representatives, and the French indicated by their attitude to Marshall that further British interest in Faisal would not be welcomed and that all matters concerning Syria were purely the affairs of France. So Marshall sent a wire of inquiry to the British embassy in Paris, and a few hours later, Lawrence turned up. With his usual tact, he avoided friction with the French by borrowing Marshall's Arabian headdress and attaching himself to Faisal's delegation as a member of Emir's personal staff and not as a British officer. When the delegates assembled in Paris, Emir Faisal took up his headquarters in the Hôtel Continental on the Rue des Rivoli. Wherever the emir went, whether to an informal meeting or to an official conference, he was usually accompanied by the slightly built, insignificant-looking youth in the uniform of a British colonel. Few people at the peace conference, however, were aware that this young man had virtually led the Arabian armies during the war and was almost as important a figure in the Arab delegation as Emir Faisal himself. Prince Faisal was quite the most imposing figure at Paris. In his flowing robes, he was the center of attention wherever he went and continually sought out by artists, photographers, and writers. But publicity was almost as distasteful to Faisal as it was to Lawrence, and so they would get up at 6 o'clock in the morning throughout the conference in order to go rowing in the Buis de Boulogne and escape the curious crowd, which, attracted by the picturesque dress and stately figure of the Arabian emir, followed always at his heels. Flattery he was quick to detect. A distinguished Frenchman, M. Dubost, eulogized him somewhat fulsomely in the course of an after-dinner speech at the Hôtel de Ville. When it was over, a Moroccan interpreter asked the emir how he liked it. Faisal's only reply was, "Hasn't he beautiful teeth?" To induce the Arabs to fight in the World War, Britain had made certain promises which French interests made it extremely difficult to fulfill. But during the peace conference, Faisal's tact and personal charm did much to win friends for the Arabian cause in Paris. No one ever came away from him in an angry mood. On one occasion, at a meeting of the Council of Ten, M. Pichon referred to the claims of France in Syria, which he said were based on the Crusades. Emir Faisal listened respectfully, and when the French statesman had finished his address, he turned toward him and inquired politely, "I am not a profound student of history, but would you kindly tell me just which one of us won the Crusades?" Lawrence's personal attitude regarding the peace conference was straightforward and simple. If Great Britain was not going to guarantee independence to the Arabs, and if she proposed to leave them in the hands of the French so far as their Syrian aspirations were concerned, for his part, he intended to devote his energies and talents to helping the Arab comrades in arms contest France's claims and obtain the rights for which they had so valiantly fought. During the war, the British had sponsored the Arabian movement for independence and made it possible for King Hussein and his sons to maintain their army against the Turks. The French, on the other hand, had merely sent a small detachment to Arabia, which could hardly even have survived had it not been for the supplies it received from Lawrence and his British colleagues. But the embarrassing fly in the ointment was the "you take this and I'll take that" compact between the British and French, in which it had previously been decided that France was to have Syria as her sphere of influence. Emir Faisal and Colonel Lawrence felt sure that if that compact was adhered to in the face of Arab claims, that Syria would become a French colony, despite the fact that the bulk of her population wanted neither French control nor French cooperation. In presenting the Arabian case and in coaching Emir Faisal to meet the delegates on their own ground, Lawrence was a match for any diplomat at the peace conference. He had the geography of Arabia, Syria, and Palestine at his fingertips. He spoke many of the dialects of the Near East. He had lived with the Ansariya, the Yazidis, the Ismailia, the Medawile, the Christian Maronites of the Lebanon. He had broken bread with the Druses and sat around the coffee hearths of nearly every tribe of the desert. He could hold forth for hours on the intricate political relations, religions, and tribal feuds of the Arabs and their neighbors. The cities of Syria were as familiar to him as London and Oxford. Sitting in a hotel room overlooking the Garden of Tuileries in Paris, he made the ancient cities of the East live in vivid phrases for frock-coat gentlemen who had never deviated from the straight streets of continental capitals. Lawrence admitted that Beirut, the foreign door of Syria, was French in feeling and in language, in spite of its Greek harbor and its great American university. But he insisted that Damascus, the historic city of Syria, long the seat of lay government and the religious center, was pure Arab, whose sheikhs were Orthodox Meccan, in their opinions and exceedingly anxious to be free from alien rule. He also argued that the great industrial cities of Hama and Homs were more jealously native than any other Syrian centers. He maintained that the Arabian case rested on 4 important documents, which he described as follows. First, the British promise to King Hussein of October 1915, which undertook conditional on an Arabian revolt to recognize the independence of the Arabs south of latitude 37 degrees, except in the Mesopotamian provinces of Baghdad and Basra, and except where Great Britain might not consider herself free to act without detriment to the interest of France. Second, the Sykes-Picot Agreement, made between England and France in May 1916, which divided the Arabian provinces of Turkey into 5 zones, roughly: A. Palestine from Jordan to the Mediterranean to be international; B. Haifa and Mesopotamia from near Tikrit to the Gulf to be British; C. The Syrian coast from Tyre to Alexandretta, Cilicia, and almost all southern Armenia from Sivas to Diyarbakir to be French; D. The interior, mainly the provinces of Aleppo, Damascus, Urfa, Deir, and Mosul, to be independent Arab under 2 shades of influence: 1. Between the lines Akaba, Kuwait, and Haifa Tikrit, the French to seek no political influence, and the British to have economic and political priority and the right to supply such advisors as the Arabs desire; 2. Between the line Haifa Tikrit and the southern edge of French Armenia or Kurdistan, Great Britain to seek no political influence and the French to have economic and political priority and the right to supply such advisors as the Arabs desire. Third, the British statement to the 7 Syrians of Cairo dated June 11, 1917. This assured the Syrians that pre-war Arabian states and Arabian areas freed by military action of their inhabitants during the war should remain entirely independent. Fourth, the Anglo-French Declaration of November 9, 1918, in which Great Britain and France agreed to encourage native governments in Syria and Mesopotamia, and without imposition to assure the normal working of such governments as the people themselves should adopt. All these documents were produced under stress of military urgency to induce the Arabs to fight on our side. I can find no inconsistencies or incompatibilities in these 4 documents, said Lawrence, and I know nobody else who can. It may then be asked, what is the cause of the difficulties among the British, French, and Arabs? It is mainly because of the agreement of 1916, second document, is unworkable and no longer satisfies the British and French governments, as, however, it is, in a sense, the charter of the Arabs, giving them Damascus, Homs, Hama, Aleppo, and Mosul for their own, with such advisers as they themselves judge they need. The necessary revision of this agreement is a delicate matter, and can hardly be made satisfactorily by England and France, without giving weight and expression also to the opinion of the third interest, the Arabs, which it created. The problem was, indeed, a delicate and intricate one to handle. Great Britain had entered into certain agreements with France and had made definite promises to the Arabs and other promises to the Zionists. Emir Faisal was frankly opposed to France. He claimed that the new Arabian kingdom should include all of Syria, Mesopotamia, and Palestine. France, by all the etiquette of old diplomacy, considered that she had special and incontestable rights in Syria dating from the Crusades. The French had founded educational institutions throughout the country, financed railways, and engaged in other forms of peaceful penetration. They considered themselves the historical protectors of the Christians in Syria. The Zionists were looking forward to a cultural state in Palestine under the protection of the British. All these varied and in some cases conflicting interests had to be considered, and if possible, satisfied. Emir Faisal, backed up by Lawrence's advice, insisted that the new Arabian state should include not only the Hejaz, but also Mesopotamia, Syria, and Palestine as well. Faisal would not listen to any proposal that Palestine should ever become a Jewish state. From his point of view, and in this he represented the opinion of the whole Arab world, Palestine could not be looked upon as a separate country, but as a province which should remain part and parcel of Syria. He maintained that as there was no natural boundary and no frontier between the two countries, what affected the one must affect the other, and that both from a geographical and racial standpoint, Palestine, Syria, and Mesopotamia were inseparable. At the same time, he raised no objection to the Zionist proposal to encourage the immigration of the Jews into the country and to allow the Jews to have full control of their own schools, establish a Jewish cultural center, and participate in the government of Palestine. The Jews, like ourselves, are Semites, agreed Emir Faisal, and instead of relying upon any of the great powers, we should like to have the cooperation of the Jewish people for assistance in building up a great Semitic state. I appreciate fully Zionist aspirations, even extreme Zionist aspirations. I understand the desire of Jews to acquire a homeland. But so far as Palestine is concerned, if they have made up their minds that it is to be Palestine or nothing, then it must be Palestine subject to the rights and aspirations of the present possessors of the land. Palestine is still, in effect, the land of the Arabs, and must remain an integral part of the Arabian state. Faisal quite naturally took an immediate and intimate view of the territorial rights and political aspirations of the Arabs. He was personally concerned in the establishment of an Arabian state and in all the problems that might threaten its success. But Lawrence, with his sixth sense and his imaginative understanding of the rise and fall of empires, appraised events in terms of rounded periods rather than of years. The Arabian question, the Palestine question, the Syrian question, must all sift and change with the sands of time. In spite of all the diplomatic circumlocution, red tape, and super-politeness that veneered the proceedings in Paris, Emir Faisal was under no delusion as to the true spirit that permeated the peace conference. And before he and Lawrence would start out to attend one of the meetings, Faisal would playfully unsheath his gold dagger and wet it a few times on his boot. The emir is a keen wit, and many stories are told of his clever retorts in Paris. After he had been at the conference for a few weeks, someone asked him to give his opinion of modern statesmen as a result of what he had thus far seen of them. He replied, "They are like modern paintings. They should be hung in a gallery and viewed from a distance." The final outcome of the Battle of the Peace Conference was a partial victory for Emir Faisal and Colonel Lawrence. They did not get all that they had asked for, nor did they expect to. France was given control of Beirut and the Syrian coast. Britain accepted a mandate over Palestine, but the Arabs were allowed to retain control of the interior of Syria and to make their beloved Damascus the capital of their new state. Chapter 29. Lawrence narrowly escapes death. Adventures of Faisal and Hussein. During a lull in the long siege in the council chambers at Paris, Lawrence had one more adventure. He had left his diaries and nearly all of his important papers relating to the campaign in a vault in Cairo, because the Mediterranean was still infested with German U-boats when the Turkish armistice was signed and when he returned from the Near East. So after the preliminary work of the peace conference had been completed, Lawrence found himself in need of his notes and papers. He heard that 10 British machines, giant Handley-Page planes with Rolls-Royce engines, that had seen service in many a night raid over Germany, were leaving for Egypt to blaze a new air route from London to Cairo. Lawrence promptly arranged to accompany them. But the machines were old and nearly worn out, and the pilots were daredevil chaps who literally ran their planes to pieces. In fact, some of the pilots had never flown a Handley-Page, and some of their mechanics had never even worked on a Rolls-Royce engine. On the way from Cologne to Lyons, 5 forced landings were made. Nearly all the planes had to be rebuilt several times during the journey to Egypt. The Air Ministry in London had vaguely directed the squadron to an aerodrome at Rome. When the pilots reached the Eternal City, they flew back and forth across the Tiber over St. Peter's, the Colosseum, the Forum, and up and down the Appian Way. But nowhere on any of the 7 hills could they spot a landing ground. Finally, the pilot of Lawrence's plane saw what he thought might be an aerodrome. But when he swooped down, it turned out to be a stone quarry. Just before reaching the quarry, he saw his mistake, switched on the engine, tried to ascend again. Unluckily, he was unable to get up sufficient flying speed. The machine raced along the ground, then bolted over the edge of the quarry and crashed down into a treetop. Lawrence was seated in the gun pit. The occupants had a vague impression of a tree coming toward them at amazing speed. Suddenly there was a noise like the crack of a machine gun. In the flash of a second, the great plane toppled over on its nose and right wing and splintered into matchwood. Both pilots were killed outright. The 2 mechanics who were seated with Lawrence in the rear seat in the machine gunner's compartment were pitched out on their heads. One suffered concussion of the brain. The other was merely stunned. As soon as the second recovered consciousness, he began to dig Lawrence out of the debris. The colonel's shoulder blade, collarbone, and 3 ribs were broken. In the excavating process, which took 10 minutes, the mechanic kept sputtering excitedly that the plane might catch fire any minute. Lawrence replied, "Well, if she does, when I arrive in the other world I may find it chilly." In spite of the accident, however, Lawrence jumped into another plane a few days later and continued his flight to Egypt. Our strangest sensation, he afterward told me in Paris, was breakfasting on the Isle of Crete and dining the same day in Cairo, 700 miles away. After he had gathered his papers and still somewhat shaken up as a result of his aerial interlude, he returned to the seats of the mighty in Paris. At the conclusion of the peace conference, Emir Faisal and staff visited London and then made a tour of the British Isles. Colonel Lawrence took delight in showing his Arab friends around. Everything was new to several of the sheikhs who had just arrived from Arabia, and one would have expected them to be tremendously impressed by the subways, the automobiles, and the 1,001 wonders of the capital of the British Empire. But these things merely excited a supercilious sheikh-like smile. They were too proud to ever show any signs of surprise, except on one occasion in their room at the Ritz. They were dumbfounded when they turned on the water faucets and found that one ran hot and the other cold. In the Holy Quran, they said, they had been told of the fountains of paradise, which flow with milk or with honey at will, but they had never heard of earthly fountains such as these in the Ritz. After alternating them a bit and making quite sure that they themselves were not dreaming, they told Lawrence they wanted to take some of those magic faucets back to Arabia, so that they could carry them in their camel bags to supply them with hot and cold water while trekking across the desert. On one occasion, Emir Faisal visited Glasgow and was entertained at a great civic banquet. He had been so busy seeing the sights along the Clyde that when it came time to respond to the toast in his honor, he was unprepared. The only other person present who could understand Arabic was Colonel Lawrence, who sat beside him to act as his interpreter. And Emir Faisal leaned over and whispered in his ear, "I haven't a thing to say, so I'm going to repeat the passage from the Koran on the cow. When you get up to interpret, you can tell them anything you like." It happens that the passage on the cow is one of the most sonorous and euphonious parts of the Koran, and the businessmen at Glasgow were tremendously impressed by the marvelous flow of eloquence that rolled like Niagara from the lips of the Oriental monarch, never dreaming that he was simply reeling off the Prophet Muhammad's dissertation on the cow. Shortly before he returned to the Near East, the Emir was entertained at a banquet in London, and Lord Balfour, during the course of a conversation, tried to find out what Emir Faisal thought of the British government. He succeeded. "It reminds me of a caravan in the desert," replied the George Washington of Arabia. "If you see a caravan from far off, when you are approaching it from the rear it looks like one camel. But riding on you see that camel tied to the tail of the next, and that one to the tail of the next, and so on, until you come to the head of the caravan, where you find a little donkey leading the whole string of camels." Lord Balfour wondered to just whom the Emir was referring. When Faisal returned to Syria, the people again welcomed him as their liberator, and after a few weeks they proclaimed him king of Syria, with Damascus as his capital. But this new state was short-lived, for without foreign cooperation to finance his government, his position soon became impossible. After using up his own private fortune in a vain attempt to develop order out of chaos, he was obliged to leave Damascus, and the French at once arbitrarily occupied the whole of Syria. For the moment it seemed as though Faisal's hopes were shattered. But Lawrence and the other British leaders who had been associated with the Arabian Revolution still had another card to play. All through these turbulent days, Emir Faisal's father had continued to strengthen his position in the Hejaz. Galloping out of Mecca in the gorgeous Arabian twilight, a slight, lean figure was often seen by the Bedouins of the desert. It was Hussein, their king, on a night journey to Jedda, 40 miles away. No music precedes him, nor stately pageantry. He rides alone on a muleback. Although at the moment this is written, he holds in the world today a position second only to that of the Pope in Rome. He lives so simply that he prefers a mule to any other conveyance. But for mules he is a connoisseur and a fan. South America, Australia, and Abyssinia are combed for his favorite steeds. But the best of all, according to King Hussein, is the good Missouri hardtail. Simple, even severe in his taste, Hussein is a rigid upholder of the Volstead clauses and Al-Quran. After a gloriously successful train-wrecking expedition, 2 of Lawrence's Arab officers went up to Mecca on a week's leave, taking along in their grips something stronger than rosewater with which to celebrate. This breach of piety reached the ears of the king, who had the officers beaten in public. After that, no one chose Mecca as the Arabian Montreal. The Arabs are inordinately fond of talking machines, but King Hussein had prohibited them in Mecca, believing them to be the invention not of Edison but of the devil. Although he himself prefers the life of a nomad and his real sympathies are with the Bedouins, he is even more severe with the tribesmen of the black tents than with the Arab townsfolk. One day he was resting in the cool shelter of date palms in an oasis with a circle of Bedouins squatting around him on their prayer rugs. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed one of these Arabs slip the kaffieh belonging to his neighbor under the folds of his robes. A moment later, the owner returned and missed his handsome headdress. Everyone denied seeing it, including the culprit. Hussein stood up, terrible in his wrath, and strode over to the guilty man. "Bale, where is thy brother's kaffieh?" he demanded. "Master of mercies, I know nothing of it," stammered the terrified man. "Thou liest," growled Hussein, and picking up the gnarled club that formed part of his regal trappings, he dealt the man a terrific blow in the ribs. The thief collapsed in a heap and died the next day. Hussein, as the Grand Sharif of Mecca, was the 68th of his dynasty. As a king, he was the first of a new line. Now, as ruler-elect of the Mohammedan world, he revised the supremacy of his ancient clan, the Quraysh, from whom the Prophet himself was descended. He is a man of keen intelligence, and those who know him best say that he has a natural gift for diplomacy. Certainly he will need every ounce of it if he is to keep his present difficult position as caliph over the divided and distracted Muslim world of today. Many do not acknowledge him. Even in his own Arabia, the powerful schism of the Wahhabis pays him but scant attention. In fact, the present Sultan of the Central Desert and head of the puritanical Wahhabis is King Hussein's great rival and one of the strongest men in Arabia today. Early in the war, according to Mr. H. St. John Philby, Sir Percy Cox, who accompanied the Mesopotamian Expeditionary Force as chief political officer, immediately sent Captain Shakespeare to spur Ibn Saud into active operations against the Turks and their natural ally, Ibn Rashid. The campaign was launched in January 1915, and I have always thought that had it not been for the unfortunate accident of Shakespeare's death in the very first battle between the rival forces, Colonel Lawrence might never have had the opportunity of initiating and carrying through the brilliant campaigns with which his name is associated, and as the result of which he entered Damascus in triumph at the head of the army of the Hejaz. Mr. Philby followed Captain Shakespeare into the Central Desert ruled over by Ibn Saud, and he had a tremendous admiration for that potentate. But by the time Mr. Philby was sent to Ibn Saud's country, the Hejaz revolt was at its height, and Colonel Lawrence was well on his way toward Damascus. Mr. Philby made an extraordinary journey through the unknown heart of Arabia and turned up rather unexpectedly at the summer capital of King Hussein in the mountains near Mecca. The aged monarch, in greeting the explorer, called him the Lawrence of Nejd. In the Wahhabi sect, sons can kill fathers, or fathers can kill sons who do not join. A man can also be killed for smoking a cigarette. These Mohammedan Puritans want to abolish the pilgrimage to Mecca and blot out all shrines, such as the sacred Kaaba and the tomb of the Prophet in Medina. Ibn Saud was the head of a powerful force of fighting men, and after the World War he had captured the city of Hail, his old enemy Ibn Rashid's capital, and made himself the ruler of the whole of Central Arabia. King Hussein also has a number of other rivals. The Emir of Morocco claims the pontificate by virtue of descent through another branch of the illustrious Quraysh. The Turks have proclaimed a republic, and Ghazi Mustafa Kemal Pasha undoubtedly hopes to seize the scepter of the Ottomans and become, in fact, if not in name, the supreme ruler in Islam. India is puzzled, and the doctors of Al-Azhar have up to date made no pronouncement on Hussein's status. Much, no doubt, is going on behind the scenes. We of the West are prone to underestimate the importance of Mohammedanism. One day there may be a rude awakening, for it is the creed of 1/5 of the world and is an active and proselytizing creed making converts in London as well as Equatorial Africa. Like the waves of unrest and religious fervor and splendid hope that passed through Christendom at the time of the Crusades, so now, from Sudan to Sumatra, there are ominous signs of another and darker movement. Men are muttering, "Verily those who disbelieve our signs we will surely cast to be broiled in hellfire. So often as their skin shall be well burned, we will give them other skins in exchange, that they may taste the sharper torment, for God is mighty and wise. But those who believe and do right, we will bring them into gardens watered by rivers." The times are difficult for a ruler of Islam, but no one has a better claim than Hussein to the great inheritance to which he has been called by popular acclamation at Baghdad. From time immemorial, the desert has been a confused and changing mass of blood feuds and tribal jealousies. Today there are no blood feuds among the Arabs from Damascus to Mecca. For the first time in the history of Arabia since the 7th century, there is peace along the Pilgrim Road, thanks to King Hussein and his sons. Although he is only 5'2" in height, his regal bearing does not belie his ancient lineage and his high ambition. At 60, he is still a man of exceptional vigor, although that is not common in men of his age in the southern Arabian desert. His hands, delicate and beautiful as a musician's, impress one with a sense of power and finesse. Whether or no they will be able to control the 250 millions of the great Brotherhood of Islam is one of the fascinating problems of the future. But the real hope for the future of Arabia is centered in his son, King Faisal, who realizes that the Arabs need European and American assistance in educational and industrial fields, and Faisal is eager to inaugurate many changes that may revolutionize Arabia. On the other hand, King Hussein is desirous that both Mecca and Medina should remain isolated from the world during his lifetime at least. "I am an old man," says he, "and happy with things as they are. But I realize that changes must come." It is possible that after the king has ruled Mecca for a few more years, he may retire and allow Faisal, Abdullah, and Ali to attempt to work out their great plan for a United States of Arabia. In this event, even Mecca may be opened up to the Christian and unbeliever, for Faisal and his brothers are thoroughly modern and do not sympathize with the fanaticism of old Arabia. They have already prevailed upon their father to introduce electric lights in Mecca. Faisal, like his father, is a man of great personal courage. Were he not, he would never have united his ignorant and fanatical followers in a common brotherhood as he did. In the early days of the revolt, he was by turns rifleman, company commander, and army commander. The Bedouins were the only men he had, and they were meeting artillery fire for the first time in their lives and didn't like it a bit. Faisal had to lead them in camel charges, bring up the rear in retreat, and defend narrow places in the mountains with his own rifle. At the time they had few rifles and no stores, and Lawrence has revealed the fact that he kept up the spirit of his man with the thought of material rewards to follow by filling his treasure chest with stones and ostentatiously loading it on a camel. Lawrence believes that Faisal has a combination of qualities admirably fitting him for the leadership of the new Arab state, which may rise out of the ashes of the old Ottoman Empire. Lawrence is of the opinion that Faisal will go down in history, next to Muhammad and Saladin, as the greatest Arab who ever lived. He was, and still is, the soul of the Arab movement. He lives only for his ideals and for his country. His only thought is for the future of Arabia. That he and his father were liberal-minded enough to take advantage of the genius and unique ability of a European unbeliever, a mere youth, many years their junior, seems incredible to anyone who knows the Mohammedans of the Near East, because to the average Muslim, Arab, all Christians are dogs. But King Hussein and his enlightened son even went so far as to accept their fair-haired British advisor as a fellow Arabian prince and an honorary Sharif of Mecca, a title which had always been reserved in the past for direct descendants of the Prophet, and which had never before been awarded to any other person other than Muslim or Christian. Chapter 30. Lawrence flees from London and Faisal becomes king in Baghdad. After the peace conference, and after Emir Faisal had returned to Damascus, Lawrence vanished. Many of his friends thought that he had returned to Arabia to resume the role of mystery man. But I doubted this, for when I had last talked to him in Paris, I had asked him, point blank, if he intended to go back to the East in order to help the Arabs build up their new state. His answer was most emphatically in the negative. "I am not going to return for some years, perhaps never," he said. "It would not be for the good of the Arabs for me to be there. As a matter of fact, I haven't the remotest idea of what I will do. The war has so completely upset my life that it may take me several years to find myself. In the meantime, I hope to discover a secluded corner somewhere in England, far from war, politics, and diplomacy, where I can read a bit of Greek without being interrupted." His attitude regarding return to the Near East seemed to me another indication of his far-sightedness. During their war of liberation, the Arabs had followed Lawrence partly because of his own personality, but mainly because he offered them a substitute for Turkish oppression. He well knew that as soon as the excitement of war disappeared, his power over them would diminish. What would have happened if he had returned to the Near East? What would have been the outcome if he had temporarily gained a position of political authority equivalent to the military position he had attained in Arabia? It is conceivable that because of his tremendous influence over the Arabs during the war, he might, at the outset, have had a large following. But in a few months someone would have raised the cry, "Away with the infidel!" If he had returned to Damascus simply in the capacity of advisor to Faisal, that alone might have undermined the emir's hold over his people. The Arabs are jealous, fickle, and suspicious, and they would have accused Faisal of being a mere puppet. If Lawrence had craved power, he might conceivably have made himself an Arabian dictator by turning Muslim. But nothing could have been more remote from his mind. He had not led the Arabs to gratify personal ambition. His sole motive was to defeat the Germans and Turks, and at the same time to help his friends the Arabs win their freedom. While the peace conference was still in session, many people said to me that young Lawrence was the person best equipped to represent Great Britain in the Near East, and that he no doubt would return to Syria and Arabia in an official capacity. But Lawrence's one ambition was to take off his uniform, drop out of political and military life, and return to his archaeological studies. I asked Nuri Pasha, one of the generals on Emir Faisal's staff in Paris, how the Arabs intended to repay Colonel Lawrence for his great service to their country. He replied, "We have offered him everything we have, but he refuses to accept anything. But if he will consent, we wish to give him the exclusive archaeological rights to all the buried cities of Arabia and Syria." Lawrence had other plans, however. For months after the peace conference, not even his most intimate friends knew what had become of him. Meanwhile, I had returned to America and started a tour of the continent, presenting the pictorial records of the Allied campaigns which Mr. Chase and I had prepared. But we were unexpectedly invited to appear for a season at Covent Garden Royal Opera House, London, a thing we had never dreamed might occur because our material had been obtained solely for America. Naturally, one of the first things I endeavored to do upon arrival in England was to find Colonel Lawrence. I wanted to show him what Aoud Abu Tayi and the rest of his Arabian Nights looked like on the screen. Both at the War Office and the Foreign Office, no one seemed to know what had become of him. He had apparently vanished into the blue just as he used to do in the desert. But a fortnight later I received a note from him. All it said was, "My dear Lowell Thomas, I saw your show last night, and thank God the lights were out. T. Lawrence." I discovered that this man, whom all London would have been delighted to honor, was living incognito in a modest furnished room in a side street over the Dover Tube Station. Not even his landlady had any suspicion of his identity, but he could not long keep it a secret. A few days later he came around and had tea with us. When he discovered that I was married and that my wife was with me, he seemed very embarrassed and blushed all over. He implored me to return to America to stop telling the public about his exploits. He said that if I stayed in London any longer, life would not be worth living for him, because as a result of my production at Covent Gardens, he was being hounded night and day by autograph fiends, reporters, magazine editors, book publishers, and representatives of the gentler sex, whom he feared more than a Turkish army corps. He said that as a result of the 2 weeks I had been speaking in London, he had received some 28 proposals of marriage, and they were arriving on every mail, most of them via Oxford. When he came to call, I noticed that he had 2 books under his arm. One was a volume of Persian poems, and the other, judging by its title, was about the last book in the world that you would have expected this young man to be reading. This man who had been called the uncrowned king of the Arabs, who had achieved what no sultan and what no caliph had been able to do in more than 500 years, who had refused some of the highest honors at the disposition of the greatest governments of the world, who had been made an honorary descendant of the Prophet, and who will live in history as one of the most romantic and picturesque figures of all time. It was the Diary of a Disappointed Man. But when Lawrence found out that there was little immediate prospect of my sailing for America, and when he discovered that he was being followed by an Italian countess who wore a wristwatch on her ankle, he fled from London. It was not long after this that Emir Faisal lost his throne in Syria, and there was a good deal of propaganda work being done by the French in order to encourage the British not to sponsor the Arab cause. So despite the fact that he had gone into retirement and was trying to keep out of political affairs, Lawrence could not refrain from defending Faisal. Without appearing personally, he began writing articles to the London papers, presenting the Arab side of the controversy. I will quote from 1 or 2 of them because they give one an idea of the versatility of this youth who could wield a pen as ably as he could lead an army. "There is a feeling in England," wrote Lawrence, "that the French occupation of Damascus and their expulsion of Faisal from the throne to which the grateful Syrians had elected him is, after all, a poor return for Faisal's gifts to us during the war, and the idea of falling short of an Oriental friend in generosity leaves an unpleasantness in our mouths. Faisal's courage and statesmanship made the Mecca revolt spread beyond the holy cities, until it became a very active help to the Allies in Palestine. The Arab army, created in the field, grew from a mob of Bedouins into an organized and well-equipped body of troops. They captured 35,000 Turks, disabled as many more, took 150 guns, and 100,000 square miles of Ottoman territory. This was great service in our extreme need, and we felt we owed the Arabs a reward. and to Faisal, their leader, we owe double for the loyal way in which he had arranged the main Arab activity when and where Allenby directed. Yet we have really no competence in this matter to criticize the French. They have only followed in very humble fashion in their sphere of Syria the example we set them in Mesopotamia. England controls 9 parts out of 10 of the Arab world, and inevitably calls the tune to which the French must dance. If we follow an Arab policy, they must be Arab. If we fight the Arabs, they must fight the Arabs. It would show a lack of humor if we reproved them for a battle near Damascus and the blotting out of the Syrian essay in self-government while we were fighting battles near Baghdad and trying to render the Mesopotamians incapable of self-government by smashing every head that raised itself among them. Britain was something of a turbulent time in Mesopotamia just when the French had ousted Faisal from Syria. Lawrence felt that there ought to be a way of putting Faisal's talents to some use in Baghdad, and this article was his diplomatic way of introducing the plan which afterward was developed and adopted. A few weeks ago, continued Lawrence, the chief of our administration in Baghdad was asked to receive some Arab notables who wanted to urge their case for partial autonomy. He packed the delegation with some nominees of his own, and in replying, told him that it would be long before they were fit for responsibility. Brave words, but the burden of them has been heavy on the Manchester men this week at Hela. These risings take a regular course. There is a preliminary Arab success. Then British reinforcements go out as a punitive force. They fight their way, our losses are slight, the Arab losses heavy, to their objective, which is meanwhile bombarded by artillery aeroplanes or gunboats. Finally, perhaps a village is burnt and the district pacified. It is odd that we do not use poison gas on these occasions. Bombing the houses is a patchy way of getting the women and children, and our infantry always incur losses in shooting down the Arab men. By gas attacks, the whole population of offending districts could be wiped out neatly, and as a method of government it would be no more immoral than the present system. We realize the burden the army in Mesopotamia is to the imperial exchequer, but we do not see as clearly the burden it is to Mesopotamia. It has to be fed, and all its animals have to be fed. The fighting forces are now 83,000 strong, but the ration strength is 300,000. There are 3 laborers to every soldier to supply and serve him. 1 in 10 of the souls in Mesopotamia today belongs to our army. The greenness of the country is being eaten up by them, and the process is not yet to its height. To be sure, they demand that we double our existing garrison. As local resources are exhausted, this increase of troops will increase the cost by more than arithmetical progression. These troops are just for police work to hold down the subjects of whom the House of Lords was told 2 weeks ago that they were longing for our continued presence in their country. No one can imagine what will be our state if one of Mesopotamia's 3 envious neighbors, all nursing plans against us, attacks us from outside while there is still disloyalty within. Our communications are very bad. Our defense positions all have both flanks in the air, and there seem to have been 2 incidents lately. We do not trust our troops as we did during the war. Then there are the military works. Great barracks and camps have had to be constructed, hundreds of miles of military roads, great bridges to carry motor lorries exist in remote places where the only local transport is by pack. The bridges are made of temporary materials and their upkeep is enormous. They are useless to the civil government, which yet has to take them over at a high valuation, and so the new state will begin its career with an enforced debt. English statesmen, from the premier downwards, weep tears over the burden thrust on us in Mesopotamia. If only we could raise a local army, said Lord Curzon. But they will not serve, except against us, his lordship no doubt added to himself. If only we could find Arabs qualified to fill executive posts. In this dearth of local talent, the parallel of Syria is illuminating. Faisal had no difficulty in raising troops, though he had great difficulty in paying them. However, the conditions were not the same, for he was arbitrarily deprived of his customs revenue. Faisal had no difficulty in setting up an administration in which the 5 leading spirits were all natives of Baghdad. It was not a very good administration, but in the East people are less exigent than we are. Even in Athens, Salon gave them not the best laws, but the best they would accept. The British in Mesopotamia cannot find one competent person, but I maintain that the history of the last few months has shown their political bankruptcy, and their opinion should not weigh with us at all. I know 10 British officials with tried and honorable reputations in the Sudan, Sinai, Arabia, Palestine, each and all of whom could set up an Arab government comparable to Faisal's in Baghdad next month. It also would not be a perfect government, but it would be better than Faisal's, for he, poor man, to pull him down was forbidden foreign advisers. The Mesopotamian effort would have the British government behind it, and it would be child's play for a decent man to run so long as he rented like Cromer's Egypt, not like the Egypt of the Protectorate. Cromer dominated Egypt, not because England gave him force or because Egypt loved us or for any outside reason, but because he was so good a man. England has stacks of first-class men. The last thing you need out there is genius. What is required is a tearing up of what we have done and beginning again on advisory lines. It is no good patching with the present system. Concessions to local feeling and such like rubbish are only weakness concessions, incentives to more violence. We are big enough to admit a fault and turn a new page, and we ought to do it with a hoot of joy because it will save us £1,000,000 a week. When in Arabia, I would occasionally draw Lawrence into conversation about the statesmen and leaders of the day. He invariably had something amusing to tell about each. It was from him that I first learned that Mr. Lloyd George employed a barber to visit No. 10 Downing Street daily to dress his famous head of hair. On another occasion I asked him to tell me something about Lord Curzon, and he replied, "In order to give you an idea what Lord Curzon is like, I must explain to you his outlook on life. Lord Curzon divides all the inhabitants of this earth into 2 groups, the masses and the classes. The classes are Lord Curzon and the king. Everybody else belongs to the masses." So while we were still at Covent Garden Opera House, when I heard a story about Lawrence and his meeting with the aloof and pompous Marquis, I recalled what the colonel had said to me about his lordship in Arabia. Lawrence's name was on every one's lips at that time, and the anecdote is a good one whether true or not. I will recount it as told to me. Lord Curzon said to one of his satraps at the Foreign Office, "I say, who is this person, Lawrence? See what he is brought into our presence." Eventually another member of the cabinet unearthed the hero of Arabia and lured him to the Foreign Office. When ushered before the great one, the latter waved his meek-looking and diminutive visitor into a chair and proceeded to deliver a lecture on the Near East to this young man, who was an authority on the subject. Lawrence stood it as long as he could, and finally, unable to restrain himself longer, he said to the noble Marquis, "But, my dear man, you don't know what you are talking about." Even while fighting in the desert, Lawrence had foreseen the complications that were going to arise after the war was over. And as noted before, in his advance on Damascus, he was extremely anxious that Emir Faisal's men should enter the city ahead of the British and French, because he realized this would make it doubly difficult for the Allies to disregard their friends, the Arabs, when the tumult and shouting was over. Lord Winterton, who was with the Arab forces during the fighting around Damascus, in an article in Blackwood's magazine, pays an eloquent tribute to Lawrence and tells us how he was always thinking far in advance of the problem of the moment. "I am of the opinion," writes the Earl, "that we owed much in those days before we finally effected a junction with the British to the good generalship displayed by General Nuri, backed by L's advice and genius for thinking ahead of 9 people out of 10. Then in another place Lord Winterton adds, he had no intention that the Arabs should take a back seat in the final destruction of the Turkish army. There were political as well as military considerations at stake, as the Arabs knew well, and L was only playing on a highly keyed-up instrument. L infected us all with his enthusiasm, and I began to feel, despite my temperamental dislike of adventure qua adventure, that it would be monstrous if when the Turkish fox came to be broken up, the British got the body, head, and brush, and the Arabs who had helped to hunt him for 3.5 years only got a bit of the pad. If we were in at the military death of Turkey, Brer Fox, it would make it more difficult to refuse the Arabs a big share of the results. Spoils, if you will, of the victory. During his 7 years wandering through the desert, dressing like an Arab, living with the Arabs in their tents, observing their customs, talking to them in their own dialects, riding on his camel across a broad expanse of lonely country, unbroken except by the long purple line of the horizon, flying down at night under the silent dome of stars, Thomas Edward Lawrence drank the cup of Arabian wisdom and absorbed the spirit of the nomad peoples. No Westerner ever acquired greater influence over an Oriental people. He had united the scattered tribes of Arabia and induced chieftains who had been bitter enemies for generations to forget their feuds and fight side by side for the same cause. From remote parts of Arabia, swarthy sons of the desert had swarmed to his standard as if he had been a new prophet. Largely, by reason of his genius, Faisal and his followers had freed Arabia from Turkish oppression. Lawrence had contributed new life and soul to the movement for Arabian independence. The far-reaching results of his spectacular and successful campaign were destined to play an important part in the final adjustment of Near Eastern affairs, and halfway measures made no more appeal to Colonel Lawrence in time of peace than in time of war. In another of his communications to the press, when he was trying to mold public opinion in favor of the Arabs, we catch a further glimpse of his views. "The Arabs rebelled against the Turks," said Lawrence in a letter to the Times, "not because the Turk government was notably bad, but because they wanted independence. They did not risk their lives in battle to change masters, to become British subjects or French citizens, but to win a show of their own. Whether they are fit for independence or not remains to be tried. Merit is no qualification for freedom. Bulgars, Afghans, Tahitians have it. Freedom is enjoyed when you are so well armed or so turbulent or inhabit a country so thorny that the expense of your neighbors occupying you is greater than the profit." But Colonel Lawrence had no illusions as to the capacity of the Arabs for organization and administration. He fully appreciates that these are not their strong points, but he has faith in them and believes they have a message to give the West. History is against the probability of the creation of an Arabic empire. He once said to me in Arabia, "The Semitic mind does not lean toward system or organization. It is practically impossible to fuse the diverse elements among the Semites into a modern, closely knit state. On the other hand, the Semites have been more fertile in ideas than any other people. The Arabian movement has presented itself to me as the latest expression of the influence of the desert upon the settled peoples. The Semitic spirit has again exercised its influence over the Mediterranean basin. Emir Faisal is the last of the line of Semitic prophets. His campaign for Arabian independence, which made some 5 million converts among the Arabic-speaking peoples of the Near East, is by no means the least of those revelations by which the Semites have so profoundly affected the Western world. The Semites are represented by very little art, architecture, philosophy. There have been few Jewish artists or philosophers, but we find an amazing fertility among the Semites in the creation of creeds and religions. 3 of these creeds, Judaism, Christianity, and Mohammedanism, have become great world movements. The broken fragments of countless other religions which have failed are found today on the fringes of the desert. The desert seems to produce only one idea, the universality of God. We who have gone out to discover the meaning of the desert have found only emptiness, nothing but sand, wind, soil, and empty space. The Bedouins leave behind them every extraneous comfort and go to live in the desert, in the very arms of starvation, that they may be free. The desert exacts a price for its secret. It makes the Bedouins entirely useless to their fellow men. There has never been a Bedouin prophet. On the other hand, there has never been a Semitic prophet who has not, before preaching his message, gone into the desert and caught from the desert dwellers a reflection of their belief. The idea of the absolute worthlessness of the present world is a pure desert conception, at the root of every Semitic religion, which must be filtered through the screen of a non-nomad prophet before it can be accepted by settled peoples. With his exuberant imagination and his vista down the centuries, it was an easy matter for Lawrence to throw himself heart and soul into the Arabian movement. He remembered the time when the Arab Empire controlled most of the Mediterranean world, when its philosophers, poets, and scientists enriched the culture of Europe. There are some people who have dreams at night and wake to find them all rot. There are others who have dreams in the daytime and occasionally they come true, he said to me one day in London. It is Lawrence's conviction that the Arabs still have something to give the world, something that the world, particularly the materialistic Western world, sorely needs. It has been a fortunate thing for the Arabs that he had the genius to make his dreams come true. I should like to use Lawrence's own words in defining just what the Arabian movement means. There is no reason to expect from the Arabian movement, Lawrence told me, any new development of law or economics, but Faisal has succeeded in restating forcibly the vital doctrine of the Semites, otherworldliness, and his ideals will have a profound effect on the growing nationalist movements in Syria, Mesopotamia, Arabia, and Palestine, which are the present homes of Semitic political life. It is like watching the waves of the Atlantic come in and breaking themselves against the cliffs of the west coast of Ireland. To look at them, you would say the cliffs were made of iron, and the waves quite futile. But when you study a map, you see that the whole coast is torn open by the wearing of the sea, and you realize that it is only a matter of time before there will cease to be an Irish question. In the same way, the successive Semitic protest against the material world may seem simply so much wasted effort, but someday the Semitic conviction of the other world may roll unchecked over the place where this world has been. I rank Faisal's movements as one more protest against the utter uselessness of material things. I was only trying to help roll up the wave, which came to its crest and toppled over when we took Damascus. It was just rolling up the Arabs in a tremendous effort and joining the whole nation together in pursuit of an ideal object that had no practical shape or value. We were expressing our entire contempt for the material pursuits exalted by others, from money-making to making statues. Lawrence expresses the conviction that the Arabian movement is nothing more than a protest against outside interference. This time the protest has been directed against Turkey, but the next time it may be launched against France, Italy, Britain, or any Western nation that develops a tendency to be disregardful of another people's deep-seated racial sentiments. When you can understand the point of view of another race, you are a civilized being. Once remarked Lawrence to me in the desert, I think that England, out of sheer conceit and not because of any inherent virtue in my countrymen, has been less guilty in its contacts than other nations. We do not wish other people to be like us or to conform to our customs, because we regard imitation of ourselves as blasphemous. Later on in Paris, Lawrence summed up for me the whole Near Eastern situation in a few words. He is of the opinion that France, in receiving the mandatory for Syria, is merely obtaining control of a temporary phase of the Arabian movement. The Hejaz will be absorbed in a few years by an Arabian state to the north of it. Damascus has always been the center of Arabian self-determination, but Syria is a small country and too poor to look forward to a great agricultural or industrial future. It acts merely as a front door to the Kurdistan, Armenia, and Mesopotamia. When Western enterprise restores Assyria and Babylonia to their former level of agricultural prosperity, and when advantage has taken of the mineral wealth of Armenia and the cheap fuel of Mesopotamia, then the Arabian center will inevitably be transferred from Damascus eastward to Mosul, Baghdad, or some other new capital. Mesopotamia has 3 times the irrigable area of Egypt. Egypt now has a population of more than 13 million, while there are only 5 million in Mesopotamia. In the near future, Mesopotamia will increase to 40 millions, and Syria, which now has a population of 3,500,000, will have perhaps 5 million. This is rather a bad outlook for Syria. But no matter where the center of the Arabian gravity may shift, nothing can change the Arabian desert and the ideals of its people. Despite Lawrence's desire to live in retirement with only his books for his companions, his countrymen would not listen to it. When Winston Churchill took up the cabinet post of colonial secretary, one of the first things he did was to force Lawrence to come and help the government straighten out the Near East tangle. He appointed Lawrence advisor on Near Eastern affairs, and the latter reluctantly agreed to remain at the colonial office for just 1 year. During this time, the Mesopotamian problem was solved along the lines that Lawrence had originally suggested, and Emir Faisal was called to Baghdad and made king of Iraq, the modern successor to the great Caliph Harun al-Rashid of Arabian Nights fame. Thus Faisal, despite the fact that he had lost the throne of Syria, became the founder of a new Mesopotamian dynasty and the ruler of a far more important state. Chapter 31. The Secret of Lawrence's Success. Among the hundreds of questions that I have been asked about Colonel Lawrence by press and public in every part of the world, some of the most frequent have been, what was the secret of Lawrence's success? And how could a Christian and a European gain such influence over fanatical Mohammedans? What reward has Lawrence received? Is he going to write a book? Where is he now? How does he earn his living? And what is going to become of him? What are his hobbies? Will he ever marry? Is he a normal human being? And has he a sense of humor? Of course, there have been a host of factors that have contributed to his success, that gained him his influence and that enabled him to win not only the respect of the Arabs, but their admiration and their devotion as well. They respected him partly because, although a mere youth, he seemed to have more wisdom than their wise men. They admired him partly because of his personal prowess, his ability to outdo them at the things in which they excel, such as camel riding and shooting, and also because of his courage and modesty. He usually led them in battle, and under fire he was courageous to a fault. Wounded a number of times, his injuries fortunately were never serious enough to keep him out of action. Often he was too far from a base to get medical attention, so that his wounds were obliged to heal themselves. The Arabs became devoted to him because he gained them victories and then tactfully gave all the credit to his companions. That he was a Christian they considered unfortunate, and they decided that it was an accident and in some mysterious way the will of Allah. But some of them regarded him as one sent from heaven by their prophet to help free them from the Turks. West and East fraternized politely, if rather inharmoniously, in the more accessible towns of Arabia and Syria, for the West has money to spend and the East is avaricious. But away in the desert and wild places it is otherwise. The nomads, whose ancestors have roamed the country for 4,000 years and more, resist the inquisitive eyes and hungry notebooks of foreigners who are not proved friends. They still regard stray Europeans with hostile suspicion and as fair subjects for loot. But Lawrence's minute knowledge of their intricate customs and his apparent complete mastery of the Quran and complex Mohammedan law caused them to regard him with a tolerance and respect which are exceedingly rare among the fanatical peoples of the Near East. And of course his knowledge of their customs and laws was of incalculable importance in enabling him to settle disputes between antagonistic factions. To gain his ends it was necessary for Lawrence to be a consummate actor. He was obliged completely to submerge his European mode of living, even at the risk of winning the criticism and ridicule of his own countrymen by appearing in cities like Cairo, where East and West meet, garbed as an Oriental. His critics scoffed and said that he did this merely to gain notoriety. But there was a far deeper reason. Lawrence knew that he was being watched constantly by sharifs, sheikhs, and tribesmen, and he knew they would regard it as a very great compliment to them if he went about, even among his own people, dressed in the costume of the desert. During those first days which I had spent with Lawrence in Jerusalem, he wore nothing but Bedouin garb, nor did he ever appear to be aware of the curiosity excited by his costume in the streets of the Holy City, for he always gave one the impression that he was engrossed in his own thoughts hundreds of miles or hundreds of centuries away. And usually on the occasion when he visited Palestine and Egypt in Arab kit, he was obliged to go direct to Ramleh or Cairo from one of his expeditions across the desert. He was therefore obliged to turn up at headquarters just as he happened to be dressed for his work, without wasting the valuable days which would have been required for him to return all the way south to the base camp at Akaba for a uniform just to satisfy his critics. When in the desert he never wore anything but Arab garb, nor could he have succeeded in the amazing way that he did had he offended the Arabs by wearing European costume. When off in the blue, on his she-dromedary, it was not feasible for Lawrence to take a wardrobe along in his camel bags. The speed with which he trekked obliged him to travel light. In fact, he usually carried nothing but a lump of unleavened bread, a bit of chocolate, his canteen, chlorine tablets, a toothbrush, a rifle, revolver, and ammunition, and his little volume of the satires of Aristophanes in the original. The rifle which he carried through the whole campaign had a colorful history. Just one of the ordinary British Army variety, the Turks had captured at Dardanelles, and Enver Pasha had adorned it with a metal plate worked with gold and carrying the inscription, "To Faisal with Enver's regards." Enver had given it to Emir Faisal early in 1916, before the outbreak of the Sharifian Revolution, in order to prove to Faisal that the Turks had already won the war. Later the Emir gave it to Lawrence, and the latter carried it on all his raids. For every Turk he killed he cut a notch, a big one for an officer and a little one for a soldier. The rifle is now in the possession of King George. Occasionally when he went to Cairo or to Jerusalem to make a report to General Allenby, he wore the uniform of a British officer. But even after he had attained the rank of colonel, he preferred the uniform of a second lieutenant usually without insignia of any kind. I have seen him in the streets of Cairo without a belt and with unpolished boots, negligence next to high treason in the British Army. To my knowledge, he was the only British officer in the war who so completely disregarded all the little precisions and military formalities for which Tommy Atkins and his officers are world famous. Lawrence rarely saluted, and when he did, it was simply with a wave of the hand, as though he were saying, "Hello, old man," to a pal. He rarely saluted anyone senior to him, although he always made it a point to acknowledge salutes from men in the ranks. As for military titles, he abhorred them, and from general to private he was known as plain Lawrence. Several times in the desert he told me how thoroughly he disliked the red tape of the army and said that as soon as the war was over, he intended to go back to archaeology. He was no parlor conversationalist. Lawrence rarely said anything to anyone unless it was necessary to give instructions or ask advice or answer a direct question. Even in the heat of the Arabian campaign, he sought solitude. Frequently, I found him in his tent reading an archaeological quarterly when the rest of the camp was worked up to fever pitch over a plan of attack. He was so shy that when General Sir Gilbert Clayton, the distinguished commander of the Secret Corps, or some other officer sought to compliment him on one of his exploits, he would get red as a schoolgirl and look down at his feet. Several years ago in Calcutta, Colonel Robert Lorraine, the eminent actor airman, said to me, "But if Lawrence is so extremely modest and shy, why did he pose for so many photographs for you?" A keen question and a natural one, and out of justice to Lawrence, I think I ought to answer it, even at the expense of disclosing a professional secret. My cameraman, Mr. Chase, uses a high-speed camera. We saw considerable of Colonel Lawrence in Arabia, and although he arranged for us to get both still and motion pictures of Emir Faisal, Aouda Abu Tayi, and other Arab leaders, he would turn away when he saw the lens pointing in his direction. We got more pictures of the back of his kaffieh than of his face. But after much strategy and after using all the artifices that I had learned as a reporter in a Chicago newspaper, where it was worth one's job to fail to bring back a photograph of the fair lady involved in the latest scandal, I finally maneuvered Lawrence into allowing Chase to take a sitting shot on 2 different occasions. Then, while I kept Lawrence's attention away from Mr. Chase by keeping up a rapid fire of questions regarding our projected trip to the lost city of Petra, which he believed to be the primary object of our visit to Arabia, Mr. Chase hurriedly took a dozen pictures from as many different angles and in less time than it usually requires for a fussy studio photographer to set up and expose 2 plates. Anyone familiar with the methods of newspaper photographers will appreciate the simplicity of this, where you are working out of doors in good light. If you've got a Graflex and don't get stricken with buck fever at the critical moment, you can get photographs of St. Vitus himself. I realized that Lawrence was one of the most romantic figures of the war. I knew that we had a great scoop, and I had made up my mind that we would not leave Arabia until we had the photographs we wanted. Frequently, Chase snapped pictures of the colonel without his knowledge, or just at the instant that he turned and found himself facing the lens and discovered our perfidy. When 2 experienced hunters start out for game, one to act as decoy and the other to do the shooting, the poor victim has about as much chance as the Bengal tiger who has been selected as the target for visiting royalty. But to get back to the topic of how Lawrence succeeded in obtaining such a wonderful hold over the Arabs by dressing like them and mastering the smallest details of their daily life, by his courage, his modesty, his physical prowess, and his mature wisdom, there can hardly be any question that the way in which this youth gained the confidence, not only of the more cosmopolitan descendants of the Prophet who rule over the cities of Holy Arabia, but also of the Bedouin tribes of the desert, will be regarded by historians of the future as one of the most amazing personal achievements of this age. The phenomenal character of his accomplishment can be more accurately appraised if we keep in mind that for 1,300 years, since the days of Muhammad, fewer Europeans have explored Holy Arabia than have penetrated mysterious Tibet or Central Africa. The zealous Mohammedans who live around the sacred cities of Mecca and Medina prevent Christians, Jews, and other non-Mohammedans from profaning holy soil. And the unbeliever who ventures into this part of Arabia is indeed lucky if he returns alive. So Lawrence's achievements seem all the more extraordinary when we remember that he admitted openly that he was a Christian. For even though he did wear the robes and accoutrements of the Sharif of Mecca, he only actually posed as an Oriental when he slipped through the Turkish lines wearing the veil of a native woman. Of course, the vast wealth which he had at his disposal, the seemingly inexhaustible supply of gold sovereigns with which he paid his army, was of vast importance. But though the Germans and Turks also tried using gold, their weakness lay in the fact that they had no Lawrence, declares H. St. John Philby, the Arabian authority who represented Britain in the Central Arabian Desert ruled over by Ibn Saud. Colonel Lawrence played the part of a man of mystery endowed with the ability to do everything superlatively well, outvying the Arabs at everything from statecraft to camel riding, and even to using delicate shadings of their own language. In fact, language seems easy for him. In addition to his mother tongue, he speaks French, Italian, Spanish, and German, some Dutch, Norwegian, and Hindustani, is a master of ancient Latin and Greek, and can manipulate many of the Arabic dialects of the Near East. Lawrence was exceedingly careful never to enter into competition with the Bedouins unless he was quite certain of excelling them. He also gained a reputation as a man of deeds, rather than words, which greatly impressed the desert dwellers, who for the most part chatter incessantly as the crows of India. When he did speak, he had something of importance to say and knew whereof he spoke. He seldom made errors, and when he did, he took care that the Arabs should ultimately regard it as a success. He was an indefatigable worker, even under conditions of ever-insistent hospitality, and he would work far into the night when his Arab colleagues were asleep. It was late at night, or while trekking across the desert, swaying in the camel's saddle, that he would plan his far-reaching policies of diplomacy and strategy. Small, wiry, he seemed made of steel, but the desert war left its indelible mark on him in more ways than one, for one of his brothers confided to me that ever since his return from Arabia, he had suffered from severe heart strain. Aouda Abu Tayyi, always sincere in his judgment of people, once said to me, "I have never seen anyone with such a capacity for work, and he is one of the finest camel riders that ever trekked across the desert." A Bedouin can pay no finer compliment. Then, added Aouda, "By the beard of the Prophet, he seems more than a man." Chapter 32. The Art of Handling Arabs. Colonel Lawrence believed in the Arabs, and the Arabs believed in him, but they would never have trusted him so implicitly had he not been such a complete master of their customs and all the superficial external features of Arabian life. I once asked him, when we were trekking across the desert, what he considered the best way of dealing with the wild nomad peoples of this part of the world. My motive was to try to get him to tell in his own words something about the methods that had enabled him to accomplish what no other man could. I am confident that he thought I wanted the information merely for my own immediate use in dealing with the Bedouins with whom we were living. Had he suspected that I was attempting to make him talk about himself, he would have turned the conversation into other channels. The handling of Arabs might be termed an art, not a science, with many exceptions and no obvious rules, was his answer. The Arab forms his judgment on externals that we ignore. and so it is vitally important that a stranger should watch every movement he makes and every word he says during his first weeks of association with the tribe. Nowhere in the world is it so difficult to atone for a bad start as with the Bedouins. However, if you once succeed in reaching the inner circle of a tribe and actually gain their confidence, you can do pretty much as you please with them, and at the same time do many things yourself that would have caused them to regard you as an outcast had you been too forward at the start. The beginning and end of the secret of handling Arabs is an unremitting study of them. Always keep on your guard. Never speak an unnecessary word. Watch yourself and your companions constantly. Hear all that passes. Search out what is going on beneath the surface. Read the characters of Arabs. Discover their tastes and weaknesses, and keep everything you find out to yourself. Bury yourself in Arab circles. Have no ideas and no interest except the work in hand, so that you master your part thoroughly enough to avoid any of the little slips that would counteract the painful work of weeks. Your success will be in proportion to your mental effort. To illustrate the importance the Bedouins place on externals, Lawrence told me that on one occasion a British officer went up country, and the first night as the guest of the Hawitat Sheikh, he sat down on the guest rug of honor with his feet stretched out in front of him instead of tucked under him in the Arab fashion. That officer was never popular with the Hawitat. To the Bedouin, it is as offensive to display the pedal extremities ostentatiously as it would be for us to put our feet on the table at a dinner party. A short distance behind us in the caravan rode a chief of the Shamar Arabs who had a great scar across his face. Lawrence related this story. While that fellow was dining with Ibn Rashid, the ruler of north-central Arabia, he happened to choke. He felt so much humiliated that he jerked out his knife and slit his mouth right up to the carotid artery in his cheek, merely to show his host that a bit of meat had actually stuck in his back teeth. The Arabs consider it a sign of very bad breeding for a man to choke over his food. Not only does it show that he is greedy, but it is believed that the devil has caught him. Other fine points of etiquette are bound up in the fact that the Bedouins never use forks and knives, but simply reach into the various dishes on the table with their hands. For instance, it is extremely bad form for anyone to eat with his left hand. The dyed-in-the-wool nomad of Arabia never makes allowances for any ignorance of desert customs in forming his judgment of a stranger. If you have not mastered desert etiquette, you are regarded as an alien and perhaps hostile outsider. Lawrence's understanding of the Arabs and his unfailing ability to do the right thing at the right moment was uncanny. Of course, he could not have lived as an Arab in Arabia if he had not learned the family history of all the prominent peoples of the desert, including the complete list of their friends and enemies. He was expected to know that a certain man's father had been hanged, or that his mother was the divorced wife of some famous chieftain. It would be as awkward to inquire about an Arab's father if he had been a famous fighter as it would be to introduce a divorced woman to her former husband. If Lawrence desired any information, he gained it by indirect means and by cleverly leading the conversation around to the subject in which he was interested. He never asked questions. Fortunately for the Arab nationalist movement and for the Allies, Lawrence had got beyond the stage of making mistakes before the war, and at one time was actually a sheikh of a tribe in Mesopotamia. It is vitally important for anyone dealing with the desert peoples to speak their local dialects, not the Arabic current in some other part of the East, declared Lawrence. The safest plan is to be rather formal at first, to avoid getting too deeply involved in conversation. Nearly all the officers sent to cooperate with the Arabs in the revolt spoke the Egyptian Arabic dialect. The Arabs despise the Egyptians, whom they regard as poor relations, Therefore, most of the Europeans sent by the Allies to cooperate with the Hejaz people found themselves coldly treated. The Allies succeeded in winning the Arabs to their cause because Lawrence was able to crystallize the Arabian idea of winning independence from the Turks into a definite form, and because he had attained the unusual distinction of being taken into the bosom of most of their tribes. It was Colonel Lawrence who was mainly responsible for the permanent elevation of Hussein, Faisal, and Abdullah to their respective thrones. Lawrence believed that the best way to consolidate the desert peoples and wipe out their terrible blood feuds would be to create an Arabian aristocracy. Nothing of this kind had ever existed in Arabia before, because the nomads of the Near East are the freest people on earth and refuse to recognize any authority higher than themselves. But all Arabs have for centuries accorded a little extra respect to the direct descendants of the founder of their religion. Lawrence, in his attempt to persuade the Arabs to recognize Sharifs as specially chosen people, cleverly took advantage of the fact that the family tree of Hussein towered higher, in fact, than a eucalyptus, right up to the Prophet himself. But I am sure he would never have been able to accomplish this if he had not received the unlimited financial support of the British government. A stream of several £100,000 in glittering gold sovereigns was poured into Arabia each month to enable the young archaeologist to pay King Hussein's Arabian army. Lawrence had practically unlimited credit. He could draw any amount he desired up to £1 million or so, but gold alone would not have sufficed, for the Turks and Germans had tried its lure and failed. The Arabs hated the Turks even more than they loved gold. Since the beginning of time, the sheikhs or patriarchs of one tribe have had absolutely no influence with members of other tribes. Sharifs, who really do not belong to any tribe, were recognized as superior leaders only by the people of Mecca, Medina, and the larger towns. The word sharif, or shrif, as it is spelled in Arabic, a language without vowels, signified honor. A sharif is supposed to be a man who displays honor. In the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, Sharif Hussein and Sharif Faisal had long stood high in the esteem of the inhabitants, who were accustomed to refer to them as Sidi or Lord. The carefree Bedouins, unlike their city cousins, merely addressed them as Hussein and Faisal without bothering about titles. But Lawrence, with his usual powers of persuasion, convinced even the Bedouins that they should adopt the term Sidi in referring to all Sharifs. So successful was he that within a few months, in spite of the fact that he was a foreigner and a Christian, they honored even Lawrence with this title because of their deep and genuine admiration for him. Lieutenant Colonel C.E. Victory, another able officer of the regular army who played a prominent part in the campaign and afterward acted as British agent at Jeddah, gives us a vivid glimpse into the formality of a Sharif's daily life. Colonel Victory is one of the few Europeans who had ever visited Taif, the summer capital of the Hejaz, a city that is not so nearly sacred as Mecca or Medina, but nevertheless a place about which the outside world knows nothing. It was quite dark when we arrived, very cold and stiff, relates Colonel Victory. We were asked into the guest chamber, a fine apartment. Its floors covered with priceless Persian carpets, and round the walls cushions and pillows. Courteously our host turned to us and, embracing us on each cheek, prayed Allah to bless us and murmured the graceful compliment that we were now in our own home. For an hour we sat in that room drinking coffee and highly sugared tea and smoking, while we watched an Eastern scene that centuries have not changed. The Sharif had only been absent a day, but such is the etiquette of the East that it behooved all to pay their respects to him on his safe return from a journey. To the threshold of the door from time to time came relatives, friends, and slaves. All removed their slippers and entered the room. The door was open, according to their station. The slaves came in, quickly bent with due humility, and hastily kissed the 2 fingers extended to them, and as hastily withdrew. Dependents entered more leisurely and kissed the back of the sharif's hand. Turning it over, they then kissed the part between the first finger and thumb, and withdrew quietly. Friends came in, and for these the sharif rose, showed a faint reluctance at having his hand kissed, and embraced them on one cheek with murmured salutations. For his relatives he rose, allowed his hand to be kissed with seeming reluctance, and then saluted them warmly on each cheek, straining them to his breast and murmuring many heartfelt wishes for their long life and happiness. The special deference paid to the sharifs by the townsmen and villagers in particular had long ago developed in the city Arabs a sense of their own superior responsibility and honor. That, of course, was of great assistance to Lawrence in creating his Arabian aristocracy. In fact, it was by the sagacious use of this personal responsibility that Lawrence and his associates were able to unify the rival tribes and develop men capable of acting as subordinate leaders under King Hussein, Prince Faisal, and his brothers, in order to carry out his plans for widening the influence of the sharifs and making Hussein the recognized ruler of the Hejaz. Lawrence had first to win the confidence of all the rival tribes. Then quietly, in such a manner as to make them think the idea entirely their own, he induced them to forget past tribal differences and unite under the leadership of Hussein and his sons and the other sharifs in order to drive out the hated Turk in the hope of helping bring the war to a victorious conclusion for the Allies and in the hope of restoring the caliphate and the former splendor of their ancient empire. King Hussein had to rely entirely on tribal loyalty for his military strength. His personal Bedouin following was drawn principally from 2 of the most numerous tribes in the desert, the Harb and the Ateba, together with 1 tribe of inferior rank, the Juhayna. These 3 tribes occupy a great block of territory embracing 3/4 of the Hejaz and a strip of western Nejd. South and west of this block, but within the limits of the Hejaz, dwell a half-dozen small tribes, the Hudhail, Beni, Saad, Bakum, Mater, Thaqif, and Juhadda. Still further south is a group of powerful tribes, the Da'ur, Hausan, Gamid, Zaran, and Sharan, whose adhesion meant the favorable disposal of stouter fighting material than the Hejaz itself could supply. All of them sent contingents to assist King Hussein. From the country north of the central group, he drew reinforcements from 3 of the smaller Anaze tribes, the Bili, immediately north of the Jahune, enrolled to a man, and they were followed by the Atiyah and the Hawitat. The great Hawitat tribe, which roams the country between the head of the Gulf of Akaba and the lower end of the Dead Sea in central Arabia, has more enemies, causes more trouble, and takes part in more blood feuds than any other group of tent dwellers. One can meet no more obstinate, unruly, and quarrelsome people. They seem to have no fear. The Hawitats find it impossible to unite even among themselves when attacked from without. About the only thing they possess in common are wounds and the same tribal marks on their camels. This great tribe has 2 subdivisions, the Ibn Jazi and the Abu Tayi, of which old Audu Abu Tayi, the Bedouin Robin Hood, is the chieftain. But Auda is chieftain only by virtue of his daring prowess, for no man in that spirited group cares to bow down before the authority of any sheikh. For 15 years, the 2 sections of the Hawitat waged relentless war upon each other until the mild-voiced Sharif Lawrence succeeded in getting them both to unite with Hussein and Faisal to drive out the Turks. But even then Lawrence found it advisable to keep the 2 sections attached to different parts of his army so that they could not leap at each other's throats. Both were willing to obey Lawrence's orders so long as they were kept apart. But in the event of their meeting, they regarded themselves in honor bound to start a row. Auda Abu Tayi and his people considered the Druses, who waged the most merciless war in the desert among their most bitter blood enemies, and Lawrence more than had his hands full to prevent them from killing each other instead of the Turks. In 1912, 50 of Auda's fighting men, mounted on camels, captured 80 Druze cavalrymen in battle. This is striking evidence of the fighting ability of the Hawitat warriors, because one horseman is usually worth 2 camelmen in a fight because of the fact a horse can be maneuvered so much more rapidly. Since that engagement, the Druses have been continually on the alert, hoping to take the Hawitat by surprise and annihilate them. In spite of these minor insurgencies, the Hawitat, under Auda's leadership, became the finest fighting force in western Arabia, regarded by Colonel Lawrence as the backbone of his wild desert army. Perhaps train wrecking was Lawrence's most spectacular pastime, but nothing he did was more significant or remarkable than this consolidation of the Arab tribes. With them, raiding hostile neighbors was both their amusement and their business. To invite 2 enemy chieftains into Emir Faisal's tent to swear friendship and loyalty over the ghosts of stolen horses and camels was like asking a Wall Street magnate to turn over his fortune to communists. In order to illustrate the delicacies of the problem that Lawrence manipulated, let me cite a particular instance. In June 1917, we were attending a conference in the courtyard of Emir Faisal's palace at Akaba, a one-story structure resembling with its extensive interior courtyard a Spanish hacienda. The palace is situated in the little town back of a fringe of waving palm trees, the only green splash of color in this stretch of sand where once was located the great seaport of King Solomon. In a circle around the emir were seated 30 sharifs and sheikhs, all heads of prominent tribes, and among them 6 sheikhs of the Ibn Jazi Hawitat. All of a sudden I saw a swift change come over the unusually impassive countenance of the young Englishman. Jumping to his feet, Lawrence slipped noiselessly to the doorway of the courtyard. I saw him speak to a group of Arabs who were about to enter, and then led them off in another direction. Later, when I asked him the reason for his speedy exit, he informed me that the warriors at the entrance were none other than the renowned Auda, his cousin Muhammad, and some of the other leading fighting men of the Abu Tayi. He added that if Auda and his companions had come through into the palace courtyard, a bloody battle might have been fought right in front of Emir Faisal, possibly resulting in the total disruption of the Arabian forces. Until he became an undisputed leader, Lawrence kept in constant touch with the king of the Hejaz and his 4 sons, principally Emir Faisal. He lived with the leaders that he might be with them when they were dining or holding audience in their tents. It was his theory that giving direct and formal advice was not nearly so effective as the constant dropping of ideas in casual talk. At his meals, the Arab is off guard and at ease, engaging in small talk and general conversation. Whenever Lawrence wanted to make a new move, start a raid, or capture a town, he would bring up the question casually and indirectly, and before half an hour had passed, he usually succeeded in inspiring one of the prominent sheikhs to suggest the plan. Lawrence would then seize his advantage, and before the sheikh's enthusiasm had time to wane, he would push him on to the execution of the plan. On one occasion, Lawrence was dining with Emir Faisal and some of his leaders not far from Akaba. The Arab chieftains thought it would be a splendid plan to take Daraa, the important railway junction hundreds of miles farther north just south of Damascus. Lawrence knew that Daraa could be captured, but he also realized that at that stage of the campaign it could not be held for any length of time. So he said, "Oh yes, that's a fine idea, but first let's work out the details." A great council of war was held, but somehow the longer the matter was discussed, the less enthusiasm manifested itself. In fact, the Arab leaders became so disheartened that they even suggested retreating from the position that they occupied at the moment. Then Lawrence delicately suggested that such a retreat would greatly anger King Hussein, and little by little he prevailed upon them to go through with the original plan for capturing Akaba, which was his first objective. As Lawrence once remarked to me under his breath when we were attending a consultation of Arab leaders, "Everybody is a general in the Arab army. In British circles, a general is allowed to make a mess of things by himself, whereas in Arabia, every man wants a hand in making the mess complete." The Arab sharifs and sheikhs are strong-minded and obstinate men. Nothing hurts them more than to have someone point out their mistakes. If you say rubbish to an Arab, it is sure to put his back up, and he will ever afterward decline to help you. Lawrence never refused to consider any scheme that was put forward, even though he had the actual power to do so. Instead, he always approved a plan and then skillfully directed the conversation so that the Arab himself modified it to suit Lawrence, who would then announce it publicly to the other Arab leaders before the originator of the scheme had time to change his point of view. All this would be manipulated in such a delicate way that the Arab would not for a moment be aware that he was acting under pressure. If Lawrence and his British associates had acted behind the Sharif's back, they might have attained certain of their objectives in half the time. But until Lawrence actually had been raised to a supreme command by the voluntary act of the Arabs themselves, and was regarded by them as a sort of Superman, he was wise enough never to give direct orders. Even his suggestions and advice to Emir Faisal he reserved until they were alone. From the beginning of the campaign, Lawrence adopted the policy of trying not to do too much himself, always remembering that it was the Arabs' war. At times, when it seemed necessary, he would even strengthen the prestige of the Arab leaders with their subordinates at the expense of his own position. The failure of the Turks and Germans, on the other hand, was partly due to the fact that they rushed at the Arabs blindly and attempted to deal with them in a brutally direct manner. Whenever a new Sharif or Sheikh came for the first time to offer his services to King Hussein, Lawrence and any other British officer present made it a point to leave the Emir's tent until the formality of swearing allegiance on the Quran and touching Faisal's hand was over. They did this because the strange sheikh might easily become suspicious if his first impression revealed foreigners in Faisal's confidence. At the same time, it was Lawrence's policy always to have his name associated with those of the Sharifs. Everywhere he went, he was regarded as Faisal's mouthpiece. Wave a Sharif in front of you like a banner and hide your own mind in person, was the maxim of this student of Bedouin tactics. But Lawrence was careful not to identify himself too long or too often with any one tribal sheikh, for he did not want to lose prestige by being associated with any particular tribe and its inevitable feuds. The Bedouins are extremely jealous. When going on an expedition, Lawrence would ride with everyone up and down the line so that no one would criticize him for showing favoritism. In every way, Lawrence used his knowledge of desert psychology to the best possible advantage. For instance, he was constantly in need of detailed information regarding the topography of the country over which the Arabian forces were campaigning. But the Bedouins are always reluctant to reveal the location of wells, springs, and points of vantage. Lawrence convinced them that making maps was an accomplishment of every educated man. Auda Abu Tayi and many of the other sheikhs became so keenly interested in maps that they often kept Lawrence up to all hours of the night, helping them with maps that were not of the slightest military value and in which he was not in the least interested. Chapter 33. Lawrence the Man. Although he had been cited for nearly every decoration that the British and French governments had to offer, Lawrence sedulously ran away from them by camel, aeroplane, or any available method of swift transportation. The French government sent word to its contingent in Arabia to dispo upon the dashing colonel, the croix de guerre with palms. Captain Pisani, commandant of the French forces at Akaba, was anxious to make the ceremony an impressive affair. He wanted to have all of the British, French, and Arab troops out on parade so that he could deliver an appropriate eulogistic address, present the decoration to Lawrence, and then kiss him on both cheeks. But Lawrence heard of the plan and vanished into the desert. Several times he gave the persistent Pisani the slip. In despair, the commandant went to Major Marshall, Lawrence's tent mate, who advised him to surround the mess tent some morning when Lawrence happened to be in Akaba and take him by surprise. So Pisani and his detachment waited until he returned, then turned up in full regalia, surrounded him just as he had reached the marmalade course, and read an impressive document relating how he had gone for days without food or water, and how he had outwitted and defeated the Turks. At the end of the campaign, when Lawrence returned to Europe and left Marshall behind in Arabia, the colonel wrote asking his tentmate to ship his things from Akaba to Cairo. Lawrence neither drank nor smoked, but was inordinately fond of chocolate, and there were dozens of empty tins piled in the corner of his tent, together with books, bits of theodolites, a camel saddle, cartridge drums, and odds and ends from machine guns. In one of the empty chocolate tins, the major found the French decoration which Pisani had presented. He put it in his own bag, and when Lawrence came to meet Emir Faisal and the Arab delegates at Marseille, Major Marshall pulled his leg by making another speech reminding the colonel of his splendid work for France, and then represented him with a croix de guerre with palms. When the Duke of Connaught visited Palestine to confer the Grand Cross of the Order of Knights of St. John of Jerusalem on General Allenby, he intended to present a decoration to Lawrence as well. The young leader of the Arabian forces happened at the time to be out in the blue, busily blowing up Turkish trains. Aeroplanes were sent to scour the desert for him. Messages were dropped on various Arab camps requesting anyone who saw Sharif Lawrence to tell him to report to Jerusalem. One fine day, Lawrence came strolling in on foot through the Turkish lines to show his indifference of the enemy. In the meantime, the ceremony in Jerusalem had already taken place, and the Duke of Connaught had gone to Egypt. Knowing Lawrence's peculiar aversion to the acceptance of medals or military honors of any kind, his associates of the intelligence staff succeeded in seducing him to Cairo only by inventing some other plausible pretext. Upon his arrival, a subaltern who was not acquainted with Lawrence's eccentricities inadvertently tipped him off to the fine affair that was to be staged for his benefit. Without stopping to pick up his uniform and kit at Shepherd's Hotel, Lawrence hurried out to the headquarters of the Flying Corps at Heliopolis, an oasis a few miles from Cairo, jumped into an aeroplane, and taxied back to Arabia. Not only did he care nothing for decorations, but he avoided wearing what ribbons he possessed. Captain Ferdinand Toohey, in his Exploits of the Secret Corps, says of him, Colonel Lawrence was given the companionship of the Bat for his services. He was actually recommended for the Victoria Cross, but was not granted that supreme decoration because there had never been a senior officer witness of his exploits. A lame enough excuse, seeing that there was ample proof in a dozen ways that those exploits had well and truly been carried out. As a matter of fact, although Lawrence was posted for the CB, he never attended any ceremony in connection with receiving it, and he asked his friends to sidetrack the recommendation for the Victoria Cross. He also stood aside when he had an opportunity to become a general at the time when his force was actually the right wing of Allenby's army, and when he was practically filling the role of a lieutenant general. He even declined knighthood. When I asked him why he didn't want to be knighted, he replied, "Well, if I become a knight, my tailor will hear about it and double my bills. I have trouble enough paying them as it is." So far as I know, there was only one thing that Lawrence wanted out of the war, and that was something that he didn't get. I asked him once if there was anything to be bought with money that he couldn't afford but would like to have. His answer, which he gave unhesitatingly, showed how human and simple he is. He replied, "I should like to have a Rolls-Royce car with enough tires and petrols to last me all my life." The particular car that he would have liked to have had was the Rolls-Royce tender called the Blue Mist, which he used during some of his railway demolition raids around Damascus. But after the war, it was overhauled and became Allenby's personal car at the residency in Cairo. Lawrence has often been criticized for refusing the various honors offered him, but the truth of the matter is that he did not decline them merely to be eccentric. For instance, before the war, he was presented with the Order of Mecidiye by the Sultan of Turkey for having saved the lives of some of the Germans at work on the Berlin to Baghdad railway when the natives were going to mob them. Then, shortly before the outbreak of the Arabian Revolution, while still a subordinate in Cairo, he received and accepted a number of decorations, including the Legion of Honor. But he refused the awards offered to him for what he had accomplished in Arabia, because he had realized from the very beginning that the Allies, once victory was secured, would find it difficult not only to satisfy the claims of the Arabs, but even to fulfill their obligations to the Hejaz leaders. He realized full well that the French were determined to have Syria, and he knew all along that they would never agree to Arabs even keeping Damascus. Lawrence therefore felt that he did not care to accept anything in return for having conducted a campaign based on promises which the Allies could not fulfill to the extent to which he believed they ought to be fulfilled. Perhaps he would have felt differently had he known that his friend Emir Faisal would be crowned king in Baghdad after losing the Syrian throne, which Lawrence foresaw he would never be allowed to occupy for long. But at the end of the war, no one dreamed that Faisal was going to be the founder of a new dynasty in the city of Harun al-Rashid, after first being driven out of Damascus by the French. The only honor that Lawrence accepted was one perhaps more dear to his heart than any other, a fellowship at All Souls College, Oxford. This fellowship is awarded to men of exceptional scholastic attainments. There are only a score or so of them, usually men past the prime of life, who are completing important historical, literary, or scientific works. For example, Lord Curzon is a fellow at All Souls. The distinction is an unusual one. It carries with it a modest honorarium and attractive quarters at the college, a delightful place for a distinguished scholar to retire. There is no prescribed work that goes with it, and Lawrence once told me that there were but 3 requirements for a fellowship at All Souls: to be a good dresser, to be adept at small conversation, and to be a good judge of port. And then he added, "My clothes are an abomination. As a parlor conversationalist, I am hopeless, and I never drink. So how I came to receive this honor is a mystery to me." After his election to All Souls, Lawrence divided his time between the college, the home of a friend in Westminster known as the House with the Green Door, and a bungalow that he built for himself in Epping Forest. The porter at All Souls said that they never knew when to expect him, and that when he was in residence he rarely dined with the other fellows, and that the light in his studio usually burned all night. No doubt he was busy on his Arabian book, but he did the most of his writing at the House with the Green Door, where he occupied a bare room that had been an architect's office. One of his friends had given him a fur-lined aviator's costume, and in the dead of winter, when the cold in London is decidedly penetrating, he would sit in that bleak room in his fur-lined suit writing the inside story of his experiences in far-off Araby. On his frequent trips to Oxford, he would carry his manuscript in a little black bag like those used by London bank messengers. On one such occasion, after he had gone through the gate to the platform at Paddington Station, he put the bag down for a moment and walked over to the newsstand for a paper. When he returned, the bag was gone. It not only contained the only copy of his 200,000-word manuscript, which he had written entirely in longhand, but it also contained the journal that he had kept faithfully through the Desert Campaign and many valuable original historical documents that can never be replaced. I saw him a few days later, and in telling me about the theft of the bag, he referred to it jokingly and merely said, "I've been saved a lot of trouble, and after all, it's a good thing the bag was stolen. The world is simply spared another war book." The bag and its contents were never seen or heard of again. Lawrence's theory was that they were probably thrown into the Thames by the disappointed thief who had hoped for a better haul. But his friends finally prevailed upon him to rewrite the book, and this time in order to find solitude away from the curious admirers who were constantly disturbing him at All Souls, and a solitude that carried with it a means of keeping body and soul together, he enlisted in the Royal Air Force under the name of Private Ross. Even there he was unable to conceal his identity, and someone, for a consideration, tipped off a London newspaper, with the result that once more he found himself drawn into the limelight. A few weeks previous he had agreed to sell the publication rights for a large sum, but when this unexpected publicity appeared, he turned down the contract, left the Air Force, called on the various London editors imploring them to allow him to live in peace and print nothing more about him, and then vanished again. One of Colonel Lawrence's hobbies is printing books by hand. There are few things that he likes more than an attractive book, and he has a valuable library of rare, hand-printed volumes. On the edge of Epping Forest, some 10 miles out of London, he built himself a little cottage with an interior resembling a chapel. Here he installed a hand press, and when he finally finished his Arabian book, he made 6 copies. A few were presented to friends, and one copy went to the British Museum Library to be locked up in a vault for 40 years. That is, unless someone can prevail upon him to release it for publication. Rudyard Kipling, George Bernard Shaw, and several of Lawrence's literary friends were among those to read it, and one of the most famous writers of the day declared that he considered it a pyramid in English literature. Lawrence has great literary ability and a style of his own. He is as individualistic in his writing as in everything else that he does. A number of brilliant articles have come from his pen since he put aside the curved gold sword of a Sharif of Mecca, and he has written an introduction to a new edition of the Arabia Deserta, which all agree forms a valuable addition to that classic. Nor could he receive higher literary praise than that, for all Orientalists concede that the foremost work ever published on Arabia is Charles Montagu Doughty's Travels in Arabia Deserta. Lawrence says of it, "There is no sentiment, nothing merely picturesque, that most common failing of Oriental travel books. Doughty's completeness is devastating. It is a book which begins powerfully, written in a style which has apparently neither father nor son, so closely wrought, so tense, so just in its words and phrases, that it demands a hard reader." But Doughty's book had been out of print for many years, and copies of it were extremely rare. "We call the book Doughty, pure and simple," adds Lawrence, "for it is a classic, and the personality of Mr. Doughty hardly comes into question. Indeed, it is rather shocking to learn that he is a real and living person. The book has no date and can never grow old. It is the first and indispensable work upon the Arabs of the desert, and if it has not always been referred to or enough read, that is because it was excessively rare." So he set about to rectify this deficiency. He proposed that a new 2-volume edition be published to sell for $45, half of what dealers had been asking for second-hand copies of the original. Doughty, an old man, had for years been devoting himself to poetry and existing on a poet's pittance. So Lawrence had at least 3 reasons for seeing a new edition published: to get the public better acquainted with a classic, to augment the income of his illustrious friend and predecessor, and to pay personal tribute to one to whom he felt deeply indebted. In the preface, Doughty says regarding Lawrence and the new edition, "A reprint has been called for, and is reproduced thus, at the suggestion chiefly of my distinguished friend, Colonel T. E. Lawrence, leader with Faisal, Meccan prince of the nomad tribesmen, whom they, as might none other at that time marching from Jedda, the port of Mecca, were able, composing as they went the tribes' long-standing blood feuds and old enmities, to unite with them in victorious arms against the corrupt Turkish sovereignty in those parts, and who greatly, thus serving his country's cause and her allies, from the eastward amidst the great war, has in that imperishable enterprise traversed the same wide region of desert Arabia." No sooner was the edition off the press than it was exhausted, and since then more editions have followed. So Lawrence's ambition to do something for Doughty and gain for his classic a still wider circulation was more than realized. Unquestionably, the sale of Arabia Deserta was stimulated by the fact that Lawrence had written a special introduction to it, in which he paid glowing tribute to the great traveler whose experiences in the desert had done so much to pave the way for his own success. Lawrence's introduction to this new edition also gives us a hint as to his own skill with the pen and as to what we may expect from his own volume on Arabia. He writes, "The realism of the book is complete. Doughty tries to tell the full and exact truth of all that he saw. If there is a bias, it will be against the Arabs, for he liked them so much. He was so impressed by the strange attraction, isolation, and independence of this people that he took pleasure in bringing out their virtues by a careful expression of their faults. If one live any time with the Arab, he will have all his life after a feeling of the desert. He had experienced it himself, the test of nomadism, that most deeply biting of all social disciplines, and for our sakes he strained all the more to paint it in its true colors, as a life too hard, too empty, too denying, for all but the strongest and most determined men. Nothing is more powerful and real than this record of all his daily accidents and obstacles, and the feelings that came to him on the way. His picture of the Semites sitting to the eyes in a cloaca, but with their brows touching heaven, sums up in full measure their strength and weakness, and the strange contradictions of their thought which quickened curiosity at our first meeting with them. To try and solve their riddle, many of us have gone far into their society, and seen the clear hardness of their belief, a limitation almost mathematical, which repels us by its unsympathetic form. Semites have no half-tones in their register of vision. They are people of primary colors, especially of black and white, who see the world always in line. There are certain people, despising doubt, our modern crown of thorns. They do not understand our metaphysical difficulties, our self-questionings. They know only truth and untruth, belief and unbelief, without our hesitating retinue of finer shades. Semites are black and white not only in vision but in their inner furnishing, black and white not merely in clarity but in apposition. Their thoughts live easiest among extremes. They inhabit superlatives by choice. Sometimes the great inconsistencies seem to possess them jointly. They exclude, compromise, and pursue the logic of their ideas to its absurd ends, without seeing incongruity in their opposed conclusions. They oscillate with cool head and tranquil judgment from asymptote to asymptote. so imperturbably that they would seem hardly conscious of their giddy flight. Lawrence's command of English is amazing, by reason, of course, of his familiarity with the classics and his knowledge of both ancient and modern languages. His vocabulary is wider than that of most learned professors, and he has great descriptive powers, as we have observed from his description of the death of his friend Talal el-Haradin of Tafas. While in London and at All Souls, he lived much as he did in the desert. Indeed, from the force of habit, after his long experience in the East, he had become much like the Bedouins, and had no desire for luxuries. He rarely eats or sleeps regularly, and says it is fatal if you are caught in an emergency to have formed regular habits. He usually goes without sleep 1 night a week and eats like a bird. It is his custom to sleep from 3 to 10 in the morning, and then take a long walk until 3 in the afternoon. Upon his return from his walk, he would work until 2 in the morning, when he would go out for his dinner. The only places in London open at that unusual hour were the station restaurants, where he would tell the waiter to bring him anything he liked. He hates to order food, and a few minutes after he has had a meal he has forgotten what the dishes were. When walking along the streets in London, he is usually absorbed and pays no attention to anything until he comes to with a start and finds that a bus is about to run him down. In avoiding the network of modern complexities, he seldom has to worry about the countless things that crowd the joy out of our ultra-civilized modern life. He has no private income and scorns money, except what he needs for the simple necessities of life and for his one luxury, books. His mother once told me that he had always been a trial to her because she never knew what he was going to do next. He himself declares that he probably never will marry because no woman would live with me. Yet despite his scorn of money in private life, and his well-nigh complete lack of it, while in the desert he had almost unlimited credit and could draw on his government up to many hundreds of thousands of pounds. It was by no means an uncommon sight to see him stuffing 10,000 pounds in gold sovereigns in one camel bag and 10,000 in another. Then off he would go with it, accompanied only by 10 or 12 Bedouins. On one occasion Lawrence drew a paltry 600 pounds from Major Scott to do a bit of shopping. Major Scott kept the boxes of sovereigns in his tent at headquarters in Akaba. Major Maynard, who was in charge of some of the records, heard of this and asked for a receipt. When Scott informed Lawrence, the latter nearly doubled up with laughter and said he shall have it, and so far as I could find out, that was the only receipt he ever signed. As for letters he received in the desert, he usually read them but then burned them and never bothered about answering. His has indeed been a strange existence, full of individual experience. Fond of Oriental rugs, Lawrence picked up many rare ones during his wanderings. On the floor of his tent at Akaba were 2 beauties. Lawrence slept on one of them, while his companion, Major Marshall, used a camp bed. One of the 2 rugs is now in the possession of Lady Allenby, while Marshall has the other. One day in the bazaar at Jedda, Lawrence saw a barber kneeling on a prayer rug that he liked. It had 2 holes in it, 3 or 4 inches in diameter. The barber offered it to him for £2, and Lawrence bought it. When he took it to Cairo and had it appraised by one of the leading rug merchants of Egypt, he found that it was worth about £70 after being repaired. So Lawrence sent the barber a £5 note. At his mother's home in Oxford, he had a pile of Oriental rugs and carpets still covered with the dust of the East. A friend of the family got married at a time when Lawrence was away, and his mother sent one of the rugs as a wedding gift. When the colonel returned, she told him about the incident and said she presumed it was not worth much. "That one you gave away cost me £147, $665, replied Lawrence. But he was not the least bit vexed and promptly forgot all about it. When the year was up during which he had promised to serve as Near Eastern advisor at the colonial office, Lawrence put on his hat and walked out. Since then he has found a new exhaust for his surplus energy. He met an army officer who had a high-powered motorcycle which was too much for the latter to handle. So Lawrence bought it, and streaks about England much as he formerly raced across the North Arabian desert in the blue mist. When an undergraduate at Oxford, he and another student made a solemn compact that if either ever did anything particularly noteworthy, he would wire for the other to come so that they could celebrate. In 1920, Lawrence telegraphed his friend as follows: "Come at once. Have done something." This was the first word that had passed between the two since their pre-war college days. When the friend arrived, this is what Lawrence had done that he thought worth celebrating. He had just finished his bungalow on the edge of Epping Forest and was keeping cows. Epping Forest is a semi-national preserve of some sort, and there is a law that forbids the erection of non-movable structures. After Lawrence had finished his bungalow, the police came and pointed out to him that he had broken the law because his house was a stationary edifice. So Lawrence bought some paint and made 4 camouflage red wheels on the side of the cottage. This so amused the authorities that they said no more about the law. But not long afterward a fire wiped out nearly everything he had. As to what will happen to Lawrence in the future, only Allah knows. One thing is certain, that he will not permit his country to make a hero out of him. The maker of history has once more become the student of history, but Lawrence may live to see the effect of the wave that he rolled up out of the desert in the form of an important new power in the East. As a result of the Arabian War of Liberation, which was not a foolish dream on paper, and as a result of Allenby's smashing campaign in Palestine and Syria, 3 new Arabian states have come into existence. The kingdom of Hejaz under Hussein I of Mecca, the independent state of Transjordania under Hussein's second son, the Sultan Abdullah, and the kingdom of Iraq in Mesopotamia, where Hussein's third son, King Faisal I, occupies the throne. It is the dream of these 3, assisted by Hussein's eldest son, the Emir Ali, who remains in Mecca, one day to form a United States of Arabia. Much depends on King Faisal. Colonel Lawrence played the dominant part in making him the greatest Arab in 5 centuries. But the task before Faisal is stupendous. He has vision and high ideals for his people. Will he be strong enough to maintain his position in Baghdad and remain the leading figure in the Arabian world? Events are now moving swiftly in the Near East. If King Faisal can, through the quiet force of his personality, continue the work of wiping out the ancient quarrels between the tribes and cities of the desert, in which task he and his father and brothers were given such effective help by Lawrence, and if the nations of the West will send railway, sanitary, and irrigation engineers and disinterested military and political advisors, and lend financial support, the glory that once was Babylon's may come again into Mesopotamia. The future of King Faisal and his brothers may be the future of Arabia. None may know the end of the story. But one thing is certain, and that is that Faisal, like his romantic predecessor Harun al-Rashid of the Arabian Nights, is a just and merciful monarch. But had it not been for the youthful Lawrence, Faisal would not be ruling Baghdad today, nor would his brother Abdullah be the Sultan of Transjordania, nor would the Arabs recently have had the opportunity to proclaim King Hussein as the Caliph of all Islam and commander of the faithful. For it was this young man who destroyed the 1,000-year-old network of blood feuds, who built up the Arabian army, who planned the strategy of the Desert Campaign and led the Arabs into battle. who swept the Turks from 1,000 miles of country between Mecca and Damascus, who was the brains of the epic Arabian campaign and rode in triumph through the bazaars of Damascus, and established a government for Prince Faisal in the capital of Omar and Saladin, the oldest surviving city in the world. But without a complete understanding of the mentality and instinct of Arabia, and without a sincere love for the peoples of the desert, this would never have been possible. Nor is it surprising that with such love and understanding from such a man, translated into successful policies and glorious deeds, he won the adoration of the Arab race. Little did young Lawrence dream when he was studying Hittite runes that it was his destiny to play a major role in building a new empire, instead of piecing together for a scholar's thesis the fragments of a dead and buried kingdom. Captain Tui has tersely said in his brief note in The Secret Corps, for romantic adventure his career has probably been unexampled in this or in any other war. This 28-year-old poet and scholar had started across the Arabian desert in February 1916 to raise an army, accompanied by only 3 companions. I do not know of a more helpless task than this that has been essayed during the last 1,000 years. They at first had no money, no means of transportation except a few camels, and no means of communication except camel riders. They were trying to raise and equip an army in a country which has no manufacturing interest, which produces very little food and less water. In many parts of Arabia, waterholes are a 5 days camel trek apart. They had no laws to help them, and they were trying to raise an army among the nomadic Bedouin tribes that had been separated from one another by blood feuds for hundreds of years. They were trying to unify a people who quarrel over the possession of the waterholes and the pasture lands of Arabia, and war with one another for the possession of camels. A people who, when they meet one another in the desert, usually substitute volleys of pot shots for the conventional rules of Oriental courtesy. In habit, instinct, and mental outlook, Europe is utterly at variance with Asia, and it is rarely, only once in hundreds of years, that there comes forward some brilliant Anglo-Saxon, Celt, or Latin, who, possessing an understanding that transcends race, religion, and tradition, can adopt the Eastern temperament at will. Such men were Marco Polo, the Venetian, and General Charles Gordon. Such a man is Thomas Edward Lawrence, the modern Arabian Night.